The beast before me is seen as useless trash by everyone. But only I know that it is the legendary golden crow. What I didn't expect was that it hadn't reached its limit yet. When the demonic tsunami was endangering the human world, I hesitated not to awaken it into the Phoenix Suzaku capable of destroying the world. All because I had just crossed over and acquired the ability to capture entries. Not only can I see the entries of all things and enhance my own attributes, I can also continuously evolve my beast through these entries. Just saw the green snake I had just contracted. The next moment it turned into a giant python that swallows the sky. Even a turtle picked up by the roadside. I can make it into the divine beast Xuanwu that guards one side. At this moment I was staring in shock at a dazzling entry in the fierce sun. This is the divine entry, heart of the fierce sun, which can absorb and emit the essence of the fierce sun, increasing the speed of evolution 100-fold. The next moment I reached out and the light from the entry was completely stripped away and instantly fell into my hand. In just an instant a divine light illuminated the mountain peak, even causing the mountain range to tremble as if it would collapse in the next second. Seeing this, I hurriedly picked up things and rushed down the mountain for no other reason than that the contract ceremony was about to start. Soon I reached my class and joined the team from the back. Ahead of the team a girl with a pale face and long hair kept looking around until she saw me and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was Xinyun, one of the top 3 beauties of the school and a grade A talent. Suddenly a commanding voice brought me back and the contract ceremony officially began. On the platform a middle-aged man with a chiseled face dressed in black stood next to a 3-meter-tall white-furred werewolf. Soon everyone began the contract ceremony. Many were very satisfied with their beasts, while many others wept bitterly. The man on the platform frowned deeply. No king level had been born yet. Would the long accumulated energy of the statue be exhausted? Just as he was frowning, the statue suddenly lit up with golden light. On the other side, Xinyun stood up, holding a small figure floating in her hand from the elf tribe. The middle-aged man was excited. This is a king-level beast. Finally there was a king level. While everyone was watching, I alone came before the statue. In an instant my spirit came to another space, looking around but finding no beast. Just as I was despairing, thinking no beast would choose me, a little yellow chicken came running towards me. Before I could even curse, my figure instantly disappeared from the spot. And the captured entry naturally applied to that chick. In the beast temple, the middle-aged man respectfully said, "President, by what brings you here?" Before him stood a white-haired, stout old man who said, "Is that all? Only one king level?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated to say, "There's nothing else." Seeing this, President Bai looked disappointed but had nothing more to say. Meanwhile, Xinyun was silently watching my profile. Just as she was thinking about how to comfort me if my awakening failed, the statue above emitted a beam of golden light. At that moment, there was only one person still sitting there, Lin Yang. Also coming to their senses were Principal Bai and the middle-aged man. "Didn't you say what's left were sea-level talents?" Principal Bai asked. The middle-aged man remained silent, frowning as he looked at Lin Yang. Clearly, even he was unsure what was happening, but there was no doubt about it, the golden light signified a king's pet. Having 2 kings is a good thing for him, Principal Bai said calmly. Lin Yang was a student from his own academy and he remembered him. His parents had vanished in the war against the ferocious beasts. Principal Bai slightly eased the pain of not being in an advanced city. Xinyun couldn't help but look towards Lin Yang. Their classmates were utterly confused. Wasn't it agreed that they would face difficulties together? And now you've become a king beast master too? Bang! Just then a fierce light burst from the statue in the sanctuary, enveloping the entire beast temple. This light was so dazzling. This was a talent close to the peak of kingship. Crack! The next second, crack! The stone statue of a human split from the top of the head to the bottom, a fine crack instantly becoming dim and lightless. Principal Bai's eyes widened. The middle-aged man also hurried forward to check. It split. This had never happened before. Could it be that this young man's pet level had exceeded everyone's imagination? Thinking of this, Principal Bai's heart couldn't help but surge with emotions. Was it Emperor level, or the legendary disaster level? Such a being could easily destroy a country. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Meanwhile, the students who hadn't left yet looked puzzled. What happened? Why is the principal so excited? The Beast Temple statue has split. Could it be divine retribution? I did hear a rumor that when the Beast Temple statue can't withstand the energy of the contracted beast, it will split. But even at king level, there had been no issues with the statue. Could it be Emperor level, Lin Yang? Is a sea-level talent? Several students discussed animatedly, those familiar with Lin Yang stared wide-eyed. Are you aiming for the heavens? On thinking about it, their relationship with Lin Yang was not bad. Perhaps they could also rise to prominence with him. Those who once feared Lin Yang's potential now looked at him with anticipation. Dude, I've always been good to you. In a hazy world, Lin Yang slowly opened his eyes. He quickly lowered his head to look at his own chicken. Little yellow chick. Level, ordinary. Talent, ordinary. Skills, none. Entry, heart of the fierce sun. The primordial. Description, a very ordinary chick. The kind you can see anywhere in a market. Its body was fluffy like a fur ball and its eyes were bright and curious as they looked at Lin Yang. They had already formed a contract. Thankfully, it could accept my entry. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. A primordial entry was enough to change this chick's talent limit. He stood up. Two figures, as if teleporting, came to his side. What's the level of your beast? They asked. Is it of imperial class? Principal Bai hurriedly asked, suppressing his excitement and trying to appear calm. The middle-aged man beside him also had a serious expression, as did the white werewolf behind him, all mirroring his serious demeanor. This was a matter that concerned the future of Yu City. It was not only about being recognized for excellence but also about gaining fame throughout the entire Dragon Nation. If it were an imperial-class talent, then the upcoming beast taming exam could lead to admission into globally renowned schools. The whole of Yu City would benefit from such an achievement, and as for him, the principal, his prestige would soar as the educator who had nurtured such a student. At this point, whether or not the standards were met seemed insignificant. Who cares about those things when you have an imperial class talent? What was the principal discussing? I seemed to hear them mention imperial class. The rest of the students were somewhat anxious, driven by curiosity, which is a basic human instinct. What about your beast? Could it be of the phantom or elemental type? Principal Bai asked, looking around, completely unaware that the beast was right in Lin Yang's hands. In his assumption, an imperial-class beast should be extremely imposing, thus he subconsciously searched around, overlooking the possibility of it being small. He even speculated that it might be an invisible phantom type or an elemental beast yet to grow. Suddenly a cry echoed, as if to say, look here. Principal Bai looked down and indeed saw the yellow chicken standing dumbly in Lin Yang's hands. After a moment of hesitation, Principal Bai asked, is this your pet? No, it's my contracted beast, Lin Yang replied calmly. Oh, a beast? Principal Bai nodded. A few seconds later, as if realizing something unbelievable, his mouth fell open. His eyes were fixed on the chicken, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. My imperial class beast, this chicken. It's not even extraordinary, is it? Every beast contracted at the Beast Temple is at least of the extraordinary class. Otherwise Principal Bai wouldn't have mistaken it for a pet. Lin Yang was raising. Only those of the extraordinary class are worth cultivating. Extraordinary, it signifies transcending the mundane, possessing remarkable intelligence. How could a creature born without intelligence possibly have an imperial talent? Principal Bai, its talent is more than imperial, Lin Yang said, noticing the principal's disbelief. Currently, the divine statue is shattered. It's impossible to determine the actual class of Lin Yang's beast. Cultivate it well and aim for the beast taming exam in a few months. Try to get into a decent school. Principal Bai hesitated for a few seconds, then sighed. A beast without spirit. Even if cultivated to the extraordinary class, it would still be far behind others, not to mention getting into one of the top schools. He would be satisfied if any school accepted it. He just hoped not to disgrace himself in his later years. As for Lin Yang's claim of more than imperial class, he took it as mere face-saving talk. Once the divine statue is repaired, I will reassess the talents of your beasts, Principal Bai told the crowd. It was a matter of saving face for the student who desperately needed it. To avoid him being overly embarrassed in front of his classmates, Lin Yang could only nod in agreement. Turning around, those who hadn't left yet seemed to understand what had happened. Lin Yang had made a contract with a chicken devoid of spiritual intelligence. Indeed, some creatures in various worlds lack such intelligence, and there's nothing that can be done about it. Brother, don't be too sad. Didn't I only contract a turtle? Said a long-haired classmate, stepping forward to comfort him. Being a C-grade talent himself, he too had only managed to contract an extraordinary creature. Seeing Lin Yang in a worse predicament, he felt it wasn't the right moment to mock him. After all, jokes should be made in good measure, and sometimes the truth hurts more. Lin Yang's beast was a write-off. However, every beast master when reaching the lord level could contract a second beast. Although that was the case, the major Beastmaster examination was still several months away. Relying solely on the natural growth of the beast, it could at most break through a minor realm within a year. Remember, every time an extraordinary beast breaks through, you can come to the Academy to claim resources. Once the principal reminded everyone, before the college entrance examination, they no longer needed to go to the academy. The theoretical courses were over and what followed was practical application. Let's go, Yellow Chicken. Lin Yang nodded and left the Beastmaster Temple of Georgia. The little yellow chicken seemed to have gained a hint of spiritual intelligence. Watching the yellow chicken, Lin Yang was suddenly reminded of a saying: Noxus wants you to stand up, Shurima wants you to take flight. He was truly about to take flight, 100-fold growth rate. Lin Yang couldn't wait to go home and experiment at Lin Yang's home. It was much colder this year than in previous years. The house was equipped with several warming stones. Just a small piece of this stone could keep the house warm for a month, a technology that had long replaced air conditioners and similar devices. The atmosphere at home was tense. Do you think the child can make it? The aunt suddenly asked. I heard that for a C-grade talent Beastmaster, the success rate of contracting is less than 30%. Even if successful, it was the lowest level of beast. She was incredibly nervous, even more so than Lin Yang, who hadn't been present at the event. They had raised him for over a decade. What if Lin Yang actually failed and resorted to suicide? The uncle finally managed to calm down. It was his day off and he was overly annoyed. Put your mind at ease. Xiao Yang is much stronger than you think. Even the lowest level of Beastmaster is still a Beastmaster. Do you know how much it costs to hire a Beastmaster? The uncle's words were filled with admiration for Beastmasters. Over the years, he had indeed done everything possible to support Lin Yang in becoming a Beastmaster. Even the poorest Beastmaster earned 10 times more than he did a month. Thud thud. I'm back. A heavy knock on the door echoed. The aunt gave the uncle a knowing look and he got up, understanding the cue, and went to open the door. With a smile he said, You're back. Standing at the door was Lin Yang alone, his face expressionless, showing neither joy nor sorrow, as if he had entered a state of transcendence. This is the scariest thing, when you can't see someone's expression. That's when their spirits are the lowest. Looking around again, I noticed that Lin Yang didn't bring any pets, holding only a small chick. My uncle, an avid reader of detective novels, was clear in his mind. Lin Yang had most likely been defeated. There was no need to bring any meat back, and besides, one small chick wasn't enough to feed us. My uncle hurriedly said. The little yellow chick jumped. Although it couldn't understand what these people were saying, it felt their unfriendly gazes all along the way. This is my pet, Lin Yang quickly explained, then added, This is a beast of immense potential. Oh, come in quickly, it's cold outside, my uncle said kindly, looking at him. Lin Yang was somewhat baffled. After passing by 2 people, he returned to his own room. As he walked past, my uncle inexplicably felt a warmth surge through his body, but the feeling was fleeting. How's it going? My aunt hurried over to ask. This child is too traumatized, his mind isn't working right. My uncle looked back, shaking his head. To deceive them, he had bought a chick back, and he claimed it had unlimited potential. Although he had never been a beast tamer, he was well versed in the grades of such creatures. What kind of creature is a beast tamer's pet? Capable of summoning storms, manipulating the earth and sky, they are true monsters akin to gods and demons. It was recorded that a very powerful country once provoked an emperor-level fierce beast, and overnight that country was razed to the ground. If this chick really was such a beast, he might as well go to a bar and perform a striptease. Didn't you say you know a big boss? Maybe you could pull some strings for Lin Yang, let him do some odd jobs. Alas, my uncle twitched his brow. That was just his boastful talk. He didn't really know any important people. Back in his room, Lin Yang tried to have the yellow chick inhale the fierce sun. Whoosh, the beast and its master shared a mental connection. Little Yellow immediately understood Lin Yang's thoughts and calmed itself, then began to breathe rhythmically. Buzz, the warming stone placed in the corner of the room instantly turned from dark red to pure black. A stream of heat flowed into the chick's mouth. Its feathers became even brighter, its eyes under its lashes sparkled, and its body faintly radiated warmth. It was heat. Just being close to a warm place could increase its growth speed tenfold. Lin Yang was excited. After a whole day, Little Yellow no longer radiated heat, and its body had undergone great changes. The feathers on its body became bright, and what once could stand on his hand now needed a whole hand to grasp. Its pupils also gradually transformed to a dark red color. Pre-transcendent phase. Lin Yang opened his mouth. Little Yellow had evolved to the pre-transcendent phase. Now it had only been a day. No, converted, it was a full 100 days. Without this special condition, even at the beast tamer's big exam, his pet would at most have just transcended, and then he would have to face pets in the mid-transcendent phase and even the late transcendent phase. The difference between one level was massive, not two. Mention 2, Fire Chicken, level, pre-transcendent phase, talent, Lord level in the later stages. Skill, fire breathing, entry, heart of the fierce sun primordial, introduction, a fire-breathing chicken imbued with intelligence. Indeed, the entries influence the evolution of pets and thus affect their talent limit. I need to find more useful entries and attach them all to Xiao Huang. Lin Yang's pupils subtly reveal his anticipation. He intends to raise a true phoenix. By then, wouldn't passing the beast taming exam be a breeze? A hint of expectation flickers in Lin Yang's eyes. The beast taming exam, here I come. Shurima will rise again. Gah, sensing his master's joy, Xiao Huang the chick also starts to chirp. Has it developed intelligence? Lin Yang smiles. Also, you're a chick, not a crow. Gah, understand? Gah, of course. These words are lost on a mere chicken, and Lin Yang can't be bothered to explain further. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Huang, representing the phoenix of your youth. Gaga. Xiao Huang seems pleased, happily flapping its little wings. Lin Yang swallows his saliva. A few more days and we'll go hunting ferocious beasts, seizing their entries. Lin Yang refocuses his gaze. He has a goal in mind. A month's time, just a dozen or so warm stones wasted. That's nearly 10 years. By then, Xiao Huang's foundation will be incredibly solid, and dealing with other extraordinary early-stage beasts will be easy. With the primordial entry, Xiao Huang is already much more formidable than its peers. The enhancement from the entry can significantly change a pet's constitution. Xiao Huang's talent limit is a testament to that, daily absorbing the energy from the warm stones. A month quickly passes. By this time, Xiao Huang has transformed again. It has grown to the size of a normal hen, but it doesn't look like a chicken at all. Rather, it resembles a creature like a juvenile peacock, its body bright red, reminiscent of a young vermilion bird. 10 years worth of growth. Fire chicken, 10 years, enough for a non-intelligent pet to advance to the extraordinary level. Lin Yang takes the fire chicken to a mountain forest within Yu City. This area is frequented by many ferocious beasts, all at the early extraordinary stage. Early stage extraordinary beasts can be handled with thermal weapons, so they don't attract much attention, but they are still quite threatening. Walking deeper, there are human settlements nearby, so they dare not come over. Gah, a man and a chicken, heading deep into the mountain range. Before long, they spot a huge beast on a tree branch. The monster is enormous, its body like cast iron and copper covered in white hair. Iron arm gorilla. Level, early extraordinary. Talent, Lord level. Skills, furious hammer, jump, smash, rage. Entry, mighty white copper skin, iron bone, azure. Introduction, a young and vigorous iron arm gorilla, immensely strong. As soon as they approach, the iron arm gorilla notices the 2-0+1 chicken, then it instantly goes into a rage. It leaps up, smashing heavily down in front of them. 2 entries, and they're blue. Lin Yang's heart leaps with joy. What a pleasant surprise indeed. Ordinary iron wall gorillas only have the mighty entry, not copper skin, iron bone. Roar. The iron arm gorilla bellows in anger. A fist, massive and fierce, was hurtling down right towards Lin Yang, threatening to smash him into a pulp. Just as the blow was about to land, Xiao Huang, seeing its master in peril, flew into a rage. With a wide-open mouth, a torrent of fire burst forth, engulfing the iron-armed gorilla in an instant. Covered in flames, its thick fur and iron-like skin could hardly withstand the burning. It wasn't long before it stopped moving, completely charred into a heap of ashes. Under Lin Yang's command, Xiao Huang promptly retracted the flames, preventing a forest fire. Lin Yang quickly stepped forward to collect the loot. Mighty white, innate strength and iron skin, blue, tough flesh that can withstand blades and clubs. With a turn, Lin Yang infused these tokens into Xiao Huang's panel. In just an instant, Xiao Huang's body grew larger and its feathers shimmered with a metallic luster. Lin Yang casually drew a small knife and stabbed at Xiao Huang with force. Xiao Huang did not resist, showing great trust in Lin Yang. Clang! The knife was immediately repelled. Lin Yang, satisfied, noted that the strength of the feathers was somewhere between hardwood and steel, not easily broken. Both were in the early stages of transcendence. Xiao Huang, having a deep foundation, had grown for 10 years, whereas the iron-armed monkey had only grown for 2 to 3 years and naturally could not compete with Xiao Huang. It was a pity its base was so poor. Any ordinary emperor-level talent could have reached the lord level or even the king level in 10 years. Lin Yang, stroking his chin, mused to himself, Ordinary transcendent beings needed 5 years to reach the mid-stage and 10 years to complete transcendence, yet he only needed 1 month to achieve full transcendence. Of course, this was not absolute. The type of creature and talent would have an impact. Xiao Huang seemed a bit aggrieved. It sensed the dissatisfaction in its master's words. Lin Yang was about to console it when in the blink of an eye Xiao Huang burst forth with even greater fighting spirit. My master is so powerful, I must become stronger too. Lin Yang thought to himself. Xiao Huang turned and glided deep into the jungle. Along the way, whenever it encountered demons, Xiao Huang would engage fiercely. With the mighty token, a single slap was enough to confound an iron-armed monkey, then it would finish them off with fire. Creatures of the same level could hardly withstand Xiao Huang's attacks, quickly yielding 3 more tokens. Mighty X3, ordinary transcendent beings usually only had white tokens. The blue tokens just obtained were purely a stroke of luck. Fuse, Lin Yang once again merged the tokens. Indeed, the same tokens merged together, or rather fed into each other? The 3 new mighty tokens turned into experience points. Devoured by the old mighty token, it transformed into a new token, Mighty Blue. Innate strength easier to enhance through training. Xiao Huang's strength increased a bit more. Good. Lin Yang was in a good mood. As a beast tamer, he too received some feedback. The fatigue in his body dissipated somewhat. Roar. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from deep within the jungle, and the surrounding leaves rustled. A massive iron-armed monkey burst out holding a stick in its hand, now devoid of life. Lin Yang noticed 2 floating entries. Danger prediction blue and swift white. The first one meant he had an innate ability to sense danger unlike ordinary beings, while the second indicated he was naturally quick, always a step ahead in reaction. These abilities combined greatly enhanced his survival skills. With quick eyes and hands, Lin Yang swiftly claimed both entries for himself. Then his gaze fell upon the iron-arm monkey in front of him. The iron-arm monkey had a mid-level superhuman rank with a lord-level talent and skills like Furious Hammer, Jump Smash and Rage. Its entries included Steel Skin Blue, Mighty Strength White and Poison Black. The introduction made it clear. The iron-arm monkey was destined to be a lord-level creature. Another blue entry, Steel Skin, caught Lin Yang's eye. Acquiring this entry might even lead him to a rare purple entry. Just then the monkey was severely poisoned, which meant its reactions were significantly slow to dangerous situation for a creature of its rank. Xiao Huang, go! Lin Yang quickly passed the entries to Xiao Huang, whose senses seemed to sharpen instantly. It decisively spewed out a blast of flame. The iron-arm monkey, scorched by the flames, flew into a rage and punched fiercely at Xiao Huang. If this punch had hit Xiao Huang, only an early superhuman would have been flattened instantly. Even with steel skin, it would not have been pretty. However, a warning surged in Xiao Huang's mind, and its body moved involuntarily, dodging the blow in a flash. Then from the side, it spewed another breath. Boom! The iron-arm monkey burst into flames. Its already weak life force completely extinguished. It never imagined it would be killed by a beast of early superhuman rank. Lin Yang hurried forward, picking up the steel skin and mighty strength entries. As for the poison entry, negative entries were not worth collecting. Feeding the entries to Xiao Huang, its strength increased slightly. Though just white entries, they no longer offered significant enhancement to Xiao Huang, almost negligible. Then merging the 2 blue entries of Steel Skin along with devouring the infinite strength, 3 blue entries fused and surprisingly produced a purple entry. Vajra body purple, innate Vajra impervious to blades and spears, possessing immense strength. Simultaneously, Xiao Huang's body underwent a tremendous transformation. Its originally petite body grew to about 1 meter tall. Standing up, it reached Lin Yang's waist. Now it looked more like a fierce beast than ever, its body under the feathers all muscle. Even its species had changed to Vajra Divine Eagle with early superhuman rank and early emperor-level talent. Its skills were Fire Spit and Vajra Feathers. The entries included Heart of the Fierce Sun and Vajra Body Purple. The introduction stated, feathers like steel. The Vajra Divine Eagle possessed immense strength. This new skill could make its feathers instantly stiffen, greatly increasing its defense. Even its talent had amplified to emperor level. It was time to return. This trip had been incredibly fruitful. Excited Lin Yang also had a vague idea of their next destination. Now with Xiao Huang's greatly increased combat power, they could venture into even more dangerous places to plunder entries. Meanwhile, at Lin Yang's home, a girl with delicate features and fair skin was seated in the living room. She was Xinyun, the beauty of the beast taming high school #1, and next to her sat an equally stunning green-haired sprite. In a corner whispering to each other were Lin Yang's aunt and uncle. When did Lin Yang get such a beautiful girlfriend? Impossible, and a beast tamer to boot. That's like a toad lusting after a swan's flesh, the aunt exclaimed in disbelief. What are you talking about? Lin Yang is at least half as handsome as I am, the uncle narcissistically remarked. Ladies and gentlemen, hasn't Lin Yang returned yet? Xinyan asked, her voice cool as she slowly stood up, clearly impatient. Having been pampered since childhood, she was unaccustomed to waiting this long for any man. Oh, he mentioned he had to step out for a bit. He should be back soon. I'm Lin Ziyuan. His uncle Lin Ziyuan introduced himself. I was sent by Principal Bai to find him to reassess the talent of his beast. Xinyan replied coldly. Both understood immediately. I knew it, that boy found such a good girlfriend for some other reason, they thought. But how did she know where Lin Yang lived? Reassess beast taming talent. Lin Yang isn't even a beast tamer. What talent is there to assess? Lin Ziyuan asked, puzzled. He had avoided discussing work with Lin Yang lately to not discourage him, and also for some reason the family's warmstone had been frequently stolen. It's a moral decline or human natures. It's a chicken, though its talent is weak. It is indeed a beast, Xinyan stated firmly. In an instant both froze like statues. The chicken was actually a beast companion. This meant Lin Yang had truly become a beast tamer. After the initial shock, joy surged through them. Lin Ziyuan's hands trembled slightly, and even the ant was not an exception. Really, that boy is actually a beast tamer. Why would I lie? Xinyan frowned slightly. Lin Yang's relatives seemed too irresponsible. Their own nephew had become a beast tamer and they hadn't known for a month. That's great, just great. Even a common beast tamer earns 10 times my salary, Lin Ziyuan exclaimed excitedly, seeing this as a validation of his investment, which in his mind was no different from his years of stock trading experience. Despite often ending up with less money than he started with, he always considered himself a stock market guru. His beast is the weakest one, yet it's said to have infinite potential. The ant rolled her eyes. Still, she felt a secret thrill. Their household had produced a beast tamer. This also indirectly proved their good upbringing, at least sparing them the envy of the neighbor who always bragged about some distant relative's son who became a beast tamer. With this thought, the ant felt an urge to visit next door. The atmosphere that had been suppressed for a month cleared instantly, like clouds parting to reveal the moon. Even the weakest beast meant the mark of a beast tamer. But what are the odds of the weakest beast passing the beast taming exam? The uncle wondered with some doubt. Compared to beast masters, the Grand Beast Mastery exam held a much greater significance in their hearts. It was like an untouchable saint. Not to mention, getting into a prestigious school was almost near impossible. Xinyan didn't hesitate. She always preferred to speak directly. Without spiritual intelligence, even with the help of a beast master, it would take a beast 10 years to grow to an extraordinary level. Of course, in reality, it wouldn't take that long. 10 years? Her aunt was shocked. She had already raised Lin Yang for 10 years. Did she need to spend another 10, 20 years to raise an extraordinary level beast? At this moment, the aunt also understood the rarity of beast masters. And Lin Yang was indeed a dud. It's fine being a beast master is good enough. I don't expect much from the Grand Beast Mastery exam. Lin Ziyuan paced back and forth in a good mood. As for the so-called Grand Beast Mastery exam, he could only try his best. Since it was something unattainable, losing it wouldn't affect him much. On the contrary, his nephew becoming a beastmaster made him extremely proud, suddenly making the Grand Beast Mastery exam seem trivial. Outside at that time, Lin Yang was walking back home holding little Huang. He lived in a row house by the roadside, not in a community. Therefore, as soon as he arrived home, he could see his neighbors. Bought another chicken. Is there a celebration at home? A neighbor asked. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that the chicken glared at her maliciously, making her shiver as if targeted by a primordial beast. Little Huang nuzzled against Lin Yang, seemingly aggrieved. Grow a bit bigger and he won't dare to say that, Lin Yang said, stroking the chicken's neck with a smile, unconcerned. A 1 meter tall chicken was quite common in this world, cultivated using special methods. Even ordinary livestock could grow very large. However, they had no combat abilities or conscious birth privileges reserved for beast masters. Only creatures contracted with beast masters could evolve from ordinary beings to those with spiritual intelligence. Upon opening the front door, 2 smiling faces greeted them. Brought back another chicken, huh? Why didn't you buy onions, ginger and garlic? This unusual attitude surprised Lin Yang. Little Huang was even angrier. Did everyone want to eat it? Enough was enough, no need to endure further. It immediately jumped up ready to unleash its special skill, but Lin Yang held it back right there and then. Inside the house, Xin Yun regained her composure, her beautiful eyes moving over Lin Yang, then in astonishment towards the pet beast beside him. Extraordinary. This is an extraordinary level beast. How could this be? Did he make a new contract at the black market? Impossible. As a beastmaster not even of the extraordinary level, rashly breaking a contract was tantamount to a death sentence. Besides, the prices for beasts in the black market were exorbitant beyond what Lin Yang could afford. But her senses couldn't be wrong. Lin Yang's beast had reached the extraordinary level. Just a month had passed and it had completed a 10-year journey. In the eyes of this female academic prodigy, that was impossible, yet it had happened. Moreover, it shattered her worldview established by several years of compulsory education, leaving her utterly shocked. Not so much at the level of Lin Yang's beast, her beast was in the mid-extraordinary stage while Lin Yang's was just in the early phase. What shocked her was the terrifying speed of growth. Even for a monarch's favored beast, the fastest growth rate is merely about 10 times that of an ordinary creature. Could he have used medicine from the black market? A bold idea popped into Xin Yun's mind. There was a certain drug in the black market that could overdraft a beast's potential, enabling it to grow rapidly. However, this would damage the beast's foundation, reducing its strength to less than half of its original. Even worse, it could cause certain side effects, such as making a chicken grow 4 wings. Xin Yun stepped forward, examining the chicken wings of Xiao Huang closely. Xiao Huang frowned slightly, subtly hiding its wings behind its back. "Why are you here?" Lin Yang looked at the young girl before him. Despite her young age, she was quite mature in certain aspects, already showing promise. Her face was radiant and beautiful, surpassing many of the Korean actresses Lin Yang had seen in his previous life. In this world, the methods of plastic surgery were even more ruthless than in Lin Yang's previous world, but he was sure she was all natural. "Principal Bai asked me to find you. You need to go to the temple for a retest of your talent, and I'm the only one who knows where you live," Xin Yun said calmly. "Oh, that's right," Lin Yang remembered. 2 years ago, shortly after he had just crossed over to this world, he had helped her fend off some thugs in a nearby alley late one night. Just as he went to help her up, she had countered him and given him a thorough beating. She later came to his house to apologize. Lin Yang blamed only his own meddlesome nature and hadn't dwelt on it since. Mainly his mind was occupied with the Taichu entries. He was exhausted from his efforts to obtain them, needing to sunbathe for a total of 180 days each year. The two walked out of the house. A vehicle with a high-tech feel bearing the logo of a biological corporation was parked outside. Lin Yang calmly took his seat in the car. The vehicle roared to life, starting slowly and then gradually picking up speed. Before long, they arrived at the majestic temple. Principal Bai, waiting outside the temple, brightened up and came over immediately. The repair of the shattered god statue had taken a full month, which is why Principal Bai had delayed submitting the list for a month. "You're the last one. Come on in." The two followed the principal into the temple. Inside, many students and their beasts stood in front of the god statue, which emitted a burst of light to measure the level of talent. This was one of the several major functions of the Beastmaster God statue. The statue, made of special materials, was extremely expensive and had taken a month to repair adequately. "I hope I don't have to pay for this," Lin Yang muttered under his breath. At that moment, several familiar classmates saw Lin Yang's beast, showing faces of disbelief. Principal Bai noticed the scene too, but he didn't pay much attention. Even an extraordinary beast couldn't change the current situation in U City. What they needed was a powerful talent that could turn the tide. "Go ahead, Lin Yang." Principal Bai nodded slightly. He didn't look down on Lin Yang because of his beast's low talent. After all, as a beast master, he always respected other masters. Moreover, in Principal Bai's view, talents below the level of a monarch were almost indistinguishable. Only the birth of a talent surpassing 3 monarch levels would count as a real achievement. "Go ahead, Xiao Huang," Lin Yang urged on. Xiao Huang waddled over like a penguin to stand beneath the statue. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Principal, what if the statue cracks again?" He was somewhat apprehensive. Damaging it twice in a row would surely mean he'd have to pay for it, and this statue, capable of facilitating contracts with guardian beasts, was definitely not cheap. While not as costly as buying a young beast directly, which wealthy person could afford one with high talents, even Miss Xin Yun couldn't manage that. What Lin Yang didn't know was that the contracted beasts within the statue possessed limits beyond what the outside world could match. Therefore, even the wealthy often opted for the standard method. "Don't worry, you won't have to pay," Principal Bai said, his eyebrows twitching. He wondered if the boy was overthinking it. the statue's energy can withstand testing from any creature below the emperor level, he added. Meanwhile, Lin Yang's familiar classmates seized the opportunity to tease him relentlessly. Ha ha ha, Lin Yang is daydreaming again. Cough cough, my beast is lord level and it didn't even make the statue budge. Are you delusional? Do you really think your beast would require compensation? Did you think you contracted an emperor-level chicken? If Lin Yang can crack the statue, I'll call him dad for 3 years, I'll call him grandpa for 5 years. With their C-grade talents, those who had managed to contract beasts were exuberant. They spared no mercy in their ridicule, eager to see Lin Yang embarrass himself in front of the goddess. Xinyun, who had followed them and spoke up in Lin Yang's defense, maybe it really is because of him. Lin Yang maintained a poker face but thought to himself, it seems there's someone who knows quality after all. You clowns, just wait to call me grandpa. As Xiao Huang approached the statue, a beam of light indeed shone down on him, natural as sunlight. In the next second, suddenly, the statue seemed to endure a force surpassing its capacity. Its whole body shook violently as if in the midst of an earthquake. Principal Bai's expression turned grave. Crack, a barely audible sound was heard. The previously intact statue cracked completely from top to bottom, the fissures spreading like a spider web, even letting the inner light escape. In an instant, everyone staring at the statue was dumbfounded, with some nearly dropping their jaws to the floor. It really cracked. This is no coincidence, I don't believe it. Lin Dad, I yield, you are my dad. Then if I call him grandpa, doesn't that make me your son? How did he do this? Could his beast really be of emperor level? The crowd was in utter shock. And those who had said they would call Lin Yang grandpa were especially mortified, unwittingly. They had gained a dad and a grandpa and their mood was far from pleasant. What was even more infuriating was that this fellow's beast truly was extraordinary. One crack could be dismissed as coincidence, but twice was definitely not, so there was only one possibility: Lin Yang's beast had emperor-level talent. Even the usually stoic Xinyun opened her mouth in disbelief, leaning forward as if trying to see more clearly. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, this was impossible. Principal Bai, standing nearby, was struck as if by lightning. His pupils dilated. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he struggled to suppress the shock within him, his beard quivering uncontrollably. It was clear how shaken he was. As one of the rare king-level beast tamers in Yuqing, this was the first time in many years he had lost his composure like this. The fact that the statue capable of enduring the king's test had cracked was beyond belief. No one understood the implications better than he did. Lin Yang had not lied. His pet beast truly had boundless potential, for it possessed the talents of an emperor-level beast. Naturally, the town statue, being what it was, could not withstand an emperor-level talent, and its cracking was to be expected. However, it was the first time that he had even dared to think in that direction, all because Lin Yang had contracted with a chicken and he was a sea-level talent. No one who had undergone 9 years of beast taming education would ever think this way. This was truly an emperor-level talent. Upon hearing the news, the middle-aged man rushed to the beast taming temple. The instructor and Principal Bai, 2 highly respected beast tamers, gathered around the small phoenix, staring intensely at it as if they were looking at a rare treasure, like hungry wolves cornering a lamb. Especially since there was actually a werewolf behind them looking at it with the same expression. This made the small phoenix somewhat shiver. It always felt the malicious intent in their gazes, coming from all directions, leaving no place for its wings to hide. Good, very good, Lin Yang, from now on I will personally teach you. The middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. He was originally a beast taming instructor specifically responsible for training beast tamers in Yuqing. Now that Yuqing had produced an emperor-level talent which was rare in decades, he was reignited with the desire to train. Imagine if he were to train an emperor-level beast tamer, how glorious would that be? He would mention it every time he stepped out. Cough, it's been over a decade since Yuqing last saw an emperor-level beast taming talent. I will reluctantly personally teach you, Principal Bai said with a heavy cough, excitement flickering in his eyes. With this, Yuqing was almost certain to become a leading beast taming city. And as the principal of Yuqing's #1 beast taming school, he too would rise with the tide, even taking in an emperor-level student. As for the cracked statue, just fix it up. It was only a replica anyway, as long as the real thing was fine. If breaking a statue once could exchange for an emperor-level talented pet beast, he wished the statue would crack every day. Principal Bai, have you still taught students? I think I am more competent, argued the middle-aged man. You've been retired for so many years, just enjoy your retirement and watch over the beast taming temple, Principal Bai said calmly, his dignity as a king-level beast tamer emanating The middle-aged man's eyebrows twitched violently. This old man really had no shame. Just a moment ago he was indifferent towards Lin Yang and now he had changed his face, but as a king-level beast tamer in this region of Yuqing no one dared to contradict his words. Thank you, Principal Bai. Lin Yang did not refuse. Being on his own, having someone teach him was a good thing. Sure, just call me teacher from now on, I responded casually. Principal Bai nodded appreciatively at my words. This scene left all my companions utterly stunned. Not only had I Lin Yang contracted an emperor-level beast, but I had also been taken in as a student by Principal Bai himself. He is a genuine sovereign beast master. That's leagues beyond a beast master with mere sovereign talent. Out of 100 beast masters with sovereign-level talent, only a handful can grow to become sovereign themselves. It's not even a fair comparison. A city with a sovereign beast master can boldly claim it fears no beast tide. A sovereign level represents a city's guardian deity. He can protect a city or destroy it. Being accepted as a student by such a revered figure is truly a step into the heavens. The crowd around us couldn't hide their envy. If there were a mirror present, their eyes would probably be red from jealousy. It all stemmed from the emperor-level talent of my beast. By now everyone had crowded around staring incredulously at my beast. They even formed a circle around it to get a better look. Can you guys stop staring at my bird like that? I thought to myself, somewhat annoyed. Just as I was finishing my internal rant, a jade hand reached out and touched it. So hard, Xinyun exclaimed, shocked. She was feeling the feathers, amazed by their hardness even more so than some blades, and they even had a hint of warmth. Hearing this, everyone else started reaching out to touch it too. Jie, Xiaohuang, my bird, cried out angrily, startling everyone into pulling their hands back. As a transcendent-level ferocious beast, it wasn't some ordinary livestock. One bite could easily make a hole in their hands. So everyone didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Everyone was genuinely surprised by the hardness of the feathers, and all this was thanks to the diamond body purple tag I had just acquired. Looking around at the other people's beasts, their tags were all white, indicating agility and good memory. In a blink of an eye, I saw another purple tag, skin whiter than snow, naturally belonging to Xinyun. From just her arm it was hard to tell clearly. I was a bit disappointed. I wanted to see what skin whiter than snow really meant. May I touch your bird? Principal Bai asked. Sure, I replied, my lips twitching. Can you not use phrasing that might lead to misunderstandings? With my permission, Xiaohuang reluctantly stopped resisting and let the other party handle its wings. Not bad, as hard as steel. Principal Bai's eyes lit up with a sharp gleam, confirming his thoughts. A normal ferocious beast wouldn't have feathers this hard. This level of hardness is almost invincible at the same tier, a suitable display of emperor-level talent. I really wanted to say this isn't even its final form, it can get even harder. This creature part bird part chicken at emperor level, it didn't look it. Aren't emperor level beasts supposed to be imposing and dominant? Indeed, I feel like if I punched it, it would yelp for a long time. Could we be mistaken? Impossible. Principal Bai has spoken, and he is a sovereign beast master. A group of students huddled together, murmuring with disbelief as they observed the emperor-level pet beast before them. In their imaginations, an emperor-level creature should be fiercely terrifying with horns on its head or claws 2 meters long. However, Lin Yang's pet beast looked more like a stuffed doll, seemingly fragile and delicate. Little Huang, proud and defiant, flapped its wings, clearly disdainful of the students' comments. Realizing they were being scorned by a chicken, the students' mouths twitched slightly. Why do I feel like this chicken is looking down on us, as if it's mocking us? All of us are extraordinary, let's see who really is the strongest. I refuse to believe it. Even if you're all extraordinary, could you really be more powerful than my thorn treeman? My howling moon wolf isn't a vegetarian either. The group was eager for a challenge, yearning to test their skills against a pet beast of emperor-level talent. If they won when Lin Yang became an emperor-level beastmaster in the future, they could scoff and say, just a former opponent. Regardless of reality, this thought had taken root. Many students were tempted by the idea, their eagerness spurred on even further by the chicken's contempt. Since you're all so keen, why don't we test it out right here? Suggested Principal Bai, smiling at Lin Yang, curious to gauge his level. Sure, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. What else could he say? The principal had spoken, and how could he disagree? I'll go first. I was the first to come here, so it should be me. What can your water arrow turtle do? Is it stronger than my howling moon wolf? Why don't we have a match first, or maybe we can take turns? Carrying their pet beasts, the students were ready to compete. Especially the one who had obtained the howling moon wolf. Although it was still a cub, the Howling Moon Wolf, a Lord-level fierce beast known for its incredible speed, battlefield reconnaissance abilities and formidable combat skills, would inevitably gain a military rank if it reached Lord level. As a sea-level beastmaster, obtaining a Howling Moon Wolf was a huge boost to confidence. The temple's grounds were spacious, even larger than a basketball court. The students cleared a space and gathered around to watch. Chen Wei, Lin Yang's gaze fell on the Howling Moon Wolf. Howling Moon Wolf, level, extraordinary early stage, talent, Lord late stage, skill, wolf howl, attribute, fearless blue, description, a common war beast in the military capable of making a significant impact, fearless blue, fearless ordinary opponents can hardly make you retreat. The Howling Moon Wolf, covered in a layer of gray fur and about the same size as little Huang, already exuded a more overwhelming presence. Fearless, what a trait! Lin Yang's eyes lit up, already eyeing the opponent's attribute. Maintaining composure during battle was crucial. With the fearless attribute, even under the pressure of higher-level fierce beasts, little Huang could remain calm. The surrounding crowd showed looks of envy. Many young men looked on with shining eyes at the small wolf. At their age, the allure of such beast taming was virtually limitless. What's more, the Howling Moon Wolf was the army's favored pet. For these boys, the beast-taming army held an endless appeal. Go Howling Moon Wolf! Chen Wei was thrilled beyond measure. Defeating a pet with imperial-level talent would give him endless bragging rights. With a roar, the Howling Moon Wolf charged forward. With such speed that all anyone could see was a blur. As a supernatural-level beast, its running speed had long surpassed any sprinter Lin Yang had seen in his previous life. Many onlookers wore expressions of astonishment. They believed their pets were no match for the Howling Moon Wolf. So fast, can that bird even react? The Howling Moon Wolf, having reached the supernatural level a month ago, had undergone countless training sessions. It was still stunned, even with imperial level strength. Starting at such a low level was a disadvantage. A month was enough to change a lot. It seemed Lin Yang's pet was at a disadvantage. Everyone widened their eyes, afraid to miss this thrilling scene. Xinyan also watched intently. Principal Bai and the middle-aged man remained expressionless, their thoughts inscrutable. You've lost, Chen Wei exclaimed in excitement. The first blood from an imperial-level beast is mine. With a roar, the Howling Moon Wolf unleashed a shockwave that spread in all directions. Students nearby felt dizzy as the Howling Moon Wolf lunged at Little Phoenix. Little Phoenix opened its beak but then softly closed it again after hearing something from its owner. Raising its wing, it struck fiercely, so fast. At that moment, Little Phoenix's wing was like a blur, striking the Howling Moon Wolf's face with a mighty blow. Then came a loud crash, thud. The wolf's body tumbled through the air and fell among the crowd. Its mouth twitched with blood and several teeth were knocked out. Discovering the fearless charm, something stirred in Lin Yang's heart, and he quickly secured the charm, adding it to Little Phoenix. Suddenly, its demeanor underwent a subtle, almost imperceptible change. Little wolf! Chen Wei rushed over in panic, a handprint visible on his face. The damage to the pet was partly borne by its master. The surrounding students, witnessing the Howling Moon Wolf knocked down with a slap, were utterly dumbfounded. What just happened? The Howling Moon Wolf looked so confident a second ago, and the next it was slapped away. And by a bird, no less. How could it have such strength? Lin Yang looked as if it was all as expected. Of course, Little Phoenix's diamond body merged with the mighty strength charm is immensely powerful, capable of contending with a full-grown iron arm ape. It's a muscle chicken, as the name suggests, all muscle. Lin Dad, that's just awesome. Who else wants a match with Lin Yang? Not me. I remember I have something urgent at home. You go ahead. The previously boastful ones suddenly lost their nerve. Some pretended to admire the scenery while others beat a hasty retreat. What immense force! How did he manage that? The middle-aged man was visibly shaken, finding it somewhat unbelievable. Lin Yang's pet beast didn't seem to be the type known for its strength. Moreover, it even seemed to hold back earlier. If it had struck with full force, that Howling Moon Wolf wouldn't have gotten off so lightly. Very good, truly worthy of being my student, Principal Bai said with a smile, stroking his beard. Lin Yang's performance continually exceeded his expectations. He had thought the two would be entangled in a fight for a while. He had felt the feathers of Xiao Huang. Given the Howling Moon Wolf's attack, it shouldn't have been a lethal strike. Yet, unexpectedly, while Xiao Wang's defense was amazing, its attack was equally sharp. It just looked a bit crude. Principal, did you teach him that? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. Principal Bai's expression stiffened momentarily. Thank you, Senior Lin. Chen Wei was not angered. He accepted his loss willingly. Moreover, he noticed that the opponent hadn't used his full strength and had held back, otherwise, the cost of treating the injuries would have been significant. Lin Yang nodded, taking the opponent's token somewhat guiltily. However, cultivating a white token wasn't hard for the Howling Moon Wolf. Lin Yang, I would like to spar with you, Shen Yun said after waiting for a long time, eager to try. Lin Yang glanced at her pet beast and suddenly felt overwhelmed. Green Vine Sprite, level, mid-transcendent, talent, late king stage, skills, entangling thorn pierce healing, token, pharmacist talent gold, natural healing blue, description. Among the sprite race skilled in healing and making medicines, pharmacist talent gold, you can make healing medicines knowing various plant effects, a unique talent. Natural healing blue, being in a natural environment you can slowly regenerate your own physical energy. What Lin Yang was really interested in was the pharmacist talent. The cost of medicines for treating beast injuries was not cheap. If he could make his own medicines, who knows how much money he could save, he might even be able to sell them. Yes, Lin Yang agreed quickly, fearing that Shen Yun might change her mind. Mid-transcendent, principal by frowned. Shen Yun's pet beast had already reached the mid-transcendent level. The surrounding students were stunned, seeking confirmation as they looked toward Shen Yun and her little sprite. Mid-transcendent, and it had only been a month. Such fast progression, but comparatively Lin Yang's pet beast was obviously more monstrous. It's easy to move from level 1 to level 2, but jumping from 0 to 1 is a huge leap. This is what a king-level talent entails. I feel inferior. Just naturally growing, its combat power would soar. I heard that elemental kings at birth have combat power comparable to the peak of transcendence. Don't even think about it, elemental types are as rare as ghost types, extremely rare. That's true, becoming a beast tamer has already satisfied me, one of them said. The students looked toward Shen Yun. There's a difference between mid-transcendent and early transcendent, so it's indeed a level apart. But for ordinary beasts it's like having practiced for an extra year or even more. The gap, though not huge, cannot be overlooked. I will hold back, I won't hurt him, Shen Yun said calmly. That's to be expected. It was just a friendly sparring after all. Principal Bai nodded in agreement, accepting this reasoning. Turning her head towards Lin Yang, she said, "Go ahead and fight, I'll be watching over you." The implication was clear. She intended to protect her own disciple. Facing an unbeatable opponent was also a form of training, wasn't it? All right, Lin Yang agreed eagerly. The crowd watched with excited eyes. It was a pity, though, this rare chance to defeat an emperor-level pet beast was not theirs to have. But having someone retrieve their pride was also good. Go for it, Goddess Shen, teach that kid a lesson. Don't hold back and beat him until he's black and blue, a few encouraged. Delighted at the prospect of seeing Lin Yang get a thrashing, Coco, don't hold back, Shen Yun instructed softly, her voice tinged with excitement. With the school principal watching, there was no need to pull punches. She had been training her pet beast for a month and was itching for a chance to spar. How could she miss this opportunity? All right, responded a tiny sprite floating in the air no bigger than a palm. It then focused its gaze on the ancient giant chicken and raised its hand to utter a phrase in the sprite language, Sae Elisa Terra 6. Suddenly, the temple was whipped into a frenzy by a fierce wind, and the sprite's palm shot out numerous thorny vines at incredible speed, like an ancient general wielding a giant bow to shoot down warhorses. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of air being torn filled the vast temple. This terrifying scene turned the faces of the surrounding students pale. A mere gesture was a deadly move. If their beasts were to go up against it, they would undoubtedly be gravely injured in a single strike. Roar! Xiao Huang opened its mouth and a fierce blaze spewed forth, instantly evaporating the airborne vines. Even the temperature around them rose sharply. Facing a fierce beast higher than its own level, Xiao Huang showed no fear. Fearless, it was taking effect. Lin Yang muttered to himself. No matter how strong Xiao Huang was, still just a newborn chick. Facing a higher level creature, fear was inevitable. Like how rabbits are naturally frightened of tigers to the point of death by fright. Now the effect of being fearless was showing. Entangle, another spell was cast. Vines grew from beneath Xiao Huang, firmly binding its body, even its beak was tied up. Then numerous thorns shot out, surrounding Xiao Huang like a hail of bullets, the needles hammering against its feathers. It's done, Shen Yun exclaimed excitedly. The people around her thought so too. Their hearts had leaped to their throats. However, the next second, clang, 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 the sound of metal striking metal echoed. To the uninformed, it would seem as though someone was forging iron. This showed just how hard Xiao Huang's feathers were. Arrows capable of piercing through warhorses struck it as if merely tickling. if transported back to ancient times it would definitely be considered a great demon plaguing the land. This. Xinyun's fingers trembled. She wanted to say, how is this possible? She had used her full strength, holding nothing back. It was also a move she had developed over a month, designed to trap the opponent and then attack with thorns, a move almost impossible to block by anyone of the same level, yet now it was resisted by a bird, no a chicken. Principal Bai halted his steps, originally intending to rescue Lin Yang's pet beast, only to realize he had been overly concerned. Upon seeing the faint golden glow emanating from Xiao Huang, he sensed what might happen next. The diamond body skill was incredibly effective, and it was merely a purple tier ability. Lin Yang watched the elf excitedly. Her body bore a golden tier attribute. This human had been staring at me since a while ago, thought the little elf Kiki, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Lin Yang's intense gaze was something she had seen among her own kind, and it definitely signaled ill intentions. Xiao Huang, show no mercy, subdue her, Lin Yang commanded. To seize an attribute, one had to either kill or defeat the opponent. Killing was obviously out of the question, so subduing was the only option. Got it. With the orders, the walking chicken charged forward, leaping into action. However, Kiki was agile and Xiao Huang found it hard to land a hit, yet to any observer, the outcome was clear. Xinyun's pet beast was no match for Xiao Huang. It couldn't even breach its defenses. What was initially a one-sided situation had completely turned around. Now it was Lin Yang's turn to dominate Xinyun's beast, who was powerless to retaliate. Lin Papa is soaring high, an early-stage transcendent actually overpowering a mid-stage one. I remember just a month ago his pet beast didn't even have sentience, right? And don't forget, Xinyun is from the wealthiest background in Yu City. Her pet beast is likely nurtured with the finest resources. On the other hand, Lin Yang, coming from a less affluent family, has progressed rapidly. The crowd buzzed with discussion, highlighting the disparity between the two. For a moment, Xinyun's face flushed with embarrassment. The bold claims she had made earlier were now irrevocable. Suddenly, Xiao Huang screamed as if struck by a heavy blow and fell to the ground. As everyone looked on in confusion, Lin Yang explained, the hardening skill consumes too much energy. The crowd nodded in realization. Indeed, how could an early-stage transcendent stand against a mid-stage? Xinyun's expression froze, then turned complex as she glanced at Lin Yang. She realized the attribute of a pharmacist's talent in gold. Internally conceding defeat, the attribute naturally dropped. Lin Yang reached out and the pharmacist's talent merged into Xiao Huang. Simultaneously, a flood of memories entered Lin Yang's mind. Xinyun looked at Lin Yang with a complex expression. They had sparred before and she knew she couldn't win. There was only one possibility. Lin Yang had held back. Even she could see it, and so could Principal Bai and the middle-aged man. Alright, let's end the spar here. Principal Bai clapped his hands and the crowd finally quieted down. Then he turned to Lin Yang. You are now a transcendent beast tamer. When you have time, go to the academy to collect a growth potion to accelerate your pet beast's growth. In a few days, I will personally guide you. Hearing Principal Bai's words, Lin Yang nodded vigorously. Guidance from a king-level beast tamer could save him many detours. Meanwhile, the surrounding students looked on with envy. The training camps they usually attended were only led by Lord-level beast tamers, costing thousands for just an hour. Emperor-level beastmasters are incredibly rare and priceless. The divide between Lord-level and Emperor-level has stumped many. I won't simply take your favor for nothing. As Xinyun was about to leave, she hummed softly, leaving Lin Yang with a parting remark. Principal Bai then pulled Lin Yang aside into a corner. Now that you have Emperor-level talent, you naturally cannot be compared with ordinary students. I will report this matter, and, as a leading beastmaster city, we can secure a substantial amount of valuable resources which can be allocated to you in advance. Part of the reason Yu City obtained these resources was because of Lin Yang, and another part was because Lin Yang was his own disciple and he naturally had some personal interests in mind. Besides, as an Emperor-level beastmaster, even in a first-tier city, he would be a focus for development. Why wouldn't resources be heavily invested in him? That's great, here's my bank card, Lin Yang said eagerly, pulling out his newly issued bank card and handing it over. Principal Bai's mouth twitched slightly, not expecting the young man to be so prepared. He glanced at the card number and said, I will transfer 500,000 to your account. This money can only be used for training your beasts as a subsidy from Yu City. The underlying message was clear, it was an effort to win over Lin Yang. After you rise to prominence, do not forget the cultivation you received from Yu City. I understand, Yu City is my home, my foster parents. Lin Yang declared, immediately making his stance clear. Foster parents? Well, that might be an exaggeration. Principal Bai muttered somewhat speechlessly, but since he had delivered his message, it was time for him to leave and report to his superiors. With a gleam in his eyes, he could no longer hold back and turned to leave. The news spread rapidly, soon becoming the talk of the town. Emperor-level talent, while not uncommon in the grand scheme of Dragon Country, was indeed a once-in-a-century phenomenon in Yu City. Meanwhile, online discussions were rampant, particularly in Lin Yang's class chat group. That Lin Yang, wasn't he a sea-level talent? Yes, a sea-level talent could at most form a contract with a lord-level beast. Could it be bought? Impossible, no one ever sells emperor-level talent beasts, they are kept for personal use. I also heard that Lin Yang had a one-on-one fight with the Howling Moon Wolf, who won. Of course, Lin Yang, his beast knocked out the Howling Moon Wolf in one move. The class was abuzz with excitement. The students were slightly shocked, not because of the Howling Moon Wolf's prowess, they as B-level talents and above had seen stronger beasts, but to claim a one-hit defeat of the Howling Moon Wolf was something most of them couldn't achieve. Really, a one-hit defeat, that's something only the top 3 in our school could manage. My brother told me himself. The person spoke with certainty. I heard Lin Yang's beast is all muscle. The students of Yu City went in batches to form contracts with beasts. Thus, the majority weren't present at the scene, and even those who were had left early after contracting their beasts, leaving less than a tenth who really knew the truth. Upon hearing this, many imagined a fierce beast covered in solid muscle. I've heard too that Xinyun's pet beast had a one-on-one battle with Lin Yang. The person just stopped talking after typing that. Who won? Come on, tell us, don't leave us hanging. It must have been Xinyun. Her beast is in the mid-transcendent stage and ranks in the top 3 at our school. Yes, with her family's support, there's no way Xinyun could lose to him. But Xinyun didn't even use her family's resources. Everyone started discussing, and no one thought Lin Yang could win. After all, slaying the Howling Moon Wolf, only a few students at our school could do that, and Xinyun is one of them. You guessed right, Lin Yang did lose. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully the goddess won, otherwise they would have had to seek revenge on that guy. But Lin Yang's pet beast resisted Xinyun's skills fiercely and even dominated the fight towards the end, only losing due to exhaustion. Hearing this, everyone fell into a long silence. She won. But it was such a tough win? That beast was in the mid-transcendent stage and it was a whole level above the opponent. How strong would Lin Yang's beast be if it reached the mid-transcendent stage? Plus, Lin Yang's beast is all muscle, surely it couldn't be that agile, but a fairy can fly, which is a perfect counter to him. The next day in Yuqing at the Beast Tamer Potion Company, the largest company in Yuqing producing medicines for treating and enhancing beasts, it's clear that even in today's era beasts have their own medical system. At this place, Lin Ziyuan is a frontline worker whose job is to transport medicines and deal with beast tamers. Ziyuan, we've got an emperor-level beast tamer in Yuqing, exclaimed a middle-aged man excitedly. As a member of Yuqing, the strength of a beast tamer represents the safety of Yuqing. My son said his pet beast has dragon bloodline with horns and immense strength, the man claimed confidently. Really, a dragon bloodline? Lin Ziyuan was surprised. Dragon blood, that's the top creature in this world. Any beast with dragon blood is notoriously tough and ferocious. Compared to these privileged beings, his nephew Lin Yang seems slightly inferior, but just being a beast tamer already put him ahead of many. Lin Ziyuan harbored no unrealistic dreams, just living an ordinary life was already surpassing countless others. Right, isn't your nephew also a beast tamer, and he's at the same school, so wouldn't he have seen that dragon? The man asked. The two were close and talked about everything. Naturally, Lin Ziyuan would share his nephew's achievements as a beast tamer. I suppose so. Lin Ziyuan straightened his back as if he himself had stepped into the realm of emperor-level beast tamers. My son said the guy's name is Lin Yang, shares your surname. Lin Ziyuan was stunned. Outside Lin Yang's house, a vehicle emblazoned with the logo of the Bio Group was parked. As the largest company in Yuqing, the Bio Group's influence extended into all sectors well known to everyone. Even Lin Ziyuan's workplace was a subsidiary of the Bio Group. Is this the 5 Stars Group? Lin Yang grumbled as a crowd gathered outside his house, their curious eyes fixed on him, wondering what had happened. Why would the Bio Group come to our place? Could it be that Lin Yang gambled with a loan, given the state of his family, who would lend them money? They speculated. Perhaps it's because Lin Ziyuan caused some trouble. The murmurs continued. Hearing the crowd's words, Lin Yang's lips twitched slightly. Was his image in their eyes really so poor? Suddenly he realized something. He was standing at least 10 meters away from that group of middle-aged women, yet he could hear their Conversation clearly. Was this the physical condition of a superior beastmaster? Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement. Could he become a superhero in the future, even invincible? Just as he was pondering this, the people from the bio group stepped out of their car and headed in his direction. The leader was a man in a suit and sunglasses looking like a mobster out to collect debts, followed by two burly assistants. No wonder the neighbors were mistaken. Brother Lin, the man in sunglasses, called out. He was older than Lin Yang but still addressed him as a brother. I am a department manager at the Bio Group, and on behalf of both the Bio Group and Yuching, I am here to deliver your reward. Our CEO has always said that Yuching is the foundation of the Bio Group, and anyone with talent at the king level or above should be supported. His words were open and straightforward, first representing Yuching and then discussing the support, which was a rule set in the past. Despite the lack of any hint of solicitation in his words, it was a clear attempt to win him over. Moreover, Lin Yang found it hard to refuse since the offer was purely a reward for his talent. The man spoke loudly, allowing the nearby middle-aged women to overhear. Their faces showed surprise and they looked at Lin Yang incredulously. The largest company in Yuching, the Bio Group, was actively recruiting this young man. You must have mistaken him for someone else, someone said in disbelief. The man in sunglasses shook his head. A once-in-a-century imperial talent from Yuching. I cannot possibly mistake him. As his words ended, a murmur of awe spread through the crowd. The man in sunglasses had mastered the art of flattery. Lin Yang, just by standing still, had pulled off a big show. Good brother, Lin Yang thought to himself, impressed by the man's business acumen. Brother Lin, here is a gold beastmaster statue along with some home appliances and a heating stone from our company. We hope you won't refuse. The man's attitude was very humble, treating Lin Yang not as a student but as a significant figure. All right, bring them. And Lin Yang nodded. Given his performance just now, Lin Yang felt he had to accept. Moreover, he really needed the heating stone. In the cold winter months without sunshine, Xiao Huang needed to level up quickly, relying only on the heat stored in the heating stone. This stone could absorb and store the sun's heat, keeping the room warm like summer even during winter. However, Lin Yang couldn't be certain whether that floating object in the sky was the sun. With Lin Yang's permission, the two strapping men behind him began to move items. The TV and refrigerator they carried down were worth perhaps tens of thousands combined. Add to this a pure gold statue worth about 100,000. For a beastmaster, the sum of money wasn't a lot, but the gifts were all practical. This showed that the Bio Group had its reasons for surviving in Yu City up to now. Principal Bai gave me money, but it's only for Xiao Huang's use. These items will just help improve my uncle and aunt's life. Lin Yang mused to himself. The two had given up so much for him, truly raising him as their own son, especially his uncle. With his own saved money he had bought him a stone. It was because of this stone that he was able to hold on a bit longer on Blue Star in contract with a beast. Do you guys from the Bio Group also sell Beastmaster medicines? Lin Yang asked. Oh, that's the Beastmaster Pharmaceuticals. It just started a few years ago and the boss plans to let Miss Xinyan take over, the man in sunglasses replied. I remember my uncle should be working there, Lin Yang recalled. Uncle Lin worked at Beastmaster Pharmaceuticals, which led to him developing the condition known as chronic overwork. The eyes under the sunglasses suddenly lit up. He had been wondering how to tie this emperor-level beastmaster to their company's chariot, and here Lin Yang had brought it up himself. I'm not afraid of your demands. I'm afraid you won't ask for anything. After all, it's not just our company trying to woo Lin Yang, an emperor-level beastmaster. If he grows up, would be a colossal figure for Yu City. Leave it to me. Lin Yang nodded, thinking the man was talking about moving things. Old Zhang, I'm heading back first, Lin Ziyuan said, eager to leave the Beastmaster Pharmaceuticals. Old Zhang Ziyuan, wait a moment. There's another batch of goods coming. You two don't leave yet. A voice suddenly called out to the two men. A slightly obese man with glasses appeared. It was their immediate boss. The two exchanged a look and sighed, accustomed to overtime. After the boss walked away, they started complaining. This guy, just for his own performance, makes us work overtime without pay. Old Zhang was somewhat indignant. After all, it wasn't the first or second time. It was also because of this that Lin Ziyuan developed his chronic illness. Don't worry, my nephew is a beastmaster. Once he grows up, do you think I'll still be suffering here? Lin Ziyuan said confidently, pride evident in his voice when speaking of his nephew. But for now he didn't want to lose his job. After all, a monthly salary of over 6,000 was hard to come by in these times. Don't boast too much. What level is your nephew at? I heard that even a lord-level beastmaster isn't enough for the Bio Group. Old Zhang didn't believe him. Although he wasn't a beastmaster himself, he knew how rare they were. even a Lord-level Beastmaster wouldn't catch the bio group's eye. As for the Emperor level, it was so rare that only a few would emerge in Yu City every year or two, as the two were talking their bespectacled boss unexpectedly returned. Lindsay Yuan, a voice rang out causing both men to shiver. Talking about the boss behind his back at the biotech group was a surefire way to get fired. It's over, old Zhang, don't worry, it's our first offense. The two turned around stiffly to face the slightly overweight manager with glasses who quickly approached Lin Ziyuan and grabbed his hand. With a friendly face he said, Ziyuan, why didn't you tell me earlier that you know President Shan? You don't have to do this job anymore, I'll find someone else for it. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan was stunned, unsure of what the manager was plotting. Usually he seemed eager to squeeze them dry, and now he was being so amicable. There must be a scheme. Old Lu looked at Lin Ziyuan with a shocked expression. You're not just boasting all the time, you actually have connections? I don't know any President Shan, Lin Ziyuan replied, pulling his hand back, feeling awkward about being held by another man, especially since he genuinely didn't know this President Shan. Could it be that he had a system? The background he bragged about had become real. He was about to speak further when a man wearing sunglasses suddenly appeared. President Shan, Lin Ziyuan's boss, immediately bowed and scraped. It was the first time the two had seen someone from the headquarters and they hardly dared to breathe. Uncle Ziyuan, my daughter and Lin Yang were classmates. President Shan started to make conversation. Yes, she has been to my house, Lin Ziyuan recalled. But that didn't mean he should be involved. Since we are classmates, we are somewhat familiar. From now on, our group's beast taming potion production will be handed over to you, President Shan suddenly declared. This was a rare opportunity to close the gap, absolutely not to be missed. He had also heard that Principal Bai and Lin Yang had long been in a master-apprentice relationship. Principal Bai was a true king-level beast tamer and among the best, with even a slim chance to advance to emperor level, although it was nearly impossible now. A peak king-level beast tamer in a first-tier city was enough to make anyone wary, let alone here. What? But I don't know how to make potions. Lin Ziyuan was dumbfounded. He could sell potions, but make them? After graduating from a prestigious university, he had come to work in a first-tier city. Talking about promotion was just talk. There was never any real opportunity. As for making beast-taming potions, that was something only taught at beast-taming academies, which he certainly couldn't do. Ha ha ha, I've already told the young miss, don't worry, you'll just start as an assistant. What can't you learn? Live and learn, brother Lin. President Shan laughed, patting Lin Ziyuan on the shoulder as if they were long-lost brothers. Old Zhang, watching from the side, nearly dropped his jaw, and the plump man with glasses almost dropped his glasses. Everyone knew that the pharmaceutical positions were lucrative, but the conditions to get in were extremely strict. Only those who graduated from prestigious schools had a chance. He had been working hard here for over a decade and was always outright rejected, but it's settled then. Come to work in a few days. Mr. Shan finalized the deal with a smile. I have other matters to attend to, I must be going. With Mr. Shan's departure, only 3 people were left, exchanging glances. Mr. Zhang swallowed hard and said, Is Lin Yang really your nephew? Everything that happened just now was because of Lin Ziyuan's nephew. A beastmaster with imperial-level talent is truly that important. Reflecting on the name Lin Yang, the bespectacled chubby man's gaze faltered as if he had realized something, then his face showed shock. The beastmaster with imperial talent that has been the talk of Yu City is Lin Ziyuan's nephew. Back at Lin Yang's home, Xiao Wang opened its mouth, drawing in the warm energy from the sunstone. Its body felt incredibly comfortable, as if every organ was being refined. If you ask, if you're not a chicken, how can you know the joy of a chicken? As a beastmaster, Lin Yang naturally received some feedback so he could empathize with his pet's feelings. Of course, this connection can be severed. A beastmaster can refuse to receive power feedback from their pets, but no one would do that. Another 100 days passed. Time flies indeed, Lin Yang mused, feeling as if a day in the heavens was like 1,000 years on earth. Truly times change. Now Xiao Wang's body had grown even larger, about up to Lin Yang's waist, and could be considered a demon beast. If it grew a bit more, it could even be ridden. Xiao Wang spread its wings, and a mere flap was enough to slice a cut into the table. Lin Yang casually took out a growth potion he had gotten from the academy. Gulp, he poured it down Xiao Wang's throat. Immediately, its body became intensely warm. Its feathers grew inch by inch, becoming thicker and more luxurious. Its eyes gradually sharpened, and its talons became more formidable. In just a few minutes, it seemed as if months had passed. Mid-level extraordinary. A single potion had pushed Xiao Wang to the mid-level extraordinary stage, the equivalent of accelerating 200 days from the early to mid-extraordinary stage. The evolution speed was neither fast nor slow, just moderate, but with the addition of the heart of the fierce sun, this evolution speed became terrifying. Just one day to break through a level. If this was known, not just Yu City, perhaps the entire dragon country would be astounded. I still have 500,000 yuan, Lin Yang decided. Spending 10,000 a day, this amount can last for 50 days. Calculating it, that's equivalent to speeding up 13.5 years. 13.5 years was enough for Xiao Wang to break through the extraordinary level and advance to the Lord level, ensuring a good shot at the Beastmaster entrance exam. Lin Yang was brimming with confidence, with defensive abilities sorted. Next up was enhancing Xiao Wang's offensive capabilities. Moreover, he had a new target in mind, the lava worms. The region where these creatures lived was rich in sunstones and inhabited by a creature that could spit fire. Most crucially, the fire element matched Xiao Wang's attributes, allowing it to evolve once more. That night, when his uncle and aunt returned home, their attitude towards Lin Yang had changed a full 360 degrees. "Nephew, I heard you become a potion master." Lin Yang was utterly dumbfounded and at a loss for words. "It's all thanks to you," his uncle said with a laugh. Both were clearly in good spirits. After dinner, Lin Yang received a message from the principal, who got straight to the point. "Do you have some time recently? Come see me tomorrow." Hearing this, Lin Yang's eyes lit up. It seemed that the principal was planning to teach him the techniques of beast taming. "Of course I have time," he replied. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Yang set out with Xiao Huang. He planned to hunt some beasts first, then receive guidance from the principal. This way he could maximize the effectiveness of the lesson. Guidance from a sovereign-level beast tamer was incredibly valuable and not to be wasted. After all, the magma bugs he was hunting were no higher than Lord level, so it wouldn't take too much time. Encroaching deep within a mountain range, next to a pond that resembled molten lava, many large bugs roamed. Their bodies were round and covered with black block-like skin with white magma flowing through the cracks. From a distance, the air around them appeared distorted, indicating the extreme heat. Ordinary people could get burned just by getting close. However, Lin Yang and Xiao Huang moved swiftly around the area, finding the scorching environment as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. Magma bug, level, mid-transcendent, talent, late transcendent, skills, fire spitting, entry, fire element control white, description. A fierce beast living near magma, aggressive in nature, can only grow to the transcendent level. Lin Yang shifted his gaze and approached with Xiao Huang. As they got close, a few magma bugs indeed became agitated. A burst of flaming spit shot out. Several streams of fire merged into a giant fire dragon, instantly engulfing Lin Yang. Xiao Huang spread its wings to shield its master as much as possible. With its Taichu entry, such temperatures were not enough to harm it. Seeing that their opponent was formidable, a few magma bugs tried to burrow back into the lava. But Xiao Huang wouldn't give them the chance. With a long cry, it flapped its wings, grabbed a magma bug and tore it in half. Then, it continued in the same manner, killing any bug that approached the lava pond first. The battle was resolved in just a few moments, with only a few bugs managing to escape. Entry discovered, fire element control white, entry discovered, fire element control white, entry discovered, fire element control white, a bunch of entries found. Lin Yang reached out and grabbed them. He obtained the entry fire element domination blue. These entries merged together, upgrading directly to a blue entry. Fire element domination blue, naturally close to the fire element, enhances the power of fire element skills. Automatic upgrade. Can it also upgrade fire element skills? Lin Yang's eyes brightened. He remembered that Xiao Huang had fire element skills. Indeed, turning around, he saw that Xiao Huang's fire spitting had upgraded to fireballs. Try out the effect, he commanded. At Lin Yang's command, Xiao Huang opened its mouth and shot out a fireball. The fireball traced a brilliant arc, crashing into the jungle and exploding with a loud bang. The exploding flames instantly engulfed several trees, burning them to ashes. Such powerful force, at least a level stronger than Xinyan's pet beast, Lin Yang thought with satisfaction. Lin Yang was slightly excited. By plundering the fire element mastery entry, his fire-based skills also enhanced. At least he had found a method to upgrade his skills. Boom! Just as Lin Yang was reveling in joy, a massive magma worm suddenly burst forth. It was more than twice the size of other monsters. Late stage extraordinary. Lin Yang's eyes lit up. It had an entry on it. If he could obtain it and merge it with his own entries, he might be able to upgrade to a purple entry. After all, he had many white entries like Fire Element Mastery, and he guessed it was on the verge of upgrading. Roar! The magma worm enraged thought, humans dare to underestimate me. It wriggled its body and charged towards Lin Yang. Lin Yang, expressionless, commanded, "Catch it!" Upon receiving the order, Xiao Huang, flapping its wings, grabbed the magma worm and soared into the sky. No matter how the magma worm used its skills, Xiao Huang with its diamond-like body remained unshaken. Then bang, Lin Yang found the blue Fire Element Mastery entry, merge. He grabbed the entry. Without hesitation he merged the 2 or 3 white entries and 5 blue entries he had obtained. He acquired the purple Fire Body entry. The Fire Element considers you its master, significantly enhancing the power of your Fire Element skills, impervious to high temperatures. A new purple entry, also enhancing physical strength. A wave of comfort spread throughout Xiao Huang's body, making it feel as though it was basking in the spring breeze in this land of magma. Lin Yang felt the same, always having the urge to jump into the magma for a bath. He quickly dismissed the thought. With his current physical strength, jumping into the magma would turn him into ash in a second. Fireball, upgraded again, this time to Flame Explosion. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. To the plains, Lin Yang headed towards his next target. The fierce beasts that could survive in Yu City were all at the extraordinary level. Simply put, they were just practice targets for novice beast tamers like him, so it was unlikely he would encounter any danger. The same was true for the mid-stage extraordinary beasts Swift Thunder Snake and Bright Rabbit. Just by their names one could tell they were harmless. One had white snake eyes, entry, the other possessed equally white swiftness. The entry Swift Thunder was slightly poisonous and reacted quickly, but it couldn't break through Xiao Huang's defense. Moreover, birds naturally overpowered snakes, making dealing with such creatures almost effortless. And as for the rabbit, it was even less of a challenge, as Xiao Huang was still its natural predator. Before long, Lin Yang had plundered enough entries, upgrading 2 white ones all the way to blue. Snake Eyes White upgraded to Golden Eyes Blue. Swiftness White upgraded to Light Body Blue. Golden Eyes Blue, foresee danger, react quickly. Light Body Blue, move swiftly, body agile. The first entry allowed Xiao Huang to detect danger in time, while the second entry allowed Xiao Huang's body to move and dodge attacks. When the 2 entries combined, they generated a new purple entry, Subtle Body Method Purple. Now Xiao Huang possessed the following entries: Sun Heart Primordial Diamond Body Purple, Subtle Body Method Purple, Fire Body Purple, Fearless Blue. Although Lin Yang is only at the mid-level of the Transcendent stage, he can effortlessly dominate those at the later stages of Transcendence. Even when facing Lord-level adversaries, he has the capability to protect himself. Lin Yang wondered if the attributes of his 5 elements body could be upgraded again, feeling a sense of anticipation. At this moment the phoenix under his command, now with golden pupils and alloy-like feathers, had undergone a skeletal transformation. Designed for swift movement, named the Indomitable Flame Feather Eagle. Rank, Mid-Transcendent. Talent, Mid-Emperor. Skills, Flame Burst Diamond Feather. Attributes, Heart of the Fierce Sun, Primordial Diamond Body, Purple Fearless Blue Subtle Body Method, Purple Flame Body, Purple. Description, a creature of fire and strength with an immeasurable potential for growth. The species has changed again, raising its talent's ceiling to Mid-Emperor level, a race Lin Yang had never encountered before. A barely noticeable smile appeared on Lin Yang's face. This meant that indeed it was possible to create different species, even legendary ones like the vermilion bird or the golden crow. It was time to return to the academy. Principal Bai must be getting anxious. Lin Yang left the mountain without a hint of reluctance. This novice mountain had been completely cleared by him. There was no longer any possibility to further upgrade his attributes. Yu Beast Academy No. 1 Inch, one of the largest and oldest beast taming academies in Yuqing. Lin Yang rode his bicycle to the front of the academy, parking it amidst a collection of luxury cars, and immediately walked towards the interior of the campus. As soon as he arrived, he felt a multitude of gazes on him. That's Lin Yang, he's so handsome. I wonder if he has a boyfriend. Don't dream, he has emperor-level talent. The academy will definitely nurture him. Why him? Just because he's lucky? That's right, there are many in our academy who work harder than him. Why does he get all the resources? Many girls looked at Lin Yang with glowing eyes, while some boys were visibly annoyed. In their view, aside from his good looks, Lin Yang was practically useless. Most importantly, as an advanced city for beast taming, the resources distributed should be based on merit. Yet Lin Yang had monopolized them, causing dissatisfaction among them. Isn't luck part of strength, right? Lin Yang is also a noble from a humble background. Most who enter U Beast number 1 are wealthy, so they don't really care about money. Instead, it's the background and family circumstances that attract them. The most popular novels of the day were about domineering female CEOs and charming princes. Where's his beast? I heard his ferocious beast is quite fearsome and shouldn't be shown lightly. It must be hidden away, placed in the beast space. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Every beast tamer possesses a space to store their pets, which can only accommodate beasts and not other items. The size of this beast space only increases with the pet's level and is almost of no other use. It seems Lin Yang has gone to the training hall. Let's go see what he's up to. Many followed Lin Yang to the training hall of U Beast number 1. The training hall was enormous, filled with numerous facilities specifically designed for training pets. Even if compared to those in the imperial capital, it was second to none. Lin Yang immediately spotted Principal Bai among the crowd. Dressed in all white with hair nearly white as well, he was quite conspicuous. Taking a step forward, Lin Yang quickly made his way to Principal Bai's side. You're here? Principal Bai smiled faintly, his gaze shifting towards the trainees in front of him. There a massive barbell, seemingly made for giants, was in use. What was most astonishing was that on each end of the barbell hung a metal block, each with a diameter of 1 meter. A 2-meter-tall werewolf, exerting great effort, lifted the barbell as a human would during training. Each block weighs 1,000 kilograms, adding up to 2,000 kilograms, explained Principal Bai. Lin Yang was inwardly amazed. Indeed, a monster. No wonder werewolves in the movies could tear a person in half with a single swipe. Fortunately, they were beast tamers, and these monsters actually became their power. Just then, a slight tremor came from the ground. Several beast tamers still in training turned their heads, faces alight with excitement. Big strength, bro, a mature-faced man, followed by a huge bear, nodded in response. Chen Hang, one of the top 3 masters at their school, was famous for his strength. He was a mighty water bear. Lin Yang saw the panel. Known for its strength, it can reach the late Lord phase, almost invincible at the Lord level. Having a first beast capable of reaching the late Lord phase was sufficient, because then they could contract a second beast. This was the power of beast tamers. Their combat power would continuously stack and increase, and even if they encountered a bottleneck, they could contract another beast to steadily enhance their power. Roar! The water bear lifted the barbell, now loaded with 4 blocks, effortlessly. This terrifying display of strength drew continuous praise from those around. In their eyes, the strength of a beast was everything. With strength, break 10,000 methods. After about 2 or 3 seconds, it finally set the massive barbell down, exhaling a breath. The water bear is still so awesome. Truly one of the top strength-based species. Seeing this, several people couldn't help but speed up their training. Do beasts also use human training methods? Lin Yang withdrew his gaze and asked. Although this is a world of beast tamers, human training methods should also remain unchanged. Of course not, replied Principal Bai. Strength-based beasts have their own training methods, and so do swift beasts like your beast, which is considered swift. He paused because Lin Yang's beast didn't quite seem like a swift type. Why, shouldn't werewolves be able to train in speed too? Lin Yang asked, puzzled. Principal Bai in his white attire nodded. They can, but the direction of training depends on the skills the beast possesses. Skills can be upgraded, continually strengthening until a bottleneck is reached, at which point strength-based skills can evolve. Hearing Principal Bai's words, Lin Yang had an epiphany. No wonder, after obtaining the fire element term, his fire-spitting skill could be upgraded. Lin Yang, do you want to give it a try? Teased Principal Bai. As soon as the voice fell, all eyes in the training area turned to look over, including Dolly's. He was Lin Yang, the Beastmaster with a dragon-blooded pet. Such pets were usually of the strength type, making him yet another formidable opponent. Lin Yang nodded and walked forward, eager to test how powerful his pet Xiao Huang had become and how much the purple tier enhancements had added to its strength. His gaze swept over the barbells, finally resting on the one Dolly had just used. How many more can it take? Lin Yang asked, curiosity evident in his voice. The people around him paused, slightly taken aback, before responding. 6, a total of 6,000 Jin, but Dolly's pet can only lift about 5,000 Jin. Can Lin Yang's pet handle 6,000 Jin? Despite his pet having the legendary dragon blood, they were skeptical. After all, high talent or not, he was still at the same level as them. Could he really break through to the late extraordinary stage? Pets at the mid-extraordinary stage could only manage around 5,000 Jin, and swift-type pets often couldn't even reach 3,000 Jin, let alone 6,000. Let's see what you can do. Dolly looked at Lin Yang, his competitive spirit ignited. As a representative of strength in the academy, this was the first time someone challenged his status. Although Lin Yang's pet had emperor-level talent, Dolly didn't think he would lose. It was just a starting line. Everyone would end up the same with a high-talent pet in the future. It would just take a bit more effort. As everyone watched, Lin Yang snapped his fingers and summoned his pet. A flame ignited and then receded. Immediately, all eyes turned towards it. Not far behind Lin Yang, a group of students had followed him from the school gate. Look, there they are, and there's Dolly. What's the principal doing here? Didn't he go to tend his fields? They murmured, overhearing that the principal wanted to test Lin Yang's pet and possibly tailor a specific training regimen for him. Being under the watchful eye of a king level could save many detours. Look, Lin Yang's pet is out, they exclaimed, eyes widening, not wanting to miss a thing. Having dragon blood and emperor level talent was rare. Not just emperor-level talent, any creature with dragon blood was an extremely dangerous entity rarely seen by ordinary people, mostly just in recorded images. Even across a screen, they were intimidating. Under their gaze, the flames dispersed, revealing a beautifully shaped bird with red feathers standing there. It was just a moment, but the crowd that had been buzzing with conversation suddenly fell silent. They stared ahead stiffly, a myriad of questions floating through their minds. Wasn't it supposed to look fierce? Why did it look so beautiful and even a bit cute? Its body shaped like flowing water, and the reflective light red of its feathers were soothing to the eyes, making one unable to resist the urge to touch it. Moreover, it looked nothing like the ferocious creatures rumored and certainly didn't seem to have any connection with dragon blood. Who just said that Lin Yang's pet beast has dragon blood? I didn't say that he did. I just heard about it too. It's all over the internet. Could it be just a disguised form? I've heard that some monsters can switch forms. It's just a legend that disaster-level fierce beasts can evolve into gods, and his pet is only at the extraordinary level. Even if it's true, that kind of ability is usually found only in special-type beasts, several people discussed. Then they looked forward. Lin Yang's pet beast had arrived at the largest piece of iron, weighing a total of 6,000 jin. What does he want to do? A bird trying to lift barbells? Do you even have hands? The group was dumbfounded. And those who were just as stunned included Di Li and other beast masters specializing in strength. After accepting the fact that Lin Yang's pet was a bird, they started to doubt its strength. An agility-type beast, you should choose the lightest one. It's not that we look down on you, but agility-type beasts simply can't compare with strength types. This is our domain, and you wouldn't be wrong if you lost. The crowd spoke up. Xiao Huang, don't rush, Lin Yang suddenly said. The group glanced at Lin Yang, thinking this young man wasn't too arrogant after all, knowing to stop his beast in time to avoid embarrassment. However, the next second, Lin Yang calmly said, add another one, 12,000 jin, let's try that. As soon as these words were out, the crowd, who hadn't reacted just yet, were now utterly gobsmacked. 12,000 jin? Are you joking? Is this a power that a mid-level extraordinary beast master could possess? Even Di Li's water bear, known for its strength, could only lift half of that at most. Even Principal Bai was somewhat puzzled, not sure what Lin Yang was planning. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had both massive barbells ready. Beside him, Di Li frowned. Don't waste your energy. His words hadn't even finished when Xiao Huang grabbed one barbell and then another with 6 iron blocks and suddenly pulled up. It soared 2 meters high effortlessly, like a divine eagle lifting a rock sheep, utterly unresisted. Under Xiao Huang's feathers, its muscles gradually swelled, revealing an undeniable physique of a diamond body. Alright, come down now, Lin Yang smiled. Truly worthy of a purple tier, the enhancement of Xiao Huang's strength must be many times higher, if upgraded to gold. The increase in strength could even reach 10 times more. The strength-type beast masters were completely dumbfounded. Even the water bear below was stunned, its mouth agape with disbelief, just like its owner. Any previous skepticism had now completely evaporated. If it came to a fight, this bird could probably tear it apart with its bare hands. How did you do that? Di Li felt his throat dry. A sense of powerlessness emerged from within. Lin Yang's pet beast was an agility type. Agility types are best at reconnaissance and harassment, not bizarre strength. Very good, now we can increase the training volume. Principal Bai secretly rejoiced inside. He had just been worried. He feared that the training program he designed was too challenging, but now it seemed not challenging at all. He needed to ramp up the intensity. Bystanders following nearby also widened their eyes, dropping their snacks to the ground without any reaction. Bang, bang. It was only after 2 loud thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground that the crowd snapped back from their shock. With a triumphant stance, Xiao Huang stood proudly, hands on hips. Then, due to not flapping its wings, it staggered a bit and hurriedly stabilized itself in mid-air. The commotion also attracted many other beast tamers. Upon learning what had happened, they all wore faces of disbelief. Giant strength tokens found, giant strength tokens found, numerous tokens dropped. This meant that the beast with strength attributes had admitted defeat or even submission. In the wild, weaker beasts always cling to the powerful ones. The vast difference created this subconscious thought. The giant strength tokens merged into the diamond body, amplifying its power. Lin Yang clenched his fist, his face alight with excitement. He didn't expect this serendipitous joy. Even though they were only white tokens, accumulating enough could perhaps lead to obtaining a purple one in the future, possibly leading to an upgrade. How did you manage to do this? Dilly asked seriously. The strength-based beast tamers also looked on, their hearts filled with desire. Lin Yang calmly explained. Its entire body is like chicken meat, naturally strong. The onlooking crowd still stared intently at him. Lin Yang earnestly added, of course it's devil-like training. I let it train on an empty stomach, so when it eats, its strength explodes. Just as he thought he wouldn't be able to bluff his way through, Dali's eyes lit up, suddenly excited. So that's it. Desperation indeed increases strength, and hunger for a power-type beast in dire need of energy is the greatest desperation. He was already eager to try, as were several others around him. For a moment Lin Yang wondered if their brains weren't quite right. Not bad strength. Since you are an agility-based beast tamer, I want to see how you react. President Bai spoke up. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. Right, his beast was agility-based. With such sheer strength, how fast could it be? Okay, I'll give it a try. Lin Yang agreed. The tokens he had just acquired came into play. Just the right opportunity to thrash that group of people, and perhaps he could collect some more tokens. Following President Bai, Lin Yang arrived at a spacious area. Many people were gathered around watching. In the middle, a large square area was cleared with projection devices placed at each of the square's corners. In the center, a majestic eagle suddenly darted towards 3 floating spheres in the air. Bang! After it shattered one sphere, another appeared, maintaining a total of 3 at all times. Outside the field, whenever a sphere appeared in a blind spot, a man with a crew cut would shout a warning. The surrounding crowd held their breaths, daring not to breathe too loudly. Principal Bai responded, he is a teacher I personally recruited. He used to serve as a scout in the military, and it was not easy to persuade him to come here. Upon hearing Principal Bai's words, Lin Yang understood and couldn't help but respect the man even more. Beastmasters, especially those in the military, are constantly in danger. It is because of these individuals who keep the demons at bay that others can live relatively peaceful lives. Ding, time, 60s, 132 hits, ranked first. The data appeared in the holographic projection. A young boy looked proudly at his teacher, but the teacher frowned and said 132, and that's with my reminders. When I was your age, I could hit at least 155. In 60 seconds, hearing this, the boy's expression fell, and even the divine eagle beside him looked dejected. As the top contender in agility, it seemed completely off its game. Meanwhile, a student muttered under his breath, 60s 155 hits, he's been boasting about that for 3 years. Always adding at least to his ultimate record. When the flat-headed teacher glanced over, the student straightened his neck, pretending to admire the scenery. The teacher could only snort coldly. At this level your beasts would be sent to their deaths on the battlefield. No one countered this statement. Those who spend long times with their beasts develop a bond deeper than family. No one wants their beloved creatures to die in the bellies of ferocious beasts. Scouting is such a perilous job. But then what job isn't risky? The safest time for a beastmaster is during their academy days, because in the Dragon Nation godlike beastmasters hold the line, while some countries have already fallen to the domain of fierce beasts. Old Zhang, let my apprentice try as well. Principal Bai's voice rang out. Teacher Zhang restrained his scolding demeanor and turned to measure Lin Yang with his eyes. So, you are that emperor-level beastmaster. It seems my scout corps will have a successor after all. Teacher Zhang then laughed. Back in my academy days, I set the record of 155 hits in 60 seconds, a record that remains unbroken. He was well aware that Principal Bai had taken an emperor-level student under his wing. What about your scout corps? What my disciple will do in the future is still up to me to decide, Principal Bai retorted sharply. This youngster, ever since learning that Lin Yang owned a swift-type beast, had repeatedly sought to personally mentor Lin Yang, though he was repeatedly turned down by Principal Bai. As a junior teacher, Zhang being called youngster by Principal Bai wasn't really an overstatement. Many female students glanced over, and upon making eye contact with Lin Yang, they instantly blushed. Is that Lin Yang? he certainly looks distinguished. I heard he is just like us, his beast is a, well, now it seems to be an eagle. Sister, try your best. You might really have a chance. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just looking out for my junior. His beast is quite cute, though it looks a bit chubby. The students chattered among themselves. Due to the exertion, the little Fong seemed a bit bigger than usual, however, it would recover after a few minutes of rest. I have already adjusted it for you, let's see how many you can break in a minute. Teacher Zhang laughed, and immediately there was a ripple of discontent among the students. Just now your attitude towards us was quite different. A beastmaster with imperial level talent indeed receives special treatment, given the considerable distance between the two areas. They hadn't paid much attention to what had just happened. After all, it was common for strength-based beastmasters' training areas to be quite noisy, and sometimes they even ended up fighting. In a nutshell, they were seen as somewhat brainless, unlike the elegant and extremely important role of a scout. Alright, let's see how your beast handling skills measure up. Back in my day, ahem. Teacher Zhang was interrupted by Principal Bai, who coughed twice. Teacher Zhang, I'll handle the reminders, Lin Yang said. Okay, activate the device. 3 black spheres hovered high up around the height of a 6 or 7-story building. Xiao Huang, remember what I just taught you. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Xiao Huang seemed brimming with confidence. It dashed towards the 3 black spheres. As soon as it touched one, it vanished and then swiftly moved to the next. Its speed was incredibly fast, like an arrow shot from a bow, unstoppable. Whoosh! Whoosh! The air was filled with the sounds of it slicing through. So fast, I can hardly see it. How could it be so fast? And it doesn't even overshoot. Is this what imperial talent looks like? It seems there's a reason for the teacher's differential treatment. If they also had such strength, they would surely gain recognition too. Below, Teacher Zhang wore a pleased expression, witnessing such precision in a student for the first time. You all learn well. Between each sphere, it took the shortest route, and crucially, as soon as the next sphere appeared, it calculated the best new path and executed it. This test isn't just about speed, it's about adapting on the fly. In other words, it's all about agility. The group looked suddenly enlightened. Left, then behind, Lin Yang called out. There were some blind spots that Xiao Huang couldn't see. However, with the enhancement of intricate agility, it could twist its body with minimal effort, even turning around as smoothly as a droplet of water. And with the enhancement of the swift attribute, its speed had even reached a level of 150 km per hour. Xiao Huang is like a glass marble in a box, subjected to great force, ricocheting rapidly through the area like an elegant dancer or a sharp blade. What score do you think Lin Yang will get? Principal Bai asked curiously. About 130 or so, Teacher Zhang remarked appreciatively. This is also a test of endurance. The initial burst, although scoring high, leads to subsequent fatigue, making it impossible to score as high in the last 30 seconds as in the first 10 seconds. This is because although renowned for swiftness, swift-based beastmasters lack the strength to sustain long periods of intense combat. However, achieving this level on the first try is already quite remarkable. It won't be long before he reaches a similar level. In the air, Xiao Huang, still flying at high speed, continued to listen intently to Lin Yang's reminders. It sensed that its body was being perfectly controlled, and it could instantly lock onto the newly refreshed black spheres as if it was born to do so. Half a minute had passed, and Xiao Huang's speed showed no signs of decreasing. In just half the time, the score had already reached 100, and if this pace continued, it could even break 200. At this point, Teacher Zhang finally came back to his senses. So fast, a score of 200, I've never seen anyone achieve that in the realm of the extraordinary. With this thought, Teacher Zhang furrowed his brow. Naturally, he didn't think that his own beast-taming talent could compare to that of an emperor-level talent. He just hadn't expected that a beast tamed by someone with emperor-level talent could be so formidable. No wonder the higher-ups placed such great emphasis on it, even sparing no expense to focus on training. Would his record now be broken? Xiao Huang below, Lin Yang shouted a warning. The crowd unusually quieted down, no longer buzzing with chatter. Their eyes were glued to the numbers above, and their hearts raced with the changing figures. 148, 153, 156. The numbers jumped in succession. Lin Yang had surpassed the record Teacher Zhang took pride in. And then he kept breaking through limits, until after 1 minute the final score settled at 200. Time, 60s, 200 turns, ranking first, 60 seconds, 200 turnarounds. This terrifying speed and response left everyone feeling hopeless. None harbored even a sliver of a thought to compete against him. Is this still a human? No. Is this still a beast taming? Compared to Lin Yang's beast, their beasts were like stray dogs at the feet of an elephant with no fate other than being kicked to death. Those proficient in agility swallowed hard and suggested, should we switch careers? Maybe go train with the strength group I just came from. There, they got thrashed by Lin God, someone muttered under their breath. A look of despair washed over everyone's faces. In just an instant, a large number of terms were detected: swift white term found, far-sighted blue term found, wind-riding blue term found. Terms dropped and Lin Yang accepted them with a smile. As expected of a top student, most of the terms were blue. Lin Yang gained some understanding. In Yu City's beast taming school, the top 100 students had blue terms, the top 3 students had purple terms. As for Xinyun, the golden term was probably exclusive to the elf race or emperor level talents. That is to say, just like the D brand, only emperor level talents could possibly produce terms above purple. Lin Yang understood this well in his heart. And if I want to level up quickly, I can only do so by taking the college entrance exam and heading to top-tier beast taming academies founded in Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, or Qing Capital. With more than a month until the college entrance exam, it's a long road ahead. Do I need to test other items? Lin Yang turned to ask Principal Bai. He knew the principal wanted to make a training plan for Xiao Huang. The still-dazed Principal Bai snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook his head, saying, no need. If I let you demoralize these students any further, can I even keep my school open? Besides, Xiao Huang's performance has already surpassed my understanding. My training methods, although effective, won't be of much use to your beast, Principal Bai said frankly. However, I can send you to Space City. As an advanced city, I have the quota for it, said Principal Bai. Upon hearing this, teacher Zhang's heart stirred and he asked, Space City? I heard it was created by an emperor-level space beast. Yes, that space pet has disappeared, leaving only its legacy in that space where time flows much slower compared to the outside world, Principal Bai responded. Space City not only has a slower flow of time, but pets there grow faster. It's a place everyone desires to go. Only by becoming an advanced beast-controlling city can one have a chance to get a quota. Many students around felt tempted. If I could train there for a month, I could surely achieve good results in the exams and even get into top-tier universities. To enter the capital, you must elevate your pet to the Lord level before the college entrance examination, Principal Bai instructed. Entering a top-tier university is not so easy. Emperor-level pets, while rare in the Dragon Nation, are not exceedingly scarce. To get into a top-tier university, you must at least own a Lord-level pet. That way you can contract a second pet, gaining a huge advantage. Many geniuses in the capital, some with talents like yours, are now in Space City. I will do my best to help you apply for a quota. Thank you, Principal Bai. These words moved Lin Yang deeply. Moreover, with so many talents around, perhaps some of them possessed the primal terms. The students nearby looked envious, but they knew in their hearts that Lin Yang was more deserving. Oh, and about your resources, the remaining 500,000 in funds have been deposited. You can go to the market and buy some beast meat to eat. If Lord level is too much, buy extraordinary level beast meat, Principal Bai reminded him. He then turned and left to apply for the Space City quota. It had been many years since a student from Yu City qualified to enter Space City. Thinking of this, Principal Bai's steps became a bit lighter. A few days passed and the news of Lin Yang breaking the record spread from 1 to 10 and 10 to 100. Almost everyone in number 1 middle school knew. Many students verified the news on the school's forum. Did Lin Yang really break Teacher Zhang's record? It must be true. I haven't heard Teacher Zhang mention this recently. Then it probably is true. And for some reason I've noticed that Dolly and the others have been dieting recently. They seem to be getting thinner. They say it's a special training method. Not only that, I heard from Principal Bai that our Yu City got the quota for Space City. The biotech group, Xinyun, who had just finished training Coco, was stunned as she looked at the forum. In just a few days, Lin Yang had stirred up quite a bit. My pet will reach the late stage of extraordinary in 2 more days, not worse than his, Xinyun confidently said. Initially, she had not planned to accept family resources. After being outdone by Lin Yang, Xinyun's attitude changed. She discovered that it was indeed wonderful. With the support of family resources, her sprite's evolution speed was incredibly fast, nearing the breakthrough to the late stage of extraordinary in just a few days. In terms of speed, no one in Yu City could compare, not even Lin Yang's pet, which was merely at the mid-stage of extraordinary. Once Again, I'm going back to Space City, and in just a month I'll easily reach the Lord level. Xinyun revealed a confident smile as if she had regained her confidence from her previous defeat. The spot in Space City was something her father had spent a great deal of money to secure, and Lin Yang probably didn't qualify for it. Recalling how Lin Yang had deliberately lost earlier, Xinyun muttered to herself, when the time comes I might just let him beg me to take him along. It wouldn't be impossible. Hearing the young lady's words, the trainer beside her was immediately embarrassed. For the biological corporation, the price was not just high, it was like cutting off their own flesh, and now Xinyun actually wanted to bring someone else in. She was shocked. The young lady was excellent in many ways, whether in treating servants or in humility, far surpassing other wealthy heirs she had met, but her biggest flaw was that she said whatever came to her mind. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was on a mountain peak in Yu City where he made an unexpected discovery. In the Yu City mountain range atop the small phoenix, Lin Yang found a fuzzy three-leafed weed, pure yang grass. After consumption, it can greatly enhance recovery capabilities. With the knowledge gained from Xinyun about the pharmacist's talent, Lin Yang could identify the effects of the herb. It was also stained with some fresh blood from the small phoenix. Ga, did you bring this from the Beastmaster space unintentionally? Lin Yang understood the small phoenix's words. It wasn't that he understood bird language, but rather that Beastmasters and their beasts share a mutual understanding. The Beastmaster space. When beasts disappear, they enter another space, historically said to be a section cut from the beast's original world to help them adapt to the environment faster. Realizing this, Lin Yang's eyes widened. The original world of the small phoenix was none other than the spiritless blue star, right? Had these weeds evolved after coming into contact with this world? Unfortunately, the Beastmaster space only cuts out a region, not allowing for back and forth travel. Thinking this, Lin Yang took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket. It bore the logo of the biological corporation. Recovery medicine slightly accelerates the self-healing speed of beasts. This was something Lin Yang had received from an academic institution. Produced by the biological corporation, it was used to heal injuries sustained by pet beasts. Clenching his fist, Lin Yang squeezed out a drop of green liquid from the pure yang grass, then dripped it into the recovery medicine. The originally light green medicine slowly changed color upon blending, finally turning a light red. Unnamed potion recovers a small portion of a beast's injuries, enhancing vitality and blood energy. A small injury recovery. It was originally just meant to increase self-healing speed. Lin Yang pocketed the potion. This was merely a simple addition. If he further refined it, the medicinal effect would be much stronger. Are there more of these pure yang grass? Lin Yang asked. Ga, the small phoenix spread its wings, indicating there was plenty more. That's good. Lin Yang nodded. He instructed it to take good care of them and not to trample carelessly. Turning around, Lin Yang, accompanied by the small phoenix, plunged into the jungle to hunt extraordinary demons. In the afternoon, Lin Yang arrived at a market. Then turning around, he walked to the front of a biological corporation's shop. Contrary to what one might expect, it was very clean. After all, it served Beastmasters, who could already be considered a high-end group, so naturally it wouldn't just be casually presented. Extraordinary level meal. Lin Yang stepped into the shop and asked. The shop owner, a seasoned-looking woman with a ponytail, came up to greet him immediately. She glanced at Lin Yang and calmly said, extraordinary level meals cost 100,000 per meal. Our shop is connected with the military of Yu City. The military is responsible for hunting down invading beasts, and our shop handles the sales. 100,000 for a meal. Lin Yang was inwardly shocked. That's way too expensive. No wonder beast tamers are all so wealthy. The shop owner figured he was just a curious student popping in to look around and stated the price outright to save trouble. Seeing Lin Yang's reaction, she felt even more certain of her assumption. Eating an extraordinary level beast meal can sustain a beast for a month, and it can also speed up evolution by nearly a month. The owner explained patiently, not looking down on Lin Yang for his ignorance. Beast tamers are potential customers. I'm in the service industry, not a fool. There's no need to provoke a beast tamer. So that's how it is. Doubling indeed adds up quite a bit. Lin Yang finally understood why his classmates evolved so quickly. They were all literally eating money. Here he was naively consuming the essence of the sun and moon, which could only sustain him for 100 days. Wait, if one meal can speed up evolution by a month, then if I eat 3 meals a day? Hearing Lin Yang's thoughts, the owner couldn't help but interject. These foods contain rich energy. If you don't want your beast to explode from it, it's best to limit it to once a month. Does this kid have any common sense at all? doesn't he know this basic thing? Never mind, I'll buy some warming stones instead. This food isn't suitable for me, Lin Yang said calmly. The speed increase is too low compared to 100-fold speed. It's nearly as insignificant as a mosquito's leg. Hearing his master's words, Xiao Huang's pet looked somewhat dejected. Lin Yang glanced at it and added, a mosquito's leg is still meat, so let's have one meal. Hearing this, Xiao Huang's eyes brightened again. The owner was surprised, not expecting Lin Yang, who looked destitute, to actually have some money. Oh, by the way, do you have warming stones? I need some medicinal herbs too. That's actually my main purpose for coming here. Xiao Huang's level had increased, and the amount of warming stones it consumed each day had climbed from 1 to over a dozen just to maintain a 100-fold evolution speed. High-quality warming stones cost 10,000 each and can last until next spring, the owner said with a smile, pleased with having made a sale. Oh, give me 50 stones then, Lin Yang said, wandering around the shop. Seeing the prices of the items made his teeth hurt. Okay, wait, what did you say? How many do you want? The shop owner was stunned. She had seen people spend a lot on beast meat, but never this much on warming stones, and certainly not buying 50 at once. Is your house that big? Once Lin Yang nodded again, she finally confirmed this kid must be out of his mind. But she didn't ask further. Not taking money when it's offered is foolish. After packing everything, she watched as Lin Yang left the shop with a bag on his back. Along the way, Xiao Huang kept burping contentedly. Upon returning home, Lin Yang spent the afternoon crafting a bright red potion. Mystical potion. Upon use, it rapidly heals the user's injuries and enhances vitality. Not bad, much better than my half-finished product. Lin Yang yawned as he jotted down the name of the potion on a piece of paper. Returning home, his aunt, seeing the high-quality warm stones Lin Yang had bought, immediately forgave him. Only his uncle seemed a bit moody, upset even after a promotion. Not being able to get a word in is truly painful, and what's worse, my boss wants me to show results by tomorrow or we're all sacked. Lin Ziyuan's face was a picture of woe. Show results? How could he possibly do that when he was completely clueless about it? Just as he felt despair, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a small medicine bottle on the table. The bottle was light red, emitting an enticing luster. There was also a note. A small HP potion. What is this? Something I lost? Lin Ziyuan casually stuffed the bottle into his briefcase, presuming it was something he accidentally brought home. However, he had never seen this red potion before. As night fell, Xiao Huang was not idle either. He brought the pebbles into the beast taming space, and as he breathed, the heat flow from the warm stones gradually absorbed into his body. During this process, Xiao Huang's body glowed as if illuminated by flames, his red feathers fluttering in the wind. His eyes glowed even redder. Early the next morning, Lin Yang received a notification from the academy. Come to the academy now, I'll take you into the space city. Principal Bai's voice came through the phone. His words were brief but carried great weight. Okay, Lin Yang hung up the phone, quickly ran downstairs, and at the same time Lin Ziyuan also got up, planning to go to the company. However, he seemed troubled, apparently in a bad mood. The term overworked might still apply, but it should be disappearing soon considering it's only been a few days. His uncle's complexion had improved a lot, much more ruddy than before. He always looked extremely weak before, as if suffering from kidney exhaustion. I'm going now, you should hurry to the academy too, don't keep the principal waiting. Lin Ziyuan advised. This young man is still naive, having a great figure willing to support you, and yet you dawdle. If it were me, I would have been all over it by now. After all, that's a king-level beast tamer, a heavyweight status anywhere. Lin Yang nodded, glanced around the table and noticed that his previously made inferior medicine had disappeared. Oh well, the effects of those medicines weren't great anyway. The real deal was in his pocket. The two said goodbye to each other. One drove to the company and the other took the bus towards the academy. The bio company and the academy were in completely opposite directions, and Lin Yang didn't need to go to the academy every day. I'm broke, too poor, and I don't even have a driver's license. Lin Yang frowned. Back in the day, he was known as a driving god, able to navigate any broken road. He had wanted to get a driving license, but found his pockets embarrassingly empty. The money was meant for strengthening his pets, not for personal use. For a moment Lin Yang wondered, was he the genius or was it his beast? No rush, Xiao Huang is about to break through to the extraordinary later stage. How far can the Lord level be? Lin Yang muttered to himself as he quickly arrived at the prestigious institution. After meeting with Principal Bai, he was led to the backyard of the academy. There a towering fruit tree was planted, continuously spreading a tempting fragrance around. The thunderclap fruit tree, it bears fruit once every decade producing fruits imbued with the essence of thunder capable of enhancing one's physical health and boosting thunder-related abilities. I've been cultivating this tree for several years now and it should be bearing fruit soon, Principal Bai said with a smile. By then it will help me make another breakthrough. No wonder the students say you often tend to the garden. It turns out you're growing a spiritual fruit tree, Lin Yang realized. The two walked past the thunderclap fruit tree to a giant gate made of stone statues. Beyond this gate lies the spatial city, which only allows beastmasters below the rank of king to enter, though their talents must surpass that of a king. As they spoke, Principal Bai handed a white bone shard to Lin Yang. Go on, use this opportunity to advance to the Lord level, Principal Bai instructed. As Lin Yang stepped through the portal, teacher Zhang, who had been hiding, appeared beside Principal Bai. Do you think he can reach the Lord level? The geniuses inside are mostly at the Lord level. Lin Yang might not be able to compete with them. Principal Bai spoke calmly. Oh, the plan is just to temper him a bit. Young people indeed should not be too arrogant, it will benefit his future. Teacher Zhang nodded in agreement. Even among geniuses, Lin Yang started much slower than others. By the way, where were you hiding just now? Behind the portal. At the Beast Medicine Company, the office was unusually quiet. Lin Ziyuan sat among a group of people in white coats, somewhat out of place. At that moment, he thought of a perfect idiom to describe his current situation, merely filling a position. Everyone's gaze turned towards a short-haired woman in a tight skirt leading the group. She was beautiful with semi-curly short hair, her age indiscernible, yet her face was full of worries. In front of everyone, a huge precision instrument was set up. I bought this from the capital. It can test the potency of medicines, costing a whopping 60 million. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected her to have such courage, willing to invest so much money in the medicinal research department. The Beast Medicine Company needed to grow stronger, and what they needed most now was a potent blood-replenishing agent. Ms. Yen has put everything on the line, she declared. To prevent the Beast Medicine Company from being excluded by the biological group, it was crucial to produce a competitive medicine this year. Otherwise, their competitors would grind them to dust, not even needing the biological group to intervene. Her hopes were now pinned on the research department. Bring out your finished products, said the female CEO. A man stepped forward, placing a bottle of medicine into the device. This is the swift recovery potion I've been working on. As the potion was placed into the machine, it emitted a deep rumble, and after a while numerous values appeared. The effect is strong, but the cost is too high, the woman frowned. Next, a girl stepped forward and placed a bottle of green potion into the machine. After a loud hum from the machine, a series of numbers appeared. 63. This healing effect was stronger than the blood medicine produced by our company, but the side effects were too severe. The woman nodded in relief. At least there was some progress. It wasn't going to happen overnight. His main purpose today was to urge them to keep them from slacking off. After all, she only had 6 months left. The department, consisting of about 4 or 5 people, each presented their results. Only Lin Ziyuan was left at the end. Mr. Yen, this is someone brought in by President Shan, someone whispered. Mr. Yen frowned and said calmly, I don't care if it's President Shan, I don't keep idlers here. As for Shan Tao, I'll settle accounts with him later. My situation is already difficult and he's only adding to the chaos at this moment. Mr. Yen was unaware that President Shan had done this to win over Lin Yang. Suddenly Lin Ziyuan remembered the red potion he had brought from home and slowly took it out. You actually have a potion? Several people were baffled. Uncle Ziyuan, this machine costs tens of millions and even repairing it would cost millions, right? Yeah, putting something like a beverage in there would ruin it, right? Everyone tried to dissuade him. Are you kidding? This red one looks just like a beverage. If you put it in, it will break the machine and you'll have to pay for it. At least bring out a Sprite or something. Colorless would be easier to clean. Don't worry, even if it's lava, it doesn't matter, Mr. Yin said with a frown. Everyone finally relaxed. As Lin Ziyuan placed the potion bottle inside, the machine again made a cheerful rumbling sound. Beams of laser light scanned the potion's composition inside. The group, not holding much hope, began asking Lin Ziyuan where he bought the beverage, noting it looked quite drinkable. Finally, after a few minutes, the machine's results appeared. Rows of numbers floated on the machine's surface. Mr. Yen looked on calmly, then his pupils gradually dilated, and he suddenly rushed to the screen, excitedly staring at the astonishing numbers. The people behind him didn't know what had happened, but it was their first time seeing Mr. Yen lose his composure like that. How did you make this? Mr. Yen asked, grabbing Lin Ziyuan's shoulders with a look of surprise. Lin Ziyuan, though tempted to say I already have a wife, please behave president, actually quite enjoyed the feeling of being revered in public. Actually, I am a disciple of the medicine saint, Lin Ziyuan said calmly. A demeanor of a master instantly emerged. Those behind him, not understanding what had happened, hurriedly squeezed forward. When they saw the branches on the panel, their mouths fell open in shock. How is this possible? This clueless person actually made a medicinal potion, and it's the best-selling recovery potion at that. The recovery values of this potion, once it hit the market, would definitely become an instant hit. As researchers of potions, they were particularly sensitive to this. No wonder it made Mr. Yen lose his composure. We can collaborate, you can take 10% of the profits, Mr. Yen quickly offered. This was indeed a solution to the pressing issues faced by their company. Without progress, it wouldn't take 2 years for the Beast Medicine Corporation to be removed from the biotech group. She had spent tens of millions to buy this machine exactly for this situation, and now it seemed to be worth it. With Lin Ziyuan's recovery medicine, they would have the capital to compete with rival groups in the market. It wasn't made by me, Lin Ziyuan clarified calmly. He had thought that it was the company's medicine and had accidentally brought it home, but now it seemed that was not the case. On reflection, how could he forget something he took home from the company? Could it be made by my nephew? Regardless, it was better to shift the blame first. If Mr. Yin kept shaking things up like this, he would be in trouble when he got back home. In fact, this potion was made by someone I know. Lin Ziyuan pretended to be profound. First he would fool them, later he could let his nephew take the blame. Perfect. Who? Everyone asked in unison. He said his name is Huifu Shu Tu. Lin Ziyuan made up a name on the spot. Everyone looked thoughtful. Indeed, some pharmacists specialized in a certain medicine but lacked the connections to promote it properly. Although the recovery potion was effective, it was not top tier. Given time, they could develop it themselves. The crowd murmured among themselves, not realizing it was just a substandard product. Can you help me contact him? I am willing to pay a higher price, Mr. Yen said earnestly. Lin Ziyuan could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, who was unaware that his uncle had just sold him out, was in Space City. Upon entering Space City, everyone's appearance changed and they were given new aliases. Lin Yang casually swiped his finger and the new name, Xiaomeng Xin, appeared, symbolizing the rising sun. Space City resembled a modern miniature human city with a huge bullet casing building at its center. Lin Yang was inside this bullet casing building. Around him were many beast masters. Some were accompanied by giant one-eyed monsters, while others had arms transformed into double-edged swords looking quite terrifying. Hey, a newcomer, a blond young man approached him. His first impression was summed up in 4 words: rich and powerful. Even the beast accompanying him was draped in jewels. A massive toad. A toad with warts? Lin Yang asked. Golden toad. The corners of the blond young man's mouth twitched. How could a toad with warts possibly make it into Space City? My name is Zhao Ziming, you're a newcomer too, why don't we stick together? The Imperial City's beast masters have already established strongholds here and monopolized many resources, the blond young man Zhao Ziming suggested. Xiaomeng Xin, Lin Yang responded calmly. Xiaomeng Xin? What an unusual name, Zhao Ziming said. You too, Zhao Zilong? Zhao Ziming. Zhao Ziming didn't want to talk to Lin Yang anymore. What is this contribution leaderboard? Lin Yang looked towards the huge leaderboard in the center of the hall. The board only displayed the top 20 names, each marked with their contribution points, the highest being over 200,000. His name was Chi, probably an alias. By hunting the fierce beasts outside the Space City, one could earn contribution points, Zhao Ziming explained. What's the use? Why did you come to Space City? Zhao Ziming gave him a look as if he was looking at a fool and then explained. Using contribution points, you can exchange for a time-space room where time flows more slowly, and hunting beasts outside the city can also enhance your beast taming skills. Hearing Zhao Ziming's explanation, Lin Yang understood. The flow of time in normal areas of space is the same as the outside world, only special spaces vary and entering them requires contribution points. Moreover, he wanted to say his main purpose here was to target these beast tamers, eyeing the entries they possessed. My golden toad is in the late stages of transcendence, a late-stage king-level talent. What about yours? Zhao Ziming looked at Lin Yang expectantly. At such times, finding a strong ally could double the effort. He chose Lin Yang because nobody else wanted to team up with him. Tricking one was tricking all. Mid-transcendence, Lin Yang summoned Xiao Huang. As soon as it appeared, Xiao Huang curiously looked around. Seeing this silly bird, the corner of Zhao Ziming's eye twitched fiercely. Mid-transcendence, the beasts outside are at least in the late stages of transcendence. Zhao Ziming suddenly regretted striking up a conversation. No wonder he's called the newbie, and this bird, it didn't look very smart at a glance. It was nowhere near those pets with extremely strong talents. It was probably just king level or even possibly early king stage. Forget it, since we've met by chance I might as well help him out. No one else wants to team up with him anyway. Come with me, my name has long been renowned in this part of Space City. I'll take you out of the city, Zhao Ziming said confidently. Okay. The two of them one after the other headed towards the outskirts of Space City. Along the way, quite a few beast tamers seemed to recognize Zhao Ziming and joked, "Brother Zhao, you haven't killed a beast in 2 days? Wasn't the last beating enough for you? Still daring to leave the city, and you're bringing a little follower. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Haha, who doesn't know this kid's broke? Last time he went out, he was robbed clean. Young fellow, I advise you not to follow Zhao Ziming. Hanging out with Brother Zhao means starving 3 days out of 9. Listening to the surrounding people's teasing words, Lin Yang took another look at the blond young man. His reputation indeed preceded him. Moreover, Lin Yang realized a mid-transcendence level beast tamer really couldn't get much advantage here. Not only would they be beaten by fierce beasts, but they could even be robbed by stronger beast tamers. No wonder he was waiting at the teleportation entrance to find a team. Probably because he couldn't take down those beasts alone. Without contribution points, naturally he couldn't accelerate his training progress. Just wait. This time space beast is a must get for me. Once I get it, that's 1,000 points. Half for each of us. Let them be envious then. Zhao Ziming waved his fist. Lin Yang glanced at his toad, then back at Zhao Ziming. That little look almost broke Zhao Ziming on the spot. To think that Zhao, who thrived in his own hometown, was now looked down upon by a mid-transcendence beast tamer here. Is there no justice left? Just wait and see how this newcomer impresses everyone, making them exclaim Zhao is incredible. At the gates of the spatial city, Zhao Ziming and Lin Yang stand before a thin transparent membrane. The spatial city gate left by an emperor-level beast master can only be passed without harm by those who possess his token. Zhao Ziming pulls out a bone shard and steps through the gate. Lin Yang follows closely behind. What would happen if you didn't have the bone shard? The gate is filled with a force that can slice through space itself. Without the bone shard, even a king-level being would be sliced into thin strips. Hearing Zhao Ziming's words, Lin Yang looks back. How powerful must that emperor-level beastmaster who mastered spatial powers be? No wonder humans can survive on the ferocious beast-ridden planet Blue Star. Human beastmasters really do wield godlike powers. Sooner or later I too will possess the power of space, Lin Yang said calmly. There must be terms related to space on the spatial beast. As long as I keep plundering and leveling up, I'll reach the primordial level sooner or later. Come on up. Lin Yang mounts Zhao Ziming's beast, a golden toad which leaps up the height of 5 or 6 floors with ease. Looking around, the city is filled with ruins, and to the east lies a boundless Dead Sea, its surface completely still, making the spatial city seem like a leaf floating on a river. Do you know what lies beyond the sea? Zhao Ziming, seeing Lin Yang gaze at the sea, asks with a tone of profundity. Enemies, I heard it's the legacy of a spatial beast. Zhao Ziming pretends not to hear Lin Yang's response. He guides Lin Yang, occasionally glancing at the bagua plate on the back of the golden toad, the needle on the plate constantly twitching. In the entire spatial city, only I can find the time-space beast, Zhao Ziming proudly claims. Soon, the two of them find a time-space beast under a building that looks as if it was sliced by space. It resembles a centaur holding a sharp long spear. Time-space beast, level, extraordinary late stage, talent, Lord late stage, skills, space cutting, term, basic mastery of space, description, a monster that has lived around the spatial layer for years, mastering some powers of space, extraordinary late stage. He indeed has spatial terms. Lin Yang's eyes gleam with excitement as if he has spotted a treasure. 1,000 contribution points are indeed exciting, but be careful of his abilities. That long spear can cut through space. Zhao Ziming warns, worried that Lin Yang might be too excited and get caught off guard. Are you better at attacking or defending? I'm not very good at attacking, Lin Yang admits. Hearing this, Zhao Ziming feels a sinking feeling because his toad isn't very good at attacking either. No worries, just injure it. We can wear it down slowly. Zhao Ziming leads the charge with the golden toad towards the time-space beast. As the mountain crashes down, the golden toad leaps high, smashing down towards the time-space beast. However, just as they are about to strike, the spatial beast makes a small jump to dodge the attack, then raises its long spear and thrusts at the golden toad. Whoosh, unexpectedly, the hefty golden toad twirls its waist like a dancer, deftly dodging the spear attack, then it sticks out its tongue and firmly wraps it around the long spear. Now, Zhao Ziming calls out, let's injure this creature first, then it'll be easier to handle. No sooner had his words fallen when a wave of heat struck Zhao Ziming's face, the ground around him, the walls, even his golden toad and the space-time beast were all dyed red. The fire element between heaven and earth was rapidly absorbed. In front of Zhao Ziming, the space-time beast had turned into a huge wall of fire, filling his vision and blowing back a strand of his hair that hung down. Flame burst, thunderous booms. The blaze lasted until 2 seconds later before it finally disappeared, and the space-time beast had already turned into charred remains, transforming into a warm current that merged into their bodies, with more flowing towards Lin Yang and Xiao Huang. This energy was very peculiar, giving Lin Yang a sense of comfort. Good job, brother Zhao, without you holding it back, our victory wouldn't have been so easy, Lin Yang said as he took away the token, patting the still dazed Zhao Ziming. Is your beast really at the mid-transcendent level? Zhao Ziming, coming back to his senses, asked incredulously, is this what you call not good at attacking? Killing a late transcendent space-time beast in seconds, although Zhao Ziming had trapped it. Leaving the space-time beast unguarded, just its shell alone should have been able to withstand the attack of a beast of the same level, yet Lin Yang's unremarkable bird had killed it instantly. If this is considered not good at attacking, then what is? I really am not very good at attacking, and Xiao Huang truly is at the mid-transcendent level, Lin Yang responded, patting Xiao Huang's head. He was indeed not lying. Compared to offensive power, Xiao Huang's defensive ability was clearly stronger. If it came to a melee, it would probably withstand the space-time beast's attacks without injury. With so many purple tokens plus the primal token, if one couldn't challenge beyond one's level, then these tokens were indeed useless. Moreover, the opponent was a fierce beast that only possessed blue tokens and lacked intelligence. Brother Rookie, what's the talent of your beast? Zhao Ziming swallowed hard and asked. This was definitely not the performance of an early king level, it's an EMP. As Lin Yang was about to speak, a dart shot fiercely towards Zhao Ziming. Clang! The golden toad stuck out its tongue and instantly deflected it. Its tongue had been partially burnt by Xiao Huang, but regrowing it was as easy as flipping a hand. Zhao Ziming, haven't you learned from last time? From not far away, 3 beastmasters riding on the back of a giant elephant approached. The only one who could have killed this space-time beast was Zhao Ziming, a fellow late transcendent beastmaster. As for the little rookie next to him, his name said it all, not worth mentioning. They were too lazy to bully a newbie, not much to gain from him. The little newbie next to you can go. I'll give you those 500 contribution points, you go first, Zhao Ziming said. 2 against 3, and all 3 were late transcendent beastmasters. They had no hope. Even if the little rookie really wanted to help him, the end result would still be both of them getting robbed. Not even their underwear would be left. With the little rookie's help, earning points later would just be a matter of time. Outside the space city, one can plunder contribution points from each other. Lin Yang's heart stirred at the thought. Beastmasters of the same level could, but since you have nothing on you, they won't bother you, Zhao Ziming explained. He had been robbed by these people last time. No way, brother Zhao, we share our troubles. Just as Lin Yang was planning to slip away, he suddenly spoke righteously. His gaze continuously appraised the 3 individuals' beasts as if he were looking at 3 rare treasures. Indeed, a genius always has more tricks up his sleeve. By the way, he could also snatch their contribution points. Lin Yang suddenly realized that he might have discovered the secret to getting rich. Why aren't you leaving yet? The leader, clad in branded clothing, questioned Lin Yang. Zhao Ziming just mentioned that he would share the contribution points he gets with you. Does that mean you could also get half? The 3 men's view of Lin Yang suddenly changed. They had previously ignored him not out of pity but simply because he was penniless. Without a penny to his name, why waste time? Are you a student from the imperial capital? The man asked again and then slowly added, from now on just hang out with me, Zhang Yang from the imperial capital, and I'll ensure you advance to lord level before the big exam. This proposal was indeed tempting. As long as one could reach the lord level, they would stand a chance in the big exam. Seeing Zhang Yang trying to recruit Lin Yang, Zhao Ziming could no longer sit still. If Lin Yang was swayed, his own treasure trove would be gone. How many contribution points do you all have? Lin Yang asked. Upon hearing this, the hostility on the 3 men's faces slightly diminished. Zhao Ziming inwardly cursed, thinking it was over. Although he had a lot of money, who here needed money? To win these people over with money was impossible. Only contribution points could do the trick. the three of us together have over 10,000, Zhang Yang said confidently, his head held high. Zhao Ziming turned pale. 5,000 of those were stolen from him. It was the result of several months of hard labor using the abilities of his golden toad. Based on your strength, we'll give you a share each time we succeed. How about 10% to start with? True to his name, Zhang Yang was bold. He clearly didn't see Lin Yang as a threat, believing that he could only deserve 10%. 10% is too little. Lin Yang shook his head. Don't be too greedy. Zhang Yang narrowed his eyes. After all, he was ranked within the top 500 on the contribution leaderboard. That was the elite of Dragon Nation's top 500 talents, a status that spoke volumes. Give me all your contribution points and I will let you go, Lin Yang stated calmly, as if declaring a fact. However, to the ears of the onlookers, it sounded like a bolt from the blue. A mid-stage extraordinary beastmaster delusional about taking on 3 late-stage extraordinaries at once. Who did he think he was? A king-level talent? Even if he was, it would still be impossible. Brother newbie, on this day next year I will definitely offer 2 wives for you. Just tell me, do you prefer a dark-haired mature woman or a white-haired lowly? Zhao Ziming suddenly spoke calmly. He wasn't joking. Now the little newbie was truly in danger. Once these people took his bone shards, he wouldn't be able to return to Space City and would eventually be devoured by the ferocious beasts. I've decided, I'm definitely going to beat you till you call me daddy. Zhang Yang's eyes were filled with malevolence. The giant elephant beneath him had already raised its trunk high. A bone-cracking giant elephant, a darting ghost, and a boulder rampage tiger. Lin Yang's gaze swept across the 3 beasts. Without exception, all possessed sovereign-level talents. The bone-cracking giant elephant, tags, diamond body purple, innate mighty strength blue, iron bone blue. The darting ghost, tags, silent as a ghost blue, soul body blue. The boulder rampage tiger, tags, fearless blue, lone wanderer blue, innate mighty strength blue, diamond body. This was exactly what Lin Yang wanted. By seizing the opponent's purple tag, his own diamond body would inevitably evolve. Just as he was observing, a trunk suddenly whipped down like a lash. Crack! Xiao Huang spread its wings to block. Zhang Yang and his 2 companions sneered. Foolish, using a speed-type beast to compete in strength against his bone-cracking giant elephant. Even among sovereign talented pets, the strength of the bone-cracking giant elephant was considered top-notch. It's over. Zhao Ziming couldn't bear to watch anymore. Xiaomingxin's beast might be aggressive in attack, but in terms of defense, it was not even comparable to his own toad. This strike was enough to flatten Xiaomingxin's beast into a pancake. Contracting another beast would mean missing the big exam, and moreover, once a lifebound beast dies, it severely injures the beast master's foundation. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Thud, the sound of flesh colliding rang out. The whipped-down trunk was forcefully knocked back. This exaggerated scene made Zhao Ziming's eyes widen. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Xiao Huang compared to that giant elephant was like an ant, yet it had 1 in strength. Could it be? Xiaomingxin didn't lie to me. Zhao Ziming swallowed hard, but the 2 beast masters hadn't made their move yet. The 3 together, Lin Yang still couldn't hold on. He could only pray that they would fight with honor. Too weak. You 3 come at me together, don't waste my time. Lin Yang seemed impatient. This attitude immediately enraged the 3. Altogether this kid is tough, Zhang Yang muttered under his breath. That strike just now had injured his bone-cracking giant elephant. Even in strength, it was no match for that bird, which frustrated Zhang Yang immensely. Alright, Ghost, sneak attack him. Following their commands, a figure with 6 arms, each holding a dart looking like a shadow hidden in the fog, suddenly teleported next to Xiao Huang. But the next second, a scorching breath scorched it, causing it to scream. Ah, its beast counters my ghost, go save it, the owner of the ghost said in agony. This masculine aura was many times more powerful than anything he had encountered before. Roar! The boulder rampage tiger extended its claws for a sneak attack. However, Xiao Huang was extremely fast, dodging through the claw's gaps with a swift movement, then flapping its wings. Slap! A loud slap nearly made the boulder rampage tiger lose its balance. Stunned, the boulder rampage tiger had never been slapped by its own mistake before. It showed a ferocious expression, ready to strike again. Slap! Xiao Huang whipped out a chicken wing for another slap. This time, the boulder rampage tiger was sent rolling like a tumble dryer. Goodness! Is this Xiaomingxin even human? In such a horrifying scene, Zhao Ziming was utterly dumbfounded. A mid-level extraordinary beastmaster was actually dominating 3 late-stage extraordinary beastmasters, and the split-bone giant elephant was no ordinary creature. its strength could even rival that of beasts with imperial-level talents, yet, in front of the strength it prided itself on, it was suppressed by a newbie. No, not just a newbie, a rookie god. Zhao Ziming was completely convinced. This kid was not human, he was a monster. You. Zhang Yang's fingers trembled, too angry to speak. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications sounded. Entries discovered: diamond body, purple innate, great strength, blue iron skin, bronze blue, silent as the shadows, blue soul body, blue. The three had already admitted defeat in their hearts. Lin Yang casually plundered the entries, then swiftly augmented them onto Xiao Huang's frame. As the multiple entries merged, their levels also increased, with the diamond body upgrading directly to a golden entry. Xiao Huang's body became bulkier, or rather more robust. Its feathers gradually shifted towards a pale red color, subtly shimmering with golden hues. Entry gained: Titan body gold, you possess boundless strength, innately surpassing that of ordinary humans, capable of moving mountains and filling seas effortlessly. Entry gained: fearless purple, even with Mount Tai collapsing before you, your color remains unchanged. Nothing can induce fear in you, not even opponents a tier stronger. Entry gained: soul body blue, you possess a 20% resistance to physical attacks, but holy skills will inflict 20% more damage on you. This series of enhancements made Lin Yang itch all over. He clenched his fist and violently struck a nearby rock. Bang! The boulder exploded on impact. This scene made the onlookers twitch their eyes. This kid really isn't human, is he? Should we report him? He must be a disguised beast. Even if a beast master's power reflects back to the master, it shouldn't be this terrifying, unless the rookie's pet had hidden its strength. Let's tie them up, Lin Yang said. Okay, rookie god, Zhao Ziming hurriedly responded, completely devoid of his earlier arrogance. Thinking back, he even wanted the big shot to call him Zhao God, which was simply ridiculous. Zhao Ziming quickly took out some ropes and expertly tied the three up, taking all their bone shards. Contribution points were stored in these bone shards, which could be transferred once back in the space city. All the contribution points in here are yours. I'll just take my 500-inch, Zhao Ziming said, still quite tactful. Besides, without Lin Yang, he wouldn't have been able to get even those 500 points. With these 10,000 contribution points, Xiao Huang could break through to the Lord level, then they could go after those Lord level beastmasters. Lin Yang was in a good mood, followed by Zhao Ziming, who was escorting the three bound men towards Space City. Let me go, I'll pay whatever you want. My father holds a significant position in the Imperial City. The bound Zhang Yang hastily spoke. The two beside him quickly echoed his plea. To be able to enter Space City, they all had some status. Lin Yang paused thoughtfully, then said, all right, once we're back in Space City, you contact your family. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, the three men immediately showed delight. As long as they were released, everything else could be easily negotiated later. Meanwhile, at the Space City gate, a crowd of extraordinary beastmasters had gathered. Do you think Zhao Ziming is done for again? One asked. Definitely. Zhang Yang followed him out just after they left. With just Zhao Ziming and a newbie, they're definitely in for a disaster. Laughed another. Poor brother Zhao, he finally saved up some wealth only to be robbed again. Look, they're back. But something seems off, a beastmaster remarked in confusion. The crowd turned to look and saw two figures in the lead, while three others were tightly bound together with ropes. As they approached, it became clear that the leader was Zhao Ziming, accompanied by the newbie who had just left with him. Behind them, Zhang Yang and his two brothers were tied up, their beasts even retracted into their beast spaces. Am I seeing this right? Zhao Ziming has tied up Zhang Yang and his brothers, but hasn't Zhang Yang just advanced to the later stages of transcendence? Someone exclaimed. Exactly. Did Zhao Ziming get some help? He does have a lot of money at home, probably saved up lots of defensive gear and ambushed these three, another speculated. Makes sense, the crowd nodded in agreement. This was an unexpected turn of events. Everyone had thought Zhao Ziming would be robbed again, but he had turned the tables on his assailants. Could it be that Zhao Ziming is the next one in Space City to break through to the Lord level? People wondered aloud, congratulating him. After all, once Zhao Ziming reached the Lord level, he would become someone they needed to ingratiate themselves with. In the entire Space City, only 100 had achieved that rank. Suddenly Zhao Ziming turned to Lin Yang, seemingly taking cues from him. The surrounding beastmasters were baffled. What's going on here, mighty lord? Can we be released now? One of the bound men asked. Yeah, you have the bone fragments and we're of no use to you now, another chimed in. The beastmasters around were still perplexed. What's going on here? Ha, you fools are blind. The mighty lord fought 3 against 1 outside the space city, not falling behind, and eventually captured the 3 brothers. I was the first witness. Zhao Ziming quickly seized the opportunity to praise. As expected, hearing this, many beast masters began to stir. How is that possible? A newbie at most late-stage transcendence fighting 3 against 1 is unimaginable. Yet when everyone looked doubtfully at Zhang Yang and his brothers, they were red-faced and avoided eye contact, utterly humiliated. This is a disgrace. It's like being paraded in ancient times with a sign around the neck labeling them as defeated by a newbie. Such a humiliation for the chosen ones of heaven. Alright, you guys can coordinate, Lin Yang said, pulling out a prepared mobile phone and handing it over to the 3 men. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up, followed by a bitter smile. Mighty Lord, could you untie us? He asked. Ahem, don't call me Mighty Lord, call me Lord Yang, Lin Yang coughed. Lin Yang suddenly regretted choosing the name Mention, as it seemed to have lost its charm. Zhang Yang released one arm and then picked up his phone to make a call recounting the events he had experienced. The beastmasters nearby were initially clueless, but now they understood. This guy not only snatched someone else's contribution but also wanted to play the kidnapper and extort others? What are your demands? Release my Yang, a voice demanded over the phone. Coughing, Zhang Yang replied nonchalantly, not much, just 1 billion and I'll release him immediately. In your dreams. The person on the other line fell silent. Lin Yang smirked, seemingly realizing his asking price was too steep, and then said, you want to steal my 500 contributions? Then cough up 5 million, 1,000 per point. After a moment's hesitation, the voice on the phone gritted its teeth and agreed, fine. Lin Yang hadn't expected it to actually work. These imperial folks really were wealthy. Excited Lin Yang then remembered something important. He couldn't reveal his bank account details where he might be traced. He quickly added cash, bring it to the space city for the exchange. That's impossible, we can't enter space city. Well, I don't care. No money, I keep them locked up, Lin Yang retorted, leaving the person on the other end fuming, breathing heavily. It seemed they were not used to being threatened, especially by a young kid. Meanwhile, in Yucheng, Xin Yun with her token had arrived at the gates of Space City. Unable to find Lin Yang, she had no choice but to enter on her own. Once inside, Xin Yun took a deep breath of fresh air and began to observe her surroundings. I need to break through to a lord level here, then I'll seek revenge on Lin Yang. Even if Lin Yang's advancement was fast, he couldn't possibly outpace her, could he? With her striking looks, Xin Yun easily inquired information from a beastmaster and then headed towards the city gate. Unexpectedly, the beastmasters here were quite friendly. She didn't even need to disguise herself or use a fake name. At the city gate, many beastmasters were making a commotion. Xin Yun, driven by curiosity, joined them. Really, 5 million? Welcome back anytime, Lin Yang said cheerfully, his surrounding beastmasters staring in awe. He just made 5 million. It was time to teach them a lesson. 5 million was merely pocket money. Zhao Ziming nodded in agreement. Another rich master indeed. 5 million was just pocket change. Seeing their young master unharmed, a nearly 30-year-old beastmaster scoffed, daring to kidnap someone in Space City. Do you really think you can get away with anything here? Among us are all geniuses, many of whom know each other. Anyone with a brain wouldn't dare commit such a heinous act, easily targeted by a collective attack. After dropping the harsh words, they hurried away, leaving Xin Yun stunned nearby. She had thought the people in Space City were nice, but she hadn't expected to encounter a human trafficking incident before even leaving the city. She realized she needed to be more careful. The last thing she wanted was to be captured and have her family pay ransom. That would be utterly humiliating. Rest assured, I'm much stronger now and can protect you well. Coco danced around, his eyes fiercely scanning the surroundings within the eggshell-like Space City. Brother Yang, is it really okay for us to do this? What's wrong with it? People from the Dragon Nation always compromise. If I let them go this time, they'll think I'm easy to bully. But if I don't just let them go and instead extort them, they'll think it's already good enough to get their people back. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Zhao Ziming seemed thoughtful, then suddenly his eyes widened. That makes some sense. No wonder I'm always getting robbed. It's because of this. Seeing Zhao Ziming's sudden enlightenment, Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. From now on, let's not hunt the time-space beasts ourselves. Let others do it and we'll reap the benefits like fishermen. Enlightened by Lin Yang, Zhao Ziming happily accepted the idea. It makes a lot of sense. If they don't rob others, others will come to rob them. Isn't Zhao himself a living example? We're just doing it a bit more ruthlessly. I'll head back first. Come with me to advance, Lin Yang instructed, picking up a bone shard and walking through the portal in the eggshell, returning to middle school number 1. Principal Bai was waiting outside. How did you come out so quickly? How was it inside? Principal Bai asked eagerly, unable to hide his real concern. I just came out to get some warm stones, I'll be back soon, Lin Yang replied calmly. Be careful recently, I heard that Space City has been quite unsettled lately, with several beastmasters getting robbed. Principal Bai instructed, pondering in his heart. Lin Yang seemed so motivated suddenly, probably he was struck by those geniuses, but that's inevitable, isn't it? No pain, no gain. Hearing Principal Bai's words, Lin Yang shrank his neck and hurried home. Arriving at the door, he bumped into Lin Ziyuan coming back from the company. Xiaoyang, I have something to tell you. Lin Ziyuan informed Lin Yang of everything that had happened. Oh, as long as you've decided, that's fine. Aren't you a pharmacist? Lin Yang said, pulling out an even brighter red potion from his pocket and handing it to Lin Ziyuan, leaving Lin Ziyuan bewildered. Lin Yang, carrying a bag of heavy warm stones, returned to middle school number 1 without hesitation and passed through the portal again. He reached the central service desk in the bullet casing building. User, Little Rookie, contribution points, 12400. A series of contribution values appeared. The surrounding beastmasters showed envious looks. Isn't this the guy who extorted Zhang Xiao? I think he's done for breaking the rules, definitely will be attacked by the crowd. What do the people from Modu Academy say? They're not from the same city, they definitely won't help him. This guy can't even get out of the Space City gate. I wonder how he's going to break through to the Lord level. Many people whispered quietly, but none dared to approach, fearing Lin Yang's resentment. Junior Time Space Room, time flows at 5 times the speed of the outside world, 100 contributions per day. Lin Yang's gaze swept over the options before him. The intermediate time space room, where time flows at 10 times the speed of the outside world, costs 1,000 contribution points per day. The advanced time space room, on the other hand, clocks in at 30 times the speed of the outside world and demands a hefty 10,000 contribution points per day. Clearly, the beginner room was more cost-effective, but the advanced room promised far better results if one could afford to use it continuously, just a mere 30 times faster. Lin Yang's pet beast, however, was always boosted by 100-fold in speed. He made his decision. An advanced time-space room, please. Lin Yang completed his reservation. As his voice echoed, a door appeared on the eggshell-like walls. With the envious, jealous and resentful gazes of the crowd upon him, Lin Yang stepped into the advanced time-space room. The door shut firmly behind him. Inside, he summoned Xiao Huang and opened his bag. From it, a high-quality heat stone rapidly lost its warmth, transforming into a red-hot stream that surged crazily into Xiao Huang's body. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of the Space City, Zhang Yang and several other high-level beastmasters who had arrived through the capital's teleportation gate were gathering. They all knew each other from the capital, forming a group of 5 or 6. Where is that newbie? He broke the rules of Space City, and now I, Zhang Yang, shall act in heaven's stead. Someone had seen Lin Yang heading towards the eggshell and booking an advanced time-space room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's face twisted in pain. Those were his hard-earned contribution points being taken away. And once the newbie spent them, there was no getting them back. We'll just wait outside for him. I refuse to believe that the 6 of us can't handle him. Zhang Yang fumed. The newbie had made him lose face in front of his friends back in the capital. They would keep guard. Without leaving Space City or earning contribution points, that newbie wouldn't even reach Lord level. Eventually he'll have to come out, and when he does, he's doomed. It's his own fault for trying to kidnap someone. Besides, who's so bold to be brazen on their first day here? He needs a lesson. It was a pity, though. Does anyone know which city he's from, in Space City? Identities were kept confidential unless you already knew each other in the outside world, who would use their real name. They all nodded, agreeing that it made sense. Xin Yun, who had been eavesdropping nearby, blushed. She had actually used her real name, but thankfully no one there recognized her. She was the only one from Yu City. This incident stirred quite a commotion in Space City, known to almost every extraordinary beastmaster. You think he might break through to Lord level? Zhang Yang always felt uneasy. After all, his actions resembled those of a villain in a script. But that newbie couldn't possibly be the protagonist, who robs others. Relax, at 30 times speed, a normal pet beast would need at least 5 years to reach Lord level. Besides, Lords can't attack the extraordinary. To think just 10,000 contribution points could break someone through to Lord level. Those top 10 geniuses spent months in the advanced time-space room. The words of the crowd carried a tone of disdain. We must teach this kid a lesson for breaking the rules. Hiding among the people, Zhao Ziming overheard their conversation and immediately thought to himself that this was bad news. Walking out now would definitely mean a beating. Maybe he should just call his parents. No, how could Zhao Ziming, known for his lifetime of honor, end up in such a disgrace? But as things stood, it truly seemed like a dead end. If he couldn't leave, he wouldn't earn any points, and without breaking through, he'd never be able to beat them. Regrets started to creep into Zhao Ziming's mind. Perhaps he should have obediently handed over his contributions earlier. Now, trying to get the newbies to give back the points was too late. The kid had already spent them all. What's worse, the newbie had extorted 5 million from them, causing Zhang Yang to lose face in the capital. These people were proud and arrogant. Money didn't matter to them, face did. They probably wouldn't rest until they had beaten the newbie down. Brother newbie, let me sell you out one more time. Meanwhile, in the advanced space-time room, half a day had passed and Xiao Huang had already consumed half of the warming stones. With 30 times the time acceleration plus 100 times the growth rate, just staying here for one day was equivalent to 7 or 8 years outside. Xiao Huang's body gradually took on a light red hue, its feathers becoming sharper and longer. Even the red feathers on its head started to curl backwards. Its powerful claws meant that any prey caught could not escape. Its massive wings could completely envelop Lin Yang. Its body size was only a head shorter than Lin Yang. Bending his head, Lin Yang could see a gigantic bird head. In the late extraordinary stage, at this moment Xiao Huang had evolved to the late extraordinary stage. With half a day left, there was a complete chance to break through to the Lord level. Buzz. The moment Xiao Huang broke through, Lin Yang's heart violently shook. This room seemed like a space independent from the outside world, with a column of light standing in the center that pierced through heaven and earth. This column of light existed in every room. Looking at the floating column, Lin Yang was shocked, because in his eyes the column of light was suspended with a 5-colored term, the boundless void body orange, white, blue, purple, gold, orange. This was a top-tier term, second only to the primordial term, boundless void body orange. You are boundless and void, master of the space, where space is the other and the other is the space. Mastering the power of space, this was the ability of the creature that created the space castle. Lin Yang reached out to touch it. This was an orange term, yet even without mastering the power of space, it was not at the primordial level. Then what about the solar heart he had plundered from the sun? Wasn't that even more powerful? His hand was repelled, but Lin Yang wasn't upset. It seemed he had not yet fully explored the capabilities of the primordial term. Maybe there would be a chance in the future. For now, of course, he would take the term in front of him. Lin Yang immediately activated his ability, beginning to plunder the boundless void body orange. Normally, taking a term of this level would take years. Lin Yang was inside the space-time chamber close to the artifact, and what's more, he was no longer the mere mortal he used to be. Now he was a mortal who could command beasts. A few hours later, Lin Yang opened his eyes, a faint silver light bursting from his pupils. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. Lin Yang finally understood what true enlightenment felt like. As he looked forward, the artifact seemed almost within reach, ready to be claimed by Lin Yang at any moment. Ding, time's up, the prompt sounded. In an instant, Lin Yang and Xiao Huang were thrown out of the room. Not a second longer could they stay, and in that brief moment the artifact, the formless and boundless body orange, was completely seized by Lin Yang. He implanted the artifact into Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang's feathers slightly ruffled and then calmed down. Its pupils began to emit a faint silver light. New skill acquired, sky-splitting feather. The species and evolutionary direction of A. These tamers creatures change with the artifact, naturally gaining new racial skills. Moreover, after leveling up, Xiao Huang could gain even more skills. Silver-winged golden crow, level. Late extraordinary, talent. Late emperor, skills. Flame burst, diamond feather, sky-splitting feather, artifacts. Sun heart alpha, boundless formless body orange, titan's body gold, fearless purple, subtle body method purple, flame body purple. Description: Master of Fire and Space, a legendary creature. Sun heart alpha, diamond body purple, subtle body method purple, flame body purple, fearless blue. Late extraordinary stage, ready to break through to Lord level at any time. Lin Yang nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly the state he needed. If he were to advance to Lord level, how could he go about robbing others? If at the late extraordinary stage he would be invincible in the space city. Lin Yang looked around. Many people were giving him and the little newbie Xiao Huang strange looks. Eye contact with the little newbie made their hair stand on end and they unconsciously avoided his gaze. It was only when he walked away that people snapped back to reality, fearing a beast tamer who was at most in the late extraordinary stage. No matter, Lin Yang's enemies were waiting for him outside the door. going now would be akin to sending himself to death. No matter how strong he was, could he really take on 6 by himself? Feeling the intense stares all around him, Lin Yang was a bit puzzled. Could it be because I'm too handsome? Indeed, becoming a stronger beast tamer can improve one's appearance to some extent, fundamentally making the body healthier. A Lord-level beast tamer is impervious to hundreds of diseases and would look healthier. Sometimes, being too much in the spotlight can also be a nuisance. Amidst the puzzled looks of the crowd, Lin Yang walked towards the outskirts of the space city. Come on, let's follow and see. Many bystanders followed closely behind. Most of them had heard rumors and came to watch the excitement. Looking at Lin Yang, he didn't seem to be a ferocious or villainous type, not someone who looked like a robber. As he stepped out of his shell, Zhao Ziming, who had been lurking nearby, immediately came over. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked to be in a terrible mental state. Brother Yang, have you advanced to the Lord level? Zhao Ziming's eyes revealed a hint of hope. He let out a sigh of relief, seeming to relax completely when he saw Lin Yang nod slightly. Once you break through to the Lord level, even extraordinary beastmasters are no longer a threat. Let's go, Lin Yang said, glancing at Zhao Ziming. He thought to himself, you're too impatient. You haven't even thoroughly dealt with the extraordinary beastmasters and you're already thinking about targeting lords? Compared to Zhao Ziming, Lin Yang felt he was practically a saint. The two strode boldly down the street, attracting many spectators. People promptly ran to inform Zhang Yang. Okay, I'm heading back now. Call Zhao Chen and Zhang Liang. At this moment, Zhang Yang was in a space hunting fierce beasts. Just the thought of the contribution points he had lost made him lick his lips. Move. The giant elephant lifted its hooves and charged towards the city. In just a matter of minutes they arrived at the space city. Sure enough, they saw the newbie with Zhao Ziming at the city gate. These two were finished, having broken the rules. They couldn't mix in here anymore. Zhang Yang, being from the Imperial City, knew many Lord-level beast masters. Even breaking through to Lord level wouldn't help. One misstep could lead to lifelong regret. The newbie had the potential to fight 3 against 1. His talent was decent. If he could break through to the Lord level here, he might even qualify for the top universities. Come on, we didn't see it with our own eyes. How do we know he can fight 3 at once? Maybe he took advantage of Zhang Yang and the others being weak. Many bystanders were skeptical. Could Lin Yang really fight 3-on-1 and win? Even if he could, what difference did it make? There were more than just one person blocking him outside now. Brother Yang's beast has reached the Lord level. Zhao Ziming suddenly exclaimed loudly. This not only intimidated the onlookers but also made them think twice before taking action. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Ziming spoke, disbelief was written all over the faces of the crowd. How long had it been? Even with a speed 30 times faster, it was impossible to reach Lord level. After all, the newbie's pet was still at the mid-extraordinary stage. Even progressing to the later stage would take considerable time. Zhang Yang and his group outside the city gate also stiffened. Don't be afraid, even if he has reached Lord level, he can't strike at us outside. That was the rule of this area. Once reaching Lord level, one could not attack an extraordinary level beastmaster outside. Conversely, they couldn't target Lin Yang either. The crowd's expressions darkened at once. Summon your beast, let them see for themselves, Zhao Ziming urged. Lin Yang could finally hold his head high. Glad he hadn't given up. Lin Yang nodded and snapped his fingers. Amidst a burst of flames, a massive crimson bird emerged. Its body was bulky, not at all delicate like typical birds, but muscular instead. In just an instant, a surge of energy burst forth. The crowd showed expressions of astonishment. This was indeed the aura of a Lord-level fierce beast, but it seemed a bit off. It was only upon closer inspection that they realized Lin Yang's pet was still at the extraordinary level. Zhao Ziming was naturally aware of this. Superior level, he was baffled. Wasn't it said that he had already broken through to the Lord level? Fear not, I am invincible even in the later stages of transcendence. Lin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of a master which naturally arose. Zhao Ziming was dumbfounded. No matter how talented you are, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. When beastmasters cooperate, their combat power can increase geometrically. Ha ha ha. The people outside the door also noticed this and burst into laughter. The surrounding beastmasters who were watching the excitement shook their heads as well. The gap in combat power was too great. They guessed the rookie wouldn't dare to go out. However, the next second, under everyone's gaze, Lin Yang stepped out of the space city gate. Many people showed a surprised expression. Zhao Ziming was even more stunned. Has this kid advanced to the later stages of transcendence and lost all sense of direction? Is his brain flooded like his beasts? before he could continue thinking the giant elephant's trunk had already swung towards Lin Yang. Harden, the pitch-black trunk tearing through the air fiercely struck down. Xiao Huang fearless dodged with a swift movement, then with its right claw fiercely grabbed the elephant's trunk and pulled back forcefully. The giant elephant, as if bearing a tremendous force, instantly fell face first to the ground. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't move Lin Yang at all. This time it was not the strength of a King Kong but that of a titan. A mere elephant thinking to challenge the power of a titan god. You saved my beast, Zhang Yang urgently spoke. A nearby tiger, due to its previous psychological trauma, didn't dare to step forward directly, and the ghost-type beast was of no use here. Now only the helpers Zhang Yang had found, Zhao Chen, and apparently a spicy hot pot vendor named Zhang Liang, were left. Useless, Lin Yang said calmly. The humiliated Zhang Yang's face turned bright red. Who are you calling useless? Sorry, I wasn't specifically referring to you, Lin Yang responded politely. Zhang Yang's face froze, thinking, how did this kid suddenly become so polite? However, in the next moment Lin Yang couldn't wait to add, I wasn't specifically referring to you, I meant all of you are useless. His voice was low yet clear, reaching everyone's ears. Just as they were stunned, the remaining beastmasters attacked together. To the left, a fierce tiger. To the right, an iron-boned rhinoceros. In the distance, a ghost only daring to shoot long-range darts. In the sky, a griffin, and the restrained giant elephant. A total of 5 superior-level fierce beasts attacked him at once. Hee 5 not enough, Lin Yang said calmly. Although the others didn't understand what it meant, they felt insulted. In a moment of rage, they all attacked with full force. Split sky feathers, along with Lin Yang's voice. 3 feathers tearing through space shot out like arrows. Thud, the griffin was pierced through its wings, the rhinoceros's proud giant horn was broken, and the tiger was hit in the knee and knelt on the ground. And Lin Yang just stood there motionless instantly. Subduing 3 experts, the scene fell silent. So fast, the 3 struck beastmasters grunted. They looked incredulously towards the proud giant bird in front of them. Right now, its claws still clutched the elephant's trunk, effortlessly flicking a few feathers to beat them back. Such formidable power, even the rhinoceros's proud horn couldn't withstand it. Are these still feathers? Why do they possess a force that seems to tear through space? Impossible. Weren't you just in the late extraordinary stage? The crowd grunted as they inquired. How were they supposed to fight this? Just 3 feathers could injure them. If all its feathers were plucked, wouldn't they be riddled with holes? Of course, using abilities required stamina, but at this moment a sense of fear also crept into their hearts. After all, this wasn't really their fight. There was no need to risk their pets' lives and clash with the other party. They figured that if they left, Lin Yang wouldn't refuse. After all, it was not certain who would win or lose if the fight continued to the end. In an instant, the 3 who were summoned had their expressions clear up quite a bit. I'm backing out, I'm out too. It was Zhang Yang who called us here. Hearing the crowd's words, Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. Was he being betrayed just like that? What happened to brothers for life? However, Lin Yang's cold voice came from ahead. Leave all your contributions behind, then you may go. Think you can come and go as you please? It's not that easy. The scene that unfolded left everyone still in the city space bewildered. 5 of them together couldn't even defeat a newbie. Those who had doubted Lin Yang's strength before were now speechless. Let's fight him. Yes, several people made a desperate attempt. It was as if they were the ones being besieged. How come they seemed so spirited? I suddenly feel like the newbie is the antagonist. The kid was always the antagonist. Those outside were just debt collectors. In the blink of an eye, several fierce beasts charged towards Xiao Huang. Streaks of lightning and sharp blades left marks like a torrential downpour on Xiao Huang's body. Clang, clang, clang. Contrary to expectations, the skin did not burst open. Instead, the attacks were repelled. The tiger trembled as it controlled its own claws in disbelief. What kind of hardness is this? How could it be so hard? He had enough. My turn. Lin Yang's lips curled up. The others wanted to flee, but it was already too late. They were too close. Xiao Huang opened its mouth and spewed out a column of flame. A roasted griffin fell to the ground. Then, grabbing the giant elephant, it violently swung it towards the iron-boned rhinoceros, smashing it into the ground with a bang. Flapping its wings, Xiao Huang moved at an extreme speed, zooming like a bullet to the front of the tiger. The tiger seemed to have developed a psychological shadow covering its face with its paws and whimpering. Are you scared before I even hit you? Come back. Xiao Huang was a little reluctant. It wanted to see how many spins this top could make this time, but upon hearing Lin Yang's command, it had no choice but to return. The scene was a mess. The griffin's owner was unconscious, and the Other beast tamers were not in much better shape, either injured or crippled. It was truly a mess. Zilong, tie them up, Lin Yang laughed. Zhao Ziming finally snapped out of his stiffness and hurriedly stepped out of the city space. At this moment he still felt somewhat dreamy, looking at Lin Yang in horror. This monster even gave itself a name called Little Newbie. Shameless, isn't it? The people in the space city behind him were abuzz with discussions about Lin Yang's identity. So powerful. He must have the talent of an emperor. In the imperial and demonic capitals, those with the talent of an emperor are well known by name. Who is he? We don't know, but he must be the descendant of some powerful figure, or perhaps a key disciple groomed by a beast-taming family to defeat 5, and those 5 being in the late stages of transcendence. This incident will surely spread throughout the circles of geniuses in all the major cities. This newbie, he must be a big devil, right? While they were busy discussing, Lin Yang had already tied up the group tightly. Then he just stood calmly at the entrance of the space city as if waiting for something. Soon a few beast tamers returned from a hunt outside. Seeing those at the gate tied up, they burst into laughter. How did you get tied up again? The faces of those tied up turned red with embarrassment, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Newbie bro, if it's money you want, that's fine, but can you at least send us back to the city? That's right, we admit defeat and won't dare to mess with you again. Just let us go. The crowd spoke one after another, no longer having any thoughts of opposing Lin Yang. Are you kidding? With Lin Yang's level of power, who wouldn't be the same at the transcendent level? And it's unlikely that anyone would want to help them. The recently returned beast tamers, seeing the tied-up group, wore strange expressions. Just a transcendent beast tamer, is he really that fearsome? They said, planning to head back into the space city to exchange their contributions. But Lin Yang turned around and blocked their path, then flashed a set of white teeth. Brother, we have no grievances. What is this about? Had you insult my brother Zhang Yang and you say we have no grievances? Lin Yang argued righteously. Hearing this, Zhang Yang, who was tied up beside him, twitched his mouth fiercely. Think we're easy to bully? A few minutes later, the newly returned beast tamers were tied up next. To Zhang Yang, brother Zhang, I was just joking with you earlier. Please don't spread this word when we get back. Had Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Suddenly he felt that the newbie might not be so bad after all. If only he was tied up, wouldn't that be embarrassing? But if everyone was tied up, probably no one would dare to mention this when they got back. Thinking of this, he felt much more at ease. Wait, this scoundrel has tied him up twice. Within a few hours, more than a dozen beast tamers were tied up outside for public display. The beast tamers hiding inside the space city watching the drama felt uneasy. This guy is blocking the gate outside. The returning beast tamers are all tied up by him. How can we go out? If we go out, won't we also be caught by him? It turns out that being a spectator also has its risks. They certainly had no thoughts of opposing Lin Yang. If they really went out and were caught by Lin Yang, they would be socially dead. As the number of people increased, Zhao Ziming started to panic. Big brother, we're running out of ropes. Should we just stop here? We've already robbed hundreds of thousands of contributions. Lin Yang glanced at him and nodded. Didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted now. It was you who told me to rob them initially. Big brother, don't frame me. Zhao Ziming shivered as he felt the eyes of the crowd around him as if they wanted to devour him alive. No matter, catching one is the same as catching two, might as well catch them all. Meanwhile, at a certain educational institution, Principal Bai received the news with a look of concern on his face. He was worried that Lin Yang might have been kidnapped by bandits. At Yuqing First Educational Institution, Principal Bai, dressed in white, and Teacher Zhang, in casual clothes, watched the students train. Why are these strength-type students getting thinner and thinner? Principal Bai wondered aloud. The strength-type students in front of him were not only starving and thin themselves, but their spirit beasts were also skin and bones. It seemed they had heard of a training secret that claimed the hungrier you are, the better the training effects. Hearing Teacher Zhang's words, Principal Bai's face darkened. Zhang Lei, go tell them they've starved enough and can start training now. I already told them. Dilly said he doesn't feel near death yet. It's not desperate enough. Principal Bai, standing by Zhang Lei, added, don't worry, they have nutritional potions in their pockets. They won't joke with their lives. One sip of the potion can replace a week of eating. Otherwise Zhang Lei would have stopped them long ago. Principal Bai sighed helplessly. Now, the hope for Yuqing's big exam rested entirely on Lin Yang and Shenyun. Every year, about 10 emperor-level beast masters emerge from Long Country, either through personal contracts or family support. Among them, it's rare for someone to reach emperor level. Most are stuck at king level, unable to advance, just like him. If he could have attended the Imperial College back then, he would have become an Emperor-level beast master by now and not stuck at the late king stage. Therefore Principal Bai harbored a deep obsession which now rested on Lin Yang. Bad news, Principal, something terrible has happened. A beastmaster suddenly ran over. What happened? Seeing his anxious expression, the two no longer watched the strength-type students train. The man glanced at the water in Zhang Lei's hand, took a sip after Zhang Lei handed it over, and then caught his breath and said, "I heard from a friend that something happened in Space City." At this news, both of them stiffened. Lin Yang and the others just entered on their first day, and something has already happened in Space City. What happened? Did Space City shut itself down again? Zhang Lei asked in a hurry. Such incidents had happened before. Space City would close itself off every few years and take a long time to reopen. The college entrance exam is only a month away and it would be bad timing if the doors closed now. No. Hearing this, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Principal Bai hurriedly asked, "Then what is it?" "A bandit has appeared in Space City claiming to be a newbie from some city, shamelessly capturing extraordinary-level beast masters and extorting ransoms from their families. If they don't pay, he kills their spirit beasts." That's a beast master's initial spirit beast, extremely important. Once the initial spirit beast is in trouble, the foundation of a beast master is damaged. After realizing the need for stronger contracted beasts, they knew the cost would be steep. Upon understanding this, the two of them thought of something and their faces turned pale as they hastily asked, "Do you mean to say that Lin Yang or Xin Yun have been kidnapped by that rookie? How much ransom does he want?" "We can pay whatever amount," Zhang Lei added. These two were the lifelines of Yu City. They couldn't afford to lose even one. If one were to lose an Emperor-level beast master like a snake, it would be shameful to even boast among friends, let alone step out of the door in disgrace. Principal Bai felt the same. Being a teacher and principal to an Emperor-level beast master, he had to consider his own reputation, even if not for Lin Yang's sake. "No, it's not that. It's something even more serious," the person declared emphatically, his eyes conveying the gravity of the situation. This made Principal Bai and Zhang Lei gasp in shock. More serious than that? Could it be that the other party had harmed them? Impossible, as Space City, being under the jurisdiction of the imperial capital, would never allow such violence. This meant that perhaps Lin Yang's or Xin Yun's beasts had been killed by the rookie? The thought made Principal Bai feel dizzy. They were the sole heirs of Yu City, the only Emperor-level beast masters. Nope, that's not right. It could also be that something had happened to Xin Yun. After all, she was the precious daughter of a major biotech corporation, which would also be a significant issue. If Xin Yun knew what Principal Bai was thinking, she would probably be livid. Couldn't anyone control him? That guy a lord level but attacking a supernatural level? Principal Bai asked. Many students who heard the commotion also came over and listened in from a distance. What are they talking about? It sounds like something happened to Lin Dad. Why do you call him Dad? Mind your own business. It's normal for geniuses in Space City to face troubles. The students murmured among themselves. He's supernatural level, but none of those at his level are a match for him. Even 5 or 6 together got easily defeated by him. Then they discussed the rookie's actions within Space City, including him defeating 6 opponents in one day, robbing over a dozen people, and not even sparing the potions in their bags. What shocked the crowd even more was his combat power. At the same stage of Supernatural 8 and a Genius 2, yet 6 of them together couldn't beat him. It was truly unbelievable, leaving everyone in extreme shock, speechless for a long time. He's so strong, Lin Yang couldn't be his opponent, right? Definitely. Lin Yang was only at the mid-supernatural stage when he first entered. Is this what a genius looks like? We are still too ignorant. Keep striving. Even if we can't get into the Emperor or Demon cities, we should still choose some good schools. Alas, the genius that Yu City was proud of had become easy prey in Space City. For a while, many beast masters who had been defeated by Lin Yang felt a bit desolate. Being defeated by someone who was then defeated by another left them feeling quite miserable. Principal Bai and Zhang Lei felt the same way. Unexpectedly, the Space City had welcomed such a genius. Their greatly nurtured genius beastmaster Lin Yang was like a lamb entering a wolf pack, utterly at others' mercy. This young man is just too gentle and polite. He speaks so courteously that it's easy for others to bully him, sighed Principal Bai. Beside him, Zhang Lei felt the same. After all, Lin Yang was his student, and it was distressing to see him in trouble. The person who brought the news was puzzled as he looked at the two. Gentle and polite, are they talking about Lin Yang? Principal Bai, Lin Yang is just a newbie. He is now surrounded by a group of Lord-level Beastmasters, and even an Emperor-level Beastmaster from the Imperial Academy has stepped in, the man explained. I will go save him. Immediately, said Principal Bai, his gaze lowering. He was about to step forward when he suddenly froze. Space City. Lin Yang, carrying a fortune of hundreds of thousands of contribution points, was cornered at the gates of Space City. Elite Beastmasters watched from a distance, not daring to come close. The leader was a robust man over 2 meters tall, wearing a training suit with thick eyebrows sharp as blades. He had the highest contribution points here. Even though Lin Yang had gathered many points, he was barely in the top 10. While Qi remained firmly in first place, but Lin Yang, an extraordinary beastmaster managing to break into the top 10 among lords, spoke volumes. Are you that little bandit? A girl with a cold demeanor and breathtaking beauty, dressed in a plain long dress, stood at a distance looking coldly at Lin Yang. She was also a lord-level beastmaster. The pressure she emitted was undeniable. Beside her, a sika deer-like beast with blue-purple fur stood majestically. Thunder Deer. Rank, late lord. Talent, late emperor. Skills, Thunder Shock, Triple Stomp. Description: a divine deer possessing the power of thunder, capable of controlling weather and mastering the laws of nature in its adult stage. This legendary creature bore 3 golden abilities. Lin Yang's eyes heated up as he looked over, unable to resist wiping his drool. This action made the girl frown deeply while the curious Thunder Deer watched him. The girl's suitor showed fierce expressions, thinking the bandit was doomed, yet still daring to covet the goddess's beauty. What are you doing here? Lords shouldn't strike at the extraordinary, Lin Yang added, though he felt somewhat uneasy, fearing these two would disregard the rules. Friend, I am Qi from the Imperial City. Could you do me the honor of releasing our students? Qi said with a smile. Many students from the Imperial Academy began to stir. Zhao Ziming beside him kept poking him, saying, in the entire Space City there are only 5 late lord-level beastmasters. You really shouldn't provoke them. That powerful? Then it seems I really shouldn't mess with them, Lin Yang realized. Beside him, the little phoenix nodded, its bird head showing it. Understood. Zhao Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. Qi's expression also softened slightly. The students from the capital whispered behind me. I knew it once, brother Qi steps in, everything can be resolved. It's also thanks to the lord-level beastmaster spending all his time in the temporal room, not having time to idle around, that this guy could seize the opportunity. Before they could continue, Lin Yang raised 5 fingers and declared 5 million per person, a friendly price. As soon as his words fell, Zhao Ziming turned to stone and Qi's expression in the distance grew colder. The schools of the capital and the magical city would never pay ransom. That would be too humiliating. It would make people say that their institutions fail to educate their students. But I have an idea, a girl nearby spoke up. Hearing this, Lin Yang turned his head with interest. My teacher said, once you reach the lord level, we can have a match. If you win, I'll give you double the money, and if you lose, you'll release all my people, the girl proposed. Known as a genius in the Space City, she secretly sheltered many beastmasters. The price was merely a portion of her contribution points. The benefit was that once they broke through to the lord level in this space, no other beastmasters would trouble them. How can I fight you when you're at the late lord stage? Lin Yang wasn't fooled. Just then, a majestic voice boomed from the sky. It settled. The voice, as if coming from the heavens filled with immense pressure, caused all beastmasters to sweat coldly and their pets to shiver uncontrollably. Lin Yang's pet, despite having the fearless trait, could only barely hold its body from collapsing. An emperor-level beastmaster, everyone thought. This space city was created by an emperor-level beastmaster. The rules set by him naturally couldn't block another of his status. Do you have any objections? The voice questioned Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded as if pecking like a chicken. How could he dare to object? I won't treat you unfairly. If you win, I'll accept you out of turn as my disciple, teacher. The girl paled. Her teacher was considering taking this bandit as a student. That was not what was agreed upon before. In 20 days, I will open the island where the legacy of a space beast is left. Whoever claims the legacy will receive my promise. After his words ended, the ethereal voice completely vanished, leaving the beastmasters excited and their faces flushed. An emperor-level beastmaster was going to take a disciple. Moreover, the island in the space city was about to open again where the legacy of an emperor-level beastmaster awaited. This was the legacy of a space beast. It was said that with the power of space one could travel thousands of miles in an instant. Who is that old man? Could he be a big shot from the magical city school? Don't you know, the elder is our magical city's Emperor-level Beastmaster, owning at least 2 Emperor-level beasts, and he is among the best at the Emperor level. To be taken as a disciple by such a big shot, wouldn't that be a huge leap forward? Quick, go train, in 20 days the island will open. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the means of an Emperor-level Beastmaster. Not only could he freely enter and exit the space city, but he could also instantly locate hidden legacies. Such overwhelming power piercing through the heavens and earth was exactly what they longed for. Meanwhile, many Lord-level Beastmasters in the advanced space-time chambers opened their eyes. Far from the space city, a bare-chested man stood on the shoulder of a titan, his feet resting atop a pile of Lord-level beast corpses. He gazed towards the direction of the space city and smiled faintly. After being out for a month, it was time to return. Likewise, deep in the ocean outside the space city, the calm sea surface suddenly began to boil, with large amounts of bubbles and steam surfacing. A gigantic serpent, its body ablaze with fierce flames, burst forth from the seabed, and on the head of this serpent sat a young Lord-level Beastmaster. Each of these Lord-level Beastmasters was a genius among geniuses. They usually hunted outside and seldom returned to the space city, staying away almost every month. Once they returned, they would remain for several months, therefore they were rarely seen in the space city, where typically only the extraordinary Beastmasters gathered, and the legacy of the space beasts, everyone desired it. It was the Emperor's legacy to the Beastmasters, containing not only the Emperor-level beasts' legacy skills but also their young. All Emperor-level fierce beasts would lay their young in hidden places, putting them into hibernation to prevent accidents, and what Lord-level Beastmasters needed most was a young beast with sufficiently strong talents. The largest Beastmaster forum in the Dragon Nation was bustling with numerous Beastmasters. The most famous among them was the founder of the forum. It is said that he established the forum in his youth to share Beastmaster experiences and later became an Emperor-level Beastmaster. Initially, the forum was dominated by Beastmasters, but now ordinary people made up a large portion. Have you heard? The space city is looking for an heir. When did this happen? The descendant of that Emperor-level fierce beast? In 20 days, they will open the island, and that's a space-type pet beast. It once single-handedly fought against 3 Emperor-level fierce beasts, killing 2 on the spot, which is incredibly fierce. Even among many Beastmasters, space-type is a very rare existence. Many Lord-level Beastmasters were eagerly restless, as an Emperor-level space-type beast held an endless allure for Lord-level Beastmasters. Everyone discussed animatedly, feeling a myriad of emotions. Each Beastmaster reaching the Lord level could contract a second beast, but an Emperor-level young beast was priceless throughout the Dragon Nation, only accessible to the large families for their first contract. The first contract was crucial. The second contract often had to settle for a king-level talented beast. If one could contract 2 Emperor-level beasts simultaneously, they would be virtually invincible at the same level. That is to say, obtaining the legacy of the space city would give one an absolute advantage in the upcoming major exams, making any Lord-level Beastmaster's heart race. Do you know why the space city suddenly decided to choose an heir? A mysterious person spoke up. Instantly, countless people asked why. Boss, let's get into the details. Sitting in front of his computer, Zhao Ziming watched the barrage of questions from the crowd and smiled contentedly. Being called boss felt just right. It was all because a genius had taken action. A single person had outsmarted all the talents from both Magic City and Imperial City. This forced the Emperor-level Beastmaster of Magic City to intervene personally, even declaring that whoever obtained the legacy of the Spatial City could enter the Magic City Academy unconditionally and become his direct disciple. For a moment the forum went silent, then Zhao Ziming recounted the events in detail. Everyone started speculating, who was this unknown genius, so formidable indeed? Then, they began to guess Zhao Ziming's identity, realizing that someone who knew about this must have been on the scene, suggesting he was a genius Beastmaster himself. Many ordinary people couldn't help but regard Zhao Ziming with increased respect. In this world, Beastmasters were still a rarity. Could he be the offspring of the Lord of Spatial City? Possibly. I've seen him in Imperial City before, just a distant glimpse was enough to double my pressure. Could it be the Black Dragon from Magic City? His beast, a fiery red flame snake, was unbeatable at the extraordinary level. Impossible, I've fought him before. Defeating 6 at once is simply not feasible. So who was it? Boss, you're not just bragging, right? The crowd questioned. Zhao Ziming exploded a bombshell with just one sentence, shocking all the beast masters. Many weren't even in Spatial City at the time. After all, besides Spatial City, there were many other ways in both Magic City and Imperial City to rapidly advance to the Lord level. Lin Yang chose Spatial City because for you city it was the best option. Hey, you all know just by asking, why would I need to lie? It seemed indeed like that. Many people knew about this. There was no need to fabricate anything. Do you know the name of that genius? Just tell us. What's the name? Don't play dead, okay? Dog boss, how could you leave us hanging? Zhao Ziming sat in front of the computer, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. The name Little Newbie was too embarrassing to send out. Everyone else had names like Black Dragon, White Dragon, Golden Dragon, and you're called Little Newbie. It wasn't just embarrassing for him. Zhao Ziming felt embarrassed too. No, he had to come up with a more domineering name. After a brief hesitation, he typed a string of characters and sent it out. Many were anxiously waiting in front of their computers, leaning forward as they saw Zhao Ziming finally reply. Their eyes widened at the name, Great Demon King. This name was indeed unique. It sounded like a brand name. However, to obtain the legacy, one at least had to be in the late Lord phase. Although the Great Demon King had some strength, I feel that the offspring of the Spatial City Lord are the most likely to rightfully obtain the legacy. Black Dragon was also good, and Dian Yuner from Magic City with her Thunder Deer also had a chance. It surely couldn't be the Great Demon King, right? The crowd discussed. It was not that they didn't recognize the Great Demon King's strength. With his impressive battle record, he was enough to garner everyone's respect. The key was his recent emergence. It was also unlikely for him to break through to the late Lord phase in just 20 days. A single level's difference can already drive one to despair, let alone a gap of 2 or 3 levels. At this moment, within the Space City, Lin Yang and Xiao Huang were continuously breathing in the fierce solar breath. The atmosphere in the room became even hotter, and Xiao Huang's heartbeat sounded like drums, ready to break through to the late stage of a lord at any moment. 20 days, can I break through to the late stage of a lord? Lin Yang must seize the inheritance of Space City. Only then would he be confident in the upcoming major exam and possibly even enter the magic capital. The geniuses in Space City all possess golden entries, so how many geniuses must there be in such a big city like the magic capital? Just thinking about it excited Lin Yang. He could only proceed step by step, calming his heart. Contribution points were enough to support him in becoming stronger. Meanwhile, in the neighboring room, Shen Yun and Kuko were also leveling up. 20 days, I could reach Lord level at any time. Lin Yang is probably still at the extraordinary level, right? Shen Yun's face bore a complex expression. Without the support of resources, that's how it was, she too was able to participate in this competition for the inheritance due to the full support of her family. Her father even took out a treasured divine potion made from the essence of 10,000 beasts, enough to push Cuckoo into the mid-stage of a lord. I might as well take Lin Yang under my care after this, thought Shen Yun with a serene face, yet she couldn't help but look forward to it. What expression would Lin Yang have when he saw she had reached the lord level? Thinking about this, Shen Yun couldn't wait for the inheritance competition to start soon. Cuckoo pouted her lips, not understanding why her master was so obsessed with this person. However, she had met him once and found him quite the gentleman. He hadn't troubled them in broad daylight. In contrast, that guy in Space City was practically a devil. She had been so scared she hadn't dared to leave the city for days, and his bird was far too fierce, not at all like Lin Yang's well-behaved bird. 20 days swiftly passed. Bang! The stone door opened. Lin Yang stepped out, his figure more upright, exuding a sharper aura. Now a lord-level beast master, he inspired awe among the passing beast masters, many of whom kept their distance. Congratulations, boss, on advancing to lord level. Several extraordinary beast masters congratulated him, fearing that if they were too slow they might get robbed by Lin Yang. While they congratulated him outwardly, inwardly they thought, now that he's reached lord level, he won't be a trouble to them anymore. Reaching lord level meant that he could no longer strike against lower level beast masters and could only compete with other lord level beast masters. The rest of the contribution rewards are yours, Lin Yang said with a smile. He probably wouldn't come here again. Hearing this, the crowd around him was pleasantly surprised. Had this great devil suddenly turned benevolent? Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Shen Yun also stepped out of the door with Kuko. Lin Yang recognized her at a glance and exclaimed in surprise, "You're a lord level too?" At this moment, Shen Yun's aura had already changed from before. If she seemed a bit girly earlier, she now carried a bit of a queen's demeanor. I don't think I know you, do I? Xinyan glanced at him twice and said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Yang smiled and stroked his chin. Indeed, he had concealed his appearance and name when he came, so Xinyan probably couldn't recognize him now. How about we travel together? How about going to the island together? Lin Yang extended the invitation. I'm sorry, I'm already spoken for, Xinyan replied calmly. It doesn't matter, it's just going to get a legacy. Kiki tugged at Xinyan forcefully, signaling her not to provoke this guy. Xinyan could only nod stiffly, saying we'll split up when we get to the island. Lin Yang sighed. He could only help Xinyan this much, after all they were from the same city. He would need her help in the future to sell fake medicines. Come on, sit on my beast. Lin Yang went outside and summoned Xiao Huang in the street. A gigantic creature appeared on the ground. Its body was immense, covered in red as if it was engulfed in flames, almost identical to the legendary vermilion bird. This majestic form caused constant disturbances among the nearby birds. The surrounding extraordinary beast masters were utterly terrified. This pressure made it difficult for their beasts to endure. Let's go. Lin Yang was the first to ride on Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang stood up, as tall as a two-story building, facing this terrifying creature. Xinyan's mouth gaped open, unable to believe it. As a lord-level spirit, her spirit had only a wooden crown on its head. The key wasn't the size, but the opponent's feathers that seemed extremely hard and a wave of heat. Alright, let's go. Xiao Huang flapped its wings and rose instantly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Looking down at the space city below, it was like a king sitting on a throne, towering above his subjects. Xinyan clutched the feathers, pretending to be calm. How high is this? Are you afraid of heights? Lin Yang asked, then smirked. What would happen if I threw you down? Hee, I also have a floating skill, Kiki retorted. Just kidding, Lin Yang laughed. In the blink of an eye, they reached a vast seashore. A huge island that had never existed before appeared in the center of the sea. At this moment, a large number of beast masters were rushing towards the island below. From high above, they looked like ants dropped into a pool, with many beast masters speeding across the sea on their beasts. Those without flying abilities and not skilled in water were traveling on giant ships. Boom, a loud noise. A ship was overturned by a giant beast, throwing the beast masters on it instantly. In an instant, countless beasts were summoned, turning the entire sea surface into chaos, and eventually, the giant beast was completely dismembered. It was madness to provoke the ship of the beast masters. Xinyan watched the scene below, fearfully shaking her head. On the sea, the ships of beast masters were not attacked by sea monsters, only in extreme cases when a sea monster was extremely hungry would it attack a ship. Moreover, a ship filled with beast masters was like a ticking bomb, ready to explode at the slightest touch. The same situation occurred in all directions across the sea, with only a few beast masters nearing the island. This place is quite safe. Xinyan thought to herself that if she hadn't followed him through the high skies, she would probably be in a mess below. At least it wouldn't be this easy. Xinyan turned her head to glance at the man's profile and couldn't help but revise her earlier judgment. He didn't seem like a complete villain. Those he had robbed seemed to know each other. Move aside. A piercing scream rang out as a white-headed eagle swooped past Lin Yang, deliberately bumping into Xiao Huang's wings with a loud bang. The collision sounded like breaking bones. Xinyan's face turned pale as she tightly gripped the feathers. Any slight turbulence in such high altitudes could send them flying off. However, Lin Yang's pet beast remained as stable as Mount Tai. In contrast, the white-headed eagle that had initiated the collision shrieked miserably as it fell into the sea, followed by its beast master. Ha ha ha, Xiao Huang mocked mercilessly, coming to bump into it deliberately. Did it really think its titan body was vegetarian? Such a hard bird. Xinyan suddenly felt this scene was familiar. Lin Yang's bird was similarly tough, though not as scorching hot. Let's go. A clash between beast masters is inevitable, Lin Yang reminded. Xiao Huang immediately sped up. Peaceful coexistence was impossible. That was an imperial lineage, who would willingly hand it over to another. A tearing sound from the high skies startled the beast masters below, who looked up and forward. Some apprehensive watched the figure flying towards the horizon. Once on the island, numerous beast masters stood, each with a formidable beast by their side, be it a 5-meter giant, a serpent engulfed in flames, or a deer flickering with lightning. The crowd congregated around these few individuals in clusters. Lin Yang and Xinyan descended from the sky, and a few nearby merely glanced at them before looking away. To set foot on the island, one must be sufficiently qualified. A voice, old yet vigorous, rang out. Before everyone, a huge fog loomed. Many tried to enter but were kicked out. Followed by that voice, I am a king-level beast master with A-grade talent and yet I'm not qualified." The man was incredulous. Among the crowd Shi sneered and then stepped forward calmly. "A-grade talent, what does that count for globally? King-level talent, everyone here is of that level, holding such illusions yet dreaming of obtaining the emperor's legacy?" Shi, a tall figure dressed in martial attire, spoke confidently while advancing. His words revealed immense self-assurance. The student he mocked turned red-faced. Many others felt impliedly insulted, yet without evidence they could only hold their tongues. After all, Shi was a late-stage Lord Beastmaster renowned for consistently topping the contribution charts. Facing a true genius revealed the ordinary nature of the city's talents. "Het, if you're just here to spectate, then watch quietly." Shi glanced at them and smiled, his entire being exuding an extreme confidence that bordered on arrogance. This was the conceit of a genius. A genius should be like this, confident with a touch of pride. He had the right to be confident and he had the right to be arrogant. "Do I have that right?" Shi looked towards the mist ahead. "Summon your beast and I will discern its worth," a grand voice announced. Shi calmly watched the scene unfold before him. Behind him, the ground thundered and a gigantic earth dragon emerged. First, its sharp claws pierced the ground, followed by its massive body armed with bladed scales bursting forth. Earth rock dragon, level: late lord, talent, mid-emperor. Skills: stone chaos earth spike rock dragon armor fusion gigantification. Attributes: dragon bloodline gold rock armor gold tyrannosaurus might gold. Description: an earth dragon with dragon bloodline boasting incredible defense. The rock dragon's form was massive, shaped like a lizard but with bull horns on its head and fish fins on its back. Just by appearing, the pressure of its bloodline spread outwards, causing the surrounding weaker beasts to tremble in fear, hiding behind their masters. Even Xinyun's beast was gritting its teeth, trying not to succumb to fear. Dragons, beings with dragon blood, inherently suppress other beasts. Who would have thought his beast was of dragon kind? Xinyun marveled. Turning her head, she found the man standing there as if nothing was amiss. What bloodline does his beast have? Surely it's not weaker than a dragon's, just a pseudo-dragon, Lin Yang said. After Xiao Huang evolved to lord level, the heart of the blazing sun brought forth a new exclusive attribute: vermilion bird bloodline orange. Even if a true dragon were to come, I would not flinch. Of course, if a real one actually appeared. Ignore what I just said, pseudo-dragon. This statement shocked Xinyun even more. Meanwhile, not far away, Qi looked at the reactions of the beasts around him, immensely satisfied. Dragons should be revered by all mundane creatures. Thinking this, Qi mused, "That newbie must be regretting opposing me, trembling in fear right now. With the newbie's beast's bloodline, it can't compare to my true dragon." However, when he turned his head and his gaze met Lin Yang's, his expression froze. Lin Yang and his beast seemed unaffected by any suppression and had even advanced to lord level. Most importantly, the newbie was excitedly staring at his earth dragon, causing Qi's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Still scared, just a newcomer to the lord level as expected, Qi thought confidently, a beast thrives on its bloodline and the newbie is no match for him, easy to crush like a pawn. "Not bad, your beast possesses a part of pure dragon blood, qualifying it for the trial," an ancient voice announced. With this statement, the crowd was in an uproar. The first person to be recognized had appeared. This meant that Qi now had the qualifications to compete for the emperor's legacy. If this news were to spread back to the imperial capital, countless beastmaster families would seek to curry favor with Qi, potentially elevating the status of the Qi family even further. Being recognized by an emperor-level legacy indicated that his talent could potentially reach the emperor level. Once truly inheriting the emperor's legacy, the Qi family would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Having a dual emperor-level beastmaster in the family almost guaranteed invincibility. Currently, emperor-level figures are the top powerhouses in the Dragon Nation. "May I enter now?" Qi asked. "Not yet, the time has not come," an elderly voice answered. "When the time comes, can those who have not been recognized enter?" Someone asked the question on everyone's mind. "No." With that, the voice disappeared. No matter how much more the crowd asked, there was no further response. "Uncle Wang, I'm here," a voice sounded, and suddenly next to Qi appeared a handsome man with long hair tied back with a black cord. He wore simple, plain clothes but exuded an aura not to be underestimated. "Meng Kong, you've come too," Qi exclaimed in surprise. The man did not speak. Instead, the voice from the mist spoke again. "The legacy of time and space only looks at talent." Hearing this, everyone around sighed in relief. Meng Kong was indeed the progeny of the emperor-level beastmaster who had vanished with his beast. "I know, Uncle Wang, please look at my beast." Mengkong said confidently. With a wave of his hand, a creature made entirely of diamonds and nearly the size of a human appeared. It was cloaked with only a few shimmering diamond tentacles moving. A spatial type, that's also acceptable. You are qualified to compete and your rating here is comparable to that of Chi. The elderly voice gave a high assessment. It was the first time he had spoken so much. Although there were rules, old affections were not easily forgotten. The crowd was amazed. Equivalent to a dragonblood creature, what kind of being is this? I know, it's the legendary giant beast that controls space, rumored to have lifted an iceberg across the city from the sky during the Emperor's time, worthy of being the descendant of an Emperor-level beastmaster, indeed well-resourced. Why isn't the young newbie testing his talent? This place is for Lord-level beastmasters, it's no longer his era, the crowd discussed fervently. Many of them, blocked by the mist, had lost the qualification but still stood there to watch the excitement, partly to spread the news and partly in hopes of picking up something missed by others. Let me try. Lin Yang was somewhat moved. With Xiao Huang, he headed towards the direction of the mist. Xinyun thought for a moment and followed. As a recent prominent figure, Lin Yang's every move was closely watched. This drew many eyes, especially towards his beast, whose transformation was so remarkable that it astounded the onlookers. Such a large bird species they had never seen before, as most bird beasts had growth limits. What is he trying to do? Isn't he a transcendent beast master? The crowd wondered, amidst their gazes. Lin Yang walked forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qi Yi. Has the newbie gone mad? Really thinks the Lord Beastmasters wouldn't dare touch him? That's only if no one openly provokes such a jump. No, something about him is off. He has the aura of a mid-stage lord now. How is that possible? He only went in there for 20 days. Could it be that he was already close to a lord level before? But even so, he couldn't possibly have advanced to mid-stage lord so quickly. Moreover, his aura already bears the oppressive might of a late-stage lord. Many were shocked, utterly unable to comprehend. Why has the newbie evolved so quickly? When he first arrived at Space City, his beast was only about the size of a dog, and now it's as tall as a building, even allowing Lin Yang to ride on it, carrying two people flying together. This tremendous change was too much for people to accept all at once. Late-stage lord. No, just mid-stage. Do you qualify to stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Shi spoke in a cold tone filled with arrogance. Only true powerhouses have the right to stand at the forefront. As his words fell, a deep roar emanated from the earth dragon beside him. A massive oppressive force swept outwards, causing many beastmasters' hearts to thump wildly, nearly exploding. The crowd stepped back continuously, only calming down at a far distance. Extraordinary levels simply couldn't withstand the pressure released by a late-stage lord. Beside them, Mengkong remained calm. His beast, meanwhile, played leisurely with pebbles. Lin Yang did not speak, but Xiao Huang, the phoenix next to him, could not hold back any longer. Spreading its wings, a blaze ignited within it, changing the colors of the sky, and a desperate pressure spread surrounding the two as if they were in the midst of the undying flames of ancient times. And this formidable oppressive force kept climbing, seemingly endless. Roar. The earth dragon was terrified, growling lowly, suppressing its inner fear. The nearby spatial beastmaster couldn't keep his composure either. As the pebbles in his hand turned to dust, Xiao Huang, Lin Yang said coolly, "Ga." In just an instant, the aura Xiao Huang was about to release was instantly extinguished. The surrounding pressure receded like a tide, as if it had never existed. Chi's pupils dilated. This bloodline pressure, could it possibly be stronger than his earth dragons? Could his pet beast also possess dragon blood? How could a bird-like creature possess dragon blood? Even if it did, he should have been able to sense it. Even the usually calm Mengkong couldn't sit still. His fair face turning abruptly to look at Lin Yang and his beast. Just now he too had felt a sensation that made his heart tremble, a sensation he had only ever felt from his father. Could it be an illusion? Both thought at the same time. Did I ask you to make a move? Lin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, embodying the posture of a strict teacher. Xiao Huang drooped its head, looking remorseful as if acknowledging its mistake, allowing its master to punish it, not to happen again. Lin Yang nodded, thinking to himself, well done, these two had stolen all the limelight, it was time for a lesson. All the acting done by you two, when do I get my turn? But it was also good to stop Xiao Huang early. If it continued to release its bloodline pressure, that earth dragon wouldn't just be puffing air, it would probably be kneeling down begging for mercy. Quick, let me see your beast. Suddenly, the fog in front of them suddenly began to shake violently. The ancient voice was breathing heavily, seemingly very excited. This scene amazed everyone present. The beastmasters behind them had never seen the fog so stirred up. from the beginning to the end. The fog had maintained the calm demeanor of a hermit, not even flustered by two top-tier geniuses. Who could it be this time? Had another prodigy arrived? When the earth dragon exerted its pressure earlier, I hid far away. Did you see who it was? My eagle is skilled at long-range vision, and it seems it was the newbie. He has advanced to the Lord level. What, Lord level? How so quickly? But if it's him, then it makes sense. The newbie's talent is truly terrifying, but his strength is still not strong enough. Everyone was astonished. They never imagined that the one causing such a stir would be the newbie who had bested them time and again. They didn't doubt the newbie's talent, but they hadn't expected him to advance to the Lord level so swiftly, and his talent seemed even stronger than those two exceptional geniuses. Quick, let me see, let me see. The voice grew more excited, almost impatient. Meng Kong frowned deeply while Qi Yi was simply dumbfounded, a direct hit to his ego. This reaction was completely different from the calm demeanor shown towards them earlier. Could it be that Meng Kong isn't the favored son and it's actually the newbie? Many imperial beastmasters have multiple wives and lovers, and illegitimate children are indeed a possibility. Please, Lin Yang smiled, completely unconcerned. The fog enveloped little Huang, feeling around as if with large hands. Little Huang furrowed his brows, unable to restrain himself from emitting a breath that scattered the mists. Good, 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 it's you. You will receive the inheritance. The others, no, we must still follow the rules, but you're only in the mid-lord phase. Ah. How can this be? The old man was frantic, seemingly upset that he couldn't pass on the inheritance to Lin Yang, hopping madly. This exchange left the beastmasters present petrified. You have good talent. I couldn't sense that breath earlier, but it's enough, stronger than those two. The elder left behind these words, adding a sentence before disappearing. These humiliating words darkened Qi Yi's face, while Meng Kong looked at Lin Yang with interest, seeing the elder's approval. It seemed Lin Yang's talent was indeed exceptional, someone he considered could rise to an imperial level, so it is only able to sense gold-level phrases? The fog couldn't detect little Huang's primordial phrase, otherwise it would have been even more astonishing. To think to pass on the inheritance to me so simply. Some people really need to try harder. Lin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, lightly lamenting. Qi Yi's brows furrowed deeply. He felt that Lin Yang had glanced at him earlier, always considering himself the hardest worker in Space City. These words made veins pop on Qi Yi's forehead, thinking back to when he had mocked everyone as weaklings, only mid-lord level, not worth arguing with. Qi Yi calmed himself. Seeing Qi Yi put in his place brought a wave of relief to those he had mocked earlier. For some reason, there was suddenly the thought that it was finally your turn. Beating up those novice beast tamers, wouldn't it be less embarrassing if these proud talents were also hung up? Even one could take pride in being defeated by a novice. As this terrifying thought emerged in their minds, everyone hurriedly snuffed it out. They certainly weren't masochists. Moreover, being in the mid-level of lordship and just having stepped into it, it was somewhat difficult to deal with those who were in the later stages of lordship with deep foundations. At this moment, more beast tamers continued to arrive at the island, including the woman who owned the thunder deer and a group of beast tamers with extremely fierce beasts. In Dragon Country, within a virtual meeting room, several holographic projections formed a few imposing figures. It was the highest level meeting in Dragon Country, attended only by beast tamers at least of the king level. The gathering today was to punish someone for unauthorized initiation of the heritage of the space city. Ojang Qingyun, who allowed you to open the heritage. Initiating the heritage would awaken the beast cubs inside, and if you can't find a suitable candidate, what should your crime be? Indeed, and you even failed to notify us in advance. You are truly lawless. You're right, I advise you to resign early. You can't be the president of the Beast Tamers Association anymore. Many beast tamers spoke out angrily, pointing directly at the old man sitting in the distance, the president of the Beast Tamers Association. In this era of beast tamers held an extraordinary position and immense power. Since you know I am the president, why should I listen to you? The old man with his white hair was full of energy and showed no signs of frailty. That space city was left by the former president. You, as the president, do not have the right to open it without authorization. Then why did you send your own children to compete for it? We naturally do not want the former president's heritage to fall into the hands of the weak. The old man shook his head. The fierce beasts in the sea are restless, and the border cities are frequently attacked by fierce beasts. Our Dragon Country urgently needs a dual emperor-level powerhouse to deter these beasts. Moreover, when do you plan to keep this heritage? Until we tear our faces off with other countries. With that, everyone present fell silent. Zhang Qingyun's words were not without reason. Although Dragon Country seemed peaceful, it was fraught with internal strife and external threats. By initiating the heritage now and cultivating a dual emperor-level beast tamer, Dragon Country would be completely stabilized. Seeing everyone quiet down, Zhang Qingyun smiled slightly. It seems it's settled. Initiating the heritage was a predetermined event, just an excuse he had casually made. How could the minor squabbles of Lin Yang and others possibly get such big shots involved? That predecessor Qin Yun, who do you think is the most talented now? Qi Yi isn't bad, his character is resilient and unyielding. What about Bian Yuner? He's your student and is contracted with the emperor-level Thunder Deer. His talent is not to be underestimated. Many geniuses from noble families are also suitable, and moreover the president's second son Meng Kong also went. He is the most suitable candidate. My son Black Snake, his beast is a primal dragon of elemental blood. A voice spoke out. A figure hidden in the shadows emerged. Black Dragon, the most troublesome character of the Beastmaster Association. Also an emperor-level beastmaster, his actions are extremely ruthless, leaving no loose ends. However, his targets are only those ferocious beasts. It should have been my son who received the legacy, added the shadowy figure. Seeing everyone staring at him, Zhang Qingyun slowly said, Qi Yi is too rigid, Yun lacks experience, Meng Kong is not decisive enough, and Black Snake. However, whoever gets the legacy, I have no objections, it all depends on strength. Rarely no one objected. Strength decides everything. This was something everyone agreed upon. For a moment, many eyes sparkled with excitement. The legacy of an emperor-level beastmaster was a significant treasure. What made them even more concerned was that the one who received the legacy would grow to have tremendously strong capabilities, possibly even surpassing the former president. Oh, there's news, everyone has passed the qualification test, 139 people have succeeded, Zhang Qingyun said with a smile, stroking his beard. Who was first? Asked the shadow. Numerous gazes were cast. Being recognized by the qualification meant at least a possibility to become a king-level beastmaster. Who among all these people could be at the top? Everyone's mind raced with possibilities. Zhang Qingyun's gaze also drifted into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while he came back to his senses, his mouth slightly agape in surprise. It was the first time he had shown such an expression. They had only seen this expression when the former president disappeared years ago. Who is it? Who has the best talent? It must be my son Black Snake. Could it be Qi, or perhaps Bai Yuner, or someone from a beastmaster family trained for battle? An onlooker asked impatiently. Holding their breath, they awaited the answer. It's Lin Yang, Zhang Qingyun finally said, murmuring, Lin Yang. Everyone was shocked. They exchanged glances, and the shadowy figure revealed a puzzled look. Who is Lin Yang? How come we have never heard this name before? Zhang Qingyun explained everything that had happened earlier. It seems he's a prodigy from Yu City. I remember him from when I last assessed the advanced Beastmaster cities. Why would this be? Could the mist be mistaken? It really is unexpected, but who knows how Lin Yang will perform now? He was a transcendent Beastmaster when we met, and now he has already reached Lord level. His promotion speed is terrifying. Perhaps he has consumed some growth-type fruits. Interesting, we might as well go and take a look. One by one the figures in the virtual world disappeared. Outside the space city, the 139 Beastmasters who had passed the qualification test stood. As the barrier outside the mist dissipated, an ancient voice emerged. Go, the monsters here are all formidable adversaries he once encountered. The legacy lies within the mist. With these words, the Beastmasters surged into the mist. Little rookie, my master will never take you as an apprentice, so stop deluding yourself, Bai Yuner said as she sat atop the Thunder Deer surrounded by thunder, looking every bit the goddess from the heavens. With your talent, getting qualified is already the limit. Better leave early. Oh, with mocking words left behind, Shen Yun like a bolt of lightning stepped into the fog. We'll meet again in the fog, he announced confidently as he and Kiki bid farewell, disappearing into the mist. Qi Yi glanced at him, unwilling to waste more time here. He mounted the earth dragon, which burrowed into the ground. As it surged forward like a tractor making a tremendous noise, it headed into the mist. There will be time to deal with him later. For now my target is the other high-ranking Beastmasters. At the edge of the mist, a giant serpent engulfed in flames quickly slithered into the fog. Let's go. Lin Yang, accompanied by Xiao Huang, reached the edge of the mist and stepped in. The surrounding mist dissipated, and before him stood a massive stone gate, the heritage site. We've arrived, but I just passed through the mist. Lin Yang turned around and realized he was already standing atop a mountain peak, feeling as if he could overlook all the mountains beneath him. Could it be, the old man of the mist gave me a shortcut? Or is it because of the space-related skills? Regardless, he thought it best to secure the heritage first. Lin Yang looked back at the stone gate. Buzz, atop the mountain, a silver light illuminated and spread like waves in all directions. Lin Yang looked back. His excellent vision allowed him to roughly see everything happening at the foot of the mountain. Many beastmasters were rushing toward the summit. Without exception, anyone touched by the silver light was transported a great distance backward, a random teleportation tool designed to prevent anyone from approaching the summit. It looks like this heritage can only be mine. Meng Kong chuckled. His beast was of the space type and he was also proficient in this ability. These silver waves could only affect him momentarily, enough for him to stand out among the crowd and gain a significant advantage. As long as I'm fast enough, that's all that matters. Shi snorted. Riding on the Earth Dragon, he raced towards the summit. As a hard-working beastmaster, every flash of light only sent him a short distance back, but he could cover twice the distance by running. With the speed of the Earth Dragon, it wouldn't take 2 days to reach the summit. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flew past the Earth Dragon, speeding towards the summit. The Thunder Deer. Shi turned his head and saw the figure on the Thunder Deer's back. I'm leaving first, Tortoise said, Bien Yuner, mocking everyone equally before disappearing in an instant. The speed of the Thunder Deer among all beasts was top-notch. At the Emperor level, it could even cross oceans overnight, a truly fearsome feat. In contrast, other extraordinary beastmasters, though fast, were like the difference between an electric bike and a car at full throttle. Don't rush. Did you hear what Meng Kong said? If one can comprehend the power of space, it can significantly reduce the teleportation distance. Sounds nice, but by the time you comprehend the power of space, others will have already reached the destination. Better keep moving, maybe you can still get a share of the spoils. That's right, besides the heritage, this island is full of spatial beasts, all offering points. Good heavens, who is that enormous serpent? Why is it setting the mountain ablaze? All eyes turned in its direction. In the nearby woods, a massive flame serpent was slithering close to the ground. Wherever it passed, the vegetation and trees were completely incinerated, leaving behind a deep ravine. Atop the serpent was a figure clad in black. It was an elemental beastmaster. The crowd marveled. What kind of beastmaster is the rarest? Undoubtedly, it is those who can transform into elements, the elemental type. These ferocious beasts are the simplest to grow, and once matured, they become nearly invincible. People rush towards the peak, tripping over each other in their haste. Above in the sky, 2 figures stood on a colossal cloud looking down below. If one observed closely, they would notice that this cloud was not a real cloud but a disguise by another creature. The two were Zhang Qingyun and the man in black. As the top Emperor Beastmaster of the Dragon Kingdom's Beastmaster Association, they seemed highly concerned about the legacy of the former president. It seemed that the island had restrictions giving Meng Kong an absolute advantage. Not entirely, said the shadow calmly. Zhang Qingyun shook his head and replied, someone has already tried to stop him. Hearing this, the shadow looked down in surprise. Indeed, before the next silver ripple arrived, several beastmasters had already begun attacking Meng Kong. At this point, Meng Kong, despite being in a difficult situation due to his advantage, was in a tight spot, covered in numerous wounds but still appearing effortlessly in control. He was waiting for the next silver ripple to create a distance between them, making it hard for anyone to catch up. Clearly, the others knew this too and were thus very aggressive towards Meng Kong. It was unlikely that they could defeat Meng Kong quickly. He might be the first to reach the peak. Zhang Qingyun stroked his beard, very pleased with the performance of the Dragon Kingdom's beastmasters. The shadow nodded, and within the darkness 2 pairs of eyes stared towards the peak, then suddenly froze. It seemed they had spotted something, narrowing their eyes slightly. It seems there is someone on the mountain. Of course, there are people. How else would they compete for the legacy? Zhang Qingyun laughed heartily. It was unexpected that the cold-hearted black dragon would crack such a dry joke. There really is someone. He opened the stone gate and went inside. The shadow fell silent. Zhang Qingyun suddenly realized the shadow wasn't joking. Turning his head, he indeed spotted a familiar figure. That figure in black, even from a great distance, was instantly recognizable to Zhang Qingyun because of the conspicuous diamond bird by his side. Lin Yang? Is that Lin Yang? Oh, the two fell silent. Zhang Qingyun's expression darkened before he shouted, come out. As his words fell, the figure of an elder formed from mist appeared beside Zhang Qingyun. This elder, brimming with a vigorous spirit and a hint of cleverness between his brows, stunned them both momentarily. Didn't we agree on a fair competition? Zhang Qingyun asked first. The elder bowed slightly, his familiar old voice responding, President Qing Yun, I did not intervene, it was the silver light that pulled Lin Yang to the stone gate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingyun's mouth opened slightly as if a thought had struck him, his eyes flickering briefly, seeing no reaction from the 2-inch. The figure made of mist vanished in an instant. What's the situation? The shadow asked. Zhang Qingyun replied, the mist doesn't lie, it seems that's the truth, no matter he's only a mid-level lord, even if he has got the whelp it won't be easy to take it out. The shadow seemed not at all worried, fully confident in his son. Besides, to make a whelp of an emperor-level creature willingly submit is extremely difficult. It's not something that can be done overnight, you not only have to gain the beast's recognition but also make it completely let down its guard. Don't even think about it without at least 10 days to half a month. Meanwhile, Lin Yang, who had entered through the stone gate, arrived at a huge hall. At the far end of the hall was a nest built from numerous branches. Inside the nest there was an egg about the size of Lin Yang standing there. The silver light that prevented people from approaching was radiating from this egg. Lin Yang stepped forward. Suddenly a voice rang out from above, Kongyu, this is a formidable opponent, once gone, who knows when you can return, maybe never, leave behind your offspring. Kongyu, the dragon nation needs a beast master, perhaps someone can learn your unique skills. The echo of that voice lingered long in the air, seemingly with a hint of plea. In a flash, Lin Yang recognized the voice. It was that of the vanished emperor-level beast master, who to leave an emperor-level whelp for Dragon Nation did not hesitate to plead with his own beast. Where has he gone? Can't even an emperor-level beast master find his way back? Lin Yang mused aloud while leading Xiao Huang into the nest and jumping into the giant bird nest. Xiao Huang eyed the giant egg, drooling. Lin Yang gave it a knock on the head which felt like hitting iron, and despite the pain he calmly said, you can't eat it, it's going to be your brother. As he said this, Lin Yang felt something was amiss. He didn't even know the genders of these two pets. Crack! Suddenly, the eggshell began to crack, crack. A crisp sound echoed distinctly in the silent hall originating from the eggshell. Lin Yang immediately turned his head and Xiao Huang quickly shielded its master, its red eyes fixed on the crack. They waited a long time, but there was no further reaction. Go take a look. At Lin Yang's command, Xiao Huang with its chicken feet stepped forward and poked its head into the eggshell. After a while it pulled its head out and turned to look at Lin Yang. It's empty? Lin Yang quickly stepped forward. This was supposed to be an emperor-level beast. Could it be that whatever was inside had already escaped? Impossible, the eggshell was intact before they arrived. It had only cracked recently. Just as Lin Yang was about to step forward, suddenly his whole body tensed up. It was as if he was caught in a web, unable to move forward no matter how hard he tried. At that moment Lin Yang felt a chill as a green snake gradually appeared on his body, coiling around him and immobilizing him, its forked tongue constantly licking his face. The monster had turned invisible, and it had captured Lin Yang, the beast master. As a newly born fierce creature, it must be extremely hungry at this moment. Lin Yang struggled with all his might, and as he resisted, the bindings on his body tightened even more. Xiao Huang was furious, and a scorching breath rushed towards them. Those crimson eyes stared intently at whatever was coiling around Lin Yang. Should it dare to move, Xiao Huang would swallow it the next second, just like devouring spicy strips. Hissed the silver pupils of the green snake kept observing Lin Yang. After a few minutes it surprisingly relaxed its grip and then excitedly circled around Lin Yang, occasionally sniffing him as if very pleased with him. Lin Yang's gaze met the green snake's. A panel appeared. Boundless silver snake, level, early lord, talent, late emperor, skills, invisibility, heavy pressure, traits, boundless void body, orange, amphibious, blue. Description: a giant snake possessing the power of space, born at the early lord stage. If it harbored any hostility towards Lin Yang, it could kill him instantly. It seems that the boundless trait which grants it the power of space makes this snake naturally close to me. Lin Yang knew clearly, he had succeeded halfway. Now all that was left was to complete the contract, and this space snake would become his second controlled beast. He would then become a master controlling two emperor-level talent beasts. Lin Yang extended his hand, feeling the scales of the green snake slide across his palm. The creature seemed to bear no hostility, instead it seemed to be waiting for Lin Yang. Xiao Huang watched the pair interact closely, feeling somewhat annoyed, feeling its status being seriously challenged. However, because it had not protected Lin Yang well before, it felt very guilty and was much more subdued now. Lin Yang gently closed his eyes, just as he would in the Beast Master Temple. His mental power infiltrated the body of the green snake, and after a long time a certain connection was established between them. The green snake was excited. It sensed that its master was powerful with an extraordinary life force. Actually, those were traits Lin Yang had plundered. Boom! At the moment the contract was completed, a stone pillar rose in the center of the hall, on which a glowing scroll was placed. Lin Yang walked forward and picked up the scroll, which seemed to be formed from mist, with the words "Complete Guide to Space Beast Mastery Techniques" written boldly on it. Only those with the boundless void body could learn this space technique, and mastering it could even allow one to create a space of their own. Why is it called Complete Guide to Space Beast Mastery Techniques? Actually, I had many more stylish names for it, like Boundless Triple Excellence, Time Space Ultimate Techniques, but they were rejected by the association. That powerhouse left their legacy too? This boundless triple excellence, if released to the outside world, would definitely cause a frenzy. Lin Yang flipped through the ancient book which listed the top 10 ultimate techniques of Space Beast Mastery. The first technique was Space Slash, divided into 3 volumes, upper, middle and lower. This move similar to the Space Slash taught at the academy but more refined, the skills taught at school. It is estimated that it was extracted from the compendium of spatial beast controlling skills. No matter how hard Lin Yang tried, he could not open the subsequent pages. A line of text then appeared stating, "After mastering Spatial Slash you can open it yourself." This was a threshold set to prevent students from overreaching. Lin Yang put away the scroll as another voice sounded. The eggshell that was originally placed in the nest completely shattered, revealing a huge hole underneath. Lin Yang approached the hole, which intermittently emitted silver ripples that spread around, giving his 2 beasts a refreshing sensation as if basking in the spring breeze. With his beasts in tow, Lin Yang did not hesitate to jump into the hole. It felt as though he was soaking in a hot spring. A tremendous amount of energy and heat flowed into the bodies of the 2 beasts from all directions, continually enhancing their combat prowess. Such energy fluctuations were abundant. If fully absorbed, both beasts could break through to the late Lord stage, Lin Yang observed. The green snake absorbed energy much faster than Xiao Wang. These spatial energies were probably the triple gifts prepared for the green snake. Apart from the 3 ultimate skills, 3 gifts were left behind, truly deserving of an Emperor Beast Controller's far-sighted vision. Lin Yang reflected, whoever received this inheritance could advance to the late Lord stage overnight, and within the spatial city, only Lord Beast Controllers could enter, ensuring the inheritor's safety from dangers. As the 2 beasts absorbed energy, Lin Yang began to read the Spatial Slash ultimate skills. The first part dealt with cutting, the middle part with shockwaves, and the last with aftershocks. Mastering all would greatly enhance the power of Spatial Slash. Meanwhile, outside the fight became brutal. After 2 days they finally reached the summit of the mountain. This was because Lin Yang was absorbing the energy of the spatial city, causing the intervals between the silver ripples to increase, which allowed the others to reach the summit sooner. A group of geniuses stood outside the gate, with many Lord Beast Controllers watching from behind. "Since you don't want to go, then I'll go first." Shi Yi was the first to speak, but he did not act rashly. At such times, whoever approached the gate first would be the first to die. After 2 days of fighting, everyone was exhausted and couldn't withstand another attack. "How about this, let's go in together and find the young beast first," proposed Bien Yunner. She was in the best condition because with the Thunder Deer no one could catch up with her easily. While speaking, Bien Yunner looked around and, not seeing Lin Yang, said disdainfully, "I thought too highly of you." Even the teacher was blind. In the sky, hearing this, a shadow turned to look at Zhang Qingyun. Seeing that he was expressionless, the shadow felt slightly disappointed and withdrew its gaze, thinking not to mention the summit, they don't even qualify to compete for the inheritance. Bien Yunner felt that the teacher was blind to want to take someone weaker than her as a disciple, which upset her pride. In her view, only someone stronger than herself was worthy to stand by her side. "So, what do you all think?" Bien Yunner continued. "Your beasts are all exhausted. Continuing to fight will only let others take advantage of us." Speaking, she glanced back at the crowd behind her. These Lord Beast Tamers were like a pack of vicious wolves. Taken individually, none of them could match her, but if they attacked collectively, given their current state, they would certainly be devoured to the bone. "All right," Shi Yi was the first to speak up. In the distance, Meng Kong remained silent, his expression dark. He was the most injured, with 2 tentacles of his pet beast bitten off, yet he refused to let his father's legacy fall into the hands of others. Let skill prevail. A shadowy figure sat atop a fire serpent, but no one dared to underestimate him. There were those who had Seen this fire serpent swallow 2 Lord Beast tamers. The shadow, dressed in thick black clothing, wearing a black cowboy, had a black mask, and even his face was covered with a layer of black cloth. Once cloaked in black, I am indeed as powerful as my father. Do you see that, father? The shadow thought excitedly. Today I will definitely obtain the legacy. The Lord Beast tamers behind him buzzed with discussion. Did you notice someone is missing? Who? Aren't all the advanced lords here? The newbie. I saw him at the beginning. That guy? He's not even at the advanced lord level. What good is his presence? True, on this road, many advanced Lord Beast tamers were eliminated by gang attacks. What can a newly promoted Lord Beast tamer do? They discussed. What use is talent? This world values strength. The newbie could only shine in a safe environment. In this dangerous place, he can't stir up any waves. He's been arrogant for so long, he doesn't even qualify to compete with me. Hearing the crowd, Chi felt even more that the opponents were laughable. Meanwhile, high above, Zhang Qinyan watched them all, his expression tense. These people probably didn't realize that the legacy had already been taken by Lin Yang. Right, your beloved newbie is already waiting at the finish line. Lin Yang, what are the odds he can take the legacy away? The shadow asked. Zhang Qinyan didn't respond, but he had some guesses in his mind. There's a chance he might escape, depending mainly on whether they turn on each other. If they attack together, not just Lin Yang, even he from back, then wouldn't have been able to take away the legacy. Let's go, we'll enter together. Chi's Earth Dragon charged towards the stone gate first. The Lord Beast tamers followed in tacit agreement, neither too fast nor too slow. Too fast and they would fall into the line of fire. Too slow and they would be left behind. Verbal promises are not to be taken seriously. Boom! The Earth Dragon smashed open the stone gate. A bolt of lightning struck down, instantly blocking the Earth Dragon's path. Dian Yuner, wielding the lightning, rushed to the stone gate first. In just an instant, the crowd surged into the vast interior like a breached dam. Their gazes quickly locked onto the nest ahead. Meanwhile, beneath the nest, Lin Yang, who had been resting for 2 days, opened his eyes. The spatial energy around him was extremely thin, almost completely devoured by 2 beast tamers. Sensing the arrival of numerous beast tamers outside, he knew the entries delivered to his door were not to be wasted. Lin Yang looked at his 2 pet beasts as their data appeared before him. The silver-winged golden crow, late lord level, imperial late stage. Talent skills include Flame Burst, Diamond Feather and Sky Splitting Feather. Attributes include the Heart of the Fierce Sun from the beginning, Boundless Space Body in orange, Titan's Body in gold, Fearlessness in purple, Subtle Body Method in purple and Flame Body in purple. Description: a legendary creature possessing the powers of fire and space, the Boundless Silver Snake. Also at the late lord level with imperial late stage talent and skills like Stealth and Heavy Pressure. Attributes include Boundless Space Body in orange and Amphibious in blue. Description: a giant snake with the power of space. Xiao Huang, also at the late lord level, covered in a light silver glow, resembled a silver snake. Hiss! The green snake woke up. It immediately cuddled up to Lin Yang, wrapping around his waist, very clingy. Being a newly born imperial beast, its closeness to its master was understandable to Lin Yang. Xiao Huang slowly awakened next to them. A scorching breath immediately surged out, making the green snake very wary. Possessing the primordial attribute, Xiao Huang was terrifyingly powerful, a fact only perceptible to the green snake, a fellow imperial beast. However, Lin Yang, as their master, naturally faced no threat from his own beasts. He merely knew of their formidable strength. Screech! Xiao Huang sensed danger from the outside. Just as it was about to burst out, Lin Yang stopped it. Green snake, you go first. If you win, all these attributes are yours. Let's test your strength first. If you can't handle it, then Xiao Huang will take over. Hiss! Hearing Lin Yang's words, the green snake excitedly dashed out of the cave. Although it didn't understand what Lin Yang was saying, it knew that with these attributes it could become as powerful as that dead bird. Xiao Huang, having not exercised its muscles for a long time, looked aggrieved. The master indeed has a new favorite, forgetting the old one. Behave yourself. Have you forgotten the last time I was caught? Lin Yang glared. Xiao Huang immediately lost its bluster. Lin Yang offered no comfort, preferring to keep it under some pressure, otherwise he might not be so lucky next time. Boom! Inside the cave, the green snake suddenly rushed out. A powerful aura swept around. Being at the late lord level, the green snake could manage one-on-one, but multiple opponents would likely be challenging. Lin Yang pondered for a moment and then, imitating the old man, lowered his voice and said, "Step forward one by one, and if you pass the test you will receive the legacy." As a top-notch actor, Lin Yang's voice was indisputably similar, so much so that, given the depth of the cave, it seemed as if the voice came from the void itself. The beast tamers present were momentarily stunned. Moreover, believing that no one could have arrived faster than themselves, they were somewhat convinced. "Senior, let me go first." Meng Kong was the first to speak. "I came in first, so naturally I should go first," Bian Yunar argued. The others also joined in the dispute. Observing everything, Lin Yang smiled slightly. "Very well, one by one, pick off the weak ones first, steal their attributes, then deal with the strong." At that moment, observing the scene below, Zheng Qingyun wore an expression of intrigue. Was this just a trick? If they knew the truth, wouldn't they be more embarrassed then? "Those who were bound," Lin Yang said with a pinched voice. At the mention of his name, Meng Kong's face lit up with joy as he quickly stepped forward. "Grandfather still loves me after all." Despite their displeasure, the others could hardly say anything. After all, he was the one with the connections, and they were the ones trying to usurp the family property. "Senior, why put us through such a test?" Meng Kong wondered in his heart. Lin Yang pondered for a moment and then slowly explained, "This is the most formidable opponent I've ever faced, as well as my own inner demon. Whoever can overcome my inner demon will earn my recognition." Meng Kong's grandfather had disappeared when he was only 6 or 7 years old, and he had never seen his grandfather's mythical beast. Moreover, mythical beasts look very different in their youth compared to when they are fully grown, so it was the senior's inner demon. Even an emperor-level beast master has been defeated before, Meng Kong thought. The elder with his saintly demeanor had indeed considered everything. Exactly. "The senior has even suppressed the inner demon's level to match ours, all to nurture us," Meng Kong exclaimed, grateful for such wisdom. "The elder is a blessing to our dragon nation." The beast masters around him shouted, their excitement palpable and their hostility noticeably diminished. High above, Zhang Qingyun covered his face, while a dark shadow beside him watched with great interest. "Void Sea Demon." Meng Kong summoned his own beast. A series of descriptors appeared before Lin Yang's eyes. Void Sea Demon, level, Lord late stage, talent, Emperor early stage, abilities, telekinesis, space ren, time-space sword, heavy pressure. Descriptor, telekinetic gold. Description, a deep-sea creature capable of manipulating telekinesis, capable of causing tsunamis as it matures. A golden descriptor, this creature was a telekinetic beast, not spatial. Lin Yang understood immediately. Heavy pressure. The Void Sea Demon took the initiative, extending a tentacle forward, applying terrifying pressure on the green snake. The snake's body shimmered with silver light, and the same pressure was reversed onto the Void Sea Demon. The two beasts continued to exert their powers, and the ground beneath them cracked inch by inch. Though static, it was a life and death situation. Finally, after a few minutes, the Void Sea Demon could no longer withstand the pressure and was crushed into the stone slab. Although Meng Kong had anticipated this, disappointment was evident on his face. Even though it was an emperor-level beast, the Void Sea Demon had been too severely injured beforehand, and this outcome was expected. Telekinetic gold acquired. Lin Yang immediately transferred the telekinetic power via a soul link to the boundless silver snake. In an instant, the radiance of the boundless silver snake's body intensified, while the Void Sea Demon grew weaker. So, the senior's inner demon was also a spatial-type beast, right? Meng Kong realized. Only by losing to a beast of the same attribute can an emperor-level beast master develop an inner demon. Everyone believed this deeply. And if they could defeat such a creature, wouldn't that mean they were even more remarkable than an emperor-level beast master? With this thought, many were eager to try. "I will give all of you a chance, beast masters below the rank of overlord, to join together in this challenge. If you win, you will gain one of my 3 great spatial secrets." As soon as this announcement was made, the beastmasters, who thought they had no hope, were ecstatic. They rushed forward, summoning their beasts, and formed what seemed like an army of creatures. However, a few of the geniuses present quickly sensed something amiss. This so-called test had no rules. It was like someone's personal decree that could change at any moment. But, under the intimidation of the emperor level beastmaster, they dared not voice their concerns. "Come on." The beastmasters controlled their creatures to charge forward. The silver serpent unleashed a powerful gravitational force, almost pinning everyone to the ground. At that moment, accompanied by a clear long cry, a red bird bathed in flames rose from its nest, its belly swelling up. Boom! A sea of flames surged forward. Flame explosion. This terrifying blaze instantly covered all the beasts present. Many beasts were severely injured and were immediately transported back to the beast space. In front of Lin Yan, a series of attribute titles crazily popped up. received the title Diamond Body Purple Big Stomach King Purple Keen Smell Blue Thick Skin Blue Black Stone Scales Purple. A flurry of titles emerged in an instant under the combined attack of the two beasts. The beasts at the middle and early Overlord stages were instantly roasted. Only a few beasts managed to withstand the attack but were also recalled to the beast space, barely alive. Although there was no danger to their lives, the scene still completely dumbfounded the Beastmasters. Was this Emperor-level predecessor so shameless as to ambush them? Could it be a lesson not to take the enemy's words at face value? Even at this moment, they did not question what was happening. The most crucial reason was that Lin Yang's imitation of the voice was too accurate. Moreover, the strength of the green serpent was formidable, a late Overlord stage beast that naturally made them believe it was the inner demon of the Emperor-level Beastmaster. Among the crowd, only Xinyun was unharmed. She was enveloped in a green light and the flames seemed to deliberately avoid her. Lin Yang was not so heartless as to attack his own people. Isn't that the great demon's beast? Someone shouted. Many people suddenly snapped out of it. Looking at the small phoenix in the sky, a chilling feeling arose in their hearts. When did his beast advance to the late Overlord stage? When did he arrive here first? He interrupted the senior's trial and yet received no punishment. Question after question surfaced in everyone's minds, waiting for answers. Huh? A hearty laugh came from within the nest. Dressed in black, a handsome figure stepped forward. How did you like the combo move of my two beasts? Lin Yang asked with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. I can't help it. Being a senior, I have to teach you youngsters not to trust others blindly. Lin Yang glanced at everyone with a mix of anger and pity, subtly shaking his head almost imperceptibly. At this moment, even the simplest of minds could understand what had happened. Lin Yang had already secured the inheritance ahead of time and had promoted both of his beasts to the later stages of lordship. He had even tricked them. This small combo of moves was enough to infuriate anyone. Even a clay figure would feel the urge to burst into flames, especially those who had just respectfully addressed him as a senior. Their faces were now visibly reddening, resembling cooked pigs, particularly Meng Kong, who stood there dumbfounded. Recalling how he had affectionately called Lin Yang grandfather just moments ago, he now wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Looking up, he saw Lin Yang looking back at him with a benevolent face, nodding repeatedly. This left Meng Kong frozen in place, as if turned to stone. It's not that I forced you to call me that. You insisted on it yourself. Lin Yang sighed in his heart. Well, now what? You've embarrassed yourself in front of the whole country. How did you get here? Bian Yuna, riding on the back of a thunder deer, pointed at Lin Yang incredulously. Earlier she had mocked Lin Yang, saying the teacher was blind. She thought Lin Yang had given up by himself, but unexpectedly he had arrived here before anyone else. But that was impossible. Once touched, the silver ripple would teleport anyone, no exceptions, not even Meng Kong. Did Lin Yang have something special about him? This beast is already contracted by you. Qi couldn't believe it, feeling an immense pain in his chest. The beast that should have been his was now in someone else's hands. Qi regretted not having taken action against him earlier, allowing this youngster to get this far. The other beast tamers, who had just been watching from outside, were shocked by everything unfolding inside. After their initial shock, some even felt sympathy. Indeed, he was a devil. After wreaking havoc on them, he went on to torment the Lord Beast Tamers. Truly despicable. Waited here deliberately for 2 days for us. Now that he has provoked everyone's wrath, can he still walk out alive? There are several Lord Stage Beast Tamers here. His talent is indeed terrifying, managing to fool all these geniuses. The crowd murmured with a bitter taste in their hearts. Why is there such a vast difference between people? Thinking about these prodigies who had been nurtured from a young age, meeting the same fate as them, suddenly made their earlier humiliations seem less severe. After all, even these individuals were helpless. Wasn't it to be expected? Now break the contract and we might still let you out. Qi shouted angrily. Being humiliated like this was unbearable for anyone, especially for these prideful geniuses. As expected, no sooner had Qi finished speaking than everyone surrounded Lin Yang, a thunder deer radiating lightning, a giant fire snake made of flames, a rock dragon covered in earthen armor, and Meng Kong's octopus monster, all pressed forward, seemingly about to attack Lin Yang together. Come at me all at once, Lin Yang beckoned with his hand, adding, but don't blame me for not warning you. The price of losing is having your families come to ransom you. Arrogance, even if you possess 2 late-stage lordly beasts. So what? We have 4 people here, the dark figure on the fire serpent coldly stated. Who said I was going to use 2 beasts? 1 is enough to deal with you. Lin Yang looked at the people in front of him, Facing several legendary fierce beasts, Lin Yang showed no fear. Any ordinary beast master would be extremely nervous at this moment. After all, the beasts before him were only mentioned in textbooks and legends, yet now they gathered before his eyes. How about the legendary fierce beasts? My beast is going to become a creature of myth. Lin Yang was incredibly confident in his heart. Behind him, the giant silver-winged golden crow spread its wings. Each feather stood on end like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire radiating intense heat. In just an instant, the immense pressure caused the others to sweat profusely. Dian Yun'er's eyes revealed shock. She noticed that her thunder deer was frightened. This was the first time it had feared another beast of the same rank. It indicated that the opponent's beast, both in bloodline and grade, was above her thunder deer. Before she could recover, a fire dragon had already charged forward, and Xiao Huang began an indiscriminate attack, the flames engulfing everyone. The earth dragon stood up to block the fierce flames. The thunder deer was too fast to be hit, and the nearby fire serpent, taking advantage of the flames, became even thicker. However, when the flames reached the octopus monster, they were blocked by an invisible barrier. As a natural ability of this creature, telekinesis, even if stripped of its terms, wouldn't cause it to lose its powers. Charge. After dodging this round of attacks, the thunder deer immediately moved forward, stomping its foot. A bolt of lightning spread from the underground to beneath Xiao Huang's feet and then exploded. Instantly, boom, the intense lightning burst forth. The scorching light was so bright that the beasts behind couldn't keep their eyes open. What kind of power is this? A direct hit would vaporize on the spot. The spectators nearby were heart-stricken, and after the light dissipated, a red-bodied golden crow stood unharmed, only some of its fur singed at the edges, overall unharmed. Are you just tickling my beast? Lin Yang looked towards Bian Yun'er, whose face was terribly upset. Split sky feathers. Xiao Huang flapped its wings. Dozens of feathers, each carrying the power to slash through space, shot out, each feather vibrating intensely, increasing their power. Swish, swish, swish. The alarm bell rang loudly. The thunder deer turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly dodging several attacks. The next second, Xiao Huang struck first, a wing hitting the thunder deer and embedding it into the mountain, and then instantly pulled into the beast space. Terms found: Thunder Lord, 9 changes, gold, fortune, prosperity, gold, resurrection, gold. A series of terms appeared. Lin Yang's eyes flickered twice. Dian Yun'er's face turned pale. She bit her lip hard, not letting herself fall immediately. Her beast was annihilated in that strike, instantly knocked out. She also received feedback. Such an outcome was hard for her to accept. Am I qualified now? Lin Yang asked with a smile. As a transmigrator, of course he wouldn't take it too seriously with a young girl, yet the situation hadn't deteriorated to the point of quiet submission. The events unfolding before their eyes indeed instilled a degree of fear in the other three, even prompting Meng Kong to consider a retreat. His beast had sustained severe injuries and could no longer continue the fight. However, everyone knew the temper of this formidable opponent. Once provoked, he wouldn't let you off easily. Left with no choice, Meng Kong clenched his teeth and stood resolutely with his two comrades. In fact, he was out of options, and Lin Yang didn't even bother to look anymore. Rock Dragon, Shi commanded. He was supremely confident in his beast's defense and strength. The Rock Dragon charged towards Xiao Huang with the speed of a train on a track, a mountain hurtling at breakneck pace. With each step it took, the ground trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Vajra feathers. Xiao Huang curled into a ball, each feather bursting with a soft golden light. In that moment, Xiao Huang resembled a sphere standing immovably in place, blocking the cart with a mantis arm. Shi's eyes shone with a brilliant light. Your arrogance is your biggest flaw. Boom! Onlookers from afar felt the pebbles under their feet bounce and the surrounding leaves rustled loudly. If an ordinary person were there, just the vibrations alone would make it hard to stand. Compared to the Rock Dragon, Xiao Huang seemed insignificant, but somehow everyone felt that Xiao Huang could withstand the assault. After all, he was the beloved beast of a rookie. Every time he confidently stepped forward, he always ended up winning. The next second, boom! The Rock Dragon slammed into him. Xiao Huang dug one foot into the ground, the other pressing against the Rock Dragon's hard earthen-scaled forehead. Roar! The Rock Dragon exerted all its might, its legs sliding, frantically digging long deep trenches in the ground, yet the positions of the two beasts remained unchanged. Xiao Huang stood as if rooted to the spot. The scene left everyone breathless. Was the gap really that big? It appeared so. Possessing the strength of a titan even without training, Xiao Huang's strength far surpassed that of other beasts of the same class. Coupled with many other enhancements, his constitution had undergone a qualitative change, making his strength increase even more terrifying. with a long screech, Xiao Huang's physique suddenly expanded. Grabbing the rock dragon, he yanked it out of the ground in an instant, as if an ant lifting food several times its own weight, then slowly setting it back down. Bang! Dust rose in a circle around them. This unbelievable scene stunned everyone. A creature known for its strength with dragon's blood had been utterly dominated in its own proud domain. It was like a father beating his son. Everyone could instantly tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Not far away, Qi, who had been full of confidence, now had his pupils dilated in disbelief. His trembling body betrayed his inner turmoil. Why, this was a creature of dragon's blood. His father had paid a great price to acquire it, and the dragon's blood couldn't possibly be fake. In previous competitions, it had always won with its strength, even taking first place in strength-based contests, so until now he had been working incredibly hard, training day and night to repay his family's efforts, but to be defeated by a beast of agility, in that moment Qi felt utterly devastated, as if the world around him had dimmed. He watched as Lin Yang collected the golden tokens: Dragon Bloodline Gold, Rock Armor Body Gold, Tyrannosaurus Power Gold. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. All these golden tokens plundered in one night. It seemed that all the good things were reserved for this genius. Now it was your turn. Lin Yang looked at the shadow wrapped around the fire snake, laughing heartily. The stronger you are, the more thrilled I am. The shadow wasn't afraid at all. Instead, it was excited. This newcomer had defeated so many and was now reversing the situation, ready to become famous worldwide. Stop! Just as he was about to strike, a shadow appeared next to him. This figure wore no black cloth but was entirely merged with the shadows, barely visible even in broad daylight except for a dark silhouette and a pair of eyes. This was a powerful being. The two looked almost identical. Father, why? The black snake protested. It was on the verge of gaining international fame. How could it possibly give up now? Your beast is weak. You can't win dishonorably, and even if you win, there's no benefit. The shadow scolded, frustrated, as if lamenting the failure to turn iron into steel. Are you blind? Can't you see the gap between your beast and Lin Yang's? I dare say, if my own son went up there, he'd lose within 5 moves. Maybe even 5 moves are too many. 3 moves, or perhaps just 1, and he'd be instantly defeated. To avoid crushing his confidence, the shadow had to take matters into his own hands. Darkness spread from his body, enveloping the fire snake and disappearing with the black snake from the spot. The dark shadow, emitting a sinister aura, silenced the surrounding beast tamers. Though the aura was completely concealed, an innate fear still prevented them from moving. A beast tamer of the dark element? What kind of technique was this? In our dragon nation, there is only one beast tamer who possesses a dark element beast. He's that legendary assassin who, upon taking action, can claim the life of an emperor-level ferocious beast. To witness this with my own eyes today, he's my idol. Such a big shot has come too. The crowd was immensely astonished. Then, as they came to their senses, they were thoroughly shaken by the chaotic scene in the hall. At that moment, Lin Yang stored his beast in the beast space and walked past everyone with composure. The beast tamers who hadn't managed to enter the hall held their breath, fearing to displease him and provoke an attack. Once Lin Yang was far away, everyone sighed in relief, realizing their backs were soaked with sweat. Even Xinyun, who had luckily remained, couldn't help but show a trace of fear, followed by a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Such a talented beast tamer, what heights might he reach in the future? I've won, now it's your turn to keep your promise. Lin Yang shouted aloud. High in the sky, Zhang Qingyun chuckled twice, and the creature resembling a white cloud carried Zhang Qingyun down to the ground. Lin Yang, I won't skimp on what I promised you. Let me top it up with a little extra, 50 million. In the future you can use this card to directly enter the Modu Academy. Zhang Qingyun took out a purple square card. It was printed with the name of Modu Academy and bore the Academy's emblem. From the onlookers nearby there came the sound of swallowed saliva. With this token one could join the Modu Academy. If there was any place in Longwa where one could easily obtain high-level beast cubs, it was only through the monopolized resources of the major academies and their backing breeding farms. Countless people had broken their heads trying to get in, but among a population of over 10 billion only a few thousand could enter. Do you know my name? Lin Yang was startled. Then what he had done before was. It seems you already have a teacher, Zhang Qingyun asked. Yes, Lin Yang nodded. Zhang Qingyun and the shadow exchanged glances, aware that in this era titles mattered more. A beastmaster could not have several direct teachers at the same time, so both spoke in unison. I will personally visit Yuqing. Black Dragon, you're just asking for trouble. I said from the beginning that I wanted to take Lin Yang as my apprentice. Haha, first come first served. "This kid is so cunning, he's perfect for my sect," said the black dragon at a rapid pace. The air between the two was thick with tension. Lin Yang only heard the shadow call him cunning. Wasn't this pure slander? He always acted openly and had never been cunning. Haha, forget it, you go back first. In 3 days I'll come to Yuqing. Zheng Qingyun turned and leapt onto a white cloud, disappearing in an instant. The shadow also merged into the darkness behind him. An emperor-level beastmaster coming to Yuqing. Lin Yang's heart raced. After hesitating for a moment, he took Xiao Huang back to the eggshell and vanished into Space City. After everyone had left, Space City trembled briefly before returning to calm. In Yuqing, within the Beastmaster Academy, the students were abuzz with heated discussions. "Have you heard? The Emperor-level legacy has opened and geniuses from all over the cities are scrambling for it. Various Emperor-level talented beasts and rare elemental beasts. Just hearing about it is thrilling. It's a pity I didn't see it with my own eyes. My beast talent isn't enough. I can only rely on the Beastmaster exam to change my fate against the heavens. Do you know who got the legacy?" "No news yet. I heard that the Beastmasters who came out are tight-lipped. Could they have been silenced?" The students of Yuqing found it very strange. In today's advanced network, what happened inside should have been quickly known once they came out, especially regarding the ownership of the Emperor-level cubs, which they were most concerned about. Moreover, it said that those who get the cubs will be directly admitted to Modu Academy. This is expected, as the second Beastmaster is an Emperor-level Beastmaster, a rarity globally. Not to say it's as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, but it's 1 in a billion. Yet, such a genius has not leaked a single piece of news. I once asked a big shot, but the more I asked, the uglier his face got. I don't know why. Meanwhile, as the students discussed, Teacher Zhang, standing in the corridor, was not just idly eavesdropping. "How are Lin Yang and the others doing? Being caught up in this struggle among geniuses, is it good or bad?" Principal Bai shook his head in disbelief. They hadn't anticipated this at all. As soon as Lin Yang entered, the inheritance had begun. How could someone be so unlucky yet so lucky at the same time? The unfortunate part was that once the inheritance began, the competition would become fierce. Many Beastmasters emerged severely wounded and remained tight-lipped about the experience. The fortunate part, however, was that Lin Yang had stumbled upon this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was just a pity, considering Lin Yang was just an extraordinary Beastmaster. What use could he possibly be? I heard that kid Lin Yang also luckily made it to the inheritance site. Well, it's good for him to witness the struggles of those geniuses and realize the gap between them. Principal Bai was rather pleased as he stroked his beard. He had once seen from a great distance the legendary battles of young Emperor-level Beastmasters, which had left a deep impression on him and spurred him on to eventually become a king-level Beastmaster himself. Indeed, such experiences are invaluable. Just like my student Lin Yang, who possesses Imperial-level talent and broke my record in the Academy's test. Cough, cough, it's about time for them to return. Remember to prepare the healing potions. Just as Teacher Zhang was about to speak, Principal Bai swiftly interrupted him. The two left the academic building, heading toward the Academy's backyard, where the most precious asset of the Academy was located, the spatial portal left by an Emperor-level Beastmaster of the Dragon Nation. "Buzz," Xinyun was the first to step out from it. "How is it? Is your beast injured?" Principal Bai and the other hurriedly asked, already holding the healing potion. This was the latest large-scale HP potion developed by the Bio Group, highly effective for beasts. Nowadays, almost all Beastmasters in Yu City use this potion, including the army, which was still testing it. "It's nothing serious, Principal. My beast just suffered some minor injuries." Xinyun declined politely, her eyes curiously fixed on the potion marked with their Bio Group's logo. "What about Lin Yang?" the two asked. Xinyun paused, stunned. "Lin Yang went to the Space City too. I didn't see him there." She truly hadn't expected Lin Yang to have entered Space City. After all, Yu City had never been ranked as an advanced city before, naturally lacking the opportunity to enter. It was normal not to recognize him. Everyone had to change their appearance before entering the space layer to prevent private vendettas, explained Principal Bai. In the next moment, the surface of the portal fluctuated. Lin Yang stepped out, looking relaxed and at ease. "You're all here, huh? My beast doesn't need healing, as you can see." The two couldn't help but feel a bit critical internally. Other Beastmasters came out looking dejected, but here he was looking smug. "Miss Shin?" Lin Yang grinned at Xinyun, who nodded back. Looking at Lin Yang, she overlaid his figure with that of a persona from the space layer. Both were dressed in black, but the gap between them was not small. One was a genius who dominated other beastmasters with ease, and the other was merely considered a genius in Yu City. Fortunately, Lin Yang hadn't been caught by that guy, otherwise he wouldn't be looking so cheerful, probably would have become reclusive by now. I heard you also reached that island and even gained recognition. Why was he unharmed? Teacher Zhang wondered. Principal Bai already had an answer in mind. Having self-awareness is a good thing. On the battlefield of beast tamers, knowing when you are powerless and choosing to protect yourself wisely is the best option. My strength is decent. No one can hurt me, Lin Yang replied honestly, his face clean and his words as refreshing as a spring breeze. He seemed like a completely different person compared to how he was in Space City. Sometimes isn't it better to just tell the truth? Why bother lying? Xinyan's eyes lowered as she looked towards Lin Yang. Suddenly regretting her words, would this make Lin Yang feel ashamed? Anyone facing such a genius would feel inferior. It wasn't Lin Yang's fault. Xinyan was always straightforward, often offending others with her directness, but her backing by the biological group kept her from being targeted everywhere. This was the first time she thought about changing her habit, telling the truth. Maybe not a good idea, Lin Yang frowned. Would saying such things make it seem like I'm boasting too much? Did Xinyan recognize me in there? That's right, Xiao Huang. Although drastically changed from a chicken to a Godzilla-like creature, was still the same species. It was normal to recognize it. Well, actually, never mind. I'm already tired from coming out of Space City, and in a week I have to go through a half-month-long beast taming exam. I should rest first, Lin Yang thought. Principal, by seeing Lin Yang's furrowed brow, quickly interrupted. By the way, what level has your beast reached? Kiki has already reached the mid-lord level, lord level. Lin Yang responded succinctly. He leveled up so fast that it seemed there was little difference between the early, mid and late stages. He would reach them soon enough anyway. Not bad at all, Teacher Zhang exclaimed. An early lord level and a late lord level, both with exceptional talent. Principal Bai also nodded, his eyes and brows relaxed. He felt that sending them to Space City was an absolutely correct decision. 2 lord-level beast tamers, the chances of getting into a top-tier academy would greatly increase, possibly even reaching king-level beast tamers in the future. Maybe Lin Yang could even break through to emperor level. Principal Bai. I'll be going now, Xinyan said goodbye. That Kiki leveled up faster than Xiao Huang was within her expectations. I'll be going too, it's been a long time since I've been home. Tomorrow, I will personally visit to commend you for reaching the lord level, Principal Bai said cheerfully, in a very good mood. As for the inheritance of an emperor level, that was beyond the scope of their small town. Having their own small plot of land was satisfaction enough. As Lin Yang entered the room, his aunt glared at him intensely. Did you get a promotion and forget who you are? She seethed. Lin Ziyuan quickly slapped himself on the mouth, apologizing. My fault. Worry filled his eyes as he looked deeper into the room. If even the geniuses couldn't handle it, how terrifying must that place be? Just thinking about it made Lin Ziyuan shiver. And there was Lin Yang facing those ferocious monsters directly. How could Lin Yang, who grew up sheltered like a greenhouse plant, withstand such shocks? In Lin Ziyuan's mind an image lingered, Lin Yang with his little chick beside him, trembling before a demon as tall as a skyscraper with horns and a gaping maw dripping blood. Perhaps it was best to let Lin Yang rest first. Lin Ziyuan decided to hold off on discussing the biotech company. Money was trivial compared to Lin Yang's mental and physical health. Inside the house, Lin Yang was flanked by Xiao Wang on the left and the green snake on the right. Xiao Wang's massive body nearly filled half the room, and the green snake wasn't much smaller. Though it could shrink its body as needed. Where's the shrinking entry? I need to find one for Xiao Wang. Lin Yang frowned as he looked at it. At that moment, Lin Yang held many unused entries in his hand, such as Dragon Bloodline Gold, Rock Armor Body Gold, Tyrannosaurus Strength Gold, Thunder Lord 9 Transformations Gold, Fortune Gold and Resurrection Gold, especially the 6 golden entries which Lin Yang had taken from Qi and Bian Yunner's beasts. Each of these golden entries had effects that were almost perverse. Possessing one could make one a genius in a small area. Having 3 would make one recognized as a genius throughout the entire Dragon Nation. And here were 6 golden entries. Lin Yang looked up. The 2 beasts were eagerly staring at him. Though they were completely obedient to their masters, Lin Yang didn't want any rifts between them. Let's do this, Lin Yang began, and the 2 beasts immediately perked up their ears. He had initially promised to give the entries to the green snake. At this, Xiao Huang glared fiercely at the green snake, but Lin Yang quickly added, but since Xiao Wang did most of the work, Xiao Wang should take one as a reward. Hearing this, Xiao Huang relaxed slightly and its feathers, which had bristled, calmed down. Let's leave the resurrection for Xiao Huang, as that would be most beneficial, Lin Yang thought. In an instant the 6 golden entries merged into the bodies of the 2 beasts. Even though beasts could not attack their masters, internal strife was inevitable. Just in case Xiao Huang, feeling idle, decided to bully the newcomer and caused it to feel depressed, affecting its promotion, that wouldn't be good. Roar! The moment he received the entry, Xiao Huang wore a satisfied expression while the green snake beside him reacted violently. It curled up entirely, its skin cracking inch by inch, replaced by gray scales. Its eyes, originally those of a snake, also took on a tinge of blood red. The commotion even attracted Lin Ziyuan's attention, who came over to ask what was making such a terrible noise. Lin Yang explained it was his beast and his uncle had no choice but to advise him not to be too harsh on his pet, to be gentler, leaving Lin Yang speechless. Do I look like such a harsh person? This is education with love. Finally, after half an hour, the pain finally ended. At that moment the ground was littered with snake slue and an unidentified sticky liquid. The green snake had transformed into a large earth-yellow serpent, more angular than before, its pupils now stained with blood red. Not bad, it has become much stronger. From now on you shall be called Shao Kong. Roar! Shao Kong made a sound like a roar, like a hiss. This was a characteristic of transforming into a dragon. Thinking of this, Lin Yang became somewhat intrigued and pulled out his phone to search for dragons. An image of a massive black dragon appeared, lizard-like with a pair of giant horns, its pupils as if poured over with magma, stomping the entire city under its feet. Legend has it that all dragons on Blue Star are descendants of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon is also the only beast that has surpassed the disaster level known as the World Ender. It is rumored that the day the Black Dragon reappears will be the day the world ends. Of course, all this could just be boasting by the Black Dragon Church. After all, it's their revered deity. Let them fabricate what they will. Hiss! The gray snake coiled around Lin Yang's side, very affectionate. Having felt the tangible benefits, the gray snake became more dependent on Lin Yang. From now on you'll protect me closely, Lin Yang said with a smile. Shao Kong immediately nodded. It possessed the ability to become invisible and was smaller in size. Hidden on his person, it was not easy to detect, and it could strike unexpectedly when necessary. Relying on that silly bird to protect him was almost a fool's dream. Xiao Huang quickly hid in the beast's base. It was angry. It wanted to accelerate its training to become stronger, to let the master know who was the truly dependable pet. Boom! Suddenly, the city's ground shook violently. Uncle's urgent voice came from outside. Another beast has come. Don't go outside. Beasts occasionally pass through the city. I'm going out to take a look. Ignoring his uncle's advice, Lin Yang, with an invisible gray snake wrapped around him, went up to the rooftop. Oh whoa! Under the dim sky several bat-like creatures circled high above. Only the leader, with giant lightning horns, was a Thunderlight Bat at the Lord level. Thunderlight Bat, level, Late Lord, talent, Early King, skills, Roared Bloodfeed. Thunder column, entry, Thunder Purple, description, naturally close to Thunderlight. This bat belongs to the Emperor's creatures. Underneath this Thunderlight Bat it clutched a green bus, inside which sat many elderly women and children. From their expressions you could see they were terrified to the extreme. Some women holding infants covered their children's eyes, looking down in panic. Clearly, these ferocious beasts were here to hunt for food. Lin Yang's face was expressionless, but his mood was at rock bottom. Sensing his master's mood, the gray snake coiling around him looked up into the sky and let out a series of low growls. At that moment the rooftop's iron door opened. Lin Ziyuan rushed out, grabbed Lin Yang and tried to pull him back inside. Get back. Once they target you, it's over. These ferocious beasts are not something you can handle. The Beastmaster army will be here soon, don't worry, they'll be fine. This Thunderlight Bat is trying to ascend to king status, it won't spare them, Lin Yang said calmly. Lin Ziyuan was immediately taken aback. How did Lin Yang know all this? Just from a glance. We should go inside. Even more so then, a lord-level beast is not something you can deal with. Don't act tough. Lin Ziyuan tried to persuade him while pulling hard. Lin Yang's parents had disappeared while fighting ferocious beasts years ago. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Yang follow the same path. But no matter how hard he pulled, it seemed he couldn't move Lin Yang at all. He appeared to be nailed to the ground. It's too noisy, Lin Yang said flatly. Hearing this, Lin Ziyuan thought he was talking about himself. But the next second he realized Lin Yang was talking about the monster in the sky. Roar! Seeing that there were still humans on the rooftop, the Thunderlight Bat roared disdainfully. It didn't mind eating a Couple more, a group of bats charged down, their huge bodies enough to carry away a small sedan each, their collective rush terrifying to behold. Lin Ziyuan's face turned pale, however, the next moment a huge shadow enveloped the two of them, a beast with fiery red fur and a body radiating intense heat and red light appeared, shielding them. Boom, Lin Ziyuan saw a blaze shooting into the sky, he saw charred bat corpses falling from the sky. He saw this gigantic bird soar into the sky, a creature that could summon thunder and lightning like a god, instantly shredding the horrifying face of the monster. He saw a bus, now parked on their rooftop. Well done, it's much quieter now, but try not to bring the bus up next time, Lin Yang said helplessly. Jie, Xiao Huang nodded, its massive body and fierce appearance having terrified the people who had just been inside the vehicle, but when they saw this monster communicating with a human, their eyes lit up. A beastmaster, it's are you city's beastmaster who took action, are you the army's beastmaster? It seems he was annoyed by the noise of that bat, that's why he killed it. Truly a beastmaster acts in a way unlike any other. So young man, do you have a girlfriend yet? Isn't that obvious? A young beastmaster like him must have been snatched up long ago. The people chattered among themselves, looking like they had survived a great ordeal. Of course, it's not beauties who are after him, but rather old men, Lin Yang silently remarked to himself. Don't come down, just toss them off the building. Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively, as Xiao Huang grabbed the vehicle. Unlike the initial horror, the people inside became curious and started observing their surroundings. Some even reached out their hands and touched Xiao Huang's claws a few times. It seemed that the reputation of beast tamers wasn't very good. Discarding noisy beasts by killing them off seemed to be quite normal, but this was fine. It saved him the trouble too. Is this Xiao Huang, the chicken? Lin Ziyuan stammered, unable to speak clearly. The scene that had just unfolded before him was like a movie in which he had played a part. It shocked him to his core, a shock comparable to a protagonist discovering his son was Superman or a national hero. Cluck, Xiao Huang immediately reacted to the word chicken, growing significantly larger than before. It was so small earlier, Lin Ziyuan said, making odd gestures as he spoke. Then he suddenly remembered something. Lin Yang said that the Thunderbat was about to advance from a lord to a king level. Doesn't that mean that the beast was already a late-stage lord, and such a beast was killed on the spot by Lin Yang in less than a minute? What level is your beast taming at? Lin Ziyuan asked. Late-stage Lord, Lin Yang responded. Lin Ziyuan swallowed hard and then approached Xiao Huang. Can I touch it? I've never touched a lord-level beast before. His eyes gleamed, not with the realization that there was a lord-level beast tamer in the family, but with the desire to touch a lord-level beast. It was indeed a rare opportunity. Which ordinary person would have the chance to touch a lord-level beast without being eaten the next second? Click. As the two were discussing, the sound of the back door echoed. Auntie sneakily looked outside, and when she saw the gigantic creature standing on the rooftop and Lin Ziyuan's hand reaching into the bird's beak, she felt a darkness descend over her eyes and fainted. In just a moment, a group of agile beast tamers arrived, led by teacher Zhang from the middle school. As a late-stage lord tamer living nearby, he was the first to arrive with the military after receiving the news. However, by the time he arrived, the beasts had already left. Teacher Zhang felt a sinking feeling. Even if the beast hadn't left, a fierce battle would have been inevitable with casualties unavoidable. These beasts are becoming bolder, daring to snatch people from the city. How many were injured or killed? Go ask. I sent Lao Wu, he'll be back soon. After a while, Lao Wu, an early-stage Lord Beast Tamer, returned with a strange expression. How did it go? Everyone asked anxiously. Gone, Lao Wu replied. Everyone's heart sank, wondering how they would report this tomorrow. But then Lao Wu said, those beasts are gone, their bodies charred, and that late-stage Lord Beast was shattered into pieces, completely lifeless. Lao Wu, you still have the heart to joke at a time like this. Indeed, it was our negligence that we didn't anticipate the invasion of the ferocious beasts. This is no time for jokes, several people scolded. Lao Wu, however, was not pleased and retorted angrily, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. The carcasses of those beasts are still piled up on the ground. The others exchanged looks. It was rare for him to be angry, and for a moment they were uncertain if those beasts truly had been slain. Who could have done it? These were late-stage lord-level beasts, formidable even for their own city of Yu. They had even prepared for a fierce battle. In all of Yu's city, the only one capable of dispatching them so swiftly was Principal Bai. When he was chosen by a top academy, he chose not to stay but to return and establish the Beast Mastery Academy in Yu's city, thus endowing the city with the capability to defend itself. Now Yu's city boasted several Lord level beast masters, yet no king level had emerged. The beast mastery exam was their only hope to reach such a level. Let's go see for ourselves. Zhang Lei, who had retired from the military and maintained some influence, took the lead. Alright, let's check it out, they all agreed. Divine Eagle, Zhang Lei whistled, and a massive white eagle, though only half the size of a phoenix but more agile, suitable for scouting, circled and descended. Zhang Lei leapt onto the eagle's back. The others summoned their own beasts, all capable of aerial combat. Let's go! With a swoosh accompanied by a roaring sound, the white eagle shot up into the sky like a sword, circling high above. They soon located the spot Lao Wu had talked about. It was unmistakably clear. A crowd had gathered around the carcasses of several beasts, arguing loudly, with many taking photos, and even an old lady was preparing to bag some meat to take home. Alarmed, Zhang Lei quickly descended to stop her. The meat of ferocious beasts was rich in energy, too much for young people, let alone the elderly. Why are you stopping me? Do you want it all to yourself? The old lady glared at him. Zhang Lei had to explain for a while before he managed to reclaim the meat. These bodies need to be processed by the biological group before they can be consumed, and even then, it's meant for beasts, not humans, he explained. Soon, the others landed as well. They looked at the bodies of the thunderlight bats on the ground and couldn't help but click their tongues. It was a massacre, not a fight. From the terrified expression on the thunderlight bats, it seemed they had no chance to fight back, only to flee. Could it have been Principal Bai? They wondered. Maybe after planting vegetables behind the school he just happened to pass by, but it was unlikely he wouldn't have informed them. They stared at the carcasses of the beasts, swallowing hard. This was premium meat, eating it would undoubtedly greatly enhance their beasts. Suddenly a beast let out a low growl. A passerby was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Your beasts are not friendly at all. I touched that beast master's beast several times and got no reaction. The man touched his chest, clearly frightened. Don't touch them carelessly, they often fight with ferocious beasts and are very sensitive to touch, someone warned. Zhang Lei was the first to react, grabbing the man and asking, the beast master you mentioned before, have you met him? The man looked at the fierce beast staring at him and nodded honestly. Yes, it was a huge bird, much bigger than yours. I've seen it too, and even touched it a couple of times. Its feathers are harder than steel blades. The crowd buzzed with discussion recounting the previous events. Those who listened were left with lingering fears. Everyone in the vehicle was taken into the air. If we had been caught, it would have definitely been a disaster. Then they were shocked by the power of the mysterious Beastmaster, who simply killed a late-stage Lord Thunderbat because it was too noisy. What kind of strength and confidence does he have to act so arrogantly? Do we also have a hidden king-level Beastmaster in your city? Do you remember any? Killing a late-stage lord can only be a king level. It definitely isn't Principal Bai. His beast isn't from the agile class. Such a large bird beast, it's hard to say if it's from the agile class. Let the biological group clean up the corpse of the culprit first. No one delved too deep into it. The key issue now was how these ferocious beasts arrived in the city undetected. Although most ferocious beasts don't have brains, they couldn't just randomly attack a human city. Zhang Lei didn't follow them. This wasn't within the jurisdiction of a concerned citizen. He found Principal Bai and told him everything that had happened. An unknown king-level beast master. Principal Bai frowned and shook his head. He hadn't heard of him. Moreover, a king-level beastmaster might travel around. It might just be a temporary stay in your city, just coincidentally handling the situation. Let's not worry about these things for now. I've already visited Shenyun and need to go to Lin Yang's house, but I have more important things to do, so you'll go in my place, said Principal Bai, his face showing distress. He couldn't understand why an emperor-level beastmaster would come to their city. Was it Lin Yang who caused trouble? Okay, Zhang Lei's face showed excitement. Such a rare opportunity, he must take the initiative. Just when he was free, at this moment at Lin Yang's home. You mean that chicken? Auntie was shocked. She hadn't expected the beast to grow so big. Then came the joy. Lin Yang was now a lord-level beastmaster. Although they weren't beastmasters, they knew how strong a lord-level beastmaster really was. Lin Ziyuan thought a lot internally. Even late-stage lord beastmasters would be put in difficult positions. How strong must the talents in the space city be? Indeed, it's a big city. The geniuses born there were beyond their imagination. Later on, will it grow so big that it won't fit in the house? Do you think the beast is a balloon? Does it mean that it will explode when it grows up? Lin Ziyuan didn't want to talk with someone with long hair and short insights anymore. What did she think the beast was? After all, it's a living creature. How could it keep growing indefinitely? Bang bang, Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Lin Ziyuan walked forward and opened the door. A man with a crew cut and a smile stood at the door. Is this Lin Yang's home? Asked the crew cut man. Lin Ziyuan was stunned for a moment. He had seen him on TV before. It was the hero of Yuqing, the Scout Beastmaster. I'm here for Lin Yang, as he is now a Lord Beastmaster, quite a talent. Lin Ziyuan suddenly understood. My name is Zhang Lei, I am Lin Yang's teacher. Zhang Lei introduced himself with a smile. Most importantly, I'm Lin Yang's teacher, don't forget that. Well, please come in. Lin Ziyuan snapped back to reality. Out of the corner of his eye he saw neighbors peering over full of envy. He unconsciously straightened his back. I am Lin Yang's teacher, you can call me Master Zhang, Zhang Lei said with a smile. Oh Master Kong, please come in. No, it's Master Zhang. Zhang Lei corrected. Master Zhang, please come in, Lin Ziyuan said. Is there a difference between master and teacher? Seems like there isn't much. However, Zhang Lei seemed quite pleased with the distinction. Let's take a photo first. Zhang Lei entered the room followed by a photographer pulling Lin Ziyuan along to take a photo together. Thinking about the photo appearing in the newspaper later, Lin Ziyuan felt a bit nervous while Zhang Lei stood up even straighter. The photographer was specially brought by him to prove that he was the teacher of the Emperor Beastmaster, unnecessary evidence. In the future he could occasionally boast during his lectures with this photo. Smile, said the photographer. So Lin Ziyuan flashed a very sweet smile and Zhang Lei did the same. Both held a banner in their hands which read from Lin Yang's teacher Zhang Lei. It's a pity Principal Bai couldn't come, he missed this opportunity. First come first served, Zhang Lei said, his smile growing even wider, almost splitting to his ears. Seeing their odd smiles, the photographer was momentarily stunned. Are they here to shoot a horror film? Maybe tone it down a bit. The two slightly moderated their expressions to a more benevolent look. This isn't a wedding, no need to smile so sweetly. Finally, after much ado, the photo was properly taken. Zhang Lei breathed a sigh of relief, turning to look around at the modest decor of the house and sighed inwardly. Nobility often comes from humble beginnings. Then he suddenly added, I plan to offer a 1 million bonus as a reward for young Lord Beastmasters to also motivate other Beastmasters. Anyone who becomes a Lord Beastmaster in Yuqing before the age of 20 will receive a 1 million bonus, Lin Yang included. This was originally supposed to be announced by Principal Bai, but he couldn't make it due to a last-minute issue. After saying this, Zhang Lei looked at Lin Ziyuan. This was no small sum, especially for an average family. It should be enough to leave a lasting impression of his teacher. However, Lin Ziyuan just nodded. Indeed fitting for someone who could teach Lin Yang unaffected by sudden wealth, thought Zhang Lei to himself. Little did he know Lin Ziyuan already had his own shares in a Beastmaster pharmaceutical company. Moreover, no matter how much the reward was, it was meant for Lin Yang to use for his beast control. Lin Ziyuan felt that to cultivate a beast, especially a lord-level beast, one would need at least 1 million to start with, right? After all, Lin Yang seemed quite troubled about money. What he didn't know was that Lin Yang was rather unique. They chatted among themselves for a while, and Lin Yang let him come out. As his teacher, I haven't seen his beast for a long time. It's time for some guidance. Zhang Lei straightened his collar, displaying the demeanor of a strict teacher. Mainly because if he doesn't guide him now, he might not have another chance later. What if Lin Yang goes to a frontline academy and comes back as a king-level beast master? How could he guide him then? Some things must be handled early, or it might be too late. When the ant heard that the teacher wanted to give private lessons, her eyes lit up. She had even inquired before about how much it cost for private beast master lessons. The person in front of her was a lord-level beast master who could definitely teach Lin Yang a lot. Perhaps he could even help him get into a top beast master academy. Lin Yang, come out, your teacher Zhang is here. Hearing the voice, Lin Yang in the room stopped the training of his two beasts on the splitting feather. He gathered the two pets back into the beast space. As Lin Yang opened the door, he saw Zhang Lei. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Lei nodded and said, I'm here to distribute scholarships and awards. By the way, where are your beasts? Bring them out and let me have a look. I might be able to give some pointers. This would make a beautiful tale to tell. Lord-level beast master Zhang Lei once taught a king-level agility beast master, a crucial step on his path to success. This should be recorded in Wikipedia just like that. Alright, but this space is too small. Let's find a more open area. Xiao Huang's body is too large, it's naturally impossible to train here. And since teacher Zhang has been in the late lord stage for so many years, he surely has unique insights on beast mastery, right? This place really isn't suitable for movements. Zhang Lei looked around. There were bottles and jars everywhere. It wouldn't be good if Xiao Huang flew around and hit something. In Zhang Lei's memory, Xiao Huang was not too big, probably up to Lin Yang's waist at most, moreover, agility type beasts have limited growth and size, only strength type beasts focus on size growth during continuous evolution. The two men arrived at the summit of Yuqing. It was here that Lin Yang had obtained the primordial term years ago. Summon it, Zhang Lei smiled. Lin Yang nodded and softly chanted. Boom, a fierce fire ignited. As the flames died down, a huge bird as tall as 2 or 3 floors appeared before them. Xiao Huang was massive but moved gracefully, its feathers soft, making one irresistibly want to reach out and touch them, though this was only true for Lin Yang. To outsiders, this was an extremely fierce beast. The flames burning in its pupils seemed to devour everything. Zhang Lei's smile gradually solidified. He slowly raised his head, staring blankly at the giant bird in front of him. What, my little bird, how did it grow so big? The difference in size was far too great compared to before. You call yourself a swift beast tamer, Little Huang? Is this Little Huang? Isn't this a pig? Zhang Lei really wanted to say this, but he suppressed the comment. Oh, it is Little Huang, don't worry, its weight doesn't affect its speed, Lin Yang responded, assuming Zhang Lei was worried that Little Huang's obesity would hinder its movements. In fact, Little Huang's speed has increased rather than decreased because its body is all chicken. Gulp, Zhang Lei swallowed hard. What rank is your beast now? Late stage lord. Zhang Lei was petrified again. How am I supposed to teach this? Zhang Lei suddenly regretted not bothering Lin Yang more before he entered the space city, not assigning him more beast taming homework. No, wait, your beast is a late stage lord. What about that thunder bat from before? Zhang Lei suddenly thought of something and urgently asked Lin Yang. A red huge bird and very people friendly. Isn't this description exactly like Lin Yang's beast? Lin Yang hadn't spoken yet, but Little Huang spoke first. Zhang Lei, who was quite knowledgeable in bird language, understood what Little Huang was saying and was immediately filled with question marks. Because it was too noisy, so you just slaughtered it? Zhang Lei didn't know what to say. That thunder bat was really giving him a headache, so it was slaughtered by Little Huang just because it annoyed Lin Yang. Could it be that what Lin Yang said about no one daring to mess with him in the space city is true? Possessing the strength of a late stage lord, as long as you don't provoke others, no one will actively come to trouble you. This is enough to protect oneself. These 4 words vividly illustrate the status of a late-stage lord beast tamer. It seems I can no longer be your teacher. From now on you don't need to call me teacher Zhang, just Zhang Lei will do. Zhang Lei stepped forward, patting Lin Yang's shoulder. His expression was complex. Lin Yang's genius was beyond his imagination. Indeed, their U city's genius was second to none. If given more time, the inheritance of the space city wouldn't fall into others' hands. Thinking of this, Zhang Lei couldn't help feeling exhilarated. Are you interested in going to the military camp for some experience? Zhang Lei suggested. Military camp? There must be many fierce beasts there. Lin Yang's eyes brightened. He had been worrying about where to find entries recently. The mountains in Yu City were filled with low-level creatures. Even if Little Huang ate them to extinction, they might not even yield a golden entry. This is also what Principal Bai meant. There's a big exam in 3 days. He wants you to broaden your horizons. Zhang Lei patted Lin Yang's shoulder, hinting that this was Principal Bai promoting him, letting Lin Yang know how the beast taming army operates. In the future he might even take over the beast tamer army of Yu City. As a lord-level tamer he would inevitably become a king-level beast tamer. Lin Yang already had this qualification. Actually, I don't need to attend the big exam, Lin Yang responded. Even staying there for 10 days or even a month wouldn't be a problem, because he had already obtained a place at the Magic City Academy. That won't do, you still have to attend the big exam. Zhang Lei frowned and spoke sternly. Lin Yang had no choice but to remain silent. Speaking out, he guessed that Zhang Lei wouldn't believe him anyway. In Principal Bai's office, a virtual silhouette materialized. The figure had white hair yet appeared strikingly robust. Bai Dongchen? Zhang Qingyun inquired. Yes, Bai Dongchen nodded, puzzled as to why such a prominent figure would contact him directly. A sovereign beastmaster, truly a rare gem. If one were to liken them to deities in this world, no one would find it amiss. Well, you've managed Yuqing well, but I'm here primarily for Lin Yang. Zhang Qingyun cut to the chase. Lin Yang? Bai Dongchen was taken aback, unsure why Lin Yang would attract the attention of a sovereign beastmaster. Perhaps only those ranked in the top 3 in the Beastmaster Grand Exam might receive such attention. Even though Lin Yang was considered a prodigy in Yuqing, Principal Bai did not believe he was among the top in the entire Dragon Nation. That would mean trouble. Bai Dongchen felt a sinking feeling. he has been doing well in Space City, Zhang Qingyun slowly stated, which to Bai Dongchen sounded like an accusation. Cautiously, Bai Dongchen asked, Senior, what has Lin Yang done? You don't know? Zhang Qingyun asked. It was indeed an accusation. After such an incident, you really have no clue? That seemed to be the implication. I apologize, but I only know of events in Space City through the newspapers. That explains it. Zhang Qingyun felt relieved. With his sharp mind, he quickly understood. Bai Dongchen was unaware that Lin Yang had received a legacy. Originally, I wanted to visit Yuqing myself, but as a sovereign beast master, I cannot leave the capital so easily, hence I had to contact you like this, Zhang Qingyun explained calmly. Since ancient times, the bond between master and disciple among beast masters has been highly valued. Despite his eagerness to take a disciple, Zhang Qingyun couldn't care less about formalities lest someone darker snatches him away. I intend to take Lin Yang as my closed-door disciple and wanted to consult your opinion. After saying this, Zhang Qingyun waited for a response. Bai Dongchen seemed not to understand. Take a disciple, closed-door disciple, and you're asking for my opinion? Such words might be believable if they came from someone like Zhang Lei, but coming from a sovereign Beastmaster, they felt incredibly unreal. Why take Lin Yang as a disciple? What's so special about him? Just because he's handsome? I'm not bad-looking either. Of course, Zhang Qingyun boasted proudly he has received the legacy of Space City. Now he is the master of 2 sovereign beasts, and aside from me, no one else can teach him or protect him. His words carried a hint of arrogance, a justifiable pride for a sovereign beast master. Being such one is a target for fierce beasts and even foreign beast masters. So he's the rookie that's been talked about. That explains it. Bai Dongchen nodded, then suddenly, as if struck by a thought, that renowned beastmaster in Dragon Nation, the one who outclassed numerous geniuses and caused them to retreat in defeat, is actually my student, and now he is also the master of 2 sovereign beast talents, his future boundless. Upon this thought, Bai Dongchen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, accompanied by a surreal sense. Thankfully, his extensive experiences had taught him how to quickly regain his composure. Although the elders make the decisions, I am still his teacher. I hope to maintain this teacher-student relationship when we are in Yuqing, Bai Dongchen said. Seeing the other party relent, Zhang Qingyun also breathed a sigh of relief. If Bai Dongchen truly refused, there would be little he could do. As an emperor-level beast tamer, he couldn't possibly stoop to threatening a junior, could he? Lead very well. I plan to send Lin Yang to the military for some training. In 10 days, when he comes to Modu, I will help him with specialized training to advance to a king-level tamer. Zhang Qingyun nodded, then his figure vanished. In 3 days, the 7-day beast taming examination would begin, just in time for the 10-day plan. Watching the big shot leave, Bai Dongchen relaxed. He then remembered that Lin Yang seemed to have something to say when he came out, but he had interrupted him, probably at the moment he was about to confess something. A golden scale is not a common thing. I underestimated you, principal. I originally thought Lin Yang was just a city-level strongman, but he turned out to be a national-level player, and a top-tier one at that. The next morning, news of Lin Yang and others advancing to Lord level was published in the Yuqing newspaper, though the details of the inheritance were kept hidden. Soon Lin Yang's doorstep was almost broken down by the throngs of people trying to get in, including distant relatives who had never shown up before and even a few matchmakers coming for matchmaking. To avoid these tedious matters, early the next morning Zhang Lei took Lin Yang to the outskirts of Yuqing. This area was sparsely populated, mostly consisting of defensive fortifications, with many fully armed soldiers patrolling. Having descended from the sky and kept their beasts, Zhang Lei exclaimed, Zhang bro, what brings you here? With the increasing number of fierce beasts, I've been so anxious I can barely sleep at night. I feel relieved with you here. Lanyan planned to take the initiative to kill a few Lord-level fierce beasts. That kid next to you looks familiar. Several fully armed men greeted, seeming quite familiar with Zhang Lei. He had previously served in Yuqing's military. This is Lin Yang, our genius beast tamer from Yuqing. My student. Zhang Lei laughed. So you're Lin Yang? I know your teacher here can't stop talking about you 100 times every visit. We've been bored to death by it. Isn't it just the same school? I saw it in the newspapers long ago, thought it was beautified, but he really is handsome. The men looked over at Lin Yang as if examining a rare item. So young and already a Lord-level beast tamer? They were somewhat incredulous. In their view, one had to be at least in their 50s to reach the rank of a Lord-level beast tamer. Lin Yang greeted each of them, noticing that they were mostly ordinary people, with only a few being extraordinary beast tamers. compared to beast tamers, ordinary humans faced greater threats from fierce beasts, so typically it was the beast tamers who took the lead in confrontations. As Zhang Lei stepped into the house, he was greeted by two men and a woman accompanied by a group of beast tamers standing around. One of the men was robust, while the other was rather slender. The woman, with her hair tied in a ponytail, had one eye covered by an eye patch and her skin was exceptionally fair. As a beast tamer, her physique was naturally stronger than that of an ordinary person. This is Lan Yun, Xinyan's half-sister from the same father. Zhang Lei introduced. Hearing half-sister from the same father, Lin Yang wondered whether they were referring to Old Master Xin or Old Master Lan. He guessed it must be Old Master Xin, as a daughter from the main wife would not be sent to the front lines. Rich people really know how to play their games, Lin Yang mused internally. Zhang Lei, you've come at the right time. We're planning to hunt down the lordly beasts to teach those creatures a lesson, Lan Yan said upon seeing Zhang Lei. I won't be joining, but I've found you some help. This is Lin Yang, Zhang Lei replied, patting Lin Yang on the shoulder. As a late-stage Lord Tamer, hunting down so-called lordly beasts for Lin Yang would probably be as simple as eating and drinking. Thus, Zhang Lei wasn't worried about Lin Yang running into trouble if anything went wrong. Zhang Lei being there wouldn't make a difference. He'd probably cry if he tried. Lan Yan glanced at Lin Yang with disdain. He's actually one of the geniuses of Yu City, much stronger than me, Zhang Lei boasted, prompting Lan Yan to take another look at the young man. He does look quite handsome, but I wonder how skilled he is with beasts. I'm afraid you might be the one crying for mercy first, Lin Yang teased. As an experienced driver, one must not lose. After saying this, he noticed Lan Yan's expression stiffen slightly. Pretending, Lin Yang realized, oh Lan Yan, you should keep it real next time, the robust man comforted her. Lan Yan glared at Lin Yang with a mix of embarrassment and anger. We're going to hunt the lordly beasts shortly. You should come with us, Lan Yan finally said. Indeed, let's have Yu City's qualified genius assess our beast taming skills, the slender man added, who was also a beast tamer who had once pursued the lightning bat with Zhang Lei. I'll be on my way then, Zhang Lei said. Summoning his own beast and soaring into the sky, Lan Yun, along with the robust and slender men and Lin Yang, rode on a metallic rhino towards the outskirts of Yu City. This beast, belonging to the robust man, was also a late-stage Lord Tamer. In Yu City, we only have 3 late-stage Lord Tamers plus a 50-person beast tamer army. We sent a few people to scout the situation a few days ago, but they haven't returned yet. It's time to teach those beasts a lesson, the robust man explained. I heard your beast has an imperial talent. Can we see it? The slender man asked. What's there to see? Let's hurry on, they are waiting for us to rescue them, Lan Yan snorted, though her eyes couldn't help but sneak peeks. It's always by my side, Lin Yang said, patting his waist. A red-eyed gray snake as thick as an arm slowly revealed itself on his body. Hissing and flicking its tongue, the snake with its heavy scales coiled cautiously around Lin Yang, its body harboring explosive power. With just one glance, the 3 of them knew that this gray snake was not to be trifled with. They felt that it would definitely be a disaster if it grew up, yet they were relieved that it was on the side of humanity, a force from Yuqing. Good, with successors like you and Yuqing, I am reassured. Sooner or later we'll strike at that beast's lair. No matter if it's an emperor-level fierce beast, we'll deal with it just the same. The 2 of them were quite excited. Lan Yan, standing by, curiously observed the gray snake. It was obviously her first time seeing a beast tamer with the talent of an emperor level. Lin Yang was puzzled. Yes, in the black pit outside Yuqing, there's rumored to be an emperor-level fierce beast, but it's very far from here and there's an emperor beast tamer watching over it, so we don't need to worry. But let's not talk about that. Can we touch your beast tamer? The 2 rubbed their hands together. Okay, Lin Yang hesitated for a moment, and under their expectant gazes he nodded. Unexpectedly, it was the little phoenix who got the task of handling the gray snake. The key question was, why did so many people want to touch the beast tamers? Couldn't they touch their own? As they started to touch it, they nodded affirmatively and murmured, truly worthy of being emperor level, it really is different. This discussion made Lan Yun, who was standing a bit away, itch with curiosity, but she was too proud to ask plainly. Senior Lan, would you like to try? Lin Yang asked her. Lan Yan looked into his eyes, felt a warmth in her heart, and was just about to speak when she was interrupted by a loud, angry roar. A deformed monster with a broken wing, its face covered in blood, charged wildly towards the people. Lord level, those missing beast tamers must be nearby. Lin Yan, you hide first, we'll handle this and then you can come out, Lan Yun advised while calmly summoning her beast tamer. Earlier Zhang Lei's words were taken as a joke by her. Lin Yang was not one of the geniuses from the space city, so he couldn't possibly be of help in a fight against a lord-level creature. No need. Finally encountering a fierce beast Lin Yang was eager to try. How could he leave? He was almost suffocating in Yuching, desperately seeking a place to grind monsters, preferably starting at the lord level. Alright, you wait here for my command, don't move unless I say so. Lan Yun instructed. Since this was a trial, she couldn't just let Lin Yang watch. It was only fair to let this greenhouse flower experience something. Come out. Lan Yun clapped her hands together. Boom, the ground trembled. A strange and eerie creature resembling a tree struck by lightning but with a human-shaped long arms and legs and a few branches and claws growing from its head emerged from the ground. Creeping vine ghoul wood, level, late lord, talent, late lord, skills, block, grab, growth, description. A strange ghoul wood adept at hiding its form snatching away lone adventurers, fierce thunder and lightning. I'll go airborne and restrain it. The skinny man summoned an eagle. His beast tamer wasn't much different from Zhang Lei's. It seemed that the scouts in the army all used the same type of beast tamer, and the burly man's beast tamer was naturally the ironclad rhinoceros under his feet, not only tough-skinned but also terrifyingly fast when running. Swish! The claw above the ghastly tree trunk stretched out, circling around the monster and instantly binding it. At this moment, the armored rhinoceros also charged forward. Thud! Its sharp horn pierced the flesh and a miserable roar erupted from the monster. Meanwhile, the beast tamers in the sky kept harassing the creature, forcing it to swipe at the air, otherwise a swipe of its lethal claws would surely tear off a chunk of flesh. The teamwork of the three was simple yet pleasing to the eye, all in an effort to hunt down the fierce beast. Lin Yang, it's your turn, Lan Yin shouted. They had firmly restrained the beast. It should be safe for Lin Yang to make a move now, okay? As Lin Yang spoke, the gray snake's tail, sharp as a blade, trembled. A barely visible slash trembled as it flew into the body of the fierce beast. Spatial slash, thud, the beast was cleanly bisected, blood spraying out. Another aftershock followed, instantly scattering its remains. The triple spatial slash was indeed powerful. Lin Yang had completely mastered this ultimate technique with his two beasts. For creatures below the level of a lord, a single slash was enough to easily end the battle. The trio was slightly astonished by the power of Lin Yang's beast taming skills. However, the fierce beast was already at its end. Moreover, it was controlled by everyone and attacked by a lord-level beast tamer, so its demise was natural. De Zhuang, let's go. Something must have happened in the mountains. A skinny man riding a beast shouted to the burly man. De Zhuang also sensed a hint of danger. De Zhuang, what's his relation to Dali? Lin Yang thought of someone from the academy. The group continued on their way, following the scout beast tamer's guidance, taking hardly any detours. Only now did Lin Yang realize the importance of scouts. In such terrain, controlling the sky gave a significant advantage. There's a campfire, it shouldn't be far now. The group advanced further, following the guidance until they reached a cave. Just approaching the entrance, a foul stench assaulted their nostrils. Lan Yun and the others immediately frowned, sensing trouble. Lin Yang's expression also turned unsightly. Go in. The group, along with their beasts, entered the cave and were immediately shocked by what they saw. The cave was filled with corpses, some of fierce beasts, some of beast tamers, yet there were no signs of battle. De Zhuang clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. These beast tamers were his subordinates. They had been sent to check the situation after the incident with the lightning bats entering the city, but to think they would die here. These fierce beasts, their bodies are all dried up. How long has it been? Lan Yin crouched down to inspect. It doesn't seem like they were killed by beast tamers. It was their own kind, the skinny man said. The bodies of these fierce beasts were very shriveled, as if they had been dead for a long time, yet the flesh on their bodies was still fresh, a puzzling contradiction. It's the lightning bats, those fierce beasts, a male and a female. The female was about to give birth and sucked their blood dry, Lan Yun explained. The group nodded in understanding, recognizing this behavior, otherwise the male would not have risked venturing into human cities to hunt. It was also thanks to that mysterious beast tamer who killed the male thunder lightning bat, alleviating their pressure. These ferocious beasts had just been chewed over. Lin Yang spoke up. It shouldn't have gone far, keep chasing. We can't let it breed, Lan Yun added. Once the thunder lightning bat breeds, it will produce at least 1,000 offspring. For the next 2 days, they searched the mountains for traces of the thunder lightning bat. They almost caught it several times but always missed by a slight margin. However, they did kill many other ferocious beasts, and Lan Yun began to see Lin Yang in a new light. Finally, on the 3rd day, they found the Thunder Lightning Bat Slayer, Lin Yang, you should go back now. The beast taming exam starts tomorrow and you shouldn't miss this opportunity, De Zhuang said, turning to Lin Yang and realizing that the exam was about to start. This was not good news for them. After several days together, he increasingly recognized Lin Yang's strength. With him present, killing the Thunder Lightning Bat was almost guaranteed, significantly increasing their chances of success. No need, it won't take much time to kill it. Lin Yang smiled, thinking to himself, I'm still waiting to consume its thunder lightning to evolve my gray serpent's thunder June 9 transformations. How could I possibly leave? No way. Lan Yun crossed her arms and scolded Lin Yang in a sisterly manner, almost exactly like Zhang Lei's reaction earlier. Giving up the beast taming exam seemed even more severe than giving up the college entrance exam in his previous life, and Lin Yang, being highly valued by the group, they couldn't possibly let him continue following them. Don't worry, the three of us are more than capable of dealing with a late-stage lord, it's just that without you it might be a bit more difficult. De Zhuang laughed. His words were full of recognition for Lin Yang. Alright then. Seeing that he couldn't persuade them, Lin Yang nodded and then used the Grey Serpent's stealth skill to secretly follow behind them. Inside the cave, it was very dark. As they entered, they immediately saw a mold on the ground, a layer of black bat fur and a pile of bones. Lan Yun turned pale. What's wrong? De Zhuang asked. He didn't know much about the thunder lightning bat species. It was usually Lan Yun, the high achiever, who half informed them. Molting it only happens when the thunder lightning bat evolves. This means that it might have already ascended to a king. It's not breeding, it's preparing to ascend to king. Evolve? We need to tell Principal Bai about this, the sooner the better. The skinny one said seriously. Now that it had evolved, it was a trouble they couldn't handle. King-level problems needed to be dealt with by king levels, a lesson learned through bloody experience. Suddenly a drop of saliva fell from above their heads. In the dark cave, another glob of mucus landed on the back of an armored rhinoceros. They looked up, shocked by the scene before them. A completely white bat, muscles bulging like a small phoenix, was hanging upside down from the top of the cave, its wings folded behind revealing a bat-like face, continuously drooling. She's molting. In just one day she will stabilize at the monarch level, Lan Yun declared. Then let's slay it and send it off to its eternal dream, De Zhuang said, his teeth itching with hatred. He couldn't wait to see the rhino horn pierce 100 holes in this fierce beast. Heh, heh. The snow-white bat emitted a laugh that sounded eerily human. This was a sign of its imminent evolution. Upon reaching the monarch level, some creatures gain the ability to learn language, and the Thunderlight Bat was among them. With a swift turn, the snow-white Thunderlight Bat leaped towards the cave entrance. Iron armor, attack, De Zhuang commanded immediately. The iron armor rhino furiously pawed the ground with its hind hooves and charged like a cannonball towards the abdomen of the Thunderlight Bat. De Zhuang and the others' eyes lit up. The bat had just molted and was without its scale armor, making it incredibly vulnerable. A hit from the iron armor rhino would severely injure it at the very least. But in the next instant, boom, a bolt of lightning shot from the top of the bat's head straight onto the iron armor rhino. The rhino screamed in agony as the abundant bones beneath its feet turned to black ash instantly. In a moment, the iron armor rhino, eyes rolling back and body smoking, crashed heavily to the ground. De Zhuang, struck as if by lightning, trembled violently and nearly fainted. It has reached the monarch level. De Zhuang broke out in a cold sweat. They had kicked an iron plate. A true monarch-level creature was before their eyes. Against a monarch level, more lords were of no use. It wasn't fully at monarch level yet, lacking the strongest body armor of its kind, Lan Yun said with a grim expression. The opponent's lightning abilities perfectly countered Lan Yun's beast control. If hit, they might end up like De Zhuang. Thank goodness we sent Lin Yang away. De Zhuang wiped the sweat from his forehead, suddenly feeling relieved that Lin Yang hadn't come along. Otherwise, there would have been one more soul lost, one less future Emperor Beast Master. This transaction was definitely a win. However, just as he spoke, the white bat blocked at the entrance shot out a blade made of flames from its abdomen. The flames, orange and yellow, voraciously consumed its flesh. The Thunderlight Bat, in severe pain, let out a piercing scream. Its body erupted with intense lightning, instantly extinguishing the flames. A huge crater now lay at its chest. Furious beyond measure, the Thunderlight Bat burst out of the cave and tangled with a massive, fierce beast, instantly breaking a dozen trees, causing a commotion that made many nearby beasts flee. This sudden scene stunned the three men for a moment, then they quickly came to their senses. Let's go. Who was it just now? Could it be infighting among the ferocious beasts? Likely, the commotion caused by the Thunderlight Bat was too great, attracting other Foes to take advantage of the situation, the three men, having narrowly escaped death, quickly ran towards the cave exit. Not far away, the white thunderlight bat was entangled in combat with a massive red giant bird. The two agile beasts were locked in a pure test of strength, a scene that momentarily stunned the three men. Then they noticed a familiar figure. Lin Yang, there he was. Lin Yang, wasn't he supposed to leave? Hurry, Lin Yang, run while those two beasts are still fighting. Several people shouted loudly. Lin Yang suddenly snapped back to reality, turning his head to glance at them. You go first, I'll hold it off, he said. Before Lin Yang's eyes, the data panel of a white bat appeared. Lightning bat, level, early monarch stage, talent, late monarch stage, skills, thunder strike, thunder shield, lightning embodiment, entry, golden body of thunder, description. The lightning bat, possessing a natural thunder body, has earned the qualifications to be promoted to the monarch level. No wonder this bat could ascend to the monarch level, it carried a golden thunder-related entry. On its body, Lin Yang's eyes heated up. Perfect, after defeating it I can upgrade Shao Kong to the 9th transformation of Thunder Monarch. Roar! The lightning bat swung its wings and struck Xiao Huang hard, causing it to stagger. Unwilling to show weakness, Xiao Huang turned around and slapped back, making the lightning bat stagger as well. The lightning bat instantly flew into a rage, a mere lord-level beast daring to challenge the dignity of a monarch. Boom! In the next instant, the lightning bat's claws, charged with lightning, swooped down from above and, grabbing Xiao Huang's feathers, pressed it to the ground. A monarch-level attack was something that couldn't be countered just by an entry. Although Xiao Huang's body was strong enough to resist it, the power of its skills was clearly a notch lower. If it hadn't relied on a sneak attack at the beginning, piercing through the lightning bat's abdomen, it might have been overpowered in terms of strength. Pfft. With a swipe of its claw, blood sprayed from Xiao Huang. However, its eyes, burning with fierce fire, showed no fear. In return, it shot out a flame spear, piercing through the lightning bat's wings once again. Having its body penetrated again, the lightning bat was finally scared, struggling to get up, trying to flee, waiting for its scales to regrow. Then it would be another story. However, how could Xiao Huang let go of the prey that was within its grasp? It immediately chased after it into the sky, entangling with it in mid-air amidst flashes of lightning and thunder. At this moment, Lin Yang's face was pale, his body trembling slightly as if constantly struck by lightning. Hiss! The gray snake was extremely anxious, wishing it could intervene right now. Don't rush, a monarch is not so easy to kill. If you make a move, it won't necessarily determine the outcome, and we could be the ones to lose, Lin Yang said calmly. The three people nearby, seeing Lin Yang trembling, instantly understood what was happening. The giant red bird in the sky was at Lin Yang's beast. He has two lord-level beasts? De Zhuang said incredulously, and this red bird, it's so fierce. To think that it, a late lord stage beast, would fight a early monarch stage beast in close combat. To know his ironclad rhino couldn't even withstand a single blow, instantly killed by the lightning bat. It was evident just how astonishing the defensive power and vitality of Lin Yang's beast were, enough to break the limits of the lord level. I'll help you. Lan Yun stepped forward, her previous attitude completely gone. No wonder Zhang Lei held Lin Yang in such high esteem, feeling so reassured to leave him here. Among those present, Lin Yang was probably the strongest. No need, your beast is most vulnerable to lightning, it won't last, Lin Yang said, struggling to suppress his trembling body. He was in pain, yet there was a sense of exhilaration. The token was almost within his grasp. To the onlookers, he appeared to be at the end of his tether, enduring immense agony. Suddenly Lan Yun remembered Lin Yang was a student too. Naturally, he had learned about ferocious beasts, yet here he was, a mere student, confronting a savage beast as mighty as a king. To call him a greenhouse flower would be utterly laughable. Senior, take them to Principal Bai with your beastmaster skills first, Lin Yang suggested, looking towards the slightly frail beastmaster with a resolute expression on his face. No, I'll stay. You go first. Lan Yun bit her lip. Your beast has negative traits. It would be killed instantly. Staying here is pointless. Lin Yang frowned at Lan Yun. Can you leave without making such a fuss? Fine. Lan Yun hesitated, biting her lip. In her eyes, Lin Yang had already become a qualified beastmaster, not just a student on a training expedition. Unexpectedly, bringing Lin Yang along to hunt ferocious beasts had turned the three of them into a liability. In that moment, Lan Yun's admiration for Lin Yang peaked, looking at his profile as if he were the heroic figure in a movie's climax. Go find Principal Bai. If it gets too much, just run. The beast is badly injured. It won't chase you, De Zhuang advised. The injuries were also inflicted by Lin Yang. The trio soared into the sky on a beast, and looking back, they saw a red figure entangled in combat with a white monster amidst a burst of lightning and flames. After the explosion, the blood-red figure plummeted from the sky covered in wounds, gravely injured and near death. Lan Yun and her companions felt a heavy weight in their hearts. Their beast immediately sped up. That was Lin Yang's beast. With the major exams approaching, losing a beast, let alone getting injured, could severely impact their scores. Facing a newly ascended king, the beast had miraculously held on for so long. Despite his potential for a boundless future, he wasted it on saving them. Xiao Huang. Lin Yang murmured as he watched the falling figure. Then he sharply turned his gaze to the blood-soaked thunderlight bat in the sky, his eyes as sharp as blades. At that moment the thunderlight bat noticed Lin Yang the human. In an instant the thunderlight bat transformed into a bolt of lightning and landed before Lin Yang. Its body was covered in armor forged by thunder with claws encased in white lightning, resembling Thor himself. Facing such a regal creature, humans seemed too fragile. With a thunderous crash the lightning struck. The thunderlight bat let out a sinister laugh. However, in the next moment Lin Yang appeared unharmed before it. A gray snake coiled around his body, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, suddenly making the thunderlight bat feel like the prey. A strong sense of crisis overcame it, and the thunderlight bat soared into the sky. However, the gray snake's pupils flashed brightly. An invisible force descended from the heavens like a mountain, pressing down on the wounded body of the thunderlight bat. With a thud, the massive body was crushed onto the ground. The pupils of the thunderlight bat turned blood red. With a fierce struggle, its right hand broke free from its bonds, lunging at Lin Yang. By consuming this beast master, it could instantly regenerate a royal body and turn the tide of defeat. Bang! Just as it was about to succeed, a sharp claw struck down, pinning its arm back into the ground. Little Phoenix was bloodied, one wing broken, half of its feathers singed, yet its pupils still blazed like fire, standing victorious atop the royal creature. Roar! The thunderlight bat howled unwillingly as Little Phoenix's claw pierced its heart. Lin Yang obtained the entry for the body of thunder. With this new entry, Lin Yang quickly switched to the gray snake, which absorbed the 9 transformations of Thunder King. New thunder-based skills appeared. Thunder Immunity, Heavenly Thunder Spear, and Thunder Incarnation. The gray snake acquired 3 new thunder-based skills. This meant there were 6 transformations left, likely limited by rank. Otherwise, consuming the golden entry could have completed 3 more transformations. Lin Yang muttered to himself. The legendary royal creature, the Thundering Stag, could grow to a royal level like the rebirth of the Thunder King himself. Wherever it went, it was as if a natural disaster had descended, eradicating all dark creatures. Now, the skills and entries of the opponent had been seized by the gray snake. These thoughts flashed through Lin Yang's mind in an instant. He quickly turned to the injured Little Phoenix. At this moment it was extremely weak. If it weren't for the resurrection entry, Lin Yang would not have let Little Phoenix take such a risk. If resurrection was triggered, Lin Yang would immediately withdraw with Little Phoenix. However, the injuries it sustained were not immune. Facing a beast 1 level higher than itself, you did not shrink back, Lin Yang thought as he swiftly took out several potions and poured them into Little Phoenix's mouth. Almost instantly, its panting slowed down a bit and its chest ceased heaving violently. Go to the beast space, there's a warm stone there that can speed up your recovery, Lin Yang said. Caw, Little Phoenix cried out. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned, then nodded and took Little Phoenix into the beast space. So desperate because I didn't protect you well last time. Lin Yang felt a warmth in his heart. He was also amazed at the terror of the primordial entry. Little Phoenix's recovery rate was incredibly fast, almost as if it possessed an immortal body. Indeed, it wasn't as simple as it seemed. The primordial entry was far more powerful than I had thought. Lin Yang looked up at the high sun in the sky. Winter was about to end. Could Little Phoenix become even stronger? Coming back to his senses, Lin Yang looked at the corpse of the royal creature. For a moment he was in a daze. He had actually managed to hunt a royal creature above his level, achieving an unprecedented feat. Meanwhile, Lan Yun and 3 others rode their beasts, speeding through the skies above city, causing the people below to exclaim in surprise. What's happening? The beast army has come to the inner city again. This is the 2nd time recently. Could there be another beast tide? Don't worry, with Principal by here, who is a royal beast master, your city will surely be safe. I recently saw on a short video that someone heard a loud explosion in the mountains outside the city. What happened? Lan Yun paid no attention to the discussions in the city and hurried towards the academy. Finally, in the backyard of the academy they found Principal by tending to the fruit trees, Senior by Dongchen, Lanyan shouted as she leaped from several meters above and landed firmly on the ground. Principal by turned around to face the three of them. Has a king-tier beast been born? Hearing Principal Bai's words, the trio was visibly startled. However, they must have come to the city to find him because they couldn't handle the trouble themselves. Only a king-tier beast would be beyond the abilities of these lord-tier masters to handle. Don't be hasty in dealing with things, I've told you this before. When facing a king-tier, we must first observe its habits before. Principal Bai began to educate them but was abruptly interrupted by Lan Yun. Principal Bai, Lin Yang is fighting that king-tier beast to save us, and one of his controlled beasts is already gravely injured and dying. All three had seen it, the red bird with its wings broken plummeting from 100 meters in the air. What did you say? Principal Bai wasn't angry about being interrupted. Instead, he stood frozen, his shovel clattering to the ground. Has he gone mad? Principal Bai's face showed fury. A lord-tier beast controller daring to face a king head-on? Does that boy think he's invincible at the lord level and wants to challenge a king? Such behavior is tantamount to seeking death. Throughout history, those who have killed a king at the lord level have always done so with coordination, setting up numerous traps and often using a considerable amount of heavy weaponry to succeed. There has never been an instance of someone alone stepping up a rank to kill a king tier. There's a watershed between each rank. The most obvious is between the lord tier and the king tier. Looking across your city, you can find a few lord tier beast controllers, but only he is at the king tier. Moreover, if he hadn't returned to your city on his own, there probably wouldn't be a king tier beast controller here at all. Quickly take me there, Principal Bai urgently said. His beast was not suited for long travels. Okay. The three hurried towards the outskirts of the city. Many beast controllers in the academy, seeing Principal Bai's anxious demeanor, were puzzled. What happened? It must be serious for Principal Bai to take action himself. Perhaps there's a beast tide or a king-tier beast has appeared. Remember, a few years ago, a king-tier beast appeared outside your city, but it was ultimately killed by Principal Bai. Have you seen Principal Bai's beast? I heard that when he killed that king, he only used one move. Principal Bai is a late-stage king-tier beast controller, just one step away from Emperor. Upon hearing this, everyone looked admiringly towards the distant sky where a figure in white was visible. They each made a vow in their hearts: if they could pass the entrance exam to the Beast Controller Academy and become king-tier beast controllers, they would definitely return to serve the city. If Principal Bai were here hearing these words, he would surely have smiled in relief. Unfortunately, he was too anxious. If something happened to Lin Yang, my beast, that would be disastrous. That's the legacy beast of the former president of the Beast Controller Association. If it died here, the impact on the Dragon Nation would be immense. Every time an Emperor-tier beast controller is born, nearly 80% of them have received the legacy of the previous Emperor-tier beast controller. There are very few who rise to Emperor on their own, so Principal Bai was understandably anxious. If such a talent were to fall at the hands of a mere early-stage monarch beast. The Golden Eagle soared like a supersonic jet, racing at extreme speed. In just a matter of minutes, it reached the mountain range. From afar, they could see vast swaths of trees broken, the ground sunken and even beginning to burn. Such disturbance could only be caused by a monarch. Principal Bai's heart sank. It seemed that no one had misjudged the beast's strength. Lin Yang was in danger. There are people below, shouted the Beastmaster controlling the Golden Eagle. The scouts, having excellent vision due to their beast's feedback, spotted them. Let's go down and check. The group descended. On a clearing, several beastmasters were seen pushing the body of a ferocious beast onto a metal cart, and on that cart was the body of the monarch-level beast. It had several blood holes, and even its heart had been gouged out. Dead. Lan Yun opened her mouth in shock. After confirming several times the beast indeed had no breath left, the three looked at each other, baffled and unable to understand what had happened. This was an outcome they had never anticipated. How come you are here? Lan Yun asked. Among those present, besides the Beastmasters, there were also some ordinary people, specifically soldiers stationed on the outskirts of Yu City. Oh, Senior Lin Yang asked us to take this beast's body back, saying its whole body is a treasure. He said he was a bit tired and went back first, a soldier replied. Lan Yun was completely dumbfounded. This beast was killed by Lin Yang? Yes, but Senior Lin's beast was also injured. He looked quite weak, the soldier recalled. This soldier, who repeatedly referred to Lin Yang with great respect, recognized that anyone who could kill such a beast was a top-tier beast master. It was indeed due to the arrival of beastmasters like him that they could greatly reduce casualties whenever beasts invaded, always fighting on the front lines. He still has to attend the big exam. Time is pressing, Lanyan muttered incredulously. A beastmaster who killed a monarch beast still going to school, the grand exam of beastmasters, he doesn't need to attend that anymore. Lin Yang has already been accepted by the Magic Metropolis Academy. Principal Bai quickly regained his composure and spoke up, addressing the three still too shocked to speak. He stepped forward to examine the beast's body, which had multiple penetrations and showed signs of close combat. Is that kid's beast really from the agility type? Principal Bai's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Even though this monster was far from monarch standards, it was still not something a typical lord-level beastmaster could handle. Lin Yang always seemed to exceed his expectations. No wonder the emperor-level beastmasters had taken notice of him. Thinking this, Principal Bai hastily asked, how is his beast injured? The soldier immediately said, Senior Lin mentioned that if Captain Lan Yun asks, tell her not to worry, it's nothing serious. Principal Bai nodded, relieved. Lan Yun didn't expect Lin Yang had even considered this. Lin Yang, no wonder my sister always mentions you, Lan Yun muttered softly. Suddenly, she recalled the discussions often held about that genius who wreaked havoc in Space City, who had also been accepted by the Magic Metropolis Academy. Could it be the same person? Lan Yun took a deep breath. Genius indeed leaves traces. He truly is one of the strongest young beast controllers in the Dragon Nation. She felt ashamed for having underestimated Lin Yang previously. Amazing, this is truly heartening news. We must bring the beast's corpse back to Yu City. I want everyone in the Dragon Nation to know that a genius from Yu City has broken the record for rank-surpassing kills. Principal Bai was overjoyed, seeing this as a perfect opportunity to reassure the public. Killing a king-tier creature will likely deter any other fierce beasts from approaching Yu City for years. I must also pay a visit to thank him. I share responsibility for his beast's injuries, Lan Yun murmured to herself, seemingly finding a reason for her curiosity about Lin Yang. The next morning, the news of the king slaying spread instantly throughout Yu City. That day, many witnessed the corpse of the king-tier creature. Its terrifying aura was unleashed without restraint, instilling fear in many. Yet, knowing that such a monstrous beast had been defeated by a beast controller only boosted everyone's confidence. The people were abuzz with discussion. Who do you think killed that monster? It must be Principal Bai. Who else? Maybe it was Lin Yang. Isn't he the strongest talent in Yu City? He even went to the military camp the day before yesterday. Even if Lin is talented, he's just a lord-tier controller. How could he possibly take on a king? Do you know how big the gap is between a king and a lord? It's like heaven and earth. The people couldn't believe that a student could have killed a king-tier beast. It shattered their understanding of what was possible. In the Academy of Yu City, students gathered on the playground, each carrying their own baggage. They were about to head to the site of the Grand Beast Controller examination, which was held in several major cities due to the scarcity of beast controllers and the high cost of holding separate exams. Hey, did you hear? A fierce beast evolved into a king tier outside Yu City. I know, my family told me about it. That beast, just after evolving into a king, was quite weak and was tracked by the beast controller army for days. When I come back, I'm going to join Yu City's beast controller army. Principal Bai is here. Dressed in formal white, Bai Dongchen stepped up to the podium. He had just put out a fire and looked somewhat tired, but seeing the crowd of beast controllers below, his spirits lifted. It had been over a decade since he returned to Yu City, and this was the scene he had longed to see, now finally realized. Remember, a decade ago, Yu City hardly had any beast controllers. Fierce beasts frequently attacked, killing and injuring tens of thousands each year. It was only after a beast controller from the capital came and terrified those fierce beasts into submission that they dared not attack for a year. That made me realize the importance of beast controllers, and I spared no effort to establish our own beast controller academy here in Yu City. My students, I first want to wish you all success in your upcoming examinations. Principal Bai paused. Clap, clap, clap. A round of enthusiastic applause erupted from below. Let me clap, clap, clap. Before he could continue, another round of applause broke out. He looked down, slightly confused, and nodded his head, signaling them to stop applauding. However, to the eyes of the audience, it seemed as if their applause was expected. Thus, another wave of applause erupted like a tidal surge. Clap, clap, clap. Countless eyes filled with excitement stared at Principal Bai. truly worthy of a late-stage sovereign beastmaster. He had just slain a sovereign beast and still made it back in time for the meeting. His strength and confidence undoubtedly boosted everyone's morale. Unbeknownst to them, the meeting had already become more significant than the life of a sovereign ferocious beast. Let's pause for a moment. No more clapping now. Principal Bai did not anticipate such admiration from the students of the academy. Principal, can you tell us how you killed that sovereign beast? Someone asked. The question came from the direction of the strength department. Now they no longer looked frail. Their eyes appeared much more resolute, as if they had weathered great storms. Yes, a battle with a sovereign must be insane. It's a pity we couldn't witness it firsthand. I once saw a late-stage sovereign beast on TV. It was terrifying, turning rivers and seas upside down. That Thunderlight bat must have been just a fledgling. Principal Bai surely didn't see it as a threat. This is the difference between a seasoned sovereign and a newcomer. The crowd discussed animatedly, clearly excited. For the city of Yu, just the presence of a sovereign beast roaming the outskirts was enough to disturb their peace. Yet it had just shown itself and was promptly exterminated by the Yu City Beastmaster army, which greatly increased their confidence in Yu City, and the one capable of such a swift response could only be Principal Bai, not some other rumor. Observing the arguing students below, Principal Bai was seasoned and composed, revealing the truth that this moment might seem too mundane. After all, Lin Yang and the others were students, and he could probably inspire everyone just by his presence. After a moment's preparation, actually the true slayer of this sovereign creature was someone else. As soon as Bai Dongchen's words fell, the scene instantly fell silent. Even the thought of applauding was gone. If not Principal Bai, who else could have the capability to kill a sovereign-level Thunderlight bat? By the time it reached sovereign level, a Thunderlight bat would have matured fully, possessing all the abilities of its kind, making it extremely difficult to handle. Apart from Principal Bai, they couldn't think of anyone else. Could it be the rumored Lin Yang? How could that be? Are you serious? I admit Lin is strong, but compared to a sovereign level, it might take Lin a few more years. Right, that's true, but why haven't we seen Lin Yang? Nonsense. Can a genius be treated like an ordinary person? The crowd was skeptical. The reason was simple. Before entering the space city, Lin Yang was only at the transcendental level, and that was just a week ago. It seemed impossible for someone to rise from transcendental level to slaying a sovereign in just a week. Just when the crowd was pondering this, Principal Bai, feeling the moment was ripe, spoke again. Indeed, it was a student of our academy, my disciple Lin Yang, who was also the heir of Space City, a dual sovereign talented beastmaster. As Principal Bai's voice fell, no sound of applause followed. The room fell into an eerie silence. A myriad of stunned expressions surfaced on the faces of the students gathered. Odd, shouldn't they be filled with zeal? Principal Bai scanned the room, expecting to see fiery passion and a fighting spirit, but all he found were looks of confusion and withdrawal, much like the expressions worn by those geniuses emerging from the space city. At that very moment, at Lin Yang's home, after just one night of rest, Xiao Huang had almost fully recovered. Especially Xiao Huang, who under the influence of a hundredfold acceleration in evolution had reached the peak level of a lord, just one step away from ascending to a king. But advancing to a king required more than just time. It needed opportunities and resources. Lin Yang, aren't you coming out yet? You're going to be late for the exam. A woman's voice came from outside the door. Lin Yang took a deep breath, stood up and opened the door. I've already said I don't need to go. What more do you want me to do? At this moment, Lin Yang, tall and dressed in black, could have easily passed for a male model on a runway. His aunt couldn't help but take a few extra glances and said with a smile, no wonder girls are willing to come looking for you. Hurry up and go out. Lost in thought, Lin Yang had already reached the living room. They're wearing an eye mask. Lan Yin brightened up immediately upon seeing Lin Yang. She looked even more beautiful than she had at the border, with rosy lips and skin as smooth as water, clearly having made up before her arrival. Little brother, I came especially to see how you and your beast are recovering. Lan Yin asked, her gaze lingering on Lin Yang's face for a moment. Well, the recovery's almost complete. How about De Zhuang? Lin Yang inquired. His armored rhinoceros was badly injured, but its life was temporarily saved. Lan Yin was somewhat surprised inside. Lin Yang's beast should have been more severely injured. Had it recovered so quickly, or perhaps he was just saying that to reassure her. Lan Yin preferred to believe the latter, her gaze softening a bit. Meanwhile, outside the house, a stretch limousine was parked by the curb. Xin Yin, dressed in a woolen dress with her slim white legs touching the ground, looked every bit the professional in a black suit purchased straight from a movie set to showcase her professionalism. Miss, shall I call him out for you? asked the bodyguard, his face a mask of professionalism. No need, I'll go call him. Shin Yun paused before responding. She was originally heading straight to the exam venue but had taken a detour to pick up Lin Yang. She imagined he would be touched by the gesture, perhaps even embracing her in gratitude. The thought made the corners of Shin Yun's mouth curl up slightly. Just recently her father had found out about her plans but had changed his attitude completely once he heard it was to pick up Lin Yang, seemingly very supportive of the idea, although she didn't understand what had changed her traditionally. Stern father's newfound openness was a welcome development. Knock knock, Shin Yun's delicate hand tapped on the door. As soon as it opened, she saw a middle-aged woman. The woman looked surprised at the sight of her, then quickly masked her expression as if hesitating to speak. Auntie, I'm Lin Yang's classmate. I just happened to be passing by to pick him up for the exam. Shin Yun smiled. Of course, I've also booked a high-end hotel. Accommodations near the exam site are scarce now. Even booking a month in advance might not guarantee a spot. Only because the biotech group is wealthy could we buy the reservations at a high price from scalpers. She paused for a moment. Wait a second, her aunt was shocked. She hadn't expected Lin Yang, who usually appeared so honest, to have entangled himself with so many girls behind the scenes. The scene was akin to an ex catching the current one red-handed. In her aunt's eyes, Shin Yun was clearly the first comer, having met her once before. Aren't you going to invite me in to sit? Shin Yun stared at her. Oh, he's changing clothes. It's fine, I don't mind. Her aunt was at a loss for words. Doesn't she understand polite refusals? Is my nephew's chastity not considered chastity? Before her aunt could continue, Shin Yun had already moved inside the house. As soon as she entered, she saw Lin Yang and Lanyan sitting on the sofa deep in conversation. Seeing the familiar figure laughing and chatting with Lin Yang, her fists clenched slightly at her sides. Another one, Lin Yang muttered to himself internally. His aunt beside him was frantically gesturing with her eyebrows, though Lin Yang couldn't comprehend her intentions. He stood up and introduced Lan Yun. This is my classmate from Imperial Beast Academy, Shin Yun, the young miss of the biotech group. After saying this, Lin Yang noticed a change in Lan Yun's expression. She looked toward Shin Yun not far away with a hint of hostility. Sister, what brings you to such a humble place? Lan Yun struck preemptively, as if the two knew each other and shared a complicated past. I'm here to pick up Lin Yang for the Beast Tamer's exam. Shin Yun invited Lin Yang while completely ignoring the person sitting on the sofa. Between them, there seemed to be an unpleasant history. Lin Yang suddenly remembered that Lan Yun was supposedly the illegitimate daughter of an old man from the biotech group. The old man, showing some partiality, had sent Lan Yun to the military and raised Shin Yun as his own daughter. Pick up Lin Yang for the exam? He doesn't need to. Lan Yun was surprised. She seemed unaware that Lin Yang didn't need to attend the exam and that the young miss herself coming to pick him suggested something beyond a mere acquaintance. Why don't you go pick up someone else instead if it's so convenient, she said sarcastically, knowing well that the nearest exam center from Yu City, where Lin Yang lived, was in the opposite direction. It seemed she was still unaware that Lin Yang had already been accepted by the Magic City, or perhaps it was unrequited love on her part. Lan Yun's lips curled into a sly smile, then she straightened her expression and slowly said, no need for your ride. I've already arranged to go with Lin brother. Hearing her call him so affectionately, Shin Yun's eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly. Are you going to drive your shabby car? Stay in a tent at the exam site. Shin Yun spoke mockingly, sparing no courtesy. Lan Yun's face stiffened. Her father wouldn't let her interfere with the family business. She couldn't utilize any resources from the biotech group. But she suddenly realized that Shin Yun's urgency must have hit a sore spot, so she turned to Lin Yang and said, you decide who should take you. You surely don't care about things like money, do you? Lan Yun was quite confident about Lin Yang, a beast tamer willing to risk his life to save others. How could he be blinded by worldly matters? Yet he still cared. Lin Yang mentally complained as he contemplated. He couldn't simply turn down the invitation from the daughter of the bio group. It would be disrespectful not to go, especially since he was considered a genius and such an invitation was reasonable. And there was Lan Yun, who had traveled miles just to look after him. Rejecting her wouldn't be right either. Lin Yang furrowed his brows. At a distance, his aunt kept peeping over, her interest waning upon realizing there was no scandal. Why should I even have to choose? I don't need to attend any exams, Lin Yang thought as his brows relaxed. He had been so wrapped up in Lan Yun's questioning that he'd gotten confused. Shin Yun, you go ahead, Lin Yang said calmly. Hearing this, Shin Yun's eyes revealed an undeniable sense of loss. Was it because she wasn't proactive enough? You should leave as well. Lin Yang spoke again. Alright then. Lanyan spread her hands with the look of someone watching a drama unfold as she glanced toward Xinyun. It was the first time she had seen Xinyun display such an expression. This trip was truly worth it. What do you mean? Xinyun frowned, sensing a hint of deceit. You didn't know, Lin Yang was already accepted by Modu, Lanyan revealed. Hearing this, Xinyun stiffened slightly and a series of events flashed through her mind. She only knew of a genius named Xiaomingxin who had been accepted early by Modu and had previously met her in Space City. Moreover, during their confrontation for the inheritance, he had shown her mercy, and his beast, like Lin Yang's, was a bird. You lying cheat! Xinyun bit her lip, her face blushing. She had thought herself ahead of Lin Yang, never realizing she had already been surpassed. Furthermore, in Space City he had taken care of her. Keep it up, I'll wait for you in Modu, Lin Yang encouraged. Xinyun nodded, turned around and left without hesitation towards the door, Modu Academy. I must get in myself, she thought, as determined as ever. Lanyan watched her departing figure. Next time I'll come to see you, or you can also come to see me, she called out as they left. Lin Yang hailed a cab and headed towards Beast number 1. What does one need to advance to king level? This was the only thing Lin Yang hadn't managed to find on Baidu. But he wasn't alone. He could ask Principal Bai, a king-level beast master who would naturally know this information. Perhaps he could even get Xiao Huang to advance to king level before heading to Modu Academy. Not only would he be a step ahead, but he would also be capable of doing much more. 15 minutes later, Lin Yang arrived at the gates of number 1 Academy. As soon as he got out of the car, a group of beast masters gave him strange looks. Lin Yang frowned and looked around. There's nothing behind me, right? Why are they all staring at me? Although he was used to being stared at by many beauties, why were men starting to stare now too? It seemed that in the future, being too handsome might be a problem. A little handsome attracts beauties, too handsome attracts men. Faced with the stares of these male beast masters, Lin Yang glared back at each of them before walking away under their watchful eyes. No sooner had he left than everyone gathered together, whispering fervently, "He's truly fierce, those previous acts were all a facade. No wonder he made all those geniuses retreat into their shells. Just one glare from him had me frozen for ages, he really holds a grudge. And he's so handsome, both handsome and ruthless, just my type." One girl exclaimed, "Sister, I'm also handsome and ruthless, what do you think of me?" A boy chimed in jokingly, only to be met with a quick retort, "Do you have an emperor-level beast taming talent?" That shut him up instantly. But how could anyone compare to Lin Yang? Not just in Yuqing but across the entire Dragon Nation, he's recognized as one of the top geniuses. On campus, people's admiration for Lin Yang was palpable, evident from the admiring glances thrown his way. As he walked past a small grove, Lin Yang noticed a young man in glasses and a school uniform setting his backpack aside, bowing deeply in front of something. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yang saw that a photo was hanging from the tree featuring none other than Lin Yang himself, taken during his freshman year. The boy was muttering under his breath, "Oh great beast-taming genius, god of Yuqing, ensure my success in exams, let me get into a first tier, no, even a second-tier school would do." With that, he stuck a couple more incense sticks into the ground. "What are you doing here?" a deep voice startled the boy from behind. "Worshipping a god, our senior Lin Yang from Yuqing number 1 High, who can even hunt down king-level beasts and got a special invitation from Magic City Academy. I'm setting up a formation to borrow some luck," the bespectacled boy explained. "I'm done with this nonsense." Lin Yang couldn't hold back any longer and kicked the boy away before marching up and ripping the photo from the tree. "Hey, why the hell are you hitting people? Give me back my photo," the boy cried out, clutching his backside. When he saw that it was Lin Yang standing before him, he swallowed hard and fell silent, fearing more trouble from him. This scene did not go unnoticed by the others on campus, who were always keeping an eye on Lin Yang. He's truly a bully. Look at the boy he hit, not even daring to fight back, and to think he's about to graduate, his true colors are showing now. And Goddess Xinyun has a crush on him. Could it be that the goddess has some unusual tastes? Someone scoffed. "Get lost, don't tarnish my goddess and my heart," another defended. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had already disappeared from sight. With the physical abilities of a late-stage Lord Beast Tamer, he could vanish in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in the backyard of Beast Mastery School number 1, under a fruit tree, Principal Bai was busy fertilizing the soil. He greeted Lin Yang and then returned to his work. Lin Yang watched for a while before stepping forward to ask Principal Bai, "I'd like to know how to advance to king level." "You're too early for that. Once you reach the late stage of Lord level, you need several years of consolidation before you have a chance to advance. Principal Bai replied without turning around. Lin Yang thought to himself that he was already prepared but felt it was a waste of words to argue. Instead, he summoned his beast to prove his point. Xiao Huang! Lin Yang whispered softly. Boom! A fierce red fire rose in the backyard of the academy and Xiao Huang emerged from it. Its body had recovered, its feathers even more vibrant than before, just standing there, the weeds beneath its feet withered from the center outward. Despite the cold weather, standing next to Xiao Huang for a moment could make one's mouth dry and tongue parched. Jie, Xiao Huang cried out to the sky, its crisp voice attracted many onlookers, finally seeing Lin Yang's beast. People from the academy crowded around. Without exception, they all had one request. Could they touch it? Some even more audacious ones wanted to pluck a feather. Get out of here, the big exam is coming up and you still have time to waste here. Principal Bai, infuriated, puffed out his beard and glared. After driving everyone away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning his gaze to Xiao Huang, he noticed it was more vigorous than the last time he saw it. Principal Bai reached out and touched it a couple of times, nodding in satisfaction. Ignoring the resentful looks from the students in the distance, he said, the accumulation is indeed sufficient. So, how can I advance to a king? Lin Yang asked, his eyes fiery. Do you remember the king beast you hunted last time? Principal Bai asked. Lin Yang nodded. Does it have something to do with that beast? It does, but it also doesn't, said Principal Bai, setting down his shovel. He slowly began. Why do those academies have methods that allow one to steadily advance to a king? And why could I establish a beast taming academy in your city? It's all because of this fruit tree. I brought back a branch from a beast's nest at the risk of my life and nurtured it to life, all for today. As he spoke, an unmatched aura burst forth from him. A clear spring emerged under his feet, flowing towards the roots of the tree. This tree, Lin Yang looked at the ancient tree in front of him. He only remembered that Principal Bai had been planting it for over a decade, yet could a fruit tree really grow from just a branch? I cannot leave you city because I need to nourish it with the ability of my beast, the blue shadow gem fish, Principal Bai explained. Do you know where the body of that king-level beast went? He asked with a smile. Under the roots, Lin Yang replied. There had been a rumor in the school that Principal Bai was actually a bound spirit because apart from planting trees in the backyard, he hardly ever left you city or the academy. The time of maturity is tonight. Once it matures, it will inevitably attract a beast tide, so I've called everyone here. Principal Bai's words had just finished when Teacher Zhang and Lan Yun walked over, along with the man who possessed the storm wolf beast. Principal Bai, I'll handle the beast tide for you. The payment will be 1 fruit, the middle-aged man said with a smile, seemingly having waited a long time for this day. Of course, we can all try to ascend to kings using the fruit, but the success rate is not high, only 50%. Principal Bai looked at everyone. Their eyes were filled with longing as they gazed at the fruit tree. Even so, this was a priceless fruit. If 50% chance to produce a king-level beast master was an opportunity worth fighting over anywhere. They waited. It was only after all the students had departed from the academy in Yu City that Principal Bai summoned his own beast. Begin. Principal Bai spread his arms wide. A vortex made of water rose from the ground. From it a blue koi, translucent and sparkling, emerged. Though small in size, it possessed boundless might. Lin Yang looked on. A description appeared. Gemstone blue koi, level, late king stage, talent, early emperor stage, skills, nourishing spring wave, break polar water, prison bubbles, summoning tide. Traits: gold level tree planting expert, gold level water summoning spirit, purple level steel scales, blue level underwater breathing. Introduction: a beautiful river fish resembling blue crystal, its combat power surges in water. Gold level tree planting expert. Even a single branch can be nurtured to life. Is it so extraordinary that even a branch can be sustained? Lin Yang saw that Principal Bai's beast possessed at least 2 gold-level traits. No wonder it had advanced to the late king stage. Or rather, a creature that evolves to the late king stage naturally develops gold-level traits. The more powerful the creature, the higher the level of its traits. Nourishing spring, commanded Principal Bai. From the mouth of the sapphire fish a clear spring emerged. The spring wrapped around a fruit tree absorbed by it, and on its branches fruits slowly formed. The fruits looked like apples, their skins a bluish-purple hue, occasionally crackling with terrifying lightning. They smelled sweet and tempting, utterly entrancing. Just the aroma alone made Lin Yang feel thoroughly relaxed. There were 3 in total. Lan Yun spoke up. There are only 3 Fruits on the tree, but there are 4 of us here and we are all late-stage Lord Beastmasters. I'll pass, leave it to Lin Yang, Zhang Lei quickly said, stepping back. His beast had already matured, gaining the fruit would be useless, it would be better to leave it for Lin Yang to help him go further. Principal Bai hadn't expected that after so many years in the academy, Zhang Lei, whom he had once enticed to teach at the academy with the promise of a fruit and even invited him personally, would now voluntarily give it up. I will compensate you, Principal Bai responded. I will find you a similar fruit in the future. Lin Yang looked at Zhang Lei firmly. Your words give me peace. They had all spent so much time for this fruit, only Lin Yang had joined midway. I trust that, said Zhang Lei, though he didn't take it to heart. Such a thunderfruit could not be bought with money, although his chances of advancing were the least. Who wouldn't want to become a king-level beastmaster? Eat it quickly. Once the thunderfruit ripens, it will surely attract ferocious beasts who attack without hesitation, Principal Bai urged. He had already stationed the army around the outskirts of Yu City. He instructed them to retreat while fighting if they encountered a beast tied to minimize casualties. Alright, okay, everyone jumped to pick a thunderfruit. The fruit was crisp and tingling in hand, as if resisting them. Xiao Huang behind him, eyes fiery, was fixated on the thunderfruit drooling nearly onto Lin Yang's head. Lin Yang casually tossed it and Xiao Huang caught it in his mouth, swallowing it. I'll borrow your trait for a moment. Lin Yang grabbed the silver snake, took away its fortune trait and tossed it onto Xiao Huang. In just an instant, boom, a thick bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting Xiao Huang directly. With a screech of anger, just as Xiao Huang looked up, another bolt descended. The lightning left Xiao Huang dizzy and disoriented. What was happening? Does eating the thunder fruit attract lightning? Lin Yang looked towards the other two and noticed they did not have this symptom. Silently, another layer of protection from the Fulu entry was lost. Immense energy rampaged within Xiao Huang, stimulating its cells to evolve continuously. Within this storm of lightning, Xiao Huang's cells were breaking down and regenerating with a fiery energy, the power of the lightning being devoured and absorbed by flames, growing even stronger. The original red of the flames gradually transformed into a fierce red-white blaze, its temperature increasing manifold. Faintly, even the nearby spring water began to evaporate continuously. This terrifying momentum forced the others to retreat from Lin Yang's side, fearing they might be affected. Xiao Huang, amidst a fierce fire, transformed into a giant fire cocoon. The flames, like the feathers of a phoenix, enveloped it entirely. What was going on? Consuming the thunderfruit should have endowed a beast tamer's king-level creature with lightning attributes. Principal Bai turned incredulously towards Lin Yang. Regardless of the creature being transformed by the thunderfruit should result in a pure lightning-type beast tamer's creature, which is among the most powerful. It is something everyone covets. Why then was Lin Yang's creature evolving towards a fire type? Even the thunderfruit was being consumed. This flame was insatiable. At this moment, Xiao Huang seemed to be thriving in the spring breeze. In contrast, the other two appeared to be enduring extreme pain. Not far away, Zhang Lei watched them enviously, regretting slightly. How cool would it be to evolve a king-level thunder hawk? But it seemed unlikely in this lifetime. Hours later, on the outskirts of Yu City, ferocious beasts faced artillery fire in a fierce attack. Ammunition was nearly depleted. What next? Fight to the death. A new soldier looked resolutely at a veteran. The veteran slapped him on the back of the head. Son, our orders were to use up all the ammunition to delay them. Now, it's time to retreat. They looked towards the distance. The dense number of ferocious beasts continued to increase. If not for the fear of injury, they probably would have broken through their defenses by now. But as time passed, these beasts would likely become more frenzied. Could the beast tamers of Yu City hold them off? The new soldier swallowed hard. You don't need to worry about that, said the veteran, who also seemed worried as he glanced into the distance, then suddenly brightened up. We have Principal Bai, a king-level beast tamer, and Lin Yang, who can also hunt king-level creatures. No matter what, Yu City won't fall. Hearing these names, the new soldier perked up. Right, they had king-level beast tamers as their backbone. His worries disappeared. Looking towards the vast number of ferocious beasts, he no longer felt fear. Compared to the godlike beast tamers in Yu City, these creatures not even reaching the king level were just appetizers. In the past, encountering a beast of lord level in Yuqing would have caused great distress, but now anything below the level of a king is hardly given a second thought. As people retreated, a group of beast tamers stepped forward. Time flew by, and after several hours at the Beast Taming Academy in Yuqing, an immensely powerful fluctuation erupted from behind the school buildings. The terrifying aura, like that of a fierce beast from ancient times awakening from its slumber, made the hearts of those nearby tremble uncontrollably with fear. However, it was just for a moment. The aura quickly retracted as if it had never existed. With a piercing scream through the air and bathed in flames, a huge yet slender spiritual sparrow stood in the courtyard of the academy. It was like a queen dancing in the flames, with fire burning over its wings, and even between its brows tangible flames flickered. It seemed like a fusion of fire and creature, a being not of this realm. Lin Yang's eyes shone brightly. A panel appeared in front of him. Fire-winged sparrow. Level: early king. Talent: late emperor. Skills: sky flame meteor diamond feathers shattering sky feather. Attributes: sun heart of the beginning boundless spaceless body titan's physique fearlessness subtle body movements flame body. Description: the flame monarch only a hair's breadth away from the legendary vermilion bird. He could hardly believe it, such a formidable creature was his to command. Others nearby felt the same, including a beast tamer with a silver wolf who looked enviously at the sparrow. Congratulations, I failed and must seek another way, he said while not far away. Lanyan smiled triumphantly, she had succeeded. A dark ancient tree stood nearby, emanating a rotting aura as if it intended to corrode everything around it. Within its withered branches hidden lightning moved about, not only overcoming the light but also possessing lightning skills. Yet when facing Xiao Wang, it still chose to retreat due to attribute suppression. No need to comfort me, I know my own limits, Lan Yun said, looking at Xiao Wang with envy. Her beast was no longer very afraid of flames, but Lin Yang's flames were simply too dazzling. This beast was too beautiful, and in the presence of a king-level creature it would feel utterly inferior, as if an ant on the ground had encountered a celestial being. Fantastic. This life force is top-notch even among kings, Principal Bai exclaimed excitedly. A crystal fish carrying a stream of water swam around Principal Bai. It's so hot, can you tone down the flames a bit? A young girl's voice chimed in, coming from the blue crystal fish. Laughing heartily, Principal Bai said, no need to rush, let's first deal with that group of beasts at the border. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Lanyan asked him, can I ride your beast? Sure, Xiao Wang doesn't reject beauties. Lanyan rolled her eyes and muttered, it's you who doesn't reject beauties, right? Her face then flushed red. Your beast can't fly yet, let me show you the night view of Yuqing from above. Lin Yang took Lanyan high into the sky. Looking down at the twinkling lights of the human city below, Lanyan's heart raced. She had often come to high places to overlook the city before, but she had never felt as relaxed as she did today. What's going on? Hearing the commotion, Zhang Lei ran over. It's settled, 2 King Beastmasters, Principal Bai announced excitedly. 2? Who? Lin Yang and Lan Yun. That's great. Zhang Lei was so thrilled he almost jumped. A small place like Yu City now has 3 King Beastmasters. Such a powerful force would be formidable even in a major city. What surprised him even more was Lin Yang. I didn't expect him to have gathered such a foundation so quickly. His beast, after consuming the Thunderfruit, has evolved into a fire-type beast. Seems like he has some secrets, doesn't he? But who doesn't have secrets? Even you and I have them, said Principal Bai with a laugh. Overnight, all the Beastmasters of the Academy had gone to the major cities, and suddenly it felt a bit deserted. At the borders of Yu City, everyone had retreated to the last line. The masses of demons showed no sign of backing down, as if something was drawing them in. Has Principal Bai not arrived yet? I don't know, but if we delay any longer we won't be able to hold on. Our ammunition has run out, don't worry. These beasts are not just mindless zombies that charge blindly. Look, there's Lan Yun. Everyone looked up as Lan Yun leaped from the sky. Beside her, a massive creature stood tall. Lan Yun, where's Principal Bai? They asked in haste. Lan Yun shook her head and said, why need Principal Bai to make a move? I can replace him. You became a king? Someone asked incredulously as they looked at Lan Yun's beast. When Lan Yun nodded slightly, a gasp of astonishment burst from the crowd. Just watch. Lan Yun's beast leaped into the midst of the fierce beasts. Its branches, like tentacles, pierced a lord-level fierce beast. Before the lord beast could struggle, it was completely turned into a dry corpse. So strong was the thought in everyone's mind. The surrounding beasts, witnessing this scene, were immediately struck with terror and wanted to flee. The presence of a king-level beast had shattered their will to attack. Chase them, Sister Lan, we can't let them get away. That's right, they were so arrogant before, they need to pay the price. They wasted so much of our ammunition, they need to cough it all up. With a patron, everyone started to speak up. Did I say we were letting them go? Lan Yun calmly watched the distance, showing no intention of pursuing. Many peered into the distance. Suddenly a flash of fire lit up their faces. Is it sunrise? Just as they thought this, one after another, giant scorching meteors as large as trucks fell from the sky like bullets. The dense white-hot meteor shower left everyone parched and breathless, a calamity. If it fell in the city, at least half the population would be wiped out. Boom, boom, the intense explosions and flames engulfed the fleeing beasts. In just a moment the flames dispersed, leaving behind only the charred corpses of ferocious beasts on the ground. Lin Yang descended from the sky with Xiao Huang. Two bright white flames flickered at the corners of Xiao Huang's eyes, resembling eyebrows displaying a look of pride. It seemed quite pleased with its achievements. Attribute found, mighty white. Attribute found, bloodthirsty blue. Attribute found, self-healing blue. A series of attributes appeared, even more than what Lin Yang had previously discovered. Although the levels of these attributes were not high, their accumulation provided a considerable amount of experience. Lin Yang was in a good mood. He merged the attributes and then integrated them into Xiao Huang's panel, obtaining the top-tier attribute, Supreme Self-Healing Purple. Apart from the self-healing attribute, all other attributes were absorbed. Particularly, the Titan's body gold seemed to have reached an evolutionary bottleneck. Down, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Yang landed with his beast among the people. Observing the creature that had just annihilated the beast tied standing calmly by Lin Yang's side, the crowd felt a sense of disbelief, followed by shock and an unparalleled sense of security. 2 king-level beastmasters were added to Yu City. In Magic City, in front of the grand gates of a prestigious academy, a green taxi slowly came to a stop. A man dressed in black with a black scarf stepped out of the vehicle. "Master, I have arrived at my destination. You can leave now," Lin Yang said, looking back. However, the driver merely nodded. "Go ahead." His gaze was fixed on Lin Yang, not relenting until he saw him enter the grand gates of the Magic City Academy. Sighing, Lin Yang regretted showing off in the taxi. He had no choice but to walk to the admission office in front of the driver, pulling out his token. "I'm here to register," Lin Yang said with a confident smile, assuming they would recognize who he was by the token. Each admission token was unique, and the one given to him by Zhang Qingyun was particularly special. "Oh, the token looks nice. Please leave," said the 2 neatly dressed senior schoolgirls behind the desk calmly. This caught Lin Yang off guard. Even if they did not welcome him warmly, they should not have asked him to leave. "Is my reputation really that bad?" "I'm here to register," Lin Yang insisted, tapping the desk with his token. "You're already registered, and the person has already gone in," one of the schoolgirls said with a smile, while the other looked at him as if he were a clown. Lin Yang's gaze fell on the registration book on the desk, and indeed he saw a familiar name, Lin Yang of Magic City, a freshman. There was also a token identical to his on the desk. Someone was impersonating him. Had someone tried that trick before? "Please leave or we'll have to call security." The schoolgirls glared at Lin Yang. They couldn't help but comment internally that although he was quite handsome, the real guy must be terribly fierce, or else he wouldn't have driven Chi notorious workaholic to train day and night without sleep. Lin Yang's mouth twitched, realizing he wasn't going to get past them. He had wanted to find Zhang Qingyun but couldn't contact him. It seemed he had no choice but to enter through a side door and find the imposter, turning around not far away. The taxi driver stared unwaveringly at him. When Lin Yang turned around, the driver immediately revealed a look of "I knew it. Brother, of all people to impersonate, you chose to be a newbie. Don't you know he's the man of the hour recently? He's all over the newspapers." The driver chuckled. "Lately, I've been picking up a lot of people pretending to be students from the Magic Capital Academy trying to get a free ride. I catch several of them every day. You're young, so I'll let it slide this time." With that, the driver stepped on the gas and sped away, leaving Lin Yang disheveled in the wind. What kind of trash token did Zhang Qingyun make to be copied in bulk like this? What's next? Hanging them online to sell at $5 for 10. Helpless, Lin Yang loitered around the academy looking for a chance to sneak in. Luckily, he found an unguarded gap and jumped into the Magic Capital Academy. "One at a time, please. I'm very busy," said a tall man wearing a hat, signaling to the crowd. The surrounding girls immediately bloomed with excitement. "Mangshan, how do you train your beasts? Can you teach us? And if you participate in the grand exam, could you take first place? Those foreign students lately have been quite arrogant. Do you plan to teach them a lesson?" The crowd was excited to see Lin Yang in person after hearing so much about him. The tall man nodded slightly, his tone arrogant. "First place? That's only for mortals in exams I don't participate in." This statement set off another round of jubilation. Zhao Ziming couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Being a star really felt great, and it was a good thing he remembered the newbie token's design and everything about the space city, or else it would have been difficult to keep up the pretense. Is he really that good? A man in black suddenly spoke up. Of course, who do you think he is? A genius of dual King Beast Masters. Exactly. If you don't understand, better not to speak. What's your ranking in the grand exam? Lin Yang himself didn't know he had so many die-hard fans. He didn't even know what he looked like. Cough cough. I don't blame you, brother, Zhao Ziming said calmly, putting on an air of magnanimity worthy of a big shot. Truly impressive. Lin Yang applauded him. Today I'm in a good mood. If you want to know how to train beasts, I could teach you a few tricks. Zhao Ziming turned his back to the crowd. However, my training methods are hellish in level, often resulting in severe injuries, not something just anyone can handle. That impressive. Can you beat Harvey? Lin Yang asked. Harvey was the strongest beastmaster among the foreign students, renowned for his unparalleled defense. Mengshan defeating that group of foreign students is as easy as pie? You're underestimating Mengshan too much. Don't think just because you're handsome you can insult people. Several girls spoke harshly to Lin Yang but extolled the hat-wearing fake Lin Yang. Heh. Harvey, one hand of my beast could thrash him. Zhao Ziming, now addicted to boasting, was completely intoxicated by the crowd's flattery, unaware that the real Harvey had already arrived nearby. He was a tall foreign man, moderately built, robust, dressed in traditional Chinese attire with gray curly hair and even gray pupils. Long admired. I am Harvey. May I have the honor of exchanging some insights with you? As soon as Harvey arrived, he heard that this person from the Dragon Nation was looking down on him. Puzzled but keeping his temper in check, he knew of the genius's fierce reputation, rumored to be quite irascible, yet none of that mattered to Harvey. Confident in his defenses, he was sent by the United States specifically to suppress these Dragon Nation prodigies, starting with the one acclaimed as a genius newcomer with dual imperial talents, a talent that made other nations envious. Once this talent matures, it would pose tremendous trouble. As the main character arrived, the crowd parted, providing ample space for Lin Yang and Harvey. More and more spectators gathered, and in the crowd Lin Yang even spotted a familiar figure and sensed a few familiar auras. Today I've traveled a long distance and am not feeling well, Zhao Ziming said reluctantly, his palms beginning to sweat. Not feeling well? You're a Lord Beastmaster. You shouldn't be getting sick, right? Or are you just scared? The god of cuteness, someone in a black outfit, openly mocked, portraying the very image of a spectator who'd been slapped in the face. What did you say? How could the god of cuteness be scared? You know, back then he faced 10 late-stage Lord Beastmasters without flinching. Would he be scared of a Harvey? Exactly, those 10 were almost all among the top 100 talents in the major exams. What do you know? Several people glared at Lin Yang. Zhao Ziming looked at the figure in black, feeling irritated to the core. Where did this fool come from, putting me on the spot like this? Facing 10 late-stage Lord Beastmasters? Harvey was startled. Was the information false? He remembered there being only 3 or 4. If it were only 3 or 4 and she could have done the same back then, but if it were 10? Thinking this, Harvey looked at the man before him with unprecedented seriousness. He spoke in not-so-fluent Chinese. Please enlighten me. I will give it my 100%, as they say in Dragon Nation, fight to the death. You mean give it your all, right? Thought Zhao Ziming. Not to speak of giving it his all. Even if Harvey used half of his methods, Zhao Ziming wouldn't be able to handle him. Zhao panicked. With so many onlookers, if he refused, it would be obvious. That would be a huge embarrassment. In the end, it was that kid in black stirring up trouble. Surely seeing Harvey pass by and raising his voice on purpose. Thinking this, Zhao Ziming immediately looked towards the crowd. That kid in black indeed had a look of watching a good show. What's the matter? You think too little of me? Harvey frowned deeply. This genius from the Dragon Nation was too arrogant, even more so than the prodigy known as the daughter of Zeus from the United States. Harvey was eager to see how the uncrowned king of the Dragon Nation compared to the top performer of the U.S. exams. With that, Harvey took a bold step forward. Arrogant genius, he didn't believe his continuous provocations could be tolerated forever. Where did you come from? Suddenly someone shouted. 2 girls from within the crowd pulled Lin Yang out. Pretending to be Lin Yang just to drive you away isn't enough. He sneaked in secretly. Upon hearing those words, everyone's gaze shifted to Lin Yang. No wonder someone has been speaking ill of Lin the Divine all along. It turns out he was an imposter trying to infiltrate the Magic Metropolis Academy but got caught. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ziming immediately understood everything. So that was it. The truth was indeed so. He tried to impersonate Lin the Divine to impress the ladies, but I got there first, so he harbored resentment and kept causing trouble for me. It all makes perfect sense, any brainless villain who jumps out to mock. Others must have a reason behind it, trying to impersonate and mess with me. I'm sorry, Harvey, I have other matters to attend to, so I can't play with you right now. Zhao Ziming quickly took the opportunity to step back, then turning to Lin Yang he said, since you claim you're the real deal, do you know what happened in the space city? Zhao Ziming's lips slightly curled up, appearing confident. Besides him and Lin Yang himself, almost no one knew what had happened. I, Zhao Ziming, must make the people of Space City call me Zhao the Divine, said the man in black calmly, as if he was discussing something utterly ordinary. Yet his words struck Zhao Ziming like thunder. Fighting, you're too arrogant, Harvey angrily said. Zhao Ziming immediately looked at the man in black for help, almost ready to kneel and call him father, but Lin Yang remained indifferent, nearly watching the drama unfold. Boom, a gigantic beetle, standing upright and covered in what seemed like thick armor, descended from the sky. Its black body was clad in heavy armor, and its two front claws were like massive, thick swords gleaming with a sharp edge. Rock armor dragon beetle, level, late lord stage, talent, early emperor stage, skills, armor-clad defense amplification gigantism shockwave falling rocks, description, a giant beetle tainted with dragon blood, its thick scales akin to dragon scales, indestructible, 3 golden traits, no wonder it ranked in the top 10 in the great exam. Lin Yang recognized him as a worthy opponent. Bang! The beetle landed silently, the ground caving in under its weight. Zhao Ziming stepped back, instantly summoning his own beast, a toad with a compass on its back. The compass turned silver, displaying its luxury. A toad? Isn't Lin the Divine's beast supposed to be a demon, or a true dragon, or a dragon-demon hybrid with demonic wings? You're all wrong, actually it's a golden bird, I've seen it with my own eyes. The toad doesn't quite fit Lin the Divine's stature, does it? As the crowd discussed, the beetle's claw came down and with a bang sent the golden cicada flying. It used all its strength and the golden cicada flew 100 meters away until it hit a stone wall and barely stopped. Harvey was clearly stunned, then frowning said, is that all the strength you have? No, you are not Lin, sir. Who are you really? Harvey might look like a wild boar with curly hair, but his brain was still within the human range. Clearly he didn't think his armored dragon could kill the uncrowned king in one move. Recalling the conversation they had earlier about deception, Harvey's gaze shifted to the man in black amid the crowd. He had noticed from the start that this man's presence was unlike ordinary people. However, with more formidable foes present, Harvey had not bothered with him, now it seemed. Are you the uncrowned king? Harvey then turned to look at Lin Yang, whose shock at the strike's power still lingered. What kind of strength was that? Even if that man was an impostor, his beast was of a lordly level. Left utterly without the ability to retaliate, this shocking scene had indeed left a deep imprint in everyone's hearts. Could it be that all beast masters from America are like this? After all, those who come to study abroad are not the strongest beast masters from America at most, they're above average. Everyone turned their heads back to the man in black, especially the 2 senior female students. The moment they saw Lin Yang, their hearts were overwhelmed with shock. The fake had been called out, and who the real deal was had become self-evident. You're still not qualified, Lin Yang said calmly, as if discussing an everyday matter. Lord level. He was already a king-level beastmaster. Wasn't dealing with a lord level like bullying a junior? It seems you admit it then, uncrowned king. Your arrogance has indeed been learned by him. Harvey laughed heartily. The giant armored dragon turned around to face Lin Yang, its dark scales reflecting the sunlight. No one knew how to break through those thick dragon scales. Beast battles were forbidden within the academy. Any grievances had to be resolved by the rules. An elderly man approached the crowd. The surrounding students immediately bowed their heads, and even Harvey withdrew his pet beast. The newcomer was Zhang Qingyun, who came to Lin Yang's side and calmly said, finally arrived. This greeting was tantamount to acknowledging Lin Yang's identity. Everyone knew that the emperor level beastmaster had taken Lin Yang as his apprentice. You must be in the late lord phase already. I'll teach you how to advance to king level, and you all listen too. Upon hearing Zhang Qingyun's words, everyone fell silent. Even Harvey was all ears. Who wasn't here to advance to king level? Advancing to king level requires a fruit. One fruit needs 7 stars, and you can only exchange once a month. As soon as Zhang Qingyun finished speaking, someone immediately asked, how can we earn stars? Good question, thought Zhang Qingyun. The academy has 7 major tests, and securing first place in these tests by the end of the month will earn you a star. Once you reach king level, there will be other arrangements. King level beastmasters, no matter where, are precious resources. The Magic City Academy acts more like a management center for these king-level beastmasters firmly in control. Where do I go for the tests? Harvey asked. The Magic City Academy's 7 major tests are designed by 7 Emperor-level beastmasters and you can challenge them at any time, Zhang Qingyun said with a smile, looking towards Lin Yang. Find me in the Academy Center when you're at king level. With that he turned and left. He effectively became a hands-off manager. After all, this young man's journey to king level would likely not be an easy one, unless one could achieve the 7 stars within a month, which was clearly impossible as no one had done it in over a decade. Staying put, Harvey nodded and turned towards the center of the academy. The people around were also buzzing with discussions. Resources were limited and advancing to a king level was indeed not that simple. However, they speculated that even if one couldn't finish first, there must be other ways. Lin Shen, you must avenge me. Zhao Ziming, clutching his behind, approached. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. Self-inflicted disasters are beyond help. As the two were talking, the 2 senior sisters who had obstructed Lin Yang came forward, their faces apologetic. Sorry, junior brother, it was him impersonating you that led us to the mistake. Zhao Ziming received another kick to the foot, causing him to grimace in pain. I don't mind, just keep me company for one night, Lin Yang said with a mischievous smirk. Really? The 2 women's eyes brightened. Just kidding. Watching Lin Yang's departing figure, the 2 women looked disappointed. Where are you going, Lin Shen? Zhao Ziming shouted. To find Senior Zhang. To find Senior Zhang? But didn't Zhang Qingyun say you have to reach king level before you can seek him out? Could this kid already be a king? As Zhao Ziming watched Lin Yang's receding figure, his face was filled with shock. Impossible without obtaining the academy's fruit. How could he advance to king level? In the grand educational building at the center of Modu Academy, within a room, Zhang Qingyun calmly asked the girl before him, has your beast recovered? Bai Yuner nodded slightly. After the fight with Lin Yang, it had been listless, but now it's much better, having regained the power of Thunder Lord. The ability of biological inheritance recovers after being plundered once and cannot be taken again. After all, one cannot surrender twice. He will be your junior brother from now on. Don't always give him the cold shoulder, Zhang Qingyun reminded. Of course I will acknowledge him if he is strong enough. Bai Yuner snorted lightly, Lin Yang's face flashing in her mind. 2 imperial talents. When can I contract my second beast? Don't rush, advancing to king level is the proper way, Zhang Qingyun advised. Many beast masters are too eager to contract a second beast, leading to dispersed resources and a lifelong struggle to reach king level. Such cases are too numerous to count in Modu Academy. If there is not a good choice, stepping into king level first is the correct path. I must reach king level before him, Bai Yuner declared, not willing to be outdone. At least in this regard, she had much more of an advantage than Lin Yang. Lin Yang's 2 beasts definitely required much more than hers. Suddenly, a knock on the door resounded. Zhang Qingyun slowly opened his eyes. Come in. The next second, Lin Yang's figure appeared in the room. Really here? He muttered softly. Then he looked at Bai Yuner, who was as aloof as an ice mountain. In battle, she was like the Queen of Thunder from the heavens, but on ordinary days she had an air of aloofness that was hard to approach. After all, she is the niece of an imperial beastmaster, and just this identity alone has deterred many who approached her. Senior sister, Lin Yang greeted her familiarly. Having no relatives, he knew he needed to establish a good relationship with such a powerful figure. Bai Yuner nodded in surprise, then appreciatively. She hadn't expected Lin Yang, who was usually arrogant, to seem so amicable privately. She had been wondering how to interact with such a person. Didn't I say not to come to me unless you're at the king level? Zhang Qingyun said sternly, thinking to himself that this was a chance to teach his disciple a lesson about respecting his elders. Then why is she here? Lin Yang glanced at Bai Yuner. Zhang Qingyun calmly responded, besides being my student, she is also my niece. Any problems with that? No problem, then my presence shouldn't be either. Lin Yang nodded. Bai Yuner was visibly shocked, her gaze shifting back and forth between the 2. They don't even look alike. It seems I need to teach you a lesson right now. Go. I'm already at the king level, Lin Yang interrupted before Zhang Qingyun could demonstrate his authority. The master was taken aback and then said, it seems you have no need to lie. He was questioning Lin Yang. Bai Yuner was even more astounded, staring at Lin Yang with wide eyes. King level? How could he advance so quickly? Let's go outside. Lin Yang stood up confidently, his demeanor shocking Bai Yuner even more. Zhang Qingyun also abandoned any thoughts of demonstrating his authority. They found a deserted area where Lin Yang snapped his fingers, and amidst a burst of intense flames, a beast began to take shape. It looked around calmly, its body ablaze with red and white flames, causing the temperature around to rise sharply. Zhang Qingyun's eyes sparkled. You must be the first in Magic Capital to ascend to king level right after enrollment. What purpose do you have here then? Their academy's most significant offering was the pathway to king level, which Lin Yang evidently no longer needed. Bai Yuner couldn't keep her composure, her emotions turbulent, though her face remained as cold as ice, pretending as if nothing had happened. She had just vowed to surpass Lin Yang's progress. Yet in the blink of an eye, Lin Yang had already broken through to king level. How did you do it? Tell me, Zhang Qingyun said calmly. Such talent might even compare with other nations. Lin Yang shared everything that had happened with him. Zhang Qingyun nodded slowly. So you want to advance your second beast to king level as well? This speed is quite fast. You should know other students are still struggling to advance their initial beast to king level, and here you are thinking about a second one. That will be very challenging, Zhang Qingyun said. Many students within the school were competing, as Bai Yuner added, this is only the first day. Upon hearing the news, students have thrown themselves into the competition. Many talents coming from places similar to space cities are almost as good as Lin Yang. Despite not having received an imperial inheritance, I suggest you participate in power-type competitions, maintaining first place every month. After a year you'll have amassed enough to reach 7 stars, Zhang Qingyun advised Lin Yang, fully aware of his expertise in beast mastery. Now that you've reached the king level, you can enter the ruins. Zhang Qingyun looked at Lin Yang again. Ruins? Could it be that there are zombies inside? Lin Yang imagined himself and Xiao Huang holding machine guns, running and shooting at zombies. Since over a decade ago, Blue Star has been witnessing the emergence of numerous ruins from which both beast mastery techniques and modern technology have been derived. Even the previous president disappeared in the largest ruin in the world, Bien Yuner noted calmly, having recovered from her initial shock. Before he left, he provided several paths to the ruins, but only king-level beast masters can access them. Anything brought out from there is worth a fortune but also extremely dangerous. Only king-level beast masters are allowed in. How could it not be dangerous? Lin Yang thought to himself, asking earnestly, what kind of treasures are inside? Some have seen orchards with hundreds of fruits that can elevate one to king level, but they are guarded by a dragon blood creature. Dragon blood and fruits, those are exactly what Lin Yang wants. But the danger level is sure to skyrocket. You have an advantage over all of them with 2 emperor-level talented beasts. Nurturing them should be enough to combat the creatures inside the ruins, Zhang Qingyun said optimistically, which was why he had taken him as a disciple. Alright, where are these ruins? I'll go check them out when I have time, Lin Yang decided. Currently, there was only one ruin in Magic City, connected to the Imperial City, accessible only through the Academy's space-jumping device, a technology also retrieved from the ruins, combined with his own space mastery beast. Zhang Qingyun added, rather than calling it a space-jumping device, it's more like prying open a corner of a closed door. What do you mean? Lin Yang sensed that there was a significant message hidden in those words, but Zhang Qingyun did not elaborate further. Muttering about cryptic people, Lin Yang bid farewell and headed to a pure white building on the side of Magic City. Inside stood a huge teleportation gate from which Lin Yang could feel a powerful force of spatial tearing far exceeding the king level, only achievable at the emperor level. To the left of the door was a large desk, behind which sat an elderly man. New here, you can't come here if you're not at king level. The old man glanced at Lin Yang, accustomed to such occurrences. Each new school year, some freshmen like to wander off. I am at king level now and I have the academy's credential. Lin Yang pulled out the credential he had gotten from Zhang Qingyun before leaving. The old man, surprised, looked up at Lin Yang. A new student just enrolled and already at king level? Are all beast masters this powerful nowadays? You may enter, but remember to come out by nightfall and wear this bracelet, the old man instructed, handing over a bracelet which Lin Yang put on his wrist. Stepping through the gate, I felt no dizziness, as if I had simply crossed a threshold. Before me lay a scene of ruins where the remnants of an old city intertwined with forests. Not far off, a fearsome beast resembling a 3-headed dog roamed the city in search of food. The Hellhound. Level: Late Lord. Talent: Late Lord. Skills: Hellfire, Furious Bark. Entry: Gold Hellfire. Description: a ferocious beast born on Blue Star, mutated after natural growth, a Lord-level beast with a gold entry. Lin Yang was astonished. In the next instant he summoned Xiao Huang. A burst of flame shot out, instantly engulfing and burning the Hellhound to ashes. Acquired the gold Hellfire entry. Let's look further inside. Lin Yang continued with Xiao Huang high in the sky. the deeper they went, the richer and sweeter the scent became. It was the fragrance of spiritual fruits and plenty of them. Lin Yang was amazed. Back then the principal bite only brought out a single branch, yet he managed to cultivate 3 monarch-level beasts. No wonder the beasts here have such high evolutionary levels. Suddenly, without giving Lin Yang time to react, a gigantic 3-headed eagle burst forth from one side. Its left and right heads spewed flames, while the central head, filled with sharp teeth, snapped at Xiao Huang. Fortunately, Xiao Huang reacted swiftly, dodging and shooting dozens of feathers at the 3-headed eagle. Thud, thud, thud. Several bloody holes appeared on its body instantly. Only then did Lin Yang have a chance to examine the opponents. Attribute panel: tri-headed vulture, level, early monarch, talent, late monarch, skills, fierce fire venom, entries, gold dragon bloodline, purple subtle body technique, purple flame body. Description: a monarch creature with dragon blood, another gold entry and 2 purple entries. Lin Yang realized this place was truly a treasure trove. Each creature here possessed numerous entries, making them extremely powerful in battle. No wonder only monarch-level beings were allowed to enter these ruins unless they were geniuses. Any beast master of the same level would be utterly crushed here. However, it underestimated Lin Yang's strength. Under Xiao Huang's onslaught, the tri-headed vulture soon fell. Acquired dragon bloodline gold entry, acquired flame body purple entry, acquired subtle body technique purple entry, plundered. As Lin Yang spoke, the 3 entries fell into his bag. He immediately handed them to Xiao Huang and Grey Snake. Instantly several already possessed entries merged and upgraded. Acquired dragon bloodline LV2 gold entry, acquired flame god body gold entry, acquired subtle wave walking gold entry. 3 brand new gold entries, among them Grey Snake now possessed dragon bloodline LV2. Lin Yang's gaze fell on the entries and information emerged. Dragon bloodline LV2 gold. A creature with a small amount of pure dragon blood, gaining enhancements in physique, appetite and vitality. Its pupils deepened in color, its scales thickened, and its body grew larger. After the upgrade in dragon bloodline, it visibly became stronger. Xiao Huang too showed changes. The flames on its body grew more intense and its form became more streamlined. Lin Yang couldn't help but think how surprisingly handsome it looked, even though it was just a chicken. Flame god's body gold. You share the same origin with the fire element, capable of briefly turning your body into flames. Lingbo Weibu gold. Each of your movements will consume the least amount of physical strength. Not bad at all. This place is truly a treasure trove for me. Lin Yang landed on the ground, a look of satisfaction on his face. Ding ding. His bracelet suddenly vibrated, then emitted a stream of light scanning over the body of the beast. Position confirmed. 90% of funds can be reclaimed after recovery. 90%? It even comes with a recycling system. Thinking about it, Lin Yang found it reasonable. After all, it was the body of a monarch-level beast. How could it be ignored? This way the money issue was also solved. As long as he continued hunting beasts here, there would naturally be people to help him sell these beast bodies. With the agility of Xiao Huang, Lin Yang continued to explore forward. Along the way, Lin Yang encountered many beast tamers, but they all merely nodded from a distance and did not approach. However, without exception, these beast tamers were mostly at the monarch level, each person having 1 to 3 golden terms, obviously talents from other academies. Among them, many were mid-monarch stage and more were like Lin Yang at the early monarch stage. As for the late monarch stage, Lin Yang didn't need a single one. Clearly, at this age, almost no one could reach the late monarch stage. Mid-monarch stage, already the top beast tamers of the various academies. Or perhaps it was just that Lin Yang had not encountered them yet. After all, late monarch stage was definitely rare. Until today, the only late monarch stage beast tamer Lin Yang had met was Principal Bai. What a fragrant smell! Lin Yang's body craved a rich sweet scent. Next to a dilapidated building, a tall fruit tree stood there, its branches covered with vines that hung clusters of crystalline grapes, a total of 3 trees. But Lin Yang sensed a hint of danger emanating from beneath that fruit tree. Not far away, a figure that had been standing for a long time also noticed Lin Yang. From the Magic City, shall we collaborate? Half the grapes each? The person was full of equipment, wearing thick plate armor on his chest, his whole body covered with armor made from the bones of beasts. Behind him, a skeletal giant beast of the Lord's early stage stood there. Is there danger here? Lin Yang asked. The next second, he saw a string of data in the grape bushes. Underworld evil tree, level, mid-monarch stage, talent, late monarch stage, skills, stab toxic spores puppet manipulation, terms. Lush Branches Gold, Superior Fortune Gold, Essence Absorption Gold, Undead Dominance Gold, Meteorite Wall Gold. Introduction: a highly dangerous deceptive tree skilled in camouflage. Before even approaching the other party, Lin Yang sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It's like a 5 gold store, a bit dangerous, huh? Lin Yang looked at the other party's terms, not blinking an eye. Although he was very eager, he knew his own limitations, possessing so many golden terms, and the opponent was already at the mid-monarch stage. Even if Xiao Huang could win, it would definitely be a tough battle. Only if the second beast also break through to the monarch level, there might be a chance. My spiritual beast has not yet solidified its foundation. Another decade or so of training should firmly secure its control. Lin Yang is in no rush. After all, 3 days here equates to a year. He can afford to wait. After declining the offer, Lin Yang made a mental note of the location. Within a week, Lin Yang continually ventured to the outskirts to hunt lord-level fierce beasts. Although not many of them possessed golden attributes, the sheer number of beasts made up for it. Diamond Body Purple X3, Dragon Bloodline Purple X2, Titan Body Gold X1, these were Lin Yang's spoils of the week. The remaining lesser attributes were too numerous to count. He decided to give the Titan body to Xiao Huang. With a flick of his hand, a beam of light entered Xiao Huang's body, bestowing it with the attribute Unmovable as a Mountain Orange. Unmovable as a Mountain Orange allows you to change your size at will, and when stationary grants immunity to 90% of attacks. 90%? Isn't that practically invincible? Lin Yang was astonished. However, after letting Xiao Huang try it out, he found a drawback. It only enters the state of unmovable as a mountain if it stands still for more than a second. An upgrade to orange level means a new ability is gained. Lin Yang now had a clearer idea. He gave all the remaining attributes to Grey Snake, who received Titan Body Gold and Dragon Bloodline LV3 Gold. The Grey Snake, coiling around Lin Yang, heated up. Its originally dull scales began to emit a hard luster, and its body, enhanced by the Dragon Bloodline, grew more powerful. Now, with Xiao Kong's help, he should be able to obtain the evolutionary fruit from the academy, right? Lin Yang thought. If it's not safe enough, he could plunder more attributes here. But it should be sufficient. Level 3 Dragon Bloodline should easily crush all golden attributes. How much more powerful would the Dragon Bloodline be if it upgraded to orange, and what ability would it gain? Lin Yang looked forward to it. Meanwhile, during Lin Yang's absence, 3 foreign students had actually taken 4 of the top spots in the 9 major tests. Especially Harvey, who was unparalleled in the defense field, securing the first place almost dominantly. He even publicly challenged Lin Yang, who had not appeared for almost a week. How could these 3 foreign students take the stars? Should they become Monarch Beast Masters first? Wouldn't that be a joke in the eyes of the people from the imperial capital? What can be done? That person is simply a monster. No one can win against her in 2 fields. Where is Lin Yang? Why hasn't he shown up for a week? The crowd wondered. Meanwhile, the 3 foreign students gathered together. Ha ha ha, brother Harvey, I didn't expect these Chinese to be such pushovers. I'm not even top-notch in my own country, yet here I can claim first place. A bald man laughed heartily, his words dripping with disdain. Nearby, Harvey appeared indifferent. Don't be too arrogant. Lin Yang hasn't made a move yet. We can't claim victory for certain. Brother Harvey, you care too much about that Lin Yang. I think his achievements are all hype, just a myth concocted by the Dragon Country to scare us. Beat 10 at once, you believe that? Another man looked at Harvey and shook his head. That makes sense, Harvey nodded. That rumor does seem a bit too far fetched. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Perhaps that Lin Yang really is all show and no go. After all, I've never seen him make a move. It would be a joke if those 3 got to the fruit and advanced to king level before him. But if I, Harvey, achieve that first, my country will value me even more, and so will the daughter of Zeus. With that thought, a spark lit up in Harvey's eyes. This is your residence for now. We haven't assigned dorms yet, so you'll stay next to me for the time being. Bye. Yunur led Lin Yang to a small villa. It was a semi-detached house. The front yards of the 2 buildings were enclosed together. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Yang expressed his gratitude. Yunur shook her head. It's only temporary. Once next month's rankings are settled, you'll have your own dorm. Here at Modu Academy, accommodations are arranged based on performance. Although there are quite a few wealthy people here, once you become a student of Modu Academy, everyone is treated equally. Everything in the academy depends on ranking to gain access rights. Like Yunur, a top 10 genius from the major exams, she has her own villa and luxury car, and even the dining environment and amount of food are significantly different. This is to focus resources as much as possible on the talents. Let's go in and have a look. Bai Yuner followed behind Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt her gaze on him constantly but dared not look back. This is the bathroom for bathing. This is the training room for beast masters. This is the bedroom for sleeping. At each place Bai Yuner reported the room like naming dishes on a menu. Only after seeing every part Lin Yang finally sighed. Senior Sister Yun, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm fine. Bai Yuner stubbornly shook her head. Fine, then I'm going to sleep. You should leave first. Do you know Harvey? Bai Yuner suddenly asked. The exchange student. I've had a conflict with him. There are 3 of them in total: Harvey, Jack and Matsumoto Taro. Harvey scored first in both strength and defense tests. Jack is the champion in speed and Matsumoto Taro in endurance. I see so much has happened these days. Lin Yang nodded, deep in thought. I suppose their Beastmaster abilities must be quite strong. If Shao Kong didn't get the entry, he might not stand a chance against them, especially Jack. His beast speed is so fast, even I am no match. Senior sister, you're better at speed and even better at attacking. If it comes to real combat, Jack is nothing compared to you. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Bai Yuner felt quite pleased. Being praised by a regular person is different from being praised by a genius. Don't worry, junior brother, I'll help you get even. Lin Yang clenched his fists. Cough cough, I never said that. Of course I just can't stand him. It has nothing to do with senior sister. Bai Yuner modestly tapped her fair chin. With Lin Yang's king-level strength, dealing with those lord-level would be as easy as drinking water. Who would have thought that someone would advance to king-level just in their freshman year? So the academy didn't establish any restrictions that only lords could participate in. Instead, it was only open to first-year students. Isn't that Lin Yang? He's finally come out. Lin Shen, where have you been? Why haven't we seen you for so long? As soon as Lin Yang stepped out, he caught the attention of many. He ignored the crowd and left straight away with Bien Yuner. This handsome man and beautiful woman walking together attracted many onlookers. Where are they going? They must be going to test that star. How else could they advance to king? That makes sense. Quick, go notify the others, there's a spectacle to watch. A few people whispered among themselves. It must be said Lin Yang's influence is not small. In just a short while a large crowd had gathered at the testing room of the 9 great trials. Among them were not only acquaintances but also some new faces with considerable strength. That's Ma Wan. It's said that his beast handling endurance is extremely strong and he's also one of the top 10 in the major exam. If he keeps his ranking, he should be able to advance to king within a year. There's also Zhao Kai. He's also hopeful of achieving star level, having squeezed into the top 10 in several tests. Are all beast handlers who can rank in the top 10 here. You might not know this, but Lin Yang is known as the uncrowned king of the major exam. Hearing the phrase uncrowned king, Lin Yang just wanted to cover his face. Nearly half of the top 10 in the major exam are students from the Emperor's capital, but the Magic Capital Academy is still not worried, all thanks to Lin Yang. As a descendant of the Emperor Beast Handler and the renowned former president of the Beast Handler Association, people have great confidence in him. Harvey seems to be in there too. He's about to break another record. Really, he's already far ahead of the second place, the crowd exclaimed continuously. It wasn't just Harvey, the other 2 foreign students were also inside. Let's go to the speed room first, that's your forte, Bien Yuner reminded him. Hearing her words, the surrounding students nodded understandingly. This woman has come to make a stand for herself. No rush, let's start with number 1, Lin Yang responded, his face emotionless. He was already a king beast handler. Naturally he wouldn't care about these lord-level squabbles, but these words to the ears of everyone else sounded extremely arrogant. Was he simply disregarding these foreign students, just casually sweeping them aside? In fact, Lin Yang's real goal was to get 9 stars overnight. That's insane. People didn't even dare to think about it, but thinking of Lin Yang, suddenly it all seemed reasonable. Lin Sang, as arrogant as the rumors say, shouted Matsumoto Taro. Matsumoto Taro was extremely short, like a noisy squirrel. Lin Yang didn't respond to him, instead he looked ahead. Harvey's beast, the Boulder Armor Dragon, was furiously attacking a turtle shell, making loud clanging noises. This is a late-stage king-level fierce beast's turtle shell. The impact of the attack can be judged by the sound, an onlooker explained. 1102, a series of numbers appeared. The second place was 970. Harvey's armor dragon strength was tremendous. With 3 gold-level skills plus the shock power, it could even affect the king level. Looking at others, it's clear they can't match this level. You didn't respond to the last challenge, so let's settle it here and now. Harvey turned his head to look at Lin Yang, his eyes brimming with a fighting spirit, clearly seeing him as a worthy opponent. Lin Yang, where is your beast master? Dian Yuner looked at her junior with eyes full of anticipation. She had witnessed Lin Yang's beast master raise a dirt dragon before. That power was certainly no less than Harvey's armored dragon. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Yang, curious about the species of his beast master. Compared to the rumors on the forums about a 6-armed demon and a 3-headed ghost, they trusted their own eyes more. Shao Kahn, Lin Yang called out forcefully. Above his body, a gray serpent that had been hovering gradually became visible. Its pupils were silvery gray with flashes of lightning, and its scales reflected a strange luster. The moment it appeared, Harvey felt a chilling sensation on his back. Go! The gray serpent slithered away. It bore many golden inscriptions, including the body of Titan. It seemed to be a test of strength, but it was actually a test of attack power. The shell only has the physical strength of a late-stage king with no skills or physique enhancements, Lin Yang muttered to himself. Even if it couldn't reach the defensive power of a late-stage king, it wasn't something a lord level could break through. Is that the space serpent? Dian Yuner stared intently at Lin Yang's beast master. She wouldn't underestimate a beast master with imperial talent. But, even a diamond uncarved cannot become a treasure. Can it really do it? Don't worry, if my bird can do it, so can my snake. Lin Yang turned and said to his senior sister. Dian Yuner subconsciously nodded, then realizing the implied meaning in Lin Yang's words, her face stiffened and she glared at him angrily. Is this your beast master? Just entered the late lord stage, probably not more than a few months, right? Matsumoto Taro spoke up, pinpointing the level of Lin Yang's beast master in a single sentence. Compared to Lin Yang's beast master, Harvey's armored dragon clearly had a higher chance of winning. Not only was it a strength-type beast master, but it had also been in the late lord stage for a long time with profound foundations. This visit to the Dragon Kingdom was not only to spy on the talents but also to break through to the king level. However, Lin Yang was not afraid at all. Shao Kahn had just gained the Titan body inscription, and its physique was now no different from that of a strength-type beast master. Coupled with the power of the Tyrannosaurus, the attacks it unleashed would receive an additional boost. Hiss! The gray serpent raised its tail. A bolt of lightning concentrated at its tip. The dazzling light caused many beast masters to retreat in shock all the way to the door, except for the 3 transfer students who remained in place. This is Lord Thunder's skill, Dian Yuner exclaimed in surprise. Sure enough, the next second, boom, a thunder spear that pierced through heaven and earth struck right at the center of the shell. Thunder spear from the heavens. The terrifying power frightened many onlookers. With this alone, Harvey spoke up. Indeed, the thunder spear only left a dark spot on the surface, causing no substantial damage. 980. A single strike broke the record. This was enough to prove Lin Yang's strength to the onlookers, dispelling previous rumors, but it was still far from surpassing Harvey. Lin Yang was well aware of this. He didn't expect a lord-level skill to breach the defenses of a king. Lin sang, this is as far as you go. Your beast probably lacks physical strength, right? Matsumoto Taro said with a smug smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. Indeed, it seemed so. Lin Yang's beast appeared to rely solely on skills for its attacks. However, in the next instant, under the watchful eyes of all, the tail of the gray snake transformed into a blur carrying waves of spacetime and struck at the black spot in the center of the turtle shell. The power of a Tyrannosaurus combined with the body of a Titan, most crucially, the tail was sheathed in a layer of vibrating spatial force. It was the second profound technique of space/focusing energy into a single point to reach the pinnacle of mastery. It all happened in a flash. To the onlookers, the gray snake merely flicked its tail and then quickly retracted it. The sound of nearly 100 heavy strikes emanated from the turtle shell, overlapping each other. Penetrated? Matsumoto Taro, being closest, saw it most clearly. There was a pitch-black hole in the center of the turtle shell. Not penetrated, just a deep pit, Harvey added. It's nearly impossible for a lord level to pierce the defenses of a king, but to make such a deep pit is also unthinkable, yet Lin Yang had done it. In an instant, Harvey took a deep breath. I can't match your attack power. Want to try defending? Harvey simply conceded defeat. 2317, unprecedented by Yuner murmured to herself. She had learned much from that bolt of lightning. Even the usually stubborn Matsumoto Taro fell silent. Let's move on to the next one. It wasn't until Lin Yang walked out the door that everyone else reacted. Strength, agility, combat, endurance, speed. The test was very simple, yet time and again it shocked everyone. Why was his beast so elegant? Why did it rank first in combat? That makes sense, someone remarked. No wonder all those geniuses became reclusive. I want to be reclusive too. Endurance also first. What kind of speed is this? It turned into a bolt of lightning. At first, the spectators could chime in with a few words. But as they watched more, they grew more reclusive. Looking at Lin Yang's beast than at their own, they felt an unfairness from the heavens. Defeated easily, Matsumoto, Taro and Jack could only look towards Harvey. You're our last hope now, Hassan. However, when the gray snake's body was covered with a layer of gray rock, Harvey was completely baffled. Among those present, Harvey was the most severely injured and the most desperate inside as terms dropped one after another. Obtain terms. Dragon Bloodline Gold, Dragon Scale Shell Gold, Titan's Body Gold. Lin Yang immediately transferred these terms into the gray snake. Obtain Dragon Bloodline LV5 Gold. In an instant the scales on the gray snake's body grew thicker and its body bulkier. On its forehead one could vaguely see a pair of ridges and sharp teeth grew in its mouth. At this moment the gray snake was no longer the size of a small snake, but rather resembled a python coiling around Lin Yang, making him feel immense pressure. He could only reluctantly send it away. As he was leaving, Harvey specially came up to him. King without a crown of the Dragon Nation, I acknowledge your strength and I value the powerful the most. Would you be interested in joining our pantheon of myriad gods? Where can you get more resources? Harvey began invitingly. The two beside him instantly had a fiery gleam in their eyes. There are geniuses from all countries there, and we don't act for anyone but ourselves, Harvey quickly added, seemingly worried that Lin Yang might misunderstand. As a genius himself, Harvey didn't seem to want to be controlled by anyone, and when these geniuses unite, they grow without fearing anyone. No need, I prefer to work alone, Lin Yang replied with a cold laugh. Is that so? That's too bad. You might already be strong, but you're nowhere near as powerful as the daughter of Zeus, who was already a sovereign beastmaster. Harvey looked at Lin Yang, expecting to see shock in his eyes, but instead met with calm indifference. Right, a talent like him wouldn't be easily scared. Only by experiencing it firsthand can he understand the gap between him and the gods. Lin Yang dodged a group of beastmasters who chased after him with flattery, quickly returning to his villa. Senior sister, can you give me some rewards? What? Vudian Yuner perked up, hearing him repeatedly call her senior sister, seemingly in a good mood. Those geniuses probably don't know yet that Lin Yang is already a sovereign beastmaster who dominated with just his second beast, otherwise they might have gone into hiding. Just help me buy some things. I'll pay, Lin Yang said. In another month he would be able to obtain the fruit to advance to dual sovereigns. If Xiao Huang could advance to the mid-sovereign stage during this period, he could do much more in the ruins. The muscular Harvey returned to his residence, shut the door, and after searching under the bed and the table to ensure there were no listening devices, he finally took out a special communication device and dialed. Athena, I've tested the uncrowned king, Harvey said respectfully. Once joined, everyone in the Pantheon was referred to by code names. They were an organization purely made up of geniuses under 30. For beastmasters who have long lifespans, 30 is very young. The room was very quiet, with only Harvey's breathing audible. After a long while, a voice finally came from the other end of the communication. Did you win? The voice wasn't pleasant, but it made one want to draw closer to hear more clearly. Harvey shook his head and calmly replied, I lost. His beasts, no matter which of the 7 arts, are the best. Even my forte in defense is far inferior to his. I invited him to join the Pantheon, but he refused. Harvey recounted everything in detail. The other end fell into silence. Aegidius Shield of Zeus was Harvey's code name. Just as Lin Yang expected, it was a rather Chinibu organization, but his beast is only at the late Lord stage, definitely no match for you. Harvey seemed quite confident in his master. However, Athena neither agreed nor disagreed with his words. It won't be long before the world undergoes a great change. The Pantheon has gathered geniuses from all countries, even 2 from the Dragon Kingdom. The world will become ours, Athena said confidently. Then she asked what's his name and what species is his beast. Lin Yang, his beast is a gray snake that can control thunder in space. Harvey's words fell silent. On the other end of the communication there was nothing but stillness, lingering for a long while without a response. It was then that Harvey finally ended the call and tucked the device away quietly. He didn't understand what Athena meant by great change, but he guessed it had something to do with the sudden surge in discovered relics. A month passed. Lin Yang spent his days allowing Xiao Huang to absorb the essence of the fierce sun and training the gray snake in spatial and thunder techniques. The 2 beasts, one offensive and the other defensive, unknowingly reversed their roles. Xiao Huang had spent 10 years and hadn't yet reached the mid-stage of a monarch-level beast. It seemed that the monarch-level fierce beasts found in the relics truly posed massive challenges in the real world. Lin Yang pondered. His advancement was too rapid, leaving him with little sense of normality. After all, theoretically a single monarch-level beast could destroy a city. Even a city as large as Yu City, home to nearly 10 million people, faced threats from monarch-level beasts. If Principal Bai hadn't returned to Yu City, the Thunder Bat advancing to monarch level might have resulted in severe casualties among the city's population, and the so-called emperor-level fierce beasts posed a threat to humanity's very survival. His gray snake occasionally stared at Lin Yang. If Lin Yang didn't know it had intelligence, he might have thought it wanted to devour him. As the month came to an end, he said, "I'll get the spirit fruit to help you advance to monarch level," while stroking the snake's head, which seemed to enjoy the gesture, its tail swaying from side to side. Bang! A loud noise as Xiao Huang also bumped its head next to Lin Yang, its lower body wriggling. It looked almost like a red pig. "You're becoming less and less likable," Lin Yang blurted out. Woof! Xiao Huang looked aggrieved, puzzled why the same actions yielded such different results. Knock knock knock, Lin Yang, a rapid knocking sounded. "Sister Bian." Lin Yang stored his beasts away and leaped down from upstairs. He opened the front door. "Lin Yang, master said there are demons roaming in Magic City and he wants us to handle it together. Many people have already been harmed," Bian Yuner quickly explained. After a month of working together, they were no longer strangers. "What about the others? Isn't the Beast Tamer Association doing anything?" Lin Yang asked. "There are too many demons. Among them, there's even a monarch level one. The academy students have already been dispatched and we are just part of them." "All right, since the city is under attack, it's my duty to respond." Lin Yang was naturally ready to defend. He just didn't know how these demons had infiltrated the city. The most crucial point was that demons, unlike fierce beasts, belong to a class of creatures with craftier means and several times more difficult to handle than fierce beasts. Alarms sounded throughout the city, with every household closing their doors and windows. Bian Yuner summoned her thunder deer, then leaped onto it. "Come on, there are many buildings in the city and these demons like to hide in the shadows. It's hard to spot them from the air." Lin Yang nodded and climbed onto the thunder deer sitting behind Bian Yuner. The thunder deer, large as a warhorse, galloped through Magic City, occasionally encountering other students engaged in combat with demons on the streets. Boom! A flash of lightning struck and a demon was annihilated. The other students looked on in surprise as the thunder deer vanished in a flash. "No wonder they sent us here. My senior sister Yun and I both have solar-type beast pets, which are specifically effective against shadow-type creatures." "Don't call me senior sister Yun." Bian Yuner frowned slightly, annoyed by Lin Yang's increasing informality. If this keeps up, he'll drop the formalities completely and just call me Yuner. But he's right about one thing: solar does overcome shadow. What do you think? Where did these demons come from? Who knows? They just suddenly sprang up in the city and were besieged by beast tamers. In a dark alley, two beast tamers walk side by side. I heard there are even king level ones. If they cause trouble, it's all over to king level. That's indeed dangerous. These demons are hard to find hidden in the city. We won't run into them, will we? Will? One of the tamers shivered at the chilly air, making him uncomfortable. How could we? Just scaring ourselves. Suddenly, at the end of the alley, a figure wrapped in white cloth flashed by. Did you see that?" His companion pointed ahead, terrified. Trying to scare me again." Even though he said this, he still turned his head. But there was nothing at the end of the alley. Let's get out of here. It's a bit dangerous." As they turned around, suddenly strips of white cloth fell from above, blocking their path. Their faces turned pale instantly. Behind them, the ghostly figure, wrapped like a mummy, hobbled closer. Ghh. Blood War Buffalo, Amethyst Worm. Instantly, they summoned their leader pets. As soon as the pets appeared, they were wrapped in the white cloth, struggling in vain to escape. King level. Their lips trembled. Suddenly they regretted joining the fray to hunt demons. Ghh. Tasty. The mummy seemed unsatisfied. It continued to advance step by step. However, the next moment, a violent tremor erupted from the ground. The tremor, as if to crack the walls, felt like standing next to a speeding train with pebbles on the ground continuously jumping. What's happening? This was their thought. The next second, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. A huge red bird's head smashed through the wall next to them, then bit the mummy in its mouth. Boom! Flames burst from the seams of the bird's beak like a muffled grenade. The sheer heat almost melted the nearby walls. When it opened its beak again, all that was left was a pile of dust. Then the terrifying bird's head turned to look at them briefly before retracting. Holy! What was that thing? It just ate a king-level demon. The two beast tamers almost screamed like girls. Lin Yang walked out of the hole created by Xiao Huang, muttering to himself, I didn't expect that the heart of the fierce sun could also sense the shadowy beasts nearby. Turning around, he saw the two men and gave an awkward smile. Senior Lin, about that creature. The two were students from the Magician City Academy. They had seen Lin Yang before in the crowd, so they recognized him. Oh, it's my beast, Lin Yang replied. It's not a secret anymore. However, his words left the two listeners frozen in place. Impossible, the ranking hasn't even been settled yet. How has his beast advanced to a king? And to instantly kill a king-level mummy demon, this is definitely not something a newly promoted king can do. And wasn't that a snake? There must be a secret. That snake. The two gathered their courage to ask again. It's his second beast, inheriting from an emperor beastmaster. Bien Yunner's voice came from outside. Let's go, there are many more demons to deal with. I'll leave the aftermath to you two. Until Lin Yang left, the two were still in shock. That snake was just Lin Yang's second beast. Merely with his newly contracted second beast he had achieved first place in all categories? The terrifying bird head that had appeared was still vivid in their minds, undoubtedly a king-level fierce beast, and, most likely, a mid-stage king. The two looked up at their own beasts still wrapped in bandages and suddenly felt the immense gap between people. If this news were to spread back to the Magic Capital Academy, it would definitely shock a large number of people. A day passed. In the Magic Capital, nearly all the hidden demons were dealt with by the Beastmasters. In this most powerful human-citied Beastmasters were rarely seen on ordinary days, but once demons appeared, Beastmasters became ubiquitous, truly bringing a significant psychological shock to the public. Along the way, Bien Yunner also fully witnessed Lin Yang's strength. He didn't need to make a move against Lord-level demons. King-level demons were killed with a single strike. This power also made her realize the gap between herself and this junior brother. Returning to the Magic Capital Academy, Lin Yang successfully obtained 7 stars. In the treasure vault of the Magic Capital, he exchanged a thunder attribute fruit. The gray snake swallowed the fruit and immediately began to transform. Its body curled up, its skin cracking inch by inch, deeply entering hibernation. Hours later, the skin-shedding gray snake gradually turned pitch black and grew thicker. Its body had reached the thickness of a washbowl, and a pair of small sharp antlers grew on its forehead. Hard to notice unless looked at closely. Roar! The gray snake let out a roar that shook the entire villa. Bien Yunner, who was training quietly, felt this presence. Another king-level beast. Why does this kid's beast advance so quickly? You, hurry up and train, Bien Yunner urged the distressed thunder deer, which became even more diligent in its efforts. Black scale Jiao level, early king stage, talent, late emperor stage, skills. Stealth, heavy pressure, major immunity to thunder, piercing thunder spear, incarnation of thunder, gates of thunder prison, armor of thunder king, claws of thunder king. Attributes: boundless form, orange, amphibious, blue, dragon bloodline LV5, gold, titan body, gold, rock element armor, gold, tyrannosaur strength, gold, thunder lord 9 transformations, gold, fortune, gold. Description: a Jiao dragon with a significant amount of dragon blood. Gate of Thunder Prison. It consumes a great deal of energy to open the Gate of Thunder Prison, imprisoning the opponent. Armor of Thunder Lord. Summon the armor of the Thunder Lord, ward off all thunder attribute attacks, and reflect thunder damage. Claws of the Thunder King. It consumes a great deal of energy to summon the claws of the Thunder King, inflicting massive thunder damage. The Thunder Lord's 9 transformations have unlocked 3 new skills. Lin Yang felt exhilarated. With such capabilities, even facing 2 early-stage kings, he could now contend against a mid-stage king. Ancient Tree. Consuming 3 strings of purple crystal grapes would definitely advance Xiao Huang to the mid-king stage without hesitation. Lin Yang headed straight for the ruins. As soon as he entered, he heard numerous reports. Recently, the number of fierce beasts in the ruins had decreased, making many areas very dangerous. Indeed, several beast masters had gone missing. Remember that person from the imperial capital? He went to hunt the nether spirit evil tree last time and vanished. Lin Yang paid attention to the crowd's discussions. The nether spirit evil tree, wasn't that the person who invited me last time? Fortunately, I didn't accept his invitation last time, or I might have disappeared as well. Following the path from his memory, Lin Yang soon found the place where he last encountered the nether spirit evil tree. The old hardware-selling tree still sat there rooted underground with 3 strings of lustrous grapes hanging from its trunk, beneath the ground. Countless fierce beasts' bones were buried, nether spirit evil tree, stage, mid-king, talent, late king, skills, spike attack toxic spores puppet manipulation, attributes, prosperous branches gold, high fortune gold, essence absorption gold, necromancer gold, meteorite wall gold. Description: a dangerously deceptive evil tree extremely hazardous and still at the mid-king stage. Lin Yang riding Xiao Huang observed from the sky, gray snake on the ground release thunder attribute skills, gate of thunder prison, boom, a line of lightning split across the sky opening a massive gate of thunder, the gate like a natural disaster filled with rolling thunder as if to explode and obliterate everything in the world. This thunder gate slowly descended aiming to enclose the nether spirit evil tree within. The terrifying noise nearby attracted many mid-king beast masters from around, not only from the magic capital but also from the Imperial Capital Academy and other academies from the 2 major cities. Someone has made a move on the nether spirit evil tree, let's go, let's see who dares, it must be one of them, who else could it be? Except for a mid-king who would dare, the secret realm is small and news spreads instantly. Soon, the area gathered quite a crowd. In the ruins, the terrifying Gate of Thunder prison was positioned high in the sky with the interior like a world of lightning intending to imprison the nether spirit evil tree below. Thunderous roars echoed intermittently from within the gate. It seemed as if a beast made of lightning was roaring, trying to break free. Look, what is that? A gate of thunder. It seems to be that beast master's skill. I'm so far away, and yet my legs are trembling. I know him, he's Lin Yang, I've seen him on the forums of the magic capital. Is he that newcomer? I heard that he reached 7 stars in his first month and advanced to king level. Tang Hao and the others even said they wanted to teach this newbie a lesson, but this guy has already begun to tackle mid-stage fierce beasts. The bystanders were astounded, and those who recognized Lin Yang were even more surprised. Wasn't it said that he had just advanced to the level of a king? The older students had planned to welcome him warmly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yang had set his sights on the sinister mingling evil tree right from the start, a challenge even these veterans dared not face, for the tree was notoriously fierce. Quick, go tell the boss, we might have to fight for it soon. Fight for what? Do you really think he can defeat the mingling evil tree? Yet he's just advanced to the early stage of king level, this is practically suicide. But both of his beasts are at the king level. So what? They're all early king level. A mid-king level could handle 5 early kings at least. Many were shocked by this newcomer's talent and aptitude. He managed to enter the ruins just a month after starting, far surpassing those who took 3 years to get here. Of course, everyone who entered the ruins was once a top genius of the 2 great academies. Whoosh, the ancient tree moved. Several branches transformed into spears thrusting fiercely into the gate of thunder and lightning. However, upon contact the branches turned to ash, unable to withstand the masculine energy. Just as the thunder gate was about to engulf it, the ancient tree shot out 4 crimson branches, instantly propping up the 4 corners of the gate. The blood-red branches were extremely tough, utterly fearless of the lightning. Several of these branches pierced the ground, and from it skeletal beasts of mostly lord level with 3 ape skeletons reaching the king level emerged. Necromancy, good thing my beasts aren't afraid of the sinister. Shao Kong, use your thunder claw. Lin Yang showed no concern for the safety of the amethyst grapes. This old tree was rooted here, it definitely wouldn't give up the grapes. Boom, the gray snake leapt up, and on its right side a thunder claw large enough to cover the ancient tree fell. Boom, a violent explosion erupted. Countless bolts of lightning spilled out, instantly shattering the lord-level skeletons. The few king-level beast skeletons were also severely damaged, their dark aura visibly dissipating. Yet the ancient tree remained steadfast, seemingly unafraid of the lightning. Xiao Huang was also ready. Lin Yang stood on Xiao Huang's back. At this moment its body was ablaze with red flames, its feathers bristled upright, pointing directly at the mingling evil tree. Heavenly flame meteor plus the shocking split sky feather. Each feather was intensely red, containing extremely high temperatures. Under the intense trembling, only wings formed of an unmovable physique could barely withstand this energy. The space around Xiao Huang was gradually distorted by the heat. At this moment it resembled a blazing sun. To the onlookers below, 2 suns seemed to appear in the sky, one large, one small. Split sky heavenly flame feather. Swoosh, the sound of countless feathers shooting out merged into one. At this moment Xiao Huang transformed into a bird-shaped Gatling gun, each feather representing a technique of the flame spear. even the mingling evil tree sensed the impending crisis, but it was too late to escape. Nearby the gate of Thunder Prison loomed threateningly, and in the sky above countless fiery feathers rained down. This was a dead end. Is this a king-level beast skill? Is this guy even human? How could his skills be so monstrous? Even from this distance I feel an overwhelming heat. If I were under that rain of fire, I'd surely be dead. Someone added this comment: a beast master at the early king stage would undoubtedly perish under Lin Yang's assault. The nether spirit evil tree suddenly erupted, pulling itself from the ground. Nearly thousands of fiery red branches whipped out from beneath the earth, striking towards the sky. Snap! The branches touched the fire feathers and were instantly shaken, cut and melted, then pierced through. The evil tree trembled violently, seemingly enraged, twisting 3 branches together just to barely exchange for 1 fire feather. For a moment, a multitude of fiery red branches wildly waved in the air, blocking the descending fire feathers. The scene resembled a dance of demons, causing the onlookers nearby to grow fearful. They were relieved they hadn't attacked the nether spirit evil tree. What shocked them even more was the strength of this newcomer. He still had tricks up his sleeve. Lin Yang was surprised. No, it should be said he had hundreds of tricks. Stop shooting. If you shoot any more it will dry up. Lin Yang stopped Xiao Huang from continuing to release the sky-splitting feathers. At this rate there's no need to pluck feathers anymore, we could just go straight to the octagon. Xiao Huang let out a whimper like a dog, seeming very upset. Not a chicken crow, but a dog bark. What's next to cat meow? Lin Yang thought to himself, but he couldn't be bothered with these details now, because the ancient tree ran away. Under this wave of attacks, it not only survived but also took to its heels. 2 huge roots transformed into legs sprinting across the ground. None of the surrounding beast masters dared to pursue. After seeing that scene, who would dare? Thinking of escaping, Lin Yang snorted coldly. Still below, Xiao Huang's entire body turned into a bolt of lightning and shot out fiercely. In just an instant he caught up with the foe and firmly entangled it. Lin Yang fell from the sky, casually plucking the 3 strings of purple crystal grapes. As Xiao Huang gradually exerted force, the ancient tree snapped and completely shattered. The rich aroma filled the air. Lin Yang, holding the 3 strings of purple crystal grapes, tossed them into a bag he had prepared earlier and clipped it to his belt. The eyes of the surrounding beast masters watching were fiery, and they swallowed their saliva hard. These were spirit fruits. Just 1 string represented a king-level beast master. Soon the crowd around began to spread the news to distant places. Lin Yang was now a highly sought-after figure. Lin Yang paid them no heed and instead went to where the ancient tree had been rooted. Among it there seemed to be a fragmented spacetime. This was the power of space. Lin Yang had the clearest sense of spatial power. Where did it lead? Lin Yang felt a familiar aura from it. Carrying Xiao Huang, he leaped down and vanished in an instant. Without the imagined whirlwind of confusion, as if passing through a door, Lin Yang arrived at a completely new place. When he raised his head and looked around, he was instantly stunned by the scene in front of him. In the ruins at the stronghold belonging to the imperial capital, Tanghao. All witnessed by our very eyes, several beast masters looked towards the man who was peeling an apple. He was Tanghao, a mid-king level beast master from the imperial capital university. Tanghao looked up at the group and slowly said, "Are you telling me that a newcomer from Modu killed the nether spirit evil tree and stole our crystal grapes? Those crystal grapes. I've had my eye on them for a long time. They are essential for my breakthrough to the later stages of being a king." Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. You wouldn't believe how stunning that scene was. It was like gods battling. That newcomer Lin Yang is incredibly powerful. You must have heard about him. There are rumors between the talents of Didi and Modu. Moreover, he's at the early king stage, yet he hunted a mid-stage king beast. His combat power is at least equivalent to 5 ordinary early king beast masters. The group vividly described the scene, recounting every detail. Do you think I'm a fool? Tanghao retorted, "Let's not even talk about the rules of Modu Academy. Where could he have gotten 2 evolution fruits in 1 month? Evolution fruits are extremely rare. Even in ruins they aren't common, not to mention they require star-level exchanges. Could he possibly have reached 7 stars in 1 month? Even so, it's impossible for him to advance 2 beasts to the early king stage." "Really, we saw it with our own eyes. You would know if you saw it," the group insisted, their earnest expressions making Tanghao somewhat hesitant at first. "Well, maybe I should take a look. Should we steal his crystal grapes?" a companion interjected. We are all mid-stage kings, ganging up on a newcomer wouldn't be hard. Able to hunt a mid-stage king, could you really hold him back if he decided to leave? Tang Hao responded. The group shook their heads. Unless Seniorly Ruoi is here, we probably can't get them back on our own. She's busy with the orchard affairs. A mere 3 spiritual fruits wouldn't catch her interest, but I could invite Lin Yang to join us. Tang Hao's eyes lit up. With allies, we could take over that orchard. How many crystal grapes could we get then? In Modu, atop a tall building, a figure clad in black surveyed the surroundings, recognizing the familiar scenes. Is this Modu? Are the ruins connected to Modu, or are they above Modu? Lin Yang jumped into a spatial rift. When he opened his eyes, he was back in Modu. No use sitting here thinking, might as well ask Senior Zhang. Lin Yang summoned Xiao Huang and the gray snake, then started to review the terms he had just acquired. Prosperous branches gold, superior fortune gold, essence absorption gold, undead sovereign gold, meteorite barrier gold. Prosperous branches gold, your fertility greatly enhances, allowing you to easily proliferate. Fertility. What kind of trash is this to be gold tier? Lin Yang reviewed the 5 gold terms. The first might be useful for wild beasts, as higher levels make breeding harder. He decided to keep undead sovereign for now, as it wasn't quite suitable for his 2 beasts. He gave superior fortune to Xiao Huang, and essence absorption and meteorite barrier went to the black scale Jiao. The meteorite barrier instantly fused with the elemental armor, acquiring the term star meteorite scales orange. Your scales are replaced with high-level star scales, providing significant physical and elemental resistance. Just for a moment, the scales on the body of the black-scaled Jiao turned completely into a pitch-black color. Upon closer inspection, they resembled the endless deep space adorned with a few stars. Roar! The black-scaled Jiao let out a furious roar, its scales vibrating in layers upon its body. A few minutes later, Lin Yang knocked on Zhang Qingyun's room. Bang! Come in! Zhang Qingyun's voice resounded from inside. Lin Yang entered, and at that moment Bian Yuner was also there, nodding at Lin Yang upon seeing him. What brings you here? Zhang Qingyun asked Lin Yang. There is something. Lin Yang revealed everything he had experienced. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyun slowly turned to look at Lin Yang. Bian Yuner, who was listening, was also surprised by these words, and then, as if realizing something, her face showed a look of shock. The relic is about to merge with Modu. Lin Yang spoke. Once the relic merges with Modu, the fierce beasts inside will completely lose their restraints. How many fierce beasts are there in the relics of Modu? Bian Yuner couldn't help but ask. I don't know, but I encountered quite a few of the king-level ones, and I was just wandering a bit on the periphery. Lin Yang honestly said. There are indeed many fierce beasts in the relic. If these beasts and demons enter Modu overnight, even if we stop them with the fastest speed, the crystal of the entire human city will turn into ruins. Afterwards, Lin Yang thought of something even more terrifying. How many relics like this exist in the world? If all are like Modu, wouldn't Blue Star become a den of fierce beasts and demons? Don't worry, such events only happen occasionally. Beast masters have come this far today because of the things found in the relics. This is an opportunity, said Zhang Qingyun, looking at Lin Yang. You have the scent of the evolution fruit on you. Yes. Lin Yang took out his pocket, opening the pouch. Inside were 3 bunches of grapes shimmering like amethysts. Even the usually calm Bian Yuner couldn't help but look over, a hint of desire in her eyes. Evolution fruits are essential for advancing to the king level. Without them, it would take at least a decade or more to break through. But Bian Yuner, with her strong pride, forcibly suppressed the urge to speak out. After all, these fruits were obtained by Lin Yang himself, and even if they were merely found, there was no reason for him to share them with her. These fruits are evolution fruits in the relics, but just ordinary fruits on Blue Star. The fierce beasts are the same, all emerging from the relics. Zhang Qingyun's words were like a bolt from the blue. However, Lin Yang had already guessed as much and showed little change in expression. I plan to seize these evolution fruits early, Lin Yang suddenly said. As more relics merge, more powerful beings and emperor-level fierce beasts will appear. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, we should take the initiative. Good idea, Zhang Qingyun said. I'm sure Yuner will help me too. Very good, Zhang Qingyun nodded. I haven't agreed yet, and don't call me Yuner, Bian Yuner retorted. Annoyed, in half a year, there will be an exchange competition between the Imperial Capital and Modu Academy. I've already signed you up, Zhang Qingyun said leisurely. Me? Lin Yang pointed to himself. Zhang Qingyun, with such a dark heart, had him, a monarch-level contender, go to a friendly match with a lord level. Just remember to come on time. Zhang Qingyun's face showed a look of anticipation. Last year was a loss of face. This year he must properly mock that person. Back at the villa, Training room, Lin Yang took out 3 strands of amethyst grapes. This energy capable of evolving genes made the 2 imperial beasts restless. However, they just eagerly watched, not daring to snatch them. Xiao Huang, these 3 strands of amethyst grapes are for you first, Lin Yang said, although he wanted to distribute based on effort. For now, concentrating resources on one to evolve first and then drive the evolution of others was the optimal solution. Xiao Huang's eyes lit up while Xiao Kong looked slightly disappointed. Don't be disheartened. These evolutionary fruits, as your level increases, their effects will diminish. Your turn will come, Lin Yang comforted Xiao Kong, who then nodded slightly. It had been tried before. The evolutionary fruits worked best at the monarch advancement stage. Once surpassing the monarch level, as they are used more and the level increases, their effect significantly reduces. Xiao Huang swallowed in one gulp. A rich energy surged through Xiao Huang's veins and meridians, evolving its body and even optimizing its genes. Boom! Xiao Huang's body was enveloped in fierce flames. Transforming into a massive cocoon, you come train your spatial skills. Lin Yang didn't want to waste time. Taking this opportunity, he began training Xiao Kong's skills. Time flew by, and after a whole week, the heat gradually dissipated, condensing inward. Crack! A thin red membrane cracked open. Xiao Huang burst out. Its feathers were bright red, and its previously very short tail feathers and neck had grown longer. Mid-stage monarch. After consuming 3 evolutionary fruits, Xiao Huang had advanced to the mid-stage monarch, fire wing spirit sparrow, level. Mid-stage monarch, talent, late-stage emperor, skills, celestial flaming meteor, diamond feather. Shocking split sky feather, monarch command, true spirit sparrow form. Attributes: heart of the scorching sun, primordial, unmovable as mountains, orange boundless spaceless body, orange flame god body, gold lingbo microstep, gold titan body, gold superior fortune, gold fearless, purple flame body, purple. Description: the flame monarch, only a step away from the legendary vermilion bird, plus 2 new skills. Lin Yang made new discoveries. One was the spatial monarch command, the other was the summoning of the true spirit sparrow form of the vermilion bird. Both were extremely powerful skills. Let's go another trip to the ruins. With confidence, Lin Yang prepared to explore the ruins again. Ruins. Lin Yang looked down from the sky. 2 days passed. Finally, he found a mid-stage monarch beast guarding evolutionary fruits. In these ruins, if not at least a mid-stage monarch, one couldn't guard the evolutionary fruits. Take Magic City for example. Among the yet-to-graduate beast masters of Magic City, the strongest were a few mid-stage monarchs, and in the Imperial Capital Academy there was one late-stage monarch beast mastered, not to mention the fierce beasts in the ruins. Toxic dragon scorpion horse, level, mid-stage monarch, talent, early-stage emperor, skills, poison tongue barrier cursed dragon tail, attributes, venomous body, gold extraordinary physique, gold. Introduction: beware the venomous Scorpio Dracahorse, extremely dangerous and ferocious. The creature charged immediately before Lin Yang even made a move. With a screech, Xiao Huang leapt into action. The true form of the spirit sparrow emerged. A phoenix made entirely of flames soared into the air, striking like a cannonball, its impact akin to a meteor crashing to the earth. The Scorpio Dracahorse was instantly reduced to a skeleton. The mighty beast could not withstand a single blow from Xiao Huang, who expended a great deal of energy in the process. Approaching the nest guarded by the Scorpio Dracahorse, a crystal-clear fruit was plucked and fed to Xiao Huang. This time, however, there was no noticeable change. Lin Yang realized that ordinary fruits no longer significantly evolved Xiao Huang, not due to the fruit's lack of power but because of Xiao Huang's exceptional talents, while the effects of the fruit would diminish as the level of the beast master increased. They still had some impact before reaching the emperor level. Xiao Huang was simply too extraordinary. The beast acquired 2 golden traits: venomous body gold, which grants immunity to most poisons, and extraordinary physique gold, significantly enhancing stamina and recovery speed. Over time, a month swiftly passed. Xiao Huang, while cultivating the fierce solar breath, continuously hunted the fierce beasts in the vicinity. The expanse of the ruins was immense, almost the size of several demonic cities combined. 6 fruits were a decent harvest. Lin Yang, taking the fruits, found a secluded spot. It's your turn, Lin Yang said, offering the fruits to Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong swallowed 3 fruits in one go, the energy violently impacting its genes and cells. With a roar, Xiao Kong curled up in pain as its body cracked open, slightly oozing some blood. However, possessing the bloodline of dragons, it recovered rapidly. After Lin Yang's vigilance through a day and a night accompanied by tremors of heaven and earth, Shao Kong successfully advanced to the mid-king level Black Scale Jiao with skills and abilities befitting its royal bloodline in dragon. Heritage, Introduction, a Jiaolong rich in dragon blood, its massive form now bearing the semblance of a dragon, the horn on its forehead grew larger and more robust. Enough preparations, it was time to locate the orchard, but before that Lin Yang had important matters to attend to. He held 3 evolutionary fruits, one promised to teacher Zhang Lei of Yu City while the other 2 could be given to others in the demonic cities to help them advance to the king level, strengthening his own forces. Perhaps I should establish an organization too, Lin Yang thought, and call it Twilight of the Gods. Lin Yang cracked a joke. The evolution fruit, he certainly wouldn't just give it away for free, there would have to be some price to pay. Returning to Modu, Lin Yang arrived at the largest courier center in the city, the Beast Tamer Association. As soon as he entered, a receptionist came up to greet him. This place was dedicated to serving beast tamers. Anyone who could come here was definitely a beast tamer. I want to mail an evolution fruit, Lin Yang stated straightforwardly. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes around him turned in his direction. The entire center fell silent, and it seemed like everyone couldn't believe their ears. Young fellow, what did you say? You want to mail an evolution fruit? A beast tamer stepped forward to ask Lin Yang. Yes, is there a problem? Lin Yang asked, frowning. Of course not. If possible, I'd like to buy one. How about it? I'll offer 50 million, said the beast tamer. Lin Yang was startled by the astonishing amount. However, the next second, a rich young master stepped forward. Evolution fruits are rare and not easily obtained. You think to take one away for 50 million, 1 billion inch, and I'll buy as many as you have? Brother, I'll offer 80 million plus the backing of my family. In the future you could be a guest in our household. People kept speaking up. Those who could approach Lin Yang were almost all wealthy individuals from Modu, starting their offers in the tens of millions. This gave Lin Yang an initial understanding of just how wealthy the beast tamer families were and how important and rare the evolution fruits truly were. If one had access to these fruits, it was almost equivalent to endlessly creating sovereign beast tamers. No wonder so many people wanted to enter the academies in Modu and Daido. Lin Yang felt a surge of emotion. Merely the evolution fruit from the relics had so many coveting it, but even if one got into Modu and Daido academies, acquiring these fruits was not so simple. Only someone as exceptional as Lin Yang could snatch so many. Compared to those older students, even after 3 or 4 years in the academy, many only advanced to the sovereign level. Indeed, being able to guarantee advancement to sovereign status was already a significant advantage of the academies. After declining everyone's offers, Lin Yang was taken to a room. May I ask who you are? A sovereign beast tamer, Lin Yang replied, and the other party's attitude became even more respectful. They brought out a contract for Lin Yang to sign along with some delivery addresses and then took the evolution fruit away. This was the Beast Tamer Association which Lin Yang could trust. They would certainly not abscond with his possessions. A few days later, Father, I've told you I don't need the family's help, Shinyin responded over the phone. A middle-aged man's voice sighed from the other end. We found several buyers promising several billion in price, but in the end all backed out. Don't worry, Modu has a channel to obtain the fruits, Shinyin reassured. What channel? I've heard that the evolution fruits obtained through ranking in Modu have already been monopolized by Lin Yang. If you think about getting more. What did you say? Suddenly the middle-aged man was distracted by another matter. I have to hang up now, Shinyin sighed and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, far away in Yu City, in the heart of the bio group, a man with a slightly heroic look but a hint of weariness was attentively listening to his subordinate's report. Zhang Lei, a teacher from number 1 middle school, and he's ascended to a king too. The middle-aged man, a landlord of Yuqing and the covert master of the city, opened his mouth in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how he, despite all his power, was outstripped by a mere middle school teacher. Even a teacher has obtained an evolution fruit, yet I can't secure one for my beloved daughter. A deep sense of self-reproach surged within him. How did he manage it? The middle-aged man urgently inquired. Master Shin, it is said that it was sent from Modu. A few friends of Zhang Lei mentioned while he was drunk that it was Lin Yang who sent it. His subordinate recounted everything he had heard, including the promises made between Lin Yang and Zhang Lei. This revelation shook the middle-aged man to his core. After years of striving in Yuqing, his family had only a Lord Beastmaster, and his only hope was his daughter. But now, excluding Lin Yang, Yuqing had already produced 3 king-level Beastmasters, previously overshadowed by Bai Dongchen and now by Lin Yang. Give me his phone number, I must speak to him personally, the middle-aged man resolved. If Lin Yang could secure one, he surely could obtain another. Getting Lin Yang's number was fairly straightforward for him. Soon he made the call. For some reason, despite Lin Yang being his junior, he felt inexplicably nervous. Who is it? Came Lin Yang's voice from the other end. I am Xinyun's father. Oh, Mr. Shin, Lin Yang responded respectfully, which greatly improved his impression in the eyes of the middle-aged man. However, since he was the one asking for a favor, he didn't hold himself too high. I would like to request an evolution fruit for my daughter Xinyun. I am willing to pay any price. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yang, who was previously uninterested on the phone, fell silent. He had actually planned to give one to Xinyun to help her ascend to king level, thus becoming an ally of his. Lin Yang couldn't trust those he was not familiar with, and here was his future father-in-law calling him before he even proposed. Evolution fruits. They are not easy to come by, Lin Yang said, his face showing difficulty, which wasn't entirely true as these fruits were no longer of use to his own beasts. What do you want? Just tell me, the middle-aged man sighed in relief. Having demands meant there was room for negotiation. A flat refusal would have spelled real despair. But what if he had taken an interest in Xinyun? Suddenly Mr. Shin felt conflicted again. Although Lin Yang was indeed commendable as a father, he wasn't quite ready for that day to come. Well, the Beastmaster army is currently short on funds. I was hoping you could make a donation, and also for my uncle. It was just that. Mr. Shin's brow smoothed out. He had thought Lin Yang would make some excessive demands. It turned out he was just asking him to fund the construction of the Beastmaster army, which was beneficial for both Yuqing and himself. Lin Yang simply wanted to fortify Yuqing into a steel fortress sooner rather than later, fearing the city might not withstand the growing threats of ferocious beasts, especially since his own home was there. Well, I'll take out 500 million on your behalf to support the construction of the Beastmaster forces, and I'll also invest more funds in the future. Mr. Shin's view of Lin Yang changed greatly. Unlike the fierce demon he was rumored to be, he seemed to be a young man who cared for the country and its people. However, this matter must not be told to Xinyun. She has a strong sense of pride, and if she knew that Lin Yang had an ulterior motive, she would definitely refuse. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Shin immediately began making arrangements. However, he did not proceed with the plan yet. He had to wait until Lin Yang fulfilled his promise first. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, no sooner had Lin Yang finished his call than he had already arrived at Xinyun's residence. Her living place was unexpectedly simple and clean, seemingly deliberate. Miss Xin, Lin Yang shouted. Click. Lin Yang. Xinyun opened the door and a surge of joy swept through her heart at the sight of him, but she quickly masked her emotions and asked, Is there something you need? She was just a Lord-level Beastmaster, while he was already of King level. The gap between them was significant. But Xinyun had her own convictions, believing that one day she would stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yang, and then she could boldly express her feelings. Thinking of this, Xinyun felt a bit distressed, thinking that by the time she truly stood beside him, perhaps your child might already be weaned. Xinyun said, subconsciously feeling aggrieved. What did you say? What about weaning? Nothing. Just talking to myself. Xinyun blushed, realizing she had misspoken. Whenever she was down or emotionally charged, she tended to speak her mind. Come in, there must have been a lot happening recently. Xinyun invited Lin Yang inside. As they entered, Xinyun's Beastmaster pet Coco was energetically channeling energy into a plant which was rapidly growing and becoming increasingly aggressive. Lin Yang, Coco noticed the visitor. Being a spirit race, it naturally spoke human language. Hey, is it okay to just walk into a girl's room? Coco frowned, hands on hips. Don't rush to kick me out. I brought you a gift, Lin Yang said. Taking out a box and quickly opening it, inside was a crystal-clear fruit possessing the power of evolution, immensely attractive to living beings. Both understood immediately what it was. The fruit of evolution. Where did you get this? Xinyun exclaimed. Then she remembered. Lin Yang had advanced to king level and could enter ancient ruins. But even for a king level to obtain a fruit of evolution from the ruins was not so easy. He must have paid a heavy price, but he thought of me first. A complex emotion welled up in Xinyun's heart. She had always thought of surpassing Lin Yang and then supporting him, but she never considered that she might become the one lagging behind. You need these things more than I do. I'll find other ways, Xinyun said stubbornly. No way. Coco stared intently at the huge fruit, wishing it could hug it right now. Of course, I'm not giving it to you for nothing. I have a condition. Lin Yang closed the lid, smiling as he looked at them. What do you want to do to my master? Coco asked cautiously. I always felt that Lin Yang had ulterior motives. I would never betray my master for such small benefits. Although she said this, her eyes were fixated on the box as if fearing it might grow legs and run away. Demand, request. Xinyan's ears turned red. What could Lin Yang possibly want? She was just a Lord Beastmaster and couldn't really help him. The only thing of any use she feared might be her own skin. Fine, have it your way. Thinking this, Xinyan resignedly nodded, then stole a glance at him. Once you advance to the king level, you'll have to listen to me, at least be at my call for the next year. Lin Yang felt this was a bit too much, so he added, if you think the request is too much you can refuse. I agree, I'll listen to you. Xinyan interrupted him, though seemingly a bit disappointed. Lin Yang didn't expect it to go so smoothly. He left the evolution fruit behind, chatted briefly, and then left. With an Emperor Beastmaster as her backer, Bian Yuner shouldn't lack evolution fruits. It's just a favor at most. Lin Yang thought as he walked, but a favor was enough. It could earn him her help in a fight. Near his residence, Lin Yang quickly found Bian Yuner. After explaining his purpose and stating that this was a junior's tribute, Bian Yuner happily accepted his gift. I won't owe you, just call on me if you need anything. Bian Yuner's opinion of Lin Yang had improved significantly. Naturally, she wasn't short of people offering evolution fruits. Given her status, it was only a matter of time, but she preferred it from Lin Yang, not just because they shared a master, but also because Lin Yang possessed the evolution fruit. Compared to others, she particularly wished for the highly talented Lin Yang's approval, especially a genius like Lin Yang. Bian Yuner only favored the strong. The evolution fruit was Lin Yang's recognition of her, an attempt to win her over, which pleased her greatly. Let them advance to king first. I'll take at least 3 months to consolidate Xiao Huang's level, equivalent to 30 years of evolution. Time passed. 1 month later, in Yu City, the Beastmaster army received a large shipment of supplies. These included necessities and various training instruments. Even the formerly rudimentary outskirts were now well developed, at least sufficiently to not instantly collapse under a beast tide. In a room, Lan Yun frowned at the representatives sent by the biotech group. As a king beastmaster in charge of Yu City's Beastmaster army, she warned them, first off, biotech group, don't even think about meddling in the affairs of the Beastmaster army. Of course not, I'm just following orders, the man replied respectfully, showing no signs of scheming. But the more he acted this way, the more worried Lan Yun became. The conditions offered by the group were simply too generous, solving many problems for the Beastmaster army. If he weren't my own son, there's no way I'd let him do this. Not even the former principal Bai could command them. Master Shen said it was in the name of the senior Lin Yang that the donation was made to build up Yu City's Beastmaster army. Lin Yang? Upon hearing this familiar name, Lan Yun's expression shifted slightly, warming her heart unexpectedly. Even in Yucheng, Lin Yang was still thinking of her. This group from the Biological Corporation really has money. The amount they've donated probably wouldn't even make them break a sweat. When the beast tide arrives, they'll likely be the first to flee. It's about time they bled a bit. It's said that the donations were made under Lin Yang's name. Only a sovereign beastmaster could command such resources. Everyone was abuzz with discussions. Mentioning Lin Yang seemed to bring them a great deal of comfort. Indeed, it was Lin Yang who had slain that sovereign-level ferocious beast. For nearly a month, Yucheng had been spared from invasions by beasts and demons, allowing everyone to relax. Another 2 months passed. In the grand training room of a villa at the Magical Metropolitan Academy, 2 sovereign mid-stage beasts lay, their bodies exuding a terrifying aura. 3 months had passed and Xiao Huang had solidified his foundations. Lin Yang nodded in approval. Xiao Kong's control over space had also become more whimsical. He could even help him pour tea now. Leaving the training room, Lin Yang jumped directly from the window into Bian Yuner's room. A thunder stag, its body emitting wisps of lightning and sporting huge antlers like those of a moose, was crouching on the ground. With each breath it took, bolts of lightning traveled continuously around the room. Thunderstag, level, Sovereign early stage, talent, Emperor late stage, skills, Thunder Shock, Triple Stomp, Thunder Incarnation, Sky Piercing, Thunder Spear, Hell's Gate of Thunder, Thunder Monarch's Armor, King of Thunder's Claw, Major Immunity to Thunder. Description: a stag endowed with the power of thunder, each movement capable of stirring tumultuous thunderclouds. Bian Yuner was reclining next to the thunder stag. Her hair floated about her, streaks of lightning moving through it, making her look like a queen of thunder, utterly mesmerizing. "You're here." Bian Yuner opened her eyes. Her skin was pale and her movements exuded a subtle yet undeniable dominance, even though her tone softened slightly with Lin Yang, her junior. But those familiar with her knew well that anyone entering her room without permission risked being struck into cinders. "Are you hurt?" Lin Yang noticed that Bien Yun'er's beast's vigor was lacking, seemingly having just endured a battle. "Just a minor injury." Bien Yun'er glanced at him. Upon reaching the sovereign level, Bien Yun'er had ventured into the ruins. There she nearly lost her life to an early-stage sovereign beast. The beasts in the ruins were far stronger than those outside, yet somehow Lin Yang managed to thrive there, a mystery to all. In these 3 months, more demons from the ruins had infiltrated the magical metropolitan, but their teacher had devised a plan. Bien Yun'er slowly continued, "In these 3 months I've mostly been hunting the beasts and demons of the magical metropolitan." "What's the plan?" Lin Yang asked. The number of demons in the ruins was countless. Its area was even larger than several magical metropolitans combined. "Our teacher has opened the entrance to the ruins. Now not only students but also beastmasters from the Beastmaster Association and even those from society can enter. Moreover, he promised certain benefits. Slaying the beasts inside could be exchanged for materials needed for beast advancement." The decision was indeed bold, considering it was based on reaching the level of a monarch. Relics are fundamentally vital for the survival of major academies. With the evolutionary fruits found within these relics, they gained the confidence and foundation necessary to create monarch beast masters. Now, they had decided to fully open access to these relics. It's important to note that very few beast masters reach the monarch level before the age of 30. However, this does not mean that the number of monarch beast masters in the Dragon Nation is small. There are many hunter teams and family-hired beast masters, including those hidden monarch beast masters, and their numbers are surprisingly large. Once these individuals are allowed to enter the relics, the academy students would stand no chance against them. Bien Yun'er continued, "This is a good thing for Magic Capital. With these beast masters joining in, the number of fierce demons and monsters in the relics will inevitably decrease significantly. In turn, the combat power of Magic Capital's beast masters will continue to grow. As this process continues, by the time the relics are fully integrated with Magic Capital, they might well be capable of handling them. Even before that, it's possible that these beast masters would have already eradicated the fierce demons and monsters within the relics. After all, great rewards bring out brave fighters. The temptation of the evolutionary fruits is extraordinary. Currently in the relics, there are likely beast masters who have reached the middle or even later stages of the monarch level." Bien Yun'er looked at Lin Yang. "Even so, do you still have confidence that you can snatch benefits from them?" "It might be a bit troublesome, but not too much." Lin Yang was not panicked at all. Xiao Huang has already solidified his strength at the middle monarch stage. If he fights desperately, he might not necessarily lose even to those in the later monarch stage. Seeing his fearlessness, Bien Yun'er sighed, recognizing his bravery. "Right, the imperial capital has already sent people here for a friendly match. The teacher has already decided on the participants. You and your little lover," she said teasingly. Xin Yun has reached the monarch level and she's one of the fastest to advance in Magic Capital," Lin Yang replied. "You're admitting it just like that?" Bien Yun'er was puzzled. She thought Lin Yang would vehemently deny it, so she wanted to tease him a bit. However, Lin Yang's admission took her aback. "Please leave now." "What? Why are you shocking me? We were fine just a moment ago. Why turn hostile all of a sudden?" Meanwhile, at the Imperial Capital Academy, the principal, a bald man with a scar on his head, looked formidable. In his youth, he must have been quite handsome, but no one dared underestimate him. Being the head of a top-tier academy, he was naturally a monarch-level beast master and had been at the late monarch stage for nearly 100 years. Breaking through to the monarch level had always been a challenge. On Blue Star, there were beast masters who had reached the monarch level for a century. "Are you the ones going to challenge Magic Capital?" The bald man frowned, looking at the people in front of him. On the left was Qi Yi with a serious expression, in the middle was Meng Kong, who appeared weak, and on the right a man wrapped in black cloth, his face obscured. These 3 men, 2 of whom were descendants of emperor-level beast masters. There was another, a scion from a prestigious family in the imperial capital. "Yes, the principal. And no, we are not challenging them, it's a friendly match." "I said it's challenging," Baldy rebuked. "All right, you're the principal, what you say goes." The 3 dared not retort. Baldy shook his head and sighed. "If I remember correctly, all 3 of you were defeated by Lin Yang, right? And all at once. You were just like shrimps and crabs in an army. That was the past, this is now. I have become a king-level beast master," Shi Yi stated with resolve. His efforts were visible to all students at the Imperial Capital's academy. He had utilized all his family's resources and trained day and night, non-stop. He was truly a training fanatic. Now, having exerted all his efforts, he had finally advanced to the king level, determined to redeem his past humiliation. Reaching king level is indeed impressive. Baldy nodded, which was also why he arranged the friendly match early, to catch them off guard. What about you two? My father gave me an evolution fruit and I broke through to the king level last night. I did the same. The relics opened, allowing free entry, and now you can buy evolution fruits at a high price, Meng Kong added. The three looked brimming with confidence, a stark contrast to their previous introversion. Good. 3 king-level masters. Just a few months have passed and I can't believe the Magic City could pull out 3 king-level masters. 2. Baldy smiled. Zheng Qingyun, let's see if you lose face this time. When Lin Yang went to the Magic City Academy, it frightened a bunch of geniuses to come to the Imperial Academy instead, which ironically became my achievement. Break your inner demons. Lin Yang, wait for me. Qi's eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. He had been at the early king level for a while with an incredibly solid foundation. They all came for revenge, along with Baldy the principal. They could be called the Avengers. Such good students. Baldy was very satisfied and then added, remember, this is a friendly match. Competition first, friendship second. The three, with hopes high, embarked on their journey to Magic City. Many students at the Imperial Academy who had been oppressed by Lin Yang also saw a light of hope in their eyes. Whether they could avenge themselves depended on this battle. In previous friendly matches, having even one king-level beast master was astonishing. Now, they had 3 from the Imperial Academy, all advanced through their fathers, but luck is also part of strength. Of course, some students from the Imperial Academy, unaware of these details, just felt that their academy was overwhelmingly favored to win. Magic City Academy, the original relic entrance, had a room set aside for visiting beast masters to rest and exchange resources for advancing their beasts. To directly take away an evolution fruit also required payment, but at least it wasn't hopeless. The beasts in the relics were indeed formidable, several times stronger than those previously encountered. Yes, we used to hunt kings and had plenty of leeway, but in the relics we need to be careful everywhere now. The beasts had also grown smarter recently, all gathering near the orchard. It's best not to approach that area. Ferocious beasts of the monarch's latter stage are entrenched there, and there are more than one. I heard that a powerful individual from the latter stages of monarchy from America is coming to break through today. Lin Yang, arriving at the entrance of the ruins, listened to the people's conversations and had a clear idea in his mind. He specifically brought Bai Yuner and Xin Yun with him this time, just right to share a piece of the action. As soon as the trio arrived, they immediately attracted many gazes. After all, the 2 companions by Lin Yang's side were exceptionally beautiful, making it hard not to draw attention. When people realized that the 3 were students from the Magic Capital Academy, their shock deepened even more. So young, and already at the monarch level. This young man, so young, can his body handle it? It is said that monarch beast masters have extraordinary physical qualities which ordinary people find hard to satisfy. They couldn't be thinking of going to the orchard. Could they? If they're not at the late monarch stage, they wouldn't be able to intervene. It would be a wasted effort. The surrounding people's discussions all reached Bai Yuner and Xin Yun's ears. Bai Yuner coldly glared back, causing several people to instantly shut up. Those who knew her identity didn't even start to tease. She was someone not to be provoked. Standing behind her was an Emperor Beast Master. An Emperor level represents the peak of human Beast Masters, akin to an Emperor in real terms. The so-called rules no longer exist in front of such powerhouses. They are the ones who can set the rules in this society. For instance, just a word from them can open the entrance to the ruins, allowing these Beast Masters a chance to turn their fortunes around, even possibly advancing to monarch level. Let's go, don't bother with them. Bai Yuner led Xin Yun, leaving Lin Yang behind. They crossed the teleportation gate. At this moment, the scenery inside the miracle had completely changed. There were even people setting up tents and even some makeshift houses. Moreover, some even laid out the bones of ferocious beasts and various special herbs on the ground for sale. With people around, things were indeed different. Lin Yang mused that if it had been earlier, they might have been attacked by ferocious beasts upon entering, but now, the nearby ferocious beasts were probably mostly cleared out. Those lord-level ferocious demons, being a level below the monarchs, naturally had no power to fight back. Hey, do you know where the orchard is? Lin Yang asked a beastmaster. The person glanced at him and then pointed in a direction. I advise you not to go there. It's very dangerous near the orchard. Looking at you guys, all young and good-looking, going there, it'd be a waste to feed the beasts. Ignoring the advice, Lin Yang immediately summoned his giant beast. A red flame bird emanating flames all over its body appeared by Lin Yang's side. The temperature around them soared rapidly and a terrifying aura spread out. The beasts of the people present tensed up, continuously emitting low growls to mask their inner panic. Fortunately, the three rode on Lin Yang's beast and quickly left the area. It was only after they had gone far that the person who had spoken to Lin Yang earlier breathed a sigh of relief. Such a horrifying creature. Is this the late stage of a sovereign? No, it's only the mid stage of a sovereign, but its momentum is even stronger than some late stage sovereign beasts. A sovereign beastmaster spoke up. As fellow sovereign level beastmasters, their perception of the ranks of beasts is extremely keen. Merely from the aura alone they could judge the opponent's combat power, and he's a student from the Magic Capital Academy. 3 sovereigns. Students of the Magic Capital Academy. Sovereign Beastmasters. I know him, it's Lin Yang, the student hailed as a genius by the Magic Capital Academy. He has reached the mid-sovereign stage already. Is that true? What kind of promotion speed is this? I thought it was just a rumor, something made up by the Magic Capital Academy. Everyone fell into silence. Many of them reached sovereign status only when they were nearly 60 or 70 years old. However, this was already considered fast. If one lacks talent and luck, it's very common to be confined to the Lord level for life. To advance to a sovereign, one must at least be a billionaire in the Magic City. For a beastmaster who wants to make money, it's too simple. Just join some wealthy families, agree to help out when needed, and you can get a handsome sum of money. Following the direction pointed out by that person, Xiao Huang sped through the sky at high speed. When moving fast, it even emitted bursts of sonic booms. Lin Yang, is this your beast? Xinyan stroked Xiao Huang's feathers, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She had never imagined that the chicken from back then could grow to this extent. We've arrived, Lin Yang spoke. The group raised their heads and looked towards the distance. There stood a massive fortress built like those by humans, and within the fortress row upon row of fruit trees, each bearing over a dozen fruits. There are at least 100 evolution fruits here, Xinyan exclaimed. Her father couldn't even afford to buy one. In such a place, they were too numerous to count. But what was more dangerous than this was the forest of fruits inhabited by lingering demons and fierce beasts. Lin Yang looked down. Besides the fruit trees, some mid-sovereign stage demons also hid among them. There were even numerous late sovereign stage panels constantly flickering, mixed among an exceedingly terrifying number of mid-sovereign stage demons. No wonder the beasts here have low talent but high ranks, Bien Yuner said. The reason lies here: countless evolution fruits. Just a few could create a new sovereign beast. And right in front of that fortress, there were nearly 100 beastmasters, mostly at the mid-sovereign stage with very few at the early sovereign stage. Even those who were like Xinyan possessed special abilities. Each of them was accompanied by a beast, forming an army of sovereign level with a daunting momentum. It's estimated that almost all the sovereign beastmasters in Magic City have come. Both sides were ready to strike, seemingly about to erupt into a bloody battle at any moment. Even though the fortress was extremely dangerous, the temptation was also immensely great. Just taking away one fruit tree could create a beastmaster family and establish a foothold in Magic City. This was the dream of many seasoned beastmasters. Might as well just dash in, Li Ruoi contemplated as she was surrounded by people from the Imperial Academy. The woman, around 25 or 26 years old, known as Li Ruoi, was a late-stage king beastmaster at the Imperial Academy. Don't be hasty, Li Ruoi gestured for everyone to be quiet, then looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, since the people of the Magic City have come, why not come down? As her words fell, a flame bird descended from the sky. 3 people jumped off the bird's back and landed in front of the crowd. Are you Lin Yang? Li Ruoi scrutinized him. I recognize your ability. How about we collaborate? We'll split the spoils equally. Absolutely not, he's just a freshman, why should he share equally with us? At most he's just a mid-stage king, there's no need for Sister Li to collaborate with him. As soon as Li Ruoi finished speaking, she immediately faced unanimous opposition. In their view, Lin Yang was just a freshman, no matter how famous. What right did he have to stand with them, let alone share resources equally? The lowest among them were mid-stage king beastmasters and even a few like Li Ruoi who were late-stage kings, while the other party consisted of 2 early-stage kings and 1 mid-stage king, which did not equate to their status. No wonder everyone spoke out against it. The resources they could obtain were already few, and sharing half with Lin Yang would be even more disadvantageous. You see, your people from the Imperial City are unwilling. Lin Yang spread his hands with an indifferent expression. Don't listen to them as long as I agree. How about it? Li Ruoi stared intensely at Lin Yang, seeming to greatly acknowledge his strength, yet this inexplicable confidence, its origin unknown. At that moment, a blond man with pupils that shone like blue gemstones walked out from a nearby hunter team, seemingly having heard the discussion. Hello, my name is David, so you're Lin Yang. I've heard of you from the Shield of Zeus. David approached to greet him. What's this Shield of Zeus? I've never heard of it, replied Lin Yang. Probably just another Chinibu organization. Hearing Lin Yang's comment, David just shook his head nonchalantly. We, the Pantheon, have claimed the fruits here. You might as well not waste your energy. David spread his hands, and behind him stood a massive creature akin to a ram-horned demon, unapologetically exuding the intimidating power of a late-stage king, a fifth-tier ram-headed demon. Level: late-stage king. Talent: late-stage emperor. Skills: demon law, blood sacrifice, summon imps. Entry: demon bloodline gold, demon mighty strength gold, thick bones gold. Description: a fifth-tier ram-headed demon from hell. Simply standing there made everyone's legs tremble. An invisible pressure overwhelmingly targeted Lin Yang, a genius recognized by the daughter of Zeus. What level are you really? David thought to himself, instantly intensifying the release of his skills. A subtle dark force began to spread around, causing many beasts to gradually go mad, and the beastmasters hurriedly retreated. A late-stage king had absolute suppressive power over a mid-stage king. Sisterly, this foreigner is way too arrogant. That's right, although Lin Yang is not from our imperial capital, he should still be helped. This guy daring to act so wildly in the relics of our dragon nation must be related to those hunter groups. Definitely, otherwise how could he have the means to get in? Although the people of the imperial capital are not fond of Lin Yang, it doesn't mean they can tolerate a foreigner acting recklessly. But they are only at the mid-monarch stage, just standing there. They can't bear the pressure, let alone help Lin Yang. However, Lei Ruoi remained calm, listening to the people around her. Lin Yang. Bien Yunner's Thunderdeer could barely resist this evil force, but she herself was definitely suffering. Xinyun was even worse off. Her beast-taming talent was lower, and if it weren't for Lei Ruoi secretly protecting her, she would have fainted long ago. But looking at Lin Yang standing firm in that dark aura with Xiao Huang unyielding, yet Lin Yang's body for some reason was trembling slightly. The onlookers nearby were stunned by this scene. Truly a genius of the magic capital. Standing firm even under the pressure of late-stage monarchs, his beast was mysterious enough not to be tainted by the demonic aura. No wonder demonic aura has such a strong effect on lower-level beasts. It's no wonder Lei Ruoi invited him. He really does have some strength. But half of the resources is still too much, the onlookers discussed spiritedly. Although they still didn't quite approve of Lei Ruoi's methods, at least they no longer doubted Lin Yang's strength. At the mid-monarch stage, he was top-notch and might even contend with late-stage monarchs for a few moves. Lei Ruoi also nodded in satisfaction. She was just testing Lin Yang's level. But the next moment a hearty laugh rang out, making her startle and turn towards Lin Yang with a puzzled look. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yang burst into laughter amidst that demonic aura no longer showing any signs of being suppressed. You really made me laugh. I waited so long for you to apply pressure and you had already used it without me even noticing. Lin Yang couldn't help it. Was this David tickling him? Hearing Lin Yang's words, the people around were bewildered. So he wasn't suppressed by the demonic aura just now, he was merely holding back laughter? You are courting death. David knew this man from the Dragon Nation was mocking him. Just right, a mid-monarch stage daring to mock a late monarch stage. Taking this chance to teach you a lesson wouldn't draw any criticism. The next second, David's beast unleashed a powerful dark aura much denser than before. Boom! In just an instant, several beastmasters' beasts went berserk. Lei Ruoi couldn't stand it anymore. If this continued, Lin Yang would need several months to recover at least. Wait! Lei Ruoi suddenly stopped. She felt a scorching heat expanding within that dark mist. Streaks of fiery red light dispelled the surrounding demonic aura and then instantly devoured it. Boom! An overwhelming force burst forth in an instant. The pure essence of the blazing sun was unleashed without restraint upon David's demonic form. Hiss! The dark aura evaporated continuously. The solar energy a disaster for any dark-aligned beast. Not only did Lin Yang remain unharmed, he even managed to overpower the opponent with his beast's elemental force. It was unthinkable, truly unthinkable. that was the dark energy that even early-stage kings struggled to withstand and mid-stage kings had to retreat from, yet when it encountered Lin Yang's beast's flames it seemed as if it couldn't escape fast enough, as if it was about to be completely incinerated. Roar! The goat-headed giant roared. The flames around it were instantly dispersed. It raised its arm and a giant axe formed from black flames thunderously descended. Bang! Did you ask my permission to touch my people? Li Rui chided. A humanoid creature made of solid rock, one hand transforming into a blade, blocked the fiery giant axe. Another late-stage king creature. The beast tamers finally opened their eyes. Feeling the power of a late-stage king creature up close, they realized they still had a huge gap to fill. The difficulty of advancing from an early stage to a late-stage king was as great as moving from a transcendent to a king level, and the reason for all this was the environment of this world. Fruits grown in relics could evolve into fruits of evolution. Even beasts with poor innate abilities could easily advance to king level in these relics. Once the relics and the demonic capitals fully merged with this world, even more formidable creatures would appear. This made Lin Yang think of a creature, that black dragon. Rumors had it that it had reached the level of disaster before it disappeared. Perhaps it hadn't vanished but had gone to a place no one could find. That is another relic capable of birthing disaster-level beasts. Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement at this thought but quickly calmed himself down. Is this the only kind of person you have in the Temple of Gods? That's really disappointing. Lin Yang shook his head, displaying a look of frustration and pity. However, David showed no sign of anger, as if all his previous actions were just a pretense. Lin Yang, you truly live up to your reputation, and it seems everything is true, but if you think I represent the core strength of the Temple of Gods, then you are still underestimating us. I'm just a servant without even a divine position, David said with a light laugh. The Temple of Gods does not regard rank, they only value talent. They believe that on the day the world undergoes great changes, talent will be the fundamental determinant of everything. At that time, all ranks will dissolve into nothingness in the face of talent. Those without talent, their only way out is to attach themselves early to the gods. An unimaginable talent? Could it be that they have a primordial entry? This made Lin Yang reconsider the importance of what seemed to be a rather adolescent organization. Just a single primordial entry had brought Lin Yang to where he was now, but what if there were two? Li Ruodi watched Lin Yang, never expecting that under the attack of a late-stage king beast he could still talk and laugh so freely. He was fearless, equipped with means to extricate himself from any situation. Truly formidable, the uncrowned king of the magic city. No wonder so many who have met him have become reclusive. Even in the imperial city, many students pale at the mention of his name. I now understand why. Mid-level monarch capable of unleashing a pressure not inferior to that of late-stage monarchs. No wonder beautiful women are willing to accompany him. Even I feel drawn to stay by his side, but he probably has no interest in such pleasures. Brother, you might as well forget it. Among the monarch beastmasters present, all have some status in either the magic city or the imperial city. Some are guards from major families, others are hunters recruited by the Beastmasters Association representing the Beastmaster class. Now Lin Yang's actions have earned the recognition of these powerful figures, almost equivalent to becoming famous in both the Magic City and Imperial City. Surely they will talk about today's events during their casual conversations. Lin Yang. Dian Yunar watched him, aware of the gap between them, but never imagined the gap could be so vast. Even the Thunder Deer trembled under that aura. She could only stand firm because of the glory brought by her forebears. Yet Lin Yang not only met his opponent's gaze but also countered and even overwhelmed him with his aura. I'm joining. Thank you for shielding Xinyun, Lin Yang said to Li Rui. She is a good person. Lin Yang didn't want to let a good person down, primarily because he realized the gap with late-stage monarchs. Handling one or two was manageable, but more would be overwhelming. Principal Bite back in the day probably only advanced to monarch level and spent much time in the late stage. The difficulty of reaching emperor level was even higher. Follow my suggestion. We split the resources half and half between the imperial city and us. Li Ruodi nodded. Then she looked at Xin Yun and suddenly realized that while she was testing Lin Yang, he was testing her too. If I had just stood by and not acted, I probably wouldn't have gained his approval. Indeed, he is unfathomable. No wonder rumors say he's a demonic king, utterly terrifying. Li Ruoi began to take him more seriously, and those who had objections earlier, having witnessed the scene, retracted their prejudices. If they were to face a late-stage monarch beast not lying flat, would be considered impressive. After all, even though beastmasters are physically strong, they can't compare to the beasts themselves, yet Lin Yang managed to withstand the beast's aura. This alone shows that he at least matches a late-stage monarch beastmaster in strength, and in this battle, the most crucial thing is the combat power of late-stage monarchs. Only by holding off those late-stage ferocious beasts and demons do they stand a chance to reach those fruit trees, otherwise it's all in vain. Brother Lin, I'm from the Imperial Academy. Several students from the Imperial Academy began greeting Lin Yang. The smarter ones were already addressing him as a brother. Given his talents, his future achievements will undoubtedly be far beyond theirs. Establishing a good relationship now is crucial, as they might not even get the chance to see him later. Even Bai Yuner and Xinyan received quite a bit of attention. However, thanks to Lin Yang, everyone kept their conversations appropriate and respectful. Bai Yuner might not have minded much, but for Xinyan this was a rare opportunity to network. Among them were mid-stage beastmasters from both the capital and the imperial city, possessing considerable status and influence. Establishing connections now could be beneficial for the biological group they represented. Both were internally shocked by Lin Yang's influence. They hadn't expected that even after leaving Yu City he would still be the center of attention. Lin Yang glanced at Li Ruoi and noticed her giving him a knowing smile that seemed to say "I understand," which puzzled him for a moment. "Sister Li, when do we go inside?" It wasn't inappropriate to address her as sister given her status as a senior in the imperial city. Later, Li Ruoi responded, "There are a few fierce beasts that will fall into a deep sleep later at night. Even at night the ruins would be brightly illuminated by the moonlight, which wouldn't hinder their task of harvesting evolution fruits. However, regardless of the time, approaching the beasts would definitely awaken them." Time flew by and soon night fell. The entire fortress and ruins were bathed in moonlight. Under the dark night sky, everything became eerily quiet. Even the two ancient trees outside the fortress gates seemed to have fallen into a deep silence. "Let's go," a group of figures moved silently in the darkness. They kept their beasts concealed and used special equipment to hide their presence, making it difficult for the fierce beasts to detect them. To reach the orchard, they first had to cross a very long clearing, which was also the reason they didn't move during the day. It was too easy to be detected by the beasts. A large group of people would be too obvious even to a blind beast. Once inside, go straight for the fruits. If we encounter any late-stage king beasts, I will hold them off as long as I can," instructed Li Ruoi. Everyone nodded and moved forward silently. Lin Yang also followed, slightly disappointed at the back of the group, as he had hoped for a direct confrontation to capture some phrases. Although the evolution fruits were also valuable. Suddenly, as everyone reached the middle of the stone path, a significant vibration shook the ground from all directions. "What's happening?" someone whispered. Some couldn't help but summon their beasts right away. In such a place, being attacked by a beast because you didn't summon your beast in time would be a huge loss. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds continued to approach. Up ahead on the road, about a dozen huge iron bulls, each the size of a truck, charged towards them. Each stomp left deep pits and spiderweb-like cracks on the ground, and their speed increased rapidly. "Quick, summon your beasts," shouted David. In an instant everyone summoned their own beasts. Beast after beast roared, instantly creating chaos. At the front, the beastmasters who didn't react in time had their summoned beasts instantly knocked away by the charging bulls. Roar! Moo! The sounds of the fierce beasts' roars echoed back and forth. Lin Yang and his group were not yet affected by the chaos around them. At this moment Lin Yang had summoned Xiao Huang, and the gray snake was tasked with guarding him. It's not as simple as it seems, Lin Yang thought. How could the beast kings, capable of human speech, be mindless monsters? Moreover, they had gathered here without fighting each other, indicating a unique way of communicating. How can we reduce the pressure? If we don't use them as cannon fodder, Li Ruoi said with a light laugh, seemingly having anticipated this. Even when they entered, they chose a position towards the back, which was highly disadvantageous when competing for the fruits. "What should we do?" asked a student from the Imperial City. "Relying on them to stop these charging wild bulls is almost as hard as reaching the heavens. Just follow me." "These are just early-stage stone bulls," Li Ruoi declared as her beast suddenly curled up, shrinking in size and positioning itself like a beetle in front of the group. When they passed the fierce beasts, the beasts did not choose to charge but circumvented them instead. Even a collision would likely only slow them down a bit, considering the late-stage king's high physical strength. It wasn't long before they arrived at a fruit tree. The fruit trees here were spaced very far apart, yet each tree bore a large number of fruits. This particular tree had at least 7 The crowd gasped and immediately someone stepped forward, harvested all the fruits and stowed them in their bags. Afterward, they would divide up these fruits, getting 7 straight away. Even if we leave now, it's a significant gain. Let's keep going, Li Ruoyi said. Isn't there more over there? Lin Yang pointed towards a distant tree that had 5 fruits as far as he could see, but crucially he did not see any data panels of fierce beasts and demons. There are invisible demons, quite tricky. Let's keep going, Li Ruoyi suggested, avoiding his gaze. Lin Yang nodded silently. A late-stage king, what need does she have for the evolution fruits? Maybe what she was really looking for here wasn't the fruits at all. Roar. Sure enough, their movements attracted several mid-stage king beasts. Lin Yang didn't give them a chance. Xiao Huang flew into the sky and instantly a rain of fire fell. The intense flames engulfed several mid-stage king beasts. Although it didn't kill them, it at least blocked their advance, giving the group a chance to breathe and earning Lin Yang even more respect. He was certainly not an ordinary mid-stage king. He had at least reached the late stage. Keep going, we've already got 30. Everyone on site was exhilarated. The thought of becoming their own masters and striking it rich overnight was too tempting to resist. In an instant, they felt fortunate to have joined Li Ruoyi's team, and with Lin Yang's addition, things had become much easier. As they delved deeper, the fruits in their hands grew increasingly plentiful. Many beastmasters had already decided to retreat, but they were stopped by Li Ruoyi. Lin Yang, there are more and more fierce beasts and demons around us. Kiki flew to Lin Yang's side, speaking anxiously. Now, it has reached the level of a king. A grass-made crown floated above its head. Title: Elf Queen. Level: Early King. Talent: Late King. Skills: Entanglement, Thorns, High-Speed Healing, Whipping, Divine Armor, Shield. Description: the Queen of the Elf Clan, capable of commanding a host of Lord-level elves. Don't worry, I can take you all back, Lin Yang responded. Kiki felt relieved hearing Lin Yang's reply and felt much more at ease. All right, I'll go protect Xin Yun. Kiki flew away. Instantly, meanwhile, Lin Yang kept blocking the fierce beasts and demons that were chasing them. The commotion was too great. The bag contains at least 100 evolution fruits, Bian Yuna reminded Lin Yang. We must leave now. The evolution fruits are an attraction for beastmasters, and even more so for those beasts. With so many fruits, it's unlikely we can hold them off. What about Sisterly? Someone exclaimed. Their stress multiplied in the absence of a late-stage king beastmaster, which they had initially thought was due to the increase in demons and fierce beasts. Only then did they realize that someone was missing from their team. There was definitely something fishy. Lin Yang remembered the direction she had left in and instantly chased after her. Then, as suddenly remembering something, he returned and took all the hundreds of fruits with him. Where are you going? Xin Yun grabbed Lin Yang, her expression filled with worry. The area was teeming with fierce beasts and demons, and if it weren't for their constant evasion, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. Even Lin Yang, surrounded by these creatures. You can't go, Lin God. What will we do without you? Yes, now you're the only late-stage king beastmaster left. The students from the capital are afraid that Lin Yang might leave them behind as well. Now deep within enemy territory, it would be difficult to get out safely. The fierce beasts chase after the spiritual fruits, and as long as I take these fruits with me, they won't track you, Lin Yang said, casually hanging the bag behind him. In reality, the weight of the bag was all on Xiao Kong. To it wasn't even as heavy as a single scale. What about you? Should I come with you? Bian Yuner asked. After saying this, she realized her words might have sounded too intimate and quickly added, after all, you're my junior brother and I still owe you a favor. No need, you take them and go first. Don't worry, I have ways to escape. Lin Yang left these words behind and resolutely went deeper. As he left, the pressure on the others visibly decreased. The fierce beasts abandoned their attack on them and instead rushed toward Lin Yang's direction. The students from the capital, watching Lin Yang's departing figure, were extremely moved. To save their lives, he was using himself as bait. Were they even worthy of being Lin Yang's seniors? Lin God I.O. You. From now on, I will no longer trouble the students of Magic Capital Academy. Once I get out, I'll definitely find you a feng shui treasure spot and erect a statue for you. Get lost. You're cursing while I'm still not dead, isn't it almost the same? To everyone this seemed like a desperate situation. Never before had they seen so many fierce beasts and demons surging up like a tide without end. Not to mention the middle stage of kingship, even those in the late stage might not be able to withstand it. Hurry, it's too late if we don't leave now. As the words fell, everyone used their skills to quickly evacuate towards the exit. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, utilizing Xiao Kong's ability, concealed his form and quickly followed. Before long, he spotted that figure sitting on the moving stone. Li Ruoyi, Lin Yang whispered. Shao Kong's spatial concealment ability was extremely powerful, even the young phoenix hadn't noticed him at close range, and under the cover of night Li Ruoyi couldn't sense Lin Yang's movements either. Winding through the ruins, finally in the center of the ruins, at a huge altar, Li Ruoyi arrived and seemed to shout something. A figure then appeared from the shadows. Lin Yang's pupils shrank. David, that blonde figure. It couldn't be anyone else but David. Friend from the Dragon Nation, David said with a smile seeming very familiar with Li Ruoyi. Where's the item? Li Ruoyi asked. Don't worry, you're a member of the Pantheon. I naturally wouldn't deceive you, but I have received Athena's orders and only I can open it. Please step aside, David said with a smile. A goat-headed demon stepped forward 2 steps. Li Ruoyi could only retreat reluctantly. Rest assured, you are a top genius of the Dragon Nation. The Pantheon will definitely accept you. David added quickly, perhaps to avoid creating a rift. Besides, if it wasn't for you luring those beasts here, we couldn't have reached this place. You have contributed greatly. Li Ruoyi frowned deeply. Good grief, he's also a member of this edgy organization. Lin Yang listened in secret. Shao Kong's concealment ability was at full power. A force of spatial power fluctuated continuously nearby. Shao Kong hissed in Lin Yang's ear. Don't rush, let's see what they plan to do. Lin Yang thought the Pantheon must know something others do not, otherwise why all the secrecy? A group of extremely talented young people accidentally discovering the secrets of this world. It's understandable they might get a bit overexcited. In the darkness, David reached out and took out a small box. As the box opened, inside was an iron disc with a hollow middle and a bumpy shape, and on the ground of the ruins there was a depression almost identical to the shape of the disc. David reached out, placing the disc into the hollow. Swoosh! Suddenly a pair of stone hands grew from the stone ground beside David and fiercely grabbed his arm. Put the thing down and I'll leave you with both hands, Li Ruoyi said calmly. David grinned. Clang! The iron disc fell to the ground. Li Ruoyi thought about how readily the other party complied. Had there been any hesitation or refusal, she would not have shown mercy and would have directly snapped his arm off. Luoyi approached and picked up the disc. What's the use of this? What will happen if I put something on it? I told you, it contains items necessary for your advancement to emperor level, David replied. Luoyi sneered coldly. Ha, as if I'd believe that, if becoming an emperor was that easy, then the Dragon Nation would be filled with emperor-level beast masters instead of just a few over the past centuries? You can leave now. Whatever is inside, it's not something you can meddle with. Luoyi then released David. He dusted himself off and slowly stood up. Lady Athena was right, but it's also thanks to you that I made it this far, or else I wouldn't even have the right to enter this relic, David said with a smug smile on his face. Then he reached into his chest and pulled out an exquisitely crafted iron piece. The iron piece was intricately engraved like a chip, completely different from the rusty one in Luoyi's hand. Luoyi's expression changed instantly. Whoosh! The stone giant's arm transformed into a stone sword and thrust forward. Clang! The stone sword clashed with a giant axe, creating a deafening sound. A demon emerged, covered in black fur, with a face like a skull of a bull, holding a massive axe, standing alongside another goat-headed demon. 2 late-stage king demons. Truly, the demons Lord Hades helped me contract only require a little sacrifice to directly obtain such powerful beasts, David boasted proudly. Lin Yang, secretly listening nearby, covered his face. These names probably copied from some relic, right? These mythological figures aren't recorded in the history of this world. They might not feel awkward saying this, but to Lin Yang, it was cringeworthy to the extreme. You seem to think you've already won, Luoyi said coldly. This attitude irritated David. You and that Lin Yang are alike arrogant. It's a pity I didn't get the chance to strike him down, a mere man from Dragon Nation, yet so highly regarded by the daughter of Zeus. It really irks me, David complained. The goat-headed and bull-headed demons were of the same type of beast. Lin Yang had studied demonic beasts. They could be summoned using a special method directly at a high level without needing resources for cultivation. This depended mainly on the beast master's skill level, but it wasn't without cost. Roar! As they spoke, a goat-headed demon charged from the left and a bull-headed one from the right, both late-stage king demons wielding axes ablaze with demonic fire, fiercely struck a giant stone statue. Boom! On either side of the statue, huge stone shields emerged from the ground. Bang! The axes hit the shields, sparking flames. These weren't mere stones but were enhanced by some power. We can't fight them head on, we must capture David. Luoyi made his judgment. Sturdy stone armor. Boom! The stone statue continuously absorbed stones from the ground like a magnet, attracting iron, all adhering to itself. Then those stones gradually condensed and solidified into shapes resembling armor and shields. In an instant, the huge stone statue transformed into a strong man clad in rocky armor, charging fiercely towards a goat-headed demon. Theoretically, the strength of a goat-headed demon is lesser than that of a bull-headed demon. Otherwise, the water buffalo wouldn't be one of the three great tyrants of the green grasslands. Bang! Faced with the sudden charge, the goat-headed demon staggered back several steps. Seizing this opportunity, a bull-headed demon nearby lifted its axe and chopped towards the back of the stone statue. Bang! A loud noise echoed, a deep gash was cut into the back of the stone statue. However, as if insensitive to pain, one of its arms transformed into a sharp blade piercing directly into the body of the goat-headed demon. Pfft! No blood spilled, instead black mist sprayed out. Roar! The goat-headed demon screamed in agony, appearing to be severely injured. Amidst the roars of the two demonic beasts, crimson blood suddenly surged from the ground. The entire area turned into a mire of blood, firmly entrapping the stone statue. Hissed the red blood carried corrosive power. The thick stone armor was covered by the blood, which seemed alive, corroding it. Humphrey Rua-E clenched her teeth in pain, her face pale. Clearly it was painful. Relying on my ever-changing stone statue to deal with two late-stage kings was still too difficult. She had underestimated her opponents. The vitality of the two demons was as if unified. Not only did they coordinate with each other, their combined skills even had their effects magnified. Each one taken individually was not her match. Wanyan Forest, Li Rua-E made a desperate move. Even if it exhausted all her strength, she had to decide the outcome. The stone statue collapsed to the ground, its body instantly turned into liquid and then merged into the ground. No comeback. David's face changed dramatically. The two demons quickly retreated, but it was already too late. Bang! A huge rock spike pierced from the ground, instantly penetrating the arm of one of the demons. Then, like a violent storm, spikes continuously burst forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the place where the two demons stood had turned into a forest of stone spikes, with thorns continuously skewering out. Large amounts of black mist spread around the area. After a long while, Li Rua-E lay exhausted on the ground. Not far away, the two demons had already turned into a patch of black mist. However, this black mist began to gather in one direction, and under the shocked gaze of Li Rua-E, it recondensed into a demon, a 6th-tier two-headed demon. Level: late-stage king. Talent: late-stage king. Skills: corrosion, hellfire axe. Life sharing, entries: demonic bloodline gold, demonic mighty strength gold, thick bones gold. Description: a fusion of two special 5th-tier demons. Roar: two heads issuing angry roars, for robust arms, each holding a massive axe, flames enveloping their bodies. In contrast, Li Rua-E at this moment had completely run out of strength. Luckily they merged together and saved their lives. David laughed heartily. Never had he imagined that at a critical moment the two demons would actually merge together. Perhaps it's time to give up, huh? David strode forward, confident of victory. Completing this task would greatly enhance his status in the Pantheon. Perhaps he could even become an official member and secure a higher position in the new world. Thud! A footstep sounded. A hidden figure gradually appeared behind Li Rua-E. Not far away, David's face stiffened, and he halted his steps. Lin Yang. How about joining the Pantheon? You certainly qualify. Lin Yang remained silent. Instead, he reached towards Li Rua-E's waist and drew out a rusted piece of iron. This is fake. The real one is still on him, Li Rua-E declared. Lin Yang ignored her and turned back to face David, whose expression had drastically changed. Calmly he asked, how do you want to die, you? Your beast master is of the king's late stage. If it's hiding around, you should have seen it by now. Li Rua-E's beautiful face was covered in sweat. No matter how strong Lin Yang was, dealing with two late-stage king beasts fused into monsters would be challenging, right? Shut up, using my senior sister's life as bait. I'll deal with you later. Lin Yang's words were full of threats. Li Rua-E opened her mouth to say something, then sighed bitterly and gave up, turning it into a simple okay. Arrogant. David was furiously enraged. Xiao Huang descended from the sky. A heavy pressure enveloped the area, and the twin-headed demon instantly knelt on the ground. Bang! Sovereignty, remember, keep your pantheon as far away as possible, Lin Yang coldly said. The next moment, a fiery phoenix lit up the entire night sky. The kneeling twin-headed demon was instantly devoured by the fiery phoenix. The intense solar energy continuously evaporated the black mist, plunging the twin-headed demon into extreme agony. Demons despise daylight, especially sunlight. Xiao Huang's fire ability was no ordinary flame, it stemmed from the heart of the fierce sun. Coupled with the twin-headed demon's severe injuries, its original dark energy was almost completely dissipated, barely preserving its life. In just an instant it was reduced to ashes. Pfft. David spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Li Ruoyi's pupils trembled violently, caught without time to ponder the reasons she fell into extreme self-doubt. Killed in a second, a late-stage king demon just like that. And you, what do you know about this iron sheet? Lin Yang pulled out the rusted, hollow iron piece. Li Ruoyi, recovering from her shock, looked up at the man towering over her and swallowed hard. It's a key, Li Ruoyi responded. What key? The key to the path of evolution. Li Ruoyi obviously knew something. As she spoke, Lin Yang moved to the center hole, reaching to place the so-called key into the slot. Just as he approached, a suction force seemed to want to pull the iron piece from Lin Yang's hand. Stop! Li Ruoyi exclaimed in horror, stepping forward, trying to stop Lin Yang. Seeing this, Lin Yang withdrew his hand, putting the key back into his pocket. Tell me, what do you know? Lin Yang asked. Li Ruoyi hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make up her mind, looking solemnly at him. This is the key to unlocking the path of evolution. Meanwhile, in the magical city within the highest level meeting room of the Beast Tamers Association, a scene is being displayed to the gathered individuals. It is a view of a city from a high altitude perspective. The ground below fractures, the space continually expands and then refills, and a massive amount of vegetation rapidly grows, overtaking the area previously occupied by human civilization. Even the narrow streets within mere minutes have widened to the breadth of basketball courts. However, all the buildings seem to follow some sort of rule, spreading out in a specific ratio. Soon after, countless ferocious beasts emerge from the cracks, wildly charging into the city to hunt down the fleeing humans, causing significant casualties. In just a few days, the city is overrun by these beasts, its original size expanded several times over. A beast tamer explains this to the crowd. Those seated are the top combat forces of the Beast Tamers Association, including Zhang Qingyun and Heilong. It's a relic that has merged with this city. Heilong speaks up. The beast tamer in front nods. Yes, it's a relic, a space that split from Blue Star. Our investigations have revealed that humans currently occupy only about 10% of Blue Star's land, with much more divided into numerous relics, and we have discovered less than 20% of these relic zones. As these words fall, everyone gasps in shock. If these relics are activated, countless ferocious beasts will invade human cities, but the benefits are immense. We've seen from satellite images that the territory of M country, along with other nations, is continuously expanding, and their number of powerful beast tamers is also increasing. The speaker concludes, and everyone understands what is happening. M country has some method to control the speed of integration between the relics and reality, and they are secretly doing this to ensure their nation has a greater advantage in the future of Blue Star. How do they open the relics? Even the former president could only create a small opening for us to enter, but couldn't merge it with reality. You're right, even if we wanted to, it's not something we can just talk about doing. What if a relic opens and the ferocious beasts inside come out? A single emperor-level beast could destroy our city, but we can't just wait to die. Even if we don't actively open them, they will eventually merge one day. Will you still have the strength to resist then? The beast tamers present continue to discuss. The integration of relics has happened in the past. The beast tamers from the integrated areas evolved much faster than before, even their talents improved significantly. This is why, in some cities of Dragon Country, the number of beast tamers with high-end talents is increasing, and as more relics merge, it may even break the upper limits of the beast tamers' talents. After all, the fruits contained within the relics hold evolutionary energy that is exceedingly beyond the norm. If all of it were to reflect back to Blue Star, what kind of monstrous creatures would be created? Discussing this is pointless. Zhang Qingyun spoke up after listening to everyone. Do any of you have a way to activate the relics? No, then we are powerless. Upon hearing Zhang Qingyun's words, everyone nodded, their faces etched with worry. Even those beastmasters who opposed the fusion of the relics couldn't help but feel uneasy now. Opposition is opposition, but they cannot afford to lose the right to choose. Otherwise they would become lambs to the slaughter, if we don't activate them ourselves. Some relics will start to merge in 3 years, including those in Modu and Daidu, and then fierce beasts will swarm out. I've already taken care of it, Zhang Qingyun interrupted. I've opened the entrances to the relics in Modu and Daidu, allowing all beastmasters to enter. Although the numbers are limited, it will prevent too many fierce beasts from invading after 3 years. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Truly worthy of an emperor-level beastmaster, he indeed has the courage. But the key issue is to utilize the resources within, not just find ways to delay. It's a double-edged sword. You cannot refuse to use it out of fear, otherwise when the enemy's blade is at your neck it will be too late to resist. Lin Yang understood after hearing Li Ruoi's explanation. He suddenly realized that only in such environments as relics can fierce beasts with numerous abilities be born. At that moment Lin Yang thought, since relics make up the majority of Blue Star, does that mean the current Blue Star is a miniature relic? But he dismissed the idea because one could enter other relics from Blue Star but not from one relic to another. It cannot be opened, otherwise Modu will turn into a hell. Li Ruoi warned. The Temple of Gods, in order to speed up the process, unscrupulously opened the relics of other countries, because the fierce beasts that rush out do not need to be dealt with by them, yet they can enjoy the evolutionary energy feedback from the relics. Let's go back, this isn't something I can decide, Lin Yang said as he put away the key. He picked up a bag of huge evolution fruits. With this he could create a Beastmaster army, and you must be brought back and severely punished. Lin Yang pointed at Li Ruoi. I don't think I did anything wrong, Li Ruoi stubbornly said. She never imagined being scolded and unable to retort by someone at the level of a mid-stage king. As a genius she was proud, especially since she was the highest-ranked Beastmaster in Daidu. Whether you're wrong or not isn't for you to say. Tie her up. Lin Yang handed Xiao Kong a length of rope. You carry a rope with you? Li Ruoi was baffled. Xiao Kong leapt forward, swiftly binding Li Ruoi with a tortoiseshell tie. Li Ruoi's face turned a shade of embarrassment. Where did you learn this? Don't ever do this again, Lin Yang scolded. Sorry. Xiao Kong quickly apologized, then he gestured, asking if they should untie and tie her up again. Lin Yang quickly shook his head. This is good, it looks punitive. Back at Modu Academy, Lin Yang quickly sought Zhang Qingyun, however, at this moment Zhang Qingyun was not in his familiar office. With no other choice, Lin Yang had to seek out Bian Yuner first. The moment Bian Yuner saw Lin Yang, she greeted him warmly and then was shocked by his gains. How did you manage to escape? The process must have been perilous. Note, the Space City has the ability to conceal one's form. As long as I was careful I wouldn't be noticed, Lin Yang casually explained. Bian Yuner envied him somewhat. Having such a skill is indeed powerful. Despite being Lin Yang's senior, she maintained her composure. Master has gone to a meeting, he should be back soon, right? And these evolution fruits I obtained, we are supposed to share them equally, said Lin Yang as he took out a bag and extracted 6 fruits, 3 resembling apples and 3 akin to oranges, each radiating a strong life energy despite their different sizes. I didn't contribute much, Bian Yuner said, looking at him. In her understanding, acquiring such evolution fruits usually came at a great cost, not just by simply following and throwing a few skills. Consider it a gift to my senior sister, Lin Yang said with a grin. Oh, and there's also Shen Yun. Leaving these words behind, Lin Yang turned and left. The 3 fruits were exactly the quantity needed to advance to the mid-stage of king level. This was more than enough for Xiao Huang, let alone Bian Yuner's beast. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. After leaving the room, Lin Yang, with Li Ruoi tied up, returned to the office. He knocked on the door and a familiar voice came from inside. Come in. Entering the room, Lin Yang saw Zhang Qingyun studying several books. Teacher, I encountered someone in the ruins who claimed to be from the Temple of Gods. Later I managed to extract nearly 100 evolution fruits from the ruins. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Zhang Qingyun did not even lift his head. Temple of Gods, is that some summer camp? An organization made up of kings wouldn't catch the attention of an emperor beastmaster, let alone Zhang Qingyun, who was a peak emperor beastmaster himself and currently the chairman of the Beastmasters Association. On the way here I encountered Li Ruoi from the imperial capital. She and David were conspiring to use a special key to unlock the seals in the central ruins of Magic City and imperial capital. Lin Yang continued, looking up at Zhang Qingyun. At this point Zhang Qingyun was completely stunned. His hand stopped flipping the pages of the book as if deep in thought. Did they open it? He suddenly asked. No, disciple, I fought with all my might, managed to knock one out, tie another and then took the key, Lin Yang said as he opened the door and brought in Li Ruoi, who was tied up tight. Seeing the tortoiseshell binding on Li Ruoi, Zhang Qingyun's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of white smoke passed by and the ropes on Li Ruoi fell off. Even the clothes that had been pressed into her skin, leaving marks from the prolonged binding, seemed to have affected her skin. Lin Yang muttered under his breath, Xiao Kong's handiwork is still too harsh. Thank you, Senior Zhang, Li Ruai hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Did my disciple hurt David and then bind you and get the key? Zhang Qingyun asked. Li Ruai nodded. It's my lack of effort. David and I are both at the late stage of kingship and we fought each other until Lin Yang defeated us. She spoke the truth without feeling ashamed for losing to someone at the mid-stage of kingship. Zhang Qingyun relaxed a bit. Good. Lin Yang is twisted enough to tamper with two late-stage kings. Otherwise he couldn't possibly deal with a late-stage beastmaster, whereas the key, Zhang Qingyun asked. That key was extremely important. If he could figure out the secrets hidden within it would unlock the relics throughout the Dragon Nation. Here I specifically brought it to offer to you, teacher. Lin Yang presented the bronze disc. Zhang Qingyun quickly stood up to receive it. Lin Yang noticed his eagerness, indicating the significance of the disc. After receiving the disc, Zhang Qingyun observed it for a while, then sighed in relief and set it on the table, looking warmly at Lin Yang. Well done. Once you return to Yucheng, I will feel confident in trusting its management to you. His words referred to the Beastmasters, but it was also like opening a door for Lin Yang. With Zhang Qingyun's promise, Lin Yang was now eligible to recruit a Beastmaster army in Yucheng, otherwise it would be against the rules. Previously he mostly saw Lin Yang as a disciple, but now he was already treating him almost like family. By the way, teacher, what should be done about Li Ruai? Lin Yang asked. This matter could be big or small, but his actions almost brought disaster to both the magic capital and the imperial city. Zhang Qingyun looked at Li Ruai, her lips trembled, seemingly prepared to face the consequences. Although she was at fault, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise as it led me to obtain the bronze key. Lin Yang added. She was wrong, but her intentions were good. Let her temporarily stay at the Magic Capital Academy and handle 100 Lord level and 30 King level fierce beasts and the relics. All the gains will go to Lin Yang. That will do. Zhang Qingyun began to dismiss them. He needed to study the origin of the disc. Thank you, senior. Li Ruai quickly thanked him. She hadn't expected the punishment to be so easily manageable, just 100 lords and 30 kings, which were not difficult for her as a late-stage beastmaster. As for the so-called resources, not receiving a more severe punishment was fortunate enough. Thank you. Li Ruai looked at Lin Yang. She owed him a favor. Keep all those evolutionary fruits, she said, foregoing her share. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Yang. In turn, he could use these evolutionary fruits to recruit beastmasters or establish a reward system in Yucheng to attract more king-level beastmasters or other beastmasters to the city. At least it was a head start. Prepare yourself when you go back, there's less than half a month left before the imperial city arrives. Zhang Qingyun reminded him. The competition between the two top academies was highly anticipated, with billions watching the live broadcast every year. Although Zhang Qingyun felt that Lin Yang was unlikely to lose, he was still worried that the opponent might have some tricks up his sleeve that could cause trouble. After all, it could seriously affect the reputation of Modu, and people might say that Zhang Qingyun was incompetent, unable to train a skilled beastmaster. Friendship comes first, competition second, Lin Yang replied. Zhang Qingyun nodded in satisfaction. This disciple truly gave him peace of mind. However, he got the saying wrong. The competition was what mattered most, not any friendship with that bald guy. It was clear that there was a deep-seated resentment between the two.